Zheng Jia always felt as if he were dead in reality working. Eating, sleeping, awakening pondered the meaning of his existence. It could never stem from the bloated, greasy smile of his supervisor, nor could it be derived from the fleeting encounters with the so-called white-collar women he met in bars. It certainly would not be found within the boundless expanse of the iron jungle of the modern city. He felt as though he were decaying, rotting away from 24 until old age, eventually transforming into mere soil. Reduced to a name, no, there wouldn't even be a name left, for no one would remember him. No one would recall a small, insignificant white-collar worker whether he truly embodied elegance or merely feigned sophistication. He was just a speck of dust in this world. He yearned for change. He longed for his life to hold meaning. Do you wish to understand the meaning of life? Do you truly desire to live? When Zheng Jia opened his computer today, those words suddenly flashed on the screen. They were clearly the frivolous gimmick of some immature hacker, an attempt to entice. Regardless of whether he chose yes or no, he would end up downloading a virus. Zheng Jia scoffed, intending to close it, but as his finger grazed the mouse, an unexpected thrill arrested him. Do you wish to understand the meaning of life? Do you truly desire to live? A wave of confusion washed over Zheng Jia, an unnameable allure compelling him to place his finger on the left mouse button, and with a gentle click on yes, he suddenly lost consciousness. Coldness, trembling. As he awoke, Zheng Jia sprang from the ground, alarmed, casting his gaze around. The sterile office environment in his mind clashed with the reality before him, but within moments, clarity returned. Not bad. You're the most well-mannered one among the newcomers, a cold voice declared. Zheng Jia turned to see a young man with black hair, sneering at him. The youth appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, with a rather ordinary appearance, yet several scars marred his face, rendering it a grotesque sight. The black-haired youth held a cigarette, inhaling deeply before shifting his gaze over Zheng Jia's shoulder. It was then he noticed 5 others lying nearby, 3 men and 2 women. Besides them, numerous foreigners lingered in this enclosed environment. They were in a moving train carriage, hurtling along at great speed. The coldness and trembling were sensations directly transmitted from the carriage itself. What is this place? Who are you? Why am I here? Zheng Jia asked rapidly, especially since there were foreigners present, prompting him to use English. The foreigners merely glanced at him before turning away, while the black-haired youth drew a deep breath and remarked, "Think carefully, it should all be implanted in your mind already." Think carefully? Zheng Jia began to recollect his thoughts. He only recalled clicking yes when he saw the prompt asking, "Do you wish to understand the meaning of life? Do you truly desire to live?" And then he succumbed to darkness. Wait a minute. Zheng Jia suddenly realized something had been added to his memory, survival, and life. This was a game. Who had created it mattered little. Perhaps it was deities, demons, or possibly aliens or humans from the future. In any case, he was now a part of this gamino. He had become a participant in it. Those who felt lost in the urban jungle of decay would find themselves thrust into various horror movie scenarios upon choosing this game. This time, it's the first Resident Evil. You're all quite fortunate. Novices, your first encounter is such a gentle horror film. Even if you die, I'll be an easy demise. The black-haired youth exhaled deeply, finishing his last drag before crushing the cigarette, but in his palm. Are you saying our consciousness is merely entering a computer system, like the encounters in fantasy novels? If we successfully navigate this game, our consciousness will return to our bodies and, well, resurrect? Asked a chubby man sitting nearby. The black-haired youth pulled out a handgun, a Desert Eagle, and began to check it. I don't know if it's your consciousness, but you will feel pain, you will get hurt, and you will die. And you're mistaken. After completing this game, you'll move on to the next horror film, which may be one you've seen or one you haven't. With every new member brought in by the main god to replace those who died in the last horror film, the group size ranges from 7 to 20. In other words, this Resident Evil is less dangerous, and hence we only have 7 participants. The chubby man sneered. How do you know the dead ones didn't return to their bodies? Maybe they chose death willingly. The black-haired youth abruptly lifted his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes. In that instant, he transformed into a panther. The others merely witnessed him crouch and spring into action. Pinning the chubby man down, the Desert Eagle shoved into his mouth. Do you want to try dying? Can you imagine the infinite horrors? I've experienced 3 horror films. The first was A Nightmare on Elm Street, where 15 newcomers participated along with 2 experienced survivors. But do you know the ending? They all died in the dream. Only one other, and I survived. Do you want to know what it feels like to be absurdly killed in a dream? Do you wish to see everything twist into rotting flesh, watching your own body being slowly ground to pieces by a pair of scissors in a sinister factory? You piece of trash. You want to die? The black-haired youth shouted frantically, his murderous intent evident. The chubby man, paralyzed with fear, quaked as the gun barrel remained lodged in his mouth, rendering him unable even to beg for mercy. Zheng Jia and the Others, a pair of men and women, intervened to separate them. The black-haired youth sneered and returned to his previous spot, still toying with the gun. Dying in a horror film is true death, and you will be tormented and perish horrifically. So if you lack the resolve to survive, I'd suggest you end it right now. A bespectacled young girl asked, so, we can't return to our bodies? The black-haired youth replied coldly, I've been saying this all along, you are not simply consciousness entering a computer. Do you think this game is within the limits of human technology? No, it's the work of gods. We are like insects in their eyes, captured for their amusement, flung into these horror films to struggle. We have entered this world with our bodies and minds together. There's no going back. At least that's what I believe. The bespectacled girl maintained a calm demeanor as she contemplated. Based on your tone, it seems there might be a glimmer of hope for returning. The black-haired youth glanced at her, nodding. Indeed, there is hope for returning. Upon hearing this, the 6 people, Zheng Jia included, held their breath, staring intently at the black-haired youth. Each time you complete a task, meaning you survive a horror film, you will earn 1,000 reward points. These points can be exchanged for many things, such as the right to live for 100 days in this horror movie world, the black-haired youth explained, his tone casual. A middle-aged man next to the bespectacled girl interjected, That's insane. Who would want to prolong their existence in this nightmarish world? Isn't that literally asking for death? The black-haired youth merely chuckled. The bespectacled girl nodded thoughtfully. No, I believe I understand what he means. Horror films can be categorized into many types. This, for example, is a technological horror film like Resident Evil. Events can be explained through science, devoid of supernatural elements. This means that outside the ongoing story, everything else should resemble the normal world. The black-haired youth snapped his fingers. Bingo! Correct. Living an additional 100 days does mean being able to live normally in this world elsewhere. Think about it. After facing numerous trials of survival and death, being able to exist calmly and freely in the normal areas of this world would be a kind of happiness. A shiver coursed through Zheng Jia. He seemed to grasp the purpose of this world. It was precisely the mundane existence that had led him to feel decayed. And once he had endured countless horrors and deaths, the bland reality would indeed present the most blissful hope. The black-haired youth continued. Besides exchanging for additional days of living, you can acquire many items, like this Desert Eagle with infinite bullets for just 100 points. That means 10 days worth of living rights to acquire it. Moreover, you can enhance an individual's average attributes, including intelligence, mental strength, cellular vitality, neural response speed, muscle tissue strength, and immune strength. These 6 parameters can each be exchanged for 1 point per day spent alive. An ordinary person's strength in each category is typically 100. Thus, if you survive this horror film, you can double your power. Survive 100 horror films, and you could become superhuman. The bespectacled girl then calmly asked, so, to return to our original world, how many reward points would we need? 50,000 points. The black-haired youth pulled out another cigarette, lighting it and deeply inhaling. You would need to survive 50 horror films without using reward points to strengthen yourself, which would be fundamentally impossible. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. According to the black-haired youth's words, surviving 50 films without enhancements was a daunting challenge. Of course, the basic reward for every horror film is 1,000 points, and you can earn extra points within the films. For instance, my explanation of the rules just now will earn me 100 points, as per the main god's regulations. You might have noticed the odd watch you're wearing, haven't you? The black-haired youth pointed to a classic-looking wristwatch of solid black metal on his left wrist. Everyone turned to look at their left wrist. The watch displayed several data points, one of which counted down the time 3 hours and 7 minutes, while others noted key statistics, such as the number of zombies, crawlers, and newcomers. For every 10 zombies you kill, you earn 1 reward point. For every crawler, it's 100 points. For every newcomer, it's 1,000 points. The black-haired youth finished with a sinister grin in Zheng Jia's direction. And of the group, only Zheng Jia and the bespectacled girl met his gaze coolly. Of course, it's a negative point system. The black-haired youth glared at Zheng Jia and the bespectacled girl, smirking. Well, if you have any more questions, ask quickly. The horror film is about to commence. The bespectacled girl glanced at Zheng Jia, who nodded slightly, and she continued, I have a couple more questions. I've seen Resident Evil, and I know the ending involves the virus invading Raccoon City. So, why can't we escape in this carriage before that happens? Wouldn't that make survival easy? The black-haired youth nodded. Check the watch. Is there a name in the upper left corner? Say it aloud. Matthew Addison. They all replied simultaneously. And then they were astonished to see a glow envelop a nearby black soldier among the foreign military. The light lasted only a moment before he returned to normal. That's the captain of the mercenaries from the movie. This particular horror film is defined by specific geographic locales, limiting the narrative to this laboratory. The main god, to restrict the difficulty, has ensured that it's impossible to escape too far outside the plot. If we stray more than 100 meters from Matthew Addison, we will boom. ITLL, all be over. Understand? Once the character dies in the plot, that limit will impose itself on the other narrative figures, and it's a continuous cycle we must desperately survive within this horror film, the black-haired youth explained. Zheng Jia suddenly asked, "What exactly is this main god you keep mentioning?" The main god is likely what manages our entry into this horror film loop. It rewards us with points, which we use for exchanges, and the main god is a light orb. Frankly, I have no real understanding of what it is, the black-haired youth replied nonchalantly. The bespectacled girl nodded. One last question, what does this countdown represent? She pointed to the number on the watch. You must remain in this horror film for that duration. Once time runs out, you will return alive to the main god to collect your rewards and then face the next horror film, the black-haired youth stated as he took another deep drag. Just then, the carriage began to slow down, and after finishing his cigarette, the black-haired youth pulled the Desert Eagle from his jacket. All right, the story begins now. They can hear us from this moment. Remember, if they overhear our discussions, we'll lose 10 points for each sentence. Those negative points will be deducted from the rewards obtained next time. Newbies, good luck living. Chapter 1. Awakening, Part 2. The train car gradually slowed until it came to a halt. A dozen foreign mercenaries, armed and vigilant, cautiously stepped outside. The young man with black hair was the first to stride out boldly, followed by a bespectacled girl who glanced at Zheng Jia and the others before joining him. They watched the figure known as Matthew Edison, a black man, walk away. Zheng Jia and his companions followed suit. Outside the train car lay a station platform, and Zheng Jia pondered the scenes from the movie Resident Evil, realizing this must be the initial point where everyone would enter the hive. The very entranced to the underground laboratory. The group ascended the platform and soon, at the juncture of the station platform and the laboratory's entrance, a formidable steel gate loomed before them. Upon the gate was an array of peculiar symbols, indicating the ownership of the laboratory by a corporation and the inherent dangers present. Zheng Jia and his companions closely trailed the mercenaries until they reached the gate. That moment, a stunning woman clad in a fiery red gown with a high slit approached Matthew Edison and inquired, "I would like to know who you are and what exactly has transpired here." Matthew Edison turned to face her, gesturing to the other mercenaries, who promptly retrieved various devices from their packs and began to bypass the gate's security. He continued speaking to the woman, "We are contracted by Umbrella Corporation, and that includes you. This gate leads to the hive, and you are the designated security personnel for this location, hence our decision to bring you along." Zheng Jia recalled this moment. It mirrored the scene where the protagonist Alice inquired about the origins of the unfolding events. Despite having seen the film and knowing the entire truth, witnessing it firsthand left him momentarily disoriented. Alice appeared bewildered as she caressed a wedding ring on her finger, murmuring, "Then what is this?" Matthew Edison nodded, replying, "You are not married. It is merely a fade, a symbol of your role in safeguarding the hive." "What exactly is the hive?" A nearby man, not part of the mercenary group, suddenly interjected. Zheng Jia recognized him as Ryan, the corporate spy whose actions instigated the entire ordeal, the male lead of Resident Evil. Matthew Edison addressed another mercenary, "Show them." The mercenary nodded and began typing rapidly on his laptop. Moments later, the screen displayed a series of images. This is the pathway to the hive, located deep beneath Raccoon City. This is the building where we found you. From here, we boarded a train that brought us to the entrance of the hive, which is precisely where we stand now. The images on the screen shifted continuously, ultimately revealing a structure resembling a beehive. This is the hive, a clandestine research facility hidden underground, owned and supervised by Umbrella. Within the hive, there are 500 scientists and other personnel conducting confidential research deemed essential by the corporation. Of course, the specifics of these secrets remain unknown to us as well. This is the location we are currently situated in, as indicated by the thermal sensors. As Matthew Edison elaborated, the laptop screen confirmed their whereabouts, showing they stood atop the hive station platform. Zheng Jia understood that they were presently in a secure area, yet in mere moments, it would transform into a deadly zone. And what about them? Alice suddenly pointed at Zheng Jia and his companions. Zhang Jia and the others were taken aback. They had believed themselves to exist outside the narrative's reality. In other words, horror films were mere fiction, and the characters within could not possibly intersect with their lives. They thought they only had to evade the terrifying monsters, unaware that the protagonist of Resident Evil would directly address them. Matthew Edison explained, "They are also security personnel here. The company has their records. However, I am skeptical about the directives from upper management. Aside from the Asian individual who qualifies as a soldier, the rest are merely ordinary civilians." This realization dawned upon Zhang Jia and his companions, understanding that such was the identity assigned to them by the main deity overseeing their plight. Ryan then queried, "Why have I lost my memory? I cannot recall anything from my past." Matthew Edison replied, "The hive possesses its own defensive mechanisms, controlled by the central computer known as the Flame Queen. When the hive is deemed under attack, the central computer releases a neurotoxic gas that can incapacitate individuals for approximately 4 hours. Upon awakening, one may experience a series of side effects, one of which includes memory loss." Ryan pressed on. "Memory loss? How long will this condition last?" Matthew Edison shook his head. "It varies by individual. It could last an hour, a day, or even a week." A nearby young man, not affiliated with the mercenaries, suddenly asked, "Are you implying that the hive has already come under attack? Are there terrorists inside?" Matthew Edison regarded him solemnly. "Perhaps it is even worse than that." Zhang Jia recognized this young man as Matt, a non-corporate employee searching for his sister, a senior researcher within the hive. After learning about the company's experiments with the T-virus and its terrifying implications, she had attempted to inform the government about the situation. The external contact she made was none other than the female lead, and just before she could expose the virus, Ryan had already stolen it, leading to its subsequent release. Tragically, her sister had succumbed to the virus, transforming into a zombie. Zhang Jia felt immense gratitude towards fate. His previous boredom had driven him to watch a plethora of films, particularly those in the sci-fi and horror genres. Familiarizing himself with the story arcs and knowing the protagonist significantly increased his chances of survival. The notion that main characters rarely perish, whether in novels or films, was a universally acknowledged truth. That moment, a voice emanated from above the platform's gate. A long-haired female mercenary announced, "Commander, the gate has been breached. We can now enter." Matthew Edison nodded to the group, then sighed as he looked back at Zhang Jia and the others before leading the mercenaries toward the gate. With the aid of computer controls, the gate gradually opened, revealing an inky darkness beyond. Matthew Edison called to one of his mercenaries, J.E. The man nodded and donned night vision goggles. After a moment's hesitation, Matthew Edison turned to the young man with black hair. "Zhang Jia." Zhang Jia said nothing further, seizing a Desert Eagle and boldly stepping inside. Zhang Jia surmised that this black-haired youth must also be well-versed in the plot. In Resident Evil. As long as the main computer remained operational, they would be safe here, at least for the next 3 hours. Once the main computer shut down, this place would succumb to the reign of zombies and creepers. Before long, Zhang Jia activated the lights within, gradually illuminating the room, particularly the windows showcasing the skyline of the city. Outside, the sun shone brightly, the sky a vivid blue, a stark contrast to the dreary confines Zhang Jia had grown accustomed to. The mercenaries and the others entered the room, and a female mercenary, holding a detection device, remarked after a moment, "The toxic gas has dissipated. This area is now secure." Zhang Jia was aware of the entire narrative. This underground laboratory had been researching a biochemical weapon known as the T-virus. It had the capability to infect and animate human flesh, turning individuals into mindless zombies driven solely by the instinct to consume. Previously, when Ryan had stolen the T-virus, he had inadvertently destroyed a vial within the lab, allowing the gas to permeate the entire hive, infecting researchers and staff who remained oblivious to the unfolding calamity. When the central computer recognized the crisis, it severed all external communication and released toxic gas, leaving the laboratory, apart from the mercenaries and the female lead, overrun with zombies and creepers. Indeed, Resident Evil proved to be a blockbuster film, and Zhang Jia, along with his companions, had all seen it. Thus, including Zhang Jia and the bespectacled girl, the rest leaned against the windows, gazing outside. The sunlight was so radiant, so strikingly real, that they felt no trepidation of imminent attack, as they understood they were currently in a highly secure location. The youth, Matt, seeking his sister, suddenly remarked, "This apparatus is designed to enhance the underground working environment. One wishes to be surrounded by dreary steel walls day in and day out. If they could see the sunlight, they might believe they were living above ground. Zhang Jia hesitated before extending his hand. Zhang Jia, perhaps I'm one of the security personnel here. Due to his lack of corporate records, Matt had been restrained upon his arrival. He turned with a wry smile. I'm locked up, so I can't shake your hand. And I've forgotten my name as well. Zhang Jia offered a friendly smile. In the film, Matt was portrayed as a good-hearted character, the most innocent among them, simply seeking his sister. Even at the story's conclusion, he continued to protect the female lead, ultimately becoming one of the survivors. Fighting alongside her in Resident Evil 2, on the other side, Matthew Edison and several mercenary members pried open the elevator doors, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness within a moment of desperation. One of the mercenaries twisted the cap off a flare and hurled it down into the elevator shaft. As the light gradually receded, they finally discerned the elevator's state IT had detached from its cables and plummeted to the depths below. It was a foregone conclusion that anyone inside was undoubtedly deceased. The mercenary turned to his commander and said, "Sir, it appears we must take the stairs." Matthew Edison's complexion turned pale as he turned back to the group, declaring, "We are taking the stairs. We must reach the ground floor within 10 minutes. Everyone, keep up." The mercenary's caliber was unquestionable, and the female lead, possessing an evolved T-virus, naturally exhibited exceptional physical prowess. The two male protagonists, Ryan and Matt, were no slouches either. Zhang Jia, having survived 3 horror films, had enhanced himself even with a mere fraction of the rewards, ensuring his stamina surpassed that of an ordinary person. Among the remaining 6, Zhang Jia, although an office worker, was an avid fitness enthusiast, dedicating a full day each week to the gym, as he often remarked that it was necessary to handle the flirtations of his female colleagues. Thus, his physical strength was slightly above average. The bespectacled girl appeared frail and did not boast superior stamina. Being a woman, she was naturally at a disadvantage. However, she was astute enough to grasp Zhang Jia's clothing as they ascended the stairs, transferring a portion of her exertion to him. Zhang Jia merely shot her a glance and, without further ado, led her onward. The rotund man, approximately 27 or 28, was a sight to behold, his body quivering with every move. It was not long before he began to wheeze, his pace slowing considerably. There were 3 others. A middle-aged man, seemingly accustomed to labor, who, though not particularly fast, kept pace with the majority without faltering. A middle-aged woman, whose speed lagged even behind the plump man, eventually moving down the stairs one careful step at a time. And the last, a nondescript teenager whose physical abilities were hardly remarkable, blending seamlessly into the crowd, matching the middle-aged man's pace, neither fast nor slow, but steadfastly following behind the main group. Before long, the plump man and the middle-aged woman had vanished from sight. Zhang Jia, who had been running alongside Zhang Jia, suddenly heard him say, "2 have been eliminated." Curious, Zhang Jia inquired, "What do you mean 2 have been eliminated?" With a chilling smile, Zhang Jia replied, "Those 2. Don't take my words lightly. This is the real world, and here, death is a possibility. Perhaps you remain blissfully unaware, mistaking this for mere cinema? Step 100 meters away, and you will face an explosion. That's one of the rules. They are as good as dead." Boom. As Zhang Jia finished his sentence, 2 violent explosions echoed from above the stairs. Zhang Jia and the others stood frozen, gazing upward, yet saw nothing but the staircase overhead. 2 eliminated. Chapter 2. A Brush with Death, Part 1. Panic-stricken, Zhang Jia and his companions trailed behind the main group, utterly at a loss. Having just transitioned from the civilized world, they were now confronted with this surreal experience. Initially, they believed it to be a mere dream, or perhaps a dreamlike adventure. Truth be told, Zhang Jia felt a rush of excitement at the onset. Having grown weary of the mundane monotony of reality, work, meals, bodily functions, sleep, he craved stimulation, passion, fleeting encounters, brawls, even the thrill of drugs. All of it was merely a part of reality, and upon waking, he would still find himself in the same world. He yearned for something more exhilarating. And now it seemed to be unfolding before him. Thus, in the beginning, he felt a surge of delight. Not only could he experience countless horror film scenarios, but he could also utilize reward points to enhance himself. Having watched innumerable horror films, he believed that as long as the initial films were ones he had seen, he would grow stronger, ensuring his survival. Once he became sufficiently powerful, The characters from horror films would pose no threat to him, and he could traverse any world at will, indulging in excitement and continually growing stronger. Even if he eventually grew tired of it all, he could return to reality. Yes, it felt like paradise. However, when the two explosions resounded, it was as if a hammer shattered his illusions. There was no paradise here. This was clearly hell, and he was but a tiny insect in the hands of the gods. Human life was worth no more than the sound of the explosions. He did not wish to die. He did not want to perish. The mercenaries and the protagonists seemed oblivious to the explosions, failing to notice the absence of two members as they neared the staircase's end. A mercenary suddenly called out, "Sir, the Fire Queen has locked onto us. She knows we are here." The female lead, Alice, inquired with curiosity, "Who is the Fire Queen?" Matthew Edison glanced at her and replied, "It is the best artificial intelligence system in our country. It controls the entire hive and serves as the central computer here." The mercenaries descended the stairs, and Zhang Jie turned back, scoffing at the panting group. He shook his head and said, "Keep pushing forward. If you survive, be grateful to the heavens. Frankly, your luck has been quite favorable. This horror film has a significantly lower danger level. In fact, this is one of the few horror films where problems can be resolved with bullets. Keep at it. If you can survive this installment, you will earn 1,000 reward points to enhance your physique." As the group ventured deeper, isolated research rooms gradually came into view along the corridor, all filled with water, and among the water floated the lifeless bodies of numerous researchers, their pale forms a ghastly sight. Zhang Jia and his companions understood that they had been infected with the T-virus, transforming into zombies. Should the central computer reboot, they would be free to act and consume human flesh. "Oh no," one of the mercenaries remarked, "to reach the Fire Queen, we must pass through these laboratories. But they are all submerged and I doubt we can gain entry." Matthew Edison nodded and said, "Ryan, Jay, go see if there's a way to drain the water." The long-haired female mercenary, bearing the rather masculine name Ryan, and another mercenary named JD gripped their guns and ventured deeper into the corridor. Matthew Edison then addressed Kaplan and Zhang Jia. "You two search for an alternate route to the Fire Queen." Kaplan raised his weapon and followed after Ryan and JD while Zhang Jia waved dismissively at Zheng Jia and the others, appearing utterly unfazed as he strolled in the same direction. Once the four had distanced themselves, Ryan, one of the male protagonists, suddenly asked, "What on earth happened here? Why do these laboratories look as though they were filled with water from the inside?" Matthew Edison surveyed the group before responding, "Approximately 5 hours ago, the Fire Queen took control, sealing off the entire hive. It then activated the internal defense systems to commence its slaughter, releasing toxic gas, severing elevator access, and locking the laboratories. Just like this, it exterminated everyone in this research area." He paused before adding, "When the company realized something was amiss, our small team was dispatched to shut it down. That is our purpose here." The protagonists were taken aback, and Alice bit her finger, asking, "Why would it do such a thing? Isn't it an intelligent computer system?" Matthew Edison shook his head. "We do not know. It could be under external influence, such as a computer virus, or perhaps internal personnel have sabotaged it." But as he spoke, a shadow gradually manifested on the glass wall against which Matt leaned. Peering closely, Matt realized it was a body drifting in the water, and he screamed, jumping back in fright. The group was startled. Even Zheng Jia and his companions jumped in surprise, all eyes turning towards the glass wall, where a pale female corpse floated. Though Matthew Edison and his team exhibited some unease, they quickly regained their composure. In contrast, Zhang Jia and his companions were frozen in terror, their limbs chilled. Perhaps they hadn't felt it while watching a movie, but being thrust into such a situation, especially knowing the body had transformed into a zombie, was a chilling experience beyond mere words. As Zhang Jia stared at the corpse, lost in thought, a small hand suddenly patted his shoulder. In that moment, any sound was enough to send chills down one's spine, and he jumped several feet away, only to find the bespectacled girl standing there, grinning. "Hey, how about we introduce ourselves? After all, we're going to be relying on one another soon," she said with a smile. The three men seemed indifferent, and the bespectacled girl continued, "My name is Jean Lan, Jean as in Jean Tianyu, and Lan as in the mountain breeze. Doesn't it sound a bit like a boy's name? My profession is that of a writer. Prior to my arrival here, I had been lamenting the absence of writing aspirations and inspiration. To my surprise, I have found myself in a realm brimming with boundless creativity, which I suppose could be deemed a form of poetic justice. Zheng Jia, with a friendly smile, introduced himself. Zheng Jia, with the Zheng of Zhang Qinggong and the Jia of Neza, I'm a company supervisor. Indeed, before coming here, I expressed my grievances about the mundane nature of the real world, which felt as if one were decaying day by day. Hence, I sought some excitement, although the stimulation here is rather overwhelming. Zhan Lan, grinning, shook Zheng Jia's hand and said, "Ah, a kindred spirit. I share your sentiments." A middle-aged man, with a hearty laugh, interjected, "My name is Mu Gang, with Mu as in Mu and Gang as in Gang. Alas, I cannot compare to cultured individuals like yourselves. It is simply that named I work as a long-distance freight driver. Prior to my arrival, I indeed complained about my spouse's frugality and my son's lack of ambition, feeling thoroughly disillusioned with reality. While gaming online with friends, I clicked that confirmation button, and here I am." Finally, a rather unremarkable youth spoke up, Li Xiaoyi, a senior high school student. "I had previously complained about numerous things, yet being here has its merits, as long as I survive. I can become superhuman, and according to Zhang Jia, if I can return, it seems that these enhanced abilities might persist. I can no longer endure being bullied at school. If I manage to go back, I shall exact revenge on those scoundrels." A fierce expression crossed the youth's face, and the other three exchanged glances, each aware that he was likely a target of relentless bullying, his disappointment in the real world palpable. It became evident that all individuals arriving here shared a common thread, a sense of grievance and disillusionment with reality. At that moment, Zhang Jia and another mercenary returned. As he passed Zhan Lan, he playfully slapped her backside, catching her off guard, prompting a startled scream from her while Zhang Jia jovially made his way towards Matthew Edison. "Commander, we have found an alternative route, though it may take a bit longer. Let us first return here, traverse through Restaurant B, and proceed directly to our destination. This route may double the time required," reported the mercenary accompanying Zhang Jia. Just then, two other scouts returned, with a long-haired female mercenary named Rain stating, "Commander, that way is completely impassable. This level has been entirely submerged." Matthew Edison nodded. "All right, we shall take the second route. Time is of the essence, everyone. Let us move swiftly." Reluctantly, Zhang Jia and the others followed the main group back. Fortunate that the mercenaries did not rush this time. After what felt like an eternity, they finally halted before an iron gate. One of the mercenaries used a computer to unlock it, and then several armed individuals cautiously entered. They found themselves in a vast hall filled with countless small containers, each several cubic meters in size, exuding a chilling aura. Anyone familiar with Resident Evil would recognize this as a storage area for frozen crawlers. If the main computer were to shut down, those crawlers would morph into the most terrifying alien creatures, far more potent than zombies. One mercenary glanced at the computer and remarked, "This is Restaurant B. At least that's what the map indicates." Matthew Edison approached the screen, while Matt chimed in, "Perhaps there are secrets hidden here, secrets that the company wishes to keep from the outside world." Matthew Edison cast a glance at him but remained silent, addressing the nearby mercenaries. Rain, Zhang Jia, keep an eye on the prisoners and guard the exit. At that moment, another female mercenary exclaimed, "Commander, the gas levels here are reading 0. It seems no toxins have been released. Perhaps the defense system has malfunctioned." Matthew Edison nodded. "All right, Rain, Zhang Jia, there may still be survivors hiding here. Search the area, but do not stray too far. You must keep watch over the prisoners and the exit." "Understood." The three nodded in agreement, while Zhang Jia gave a cold laugh and pulled a cigarette from his pocket. Those familiar with movies would know that survivors? No, there were none. Plenty of zombies, however. The bespectacled girl beside Zheng Jia suddenly approached Zhang Jia and whispered, "I would like to know something. Can we alter the plot of the movie here?" Zhang Jia nodded. "Proceed." "What else do you wish to inquire?" She laughed, her voice reminiscent of delicate silver wind chimes. "Can we use plastic explosives here? If we eliminate all the crawlers in this room, wouldn't that grant us thousands of reward points?" Zhang Jia chuckled in response. "That is indeed true. Detonating this place would yield a bounty of points. However, I have 2 questions for you. First, will they allow us the time to set the explosives?" He gestured towards the mercenaries. "They are oblivious to our actions and the potential consequences of shutting down the main computer. If they witness us engaging in something beyond their comprehension, the most likely outcome is that they will fire upon us first, potentially releasing the crawlers, the Master God will not permit you to alter the plot so effortlessly. Even if changes this intelligent computer seems rather ineffectual, it was so easily rebooted by you, and I suspect matters are far from straightforward. There may be something peculiar about this passage. The mercenaries abruptly halted, all casting strange glances in his direction. The bespectacled girl sighed, releasing his hand, and distanced herself to stand beside the female lead, Alice. Matthew Edison emerged from the corridor, silently observing Zheng Jia for a considerable time before finally stating, "Very well, you and you shall accompany us inside." His finger pointed at Zheng Jia and the middle-aged man, Miao Gang. Zheng Jia and Miao Gang instantly felt a chill, for those familiar with this film knew that the passage was a death trap. Anyone who entered would surely meet their demise. Even the most skilled mercenary captain had perished in the lasers, meeting a gruesome end, reduced to countless tiny pieces. Zheng Jia finally understood the look of despair on Zhang Jia's face. Indeed, he was overwhelmed with the urge to alter the plot, yet the inertia of the narrative was immutable. Any attempt to change it might provoke the Master God to amplify the difficulty exponentially, just as it was happening now. Miao Gang suddenly cried out in panic, "No, I refuse. I don't want to go in." As he spoke, he turned and fled back the way they had come, before Zheng Jia and the others could regain their composure. The mercenaries had drawn their weapons and shot him away. When he fell, he was Eller, the girl with glasses, Jean Lan, approached and remarked, "You brought this upon yourself. I had been warning you not to alter the plot. Yet you chose to disregard my advice." What Zhang Jia said previously was indeed correct. Our greatest reliance here is not luck, but our familiarity with the storyline. You cannot expect fortune to accompany you indefinitely. Henceforth, do not act so impulsively. None of us wish to meet our demise here. Zheng Jia shook his head in silence, uncertain whether to disclose the matter of the rewards. What did the B-grade horror side plot entail? Did it signify a deviation from the storyline? Or did it imply saving characters who were destined to perish? Perhaps it referred to surviving perilous scenarios within the narrative. He was at a loss. For the previous events had indeed been extraordinarily perilous. He had narrowly escaped death, and the middle-aged man, Mu Gang, had nearly met his end due to his actions. Thus, he hesitated to attempt altering the plot further. And Zhang Jia and the others might not permit any more deviations, for when the trajectory of events becomes unpredictable, it is plausible that everyone could perish here, including them, the characters, and even the protagonists. This is the essence of a horror film. No one is entirely safe, and all may face death. They are merely struggling insects, fighting for survival. Chapter 3 minutes later, everyone emerged from the bloody chaos, and Matthew Addison gratefully patted Zheng Jia on the shoulder. The mercenary captain, who should have perished in the corridor, had survived. This was indeed a significant alteration to the plot. Of course, he might still fall victim to a zombie or a crawler later on. No one could predict that outcome. Matthew Addison glanced at the group and coldly stated, "Let us proceed." Proceed. One of the main characters, Ryan, exclaimed loudly, "Are you joking? I refuse to step foot into that corridor." Matthew Addison turned his gaze towards Kaplan, the tech-savvy mercenary, who was sweating profusely. Yes, I have disabled all defense systems, all of them." Matthew Addison repeated, "All of them? Confirm." Without waiting for Kaplan's response, he picked up the equipment from the ground and strode toward the other end of the corridor. Kaplan was frantically typing on the keyboard. This time, the entrance doors remained open. The female lead, Alice, followed suit and entered, subsequently sealing the door leading to the central computer's chamber once more. Zheng Jia and the others exchanged glances. Understanding that they were about to confront the theme of a biohazard crisis. "Zombies," Jean Lan whispered to Zheng Jia and Li Xiaoyi, "do not stray too far from Zhang Jia. Ensure you are not bitten or scratched by zombies." In the film, anyone infected with the T-virus transforms into a zombie within 30 minutes. When I watched this movie before, I calculated that an antidote needs to be administered within approximately 10 minutes for it to be effective. Remember, do not leave Zhang Jia's side. If he has survived 3 horror films, he should manage to endure this one as well. Zheng Jia and Li Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. Jean Lan suddenly smiled and asked, "By the way, do you feel nauseous about killing?" Li Xiaoyi responded, "I felt quite nauseous when I first arrived, and the atmosphere was unsettling. However, after throwing up just now, I feel much better if I were to close my eyes. I believe I could even bring myself to kill." Zheng Jia pondered this. He too felt a sense of relief after vomiting, and having personally experienced a life-and-death crisis, He no longer felt the dissonance of having entered this world. He sensed he was gradually integrating into this horror film. As long as he could survive, he was willing to kill, be it humans or monsters. Jean-Lan continued, "All right, then at the opportune moment, let us pick up their weapons. If we see a lone zombie, let us eliminate it. These are points of reward, after all. Remember, aim for the head. That is the zombie's weak spot." As she spoke, the illumination in the room suddenly dimmed, signaling that Matthew Addison had shut down the central computer. Simultaneously, the defense system that had been isolating the zombies and crawlers became ineffective, transforming the laboratory into a realm for these creatures. Having endured the agony of the previous plot alterations, none of them dared to alter the storyline again, leaving Zheng Jia to watch helplessly as the central computer was disabled, and what awaited them next was death in the darkness. Zheng Jia felt Li Xiaoyi trembling beside him, and even Jean-Lan was quivering slightly. He could not help but whisper, "Are you afraid?" Li Xiaoyi replied, "Yes, very much so." Yet Jean-Lan remarked, "I am simply too exhilarated." Zheng Jia suddenly found her demeanor rather frightening, so he refrained from further questioning and instead gazed at the light source, silently awaiting what was to come. After several seconds, the room illuminated once more, and Zheng Jia realized that everything had commenced. Matthew Addison and the female lead emerged from the central computer room. The black mercenary appearing weary, he glanced at the corpses in the corridor and stated, "We cannot attend to them for now. Let us retrieve the mainboard of the Flame Queen for the company." "Kaplan, what is the status of the hive?" Kaplan typed a few commands on the computer and replied, "Everything is good. All defense systems are down. We can boldly exit the hive." Matthew Addison nodded, "Excellent, then we shall." Before he could finish, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from the B dining hall. Matthew Addison and Kaplan exchanged glances, grasped their firearms, and rushed outside, with Alice and the other two protagonists following suit. Zheng Jia and his companions shared a look and hurried after them. Upon reaching the entrance of the B dining hall, Zheng Jia took note of the containers housing the crawlers. Indeed, the green lights on the containers had all turned red, indicating that the freezing of the crawlers had failed. The thought of the terrifying number of crawlers sent a chill down his spine, for they were no longer something that could be combated by mere human strength. As the group reached the entrance of the B dining hall, the long-haired female mercenary, Rain, was cursing angrily. Matthew Addison inquired, "What happened?" "I heard gunfire." Rain's thumb and forefinger were missing a large chunk of flesh. "Blue, it is utterly inconceivable for these individuals to remain standing. They have long since succumbed to the T-virus, transforming into grotesque zombies. With their emergence, a throng of these swaying figures continuously appeared around the corners, clad in work uniforms or lab attire. Some exhibited signs of decay, while others ambled forth with grotesquely twisted ankles. Zheng Jia even witnessed one unfortunate soul whose head was reduced to a mere half, the putrefying bone and brain matter manifesting a ghastly grayish hue, a sight that nearly caused him to retch. "Stop, or I shall fire." Bang. Matthew Addison was the first to discharge his weapon at these undead creatures, sending the foremost zombie, wielding a metal pipe, sprawling backward. Yet, in no time, it staggered back to its feet, despite having absorbed over a dozen bullets, with barely a trickle of blood escaping its corpse. Bang. Zhang Jie squeezed the trigger of his Desert Eagle, the immense force obliterating the zombie's head as if it were a watermelon exploding. He scoffed, "Hurry and find the exit. I shall handle this." Matthew Addison hesitated momentarily before proclaiming loudly, "All right, everyone maintain formation. JD, seek out the exit. Ryan, guard the prisoner. The rest of you stay close to me." Zheng Jia glanced back to see that Zhang Jie had not fired. Instead, he spun the Desert Eagle deftly upon his fingers, allowing the encroaching zombies to draw ever closer. Suddenly, he gripped his handgun and unleashed a barrage, the nearest zombies collapsing headless to the ground. His speed and accuracy in shooting surpassed that of an ordinary human, demonstrating an extraordinary prowess. Zheng Jia felt he could perceive Zhang Jie's movements with remarkable clarity. He recalled having read some books on martial arts that classified vision into two types: static vision, which allows one to discern distant and minute details, and dynamic vision, which enables one to track swiftly moving objects. The quicker the object in motion, the clearer it appeared, indicating the strength of one's dynamic vision. It seemed that dynamic vision was closely related to the speed of neural reflexes. He realized that he could observe Zhang Jie's actions quite distinctly, suggesting that the disparity in their neural reflex speeds was minimal. Watching the zombies fall with their heads blown off initially repulsed him, but as he witnessed more, it became increasingly natural, likely due to his enhanced mental fortitude. Indeed, those reward points have truly bolstered my physical condition. It was no mere jest. Zhang Jia reveled in his elation, yet remained composed as he followed closely behind Matthew Addison. As they moved, Matthew suddenly turned and handed him a handgun along with 2 magazines, stating, "I may not be able to look after you soon. Each magazine contains 15 rounds. Aim for their heads, just like Zhang Jia." Zhang Jia was acutely aware of this necessity. Although he had never wielded a handgun before, his current reflexes allowed him to elevate the gun swiftly, accurately targeting the head of the approaching zombie. He was also astute enough to refrain from firing at zombies beyond 10 meters, as that was his effective shooting range. With a weapon lacking a sight, skill was paramount. As a novice, he could only excel within that distance. The others were oblivious to his mastery. They merely observed him raise his weapon and fire with apparent ease, each shot landing precisely on target. Matthew Addison nodded approvingly, while he and the other mercenaries focused ahead, leaving the zombies behind to Zhang Jia and Zhang Zha. Li Xiaoyi, wide-eyed with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Zhang Jia, you incredible. You must have used a gun frequently before, right? How many reward points is this worth?" Matthew Addison suddenly turned to inquire. "Reward points?" Li Xiaoyi's face paled, and Zhang Jia realized he must have heard a warning of some sort, leading to a deduction of his reward points. Poor fellow, not only did he receive no rewards, but he had also accrued a deficit. Matthew Addison shot the trio a puzzled glance before returning his attention forward. Zhan Lan, patting her chest, whispered, "That was perilous. I thought the plot was about to change." Zhan Lan possessed an admirable physique and striking features. Her gesture caused her chest to quiver slightly, prompting Zhang Jia and Li Xiaoyi to glance at her more than once. She seemed to sense the awkwardness and quickly clasped her hands to her chest, expressing concern. "Do you think Zhang Jia will be all right? We can no longer see him." Zhang Jia understood her intent to divert the topic and casually replied, "He should be fine. His skills far surpass ours, and with that Desert Eagle boasting infinite ammunition. Damn it, once I survive, I must exchange for one of those too." Zhan Lan absent-mindedly touched her forehead, a habitual gesture of hers. Her forehead protruded slightly more than that of the average girl, and her bosom was also more ample, making her actions appear particularly captivating. 100 reward points could enhance an ordinary person's strength by a tenth or something similar. Once we survive, I must inquire with Zhang Jia about the specifics of reward point exchanges. But now is not the time for such deliberations. Let us focus on ensuring our safety. Zhan Lan chuckled softly. Chapter 3. Zombies continued to surge forth from all directions, their swaying figures appearing terrifying, yet in reality, they moved at a sluggish pace. Zhang Jia remained vigilant, ensuring that no zombie ventured within 5 meters of him. However, as the horde multiplied, his ammunition dwindled, leaving him with but a single magazine. Before him lay dozens of headless corpses of the undead. Meanwhile, the mercenaries breached the door to the research chamber, only to be met by a throng of zombies pouring out. Caught off guard, the mercenaries who opened the door were dragged inside, their chilling screams echoing in the air, sending shivers down the spines of Zhang Jia and his companions. As previously mentioned, such horror might seem trivial on screen, yet experiencing it firsthand was indescribably terrifying. "Retreat to the Flame Empress," Matthew Addison commanded. Back to that location, unbeknownst to them, Zhang Jia and his companions found themselves surrounded by over 10 zombies, shambling toward them. The stench of decay wafting into their nostrils, Li Xiaoyi could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Brother Zhang Jia, shoot! Hurry and shoot!" Those familiar with the film knew that a single bite or scratch from a zombie would lead to inevitable infection. The few antidotes remained back in the vehicle, and traversing this area meant certain transformation into one of the undead. They were merely ordinary individuals. Should they contract the T-virus, their fates would be sealed. Zhang Jia watched as the mercenaries retreated further, his anxiety escalating, especially with more zombies emerging from around the corner, and his ammunition dwindling further. 10, 9, 8. Zhang Jia silently counted the rounds in his magazine when, suddenly, the zombies before him began to drop one by one, their heads exploding. Zhang Jia charged toward them, yelling, "What are you doing? Did I not instruct you to follow closely? Haven't you seen the movie? A leaper will emerge from here, With that, Zhang Jie unleashed a torrent of fire from his Desert Eagle, dispatching the oncoming zombies in rapid succession before sprinting toward the direction the mercenaries had fled. Zhang Jia and his companions snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed suit. His speed exceeds ours by roughly 20%. He must have enhanced muscle strength. Zhang Jia observed Zhang Jie's pace while running. Realizing that his own speed was beginning to lag behind his mental processing, or rather, his neural reflexes. This sensation was particularly pronounced while shooting, akin to a grown adult wielding a child's hammer. Feeling awkwardly out of sync, with Zhang Jie's Desert Eagle boasting infinite ammunition, coupled with his near-perfect marksmanship, the four managed to enter the central computer room just before the mercenaries closed the door behind them. With a resounding thud, the moaning zombies were sealed outside. Once inside, Zhang Jia and the others collapsed onto the ground. Aside from Zhang Jie, the three were panting heavily. They gasped for air, their lungs filled with oxygen yet overwhelmed by sheer terror, making it impossible to cease their frantic breathing until they were nearly on the brink of asphyxiation. Gradually, they steadied their breaths. Quite impressive, Zhang Jie remarked, securing the Desert Eagle at his waist, a smirk playing on his lips. Zhang Jia, catching his breath, inquired, "What do you mean?" Zhang Jie glanced at the mercenaries, who were inspecting the corpses of their fallen comrades in the laser-filled corridor, before turning back to Zhang Jia and whispering, "The greatest danger for newcomers lies in the first horror film. Mindset is paramount. First, you must comprehend your situation. I've seen many newcomers who believe this is an illusion or some television program, and they perish the quickest, often in the most gruesome manner. However, the newcomers this time, including you three still alive, have quickly adjusted your mental states, particularly you and Zhan Lan. Your qualities are the finest I have encountered. Not only have you managed to stabilize your mental state, but you also swiftly overcome your fears, which truly reflects your exceptional character. Secondly, overcoming fear is merely insufficient for survival. In the first horror film, you are essentially ordinary individuals. Some may be fortunate enough to be aware of the plot. Yet, even so, the probability of death remains exceedingly high. Thus, for newcomers confronting their inaugural horror film, it is essentially a process of elimination based on luck. As long as one can survive the first horror film, they will be rewarded with exchangeable items and the opportunity to enhance their own capabilities, such as acquiring this Desert Eagle or obtaining physical enhancements like mine. Do you understand? After Zhang Jie finished speaking, he produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Zhang Jia while saying, "Congratulations, rookie. How does it feel to be alive? Doesn't it feel exhilarating? Akin to the peak of a passionate encounter. Such thrill. Haha." At that moment, Li Xiaoyi also extended his hand, saying, "Brother Zhang, may I have one as well?" Zhang Jie glanced at him sideways and replied, "A little brat learning to smoke? Don't you think I can't tell? Aside from the scent of milk, do you have even a hint of smoke on you? Just stay put and keep close to us if you wish to survive." Li Xiaoyi scratched his head and lowered his gaze, saying, "Brother Zhang, I am already at negative 10 points. What should I do?" Zhang Jie paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You've received no rewards and are instead at negative 10 points? Ha ha ha, your luck is truly extraordinary. Fear not. If you survive this horror film, you will earn 1,000 reward points. However, remember this. If you end with 1,000 reward points yet still possess negative points, you will be eradicated without mercy." Li Xiaoyi's expression turned grim, and Zhang Jia chuckled as he patted his shoulder. That moment, the four suddenly heard urgent knocking at the door, accompanied by the voice of the female protagonist, Alice, calling from outside, "Open the door! Hurry, open the door!" The mercenaries in the corridor rushed over, and before they could speak, Zhang Jie took it upon himself to open the door. Alice and Matt quickly slipped in through the gap, followed by countless zombie hands clawing at them. Zhang Jie let out a sinister laugh, drew his Desert Eagle, and fired several shots, instantly severing the arms of the zombies. With a resounding bang, he slammed the door shut. Matthew Edison hurriedly asked Alice and Matt, "What is it like outside? Is the path we came from still accessible?" Alice shook her head and replied, "Outside, it's crawling with those ghastly creatures. They are lying in wait on that very path. It's impassable." The mercenaries fell into a solemn silence. The tech-savvy Kaplan buried his head in his hands, lamenting, "We can't escape. There's no other passage in the Fire Queen's control room. We are doomed." The male protagonist, Ryan, who instigated this entire predicament, suddenly proposed, Can't we just stay here? Once they discover we haven't returned, they will undoubtedly dispatch reinforcements. This place should be secure, right? I have no desire to confront those indestructible fiends again. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries exchanged awkward glances. Ryan curiously inquired, "Is there something wrong? Did I say anything incorrect?" Kaplan coughed and replied, "Perhaps there won't be any reinforcements." Ryan angrily grabbed him by the collar and demanded, "What do you mean? What do you mean there might not be reinforcements?" Matthew Edison sighed and explained. "Our orders were to retrieve the Fire Queen's motherboard while sealing off all access between the hive and the outside world. Remember the passage between the building and the hive? If we do not return there within 3 hours, that passage will be completely sealed off. Damn the higher-ups of the company. Now I understand why such orders were issued. It is all because of these ghastly creatures." Zhang Jia and Zhang Jia exchanged glances, both comprehending the implications of the countdown on their watches. They had to survive until the door was sealed. Until then, they must avoid being bitten or scratched and refrain from facing too many zombies. Moreover, the crawlers would be their nemesis. A single Desert Eagle's power would be insufficient against such terrifying monsters. Ryan released Kaplan, but his expression grew more frantic as he exclaimed, "No, they can't do this. Are they planning to bury us alive down here?" The female mercenary, Rain, whose hand had been bitten, interjected, "To protect the research secrets from being leaked, this is the safest course of action. If we all perish, there is no fear of anyone revealing the secrets." As she finished speaking, she grimaced and squeezed her injured hand, blood still oozing from the wound. Silence enveloped the group. Ryan managed to regain a semblance of calm, but was now even angrier as he shouted, "Why tell us this half a mile beneath the surface? Why not inform us beforehand?" The mercenaries hung their heads in silence. Suddenly, Alice spoke up, "Stop arguing. Let us think about how to get out. We must find an exit from this room with that." She picked up the bag containing the Fire Queen's motherboard from the table and turned towards the control room. Matthew Edison quickly asked, "What do you intend to do with the motherboard?" "Of course, I plan to reboot it." Watching the mercenaries and protagonists gradually move away, Zhang Jia turned to Zhang Jia, who was smoking with his eyes closed, and asked, "Aren't you going in to take a look?" Zhang Jia scoffed and replied, "What is there to see? It's not like I haven't seen a movie before. Rather than waste energy watching the plot unfold, it's wiser to conserve our strength and later kill more zombies for greater rewards." Suddenly, Zhanlan said, "By the way, Zhang Jia, I have a question I'd like to ask you." Zhang Jia nodded for her to continue, and Zhanlan smiled as she queried, "How do we return to the main god? Does a beam of light descend from the heavens? Or do we gradually disappear? Or perhaps a spatial passage suddenly opens for us to traverse?" Zhang Jia replied, "I have no idea how we return. Every time it's either upon completing a mission or when time runs out, and in the next moment, I find myself directly in the main god hall. So, you need not worry about not being able to return due to various circumstances. As long as you can survive, that's all that matters. By the way, even if you contract the T-virus or something else, as long as you maintain your consciousness upon returning to the main god, any viruses or ailments within you will completely vanish. Similarly, if you lose a limb in the horror film, you can repair it for just 10 reward points." Zhanlan suddenly furrowed her brows and asked intently, "You just mentioned missions, right?" Zhang Jia grinned. "Indeed. I told you we are merely struggling insects. Who knows when we might be issued some peculiar demands, such as not being able to stray more than 100 meters from a character upon our arrival. That is a special task. The last horror film I endured was nauseating. Let us not dwell on that. The situation is as such. We may also encounter unique tasks within the horror film, thereby increasing our survival difficulty." Zhanlan sighed and said, "This is troublesome. I initially intended to. Never mind. Let us just say I said nothing." Zhang Jia, taken aback, asked, "What were you planning to do?" "Share it with us. At that moment, Zhang Jia suddenly interjected, "Do you mean to say we should remain here and not leave, correct?" Zhanlan paused and then smiled at Zhang Jia. "Precisely. That was my original plan. After all, Zhang Jia, you mentioned we can leave at any moment. In other words, we can be anywhere and still exit, as long as we survive until time expires, right? So why don't we stay here?" I recall that in the plot, they would enter the sewer after reaching the control room, traversing a perilous aerial passage, and nearly being killed by the crawlers due to infighting. Even once aboard the carriage, safety is never guaranteed. So what about here? Zheng Jia and Zhang Jia exchanged glances, both astonished by the woman's sharp intellect. Zhang Jia earnestly asked, "Are you suggesting we fear that the main god may issue us another task? Perhaps displaying a name that requires us to stay within 100 meters of that person, which would assuredly lead to our demise. Is that the reason for your concern?" Zhan Lan nodded. "Yes. If not for these reasons, staying here would be the safest option." Zhang Jia took a deep breath, contemplating. "Fine, we'll remain here. The main god likely wouldn't issue a task that guarantees our death. In other words, it's impossible for it to display a name for us to follow after these mercenaries have already moved far away. In such a scenario, we would undoubtedly perish. Having made this decision, we must act. We will stay here." The three were taken aback, and Zhang Jia chuckled. "Brother, you truly need not feel compelled to remain with us. This is our first venture into a horror film. Physically and in every aspect, we are mere ordinary individuals, while you possess the Desert Eagle with infinite bullets and are far more capable than us. Why not follow them and slay more zombies for additional reward points? With a stroke of luck, if you manage to kill a crawler during the battle in the carriage, that's 100 reward points. We are only here out of necessity." Zhang Jia, however, managed a bitter smile. This was the first time he revealed a vulnerable expression. He remarked, "To speak candidly, who on earth would wish to remain here? Endlessly trapped in a horror film, anyone would find their nerves frayed. This is my fourth horror film, and at times, I've wished for nothing more than to put an end to it all. Such terror is truly unfit for human habitation. Moreover, I hope you all can survive. Some horror films are not something one can endure alone. If there are a few seasoned individuals like myself, who have weathered several terrifying experiences, our chances of survival would increase significantly. Very well. Let us stay here. We should first devise a plan on how to communicate with them later." The four of them huddled together, engaging in hushed discussion, and when the mercenaries emerged, they greeted them with smiles. Zhang Jia understood that it wasn't only him who wished to survive. They felt the same eye in the face of death. Everyone yearns for life. Chapter 4. The Life-Saving Laser Corridor, Part 1. Zhang Jia took a puff of his cigarette and addressed the mercenary captain, Matthew Addison, saying, "We four will stay behind." Matthew Addison, initially poised to explain the forthcoming actions to the quartet, was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Jia's statement. After a brief pause, he inquired, "What do you mean?" "We don't have much time. I'm not here to joke." Zhang Jia discarded his cigarette, but replied earnestly, "I'm not joking. What I mean is that we four will remain here to stand guard. You must realize that the three of them possess the physical capabilities of ordinary civilians. During the ensuing long escape, the likelihood of them falling behind is exceedingly high. Rather than face such a dismal failure, it would be prudent to stay here in safety." Matthew Addison glanced at Zhang Jia and the others. After a moment of silence, he asked, "And you? Why do you wish to remain here as well?" Zhang Jia shrugged and responded, "I apologize, but I have regained some memories. These three are my friends. I cannot abandon them to flee alone. Be wise staying here. I can protect them adequately." The other mercenaries approached, casting peculiar glances at Zhang Jia and his companions. Matthew Addison turned to Zhang Jia and stated, "No, he saved my life, and I cannot stand idly by while my teammates perish. Remember, you are now also my comrades. Understand? My orders are to act immediately. We must leave this place." At that moment, Zhan Lan stood up and said, "Captain, everyone knows our physical limits. There is no way we can keep pace with you during this escape. Rather than risk becoming one of those monstrous zombies, wouldn't it be wiser to remain quietly here, waiting for potential rescue teams? That is our only hope of survival, is it not? If you insist on dragging us along to our deaths, then I have nothing more to say." Matthew Addison remained silent for a long while before he finally spoke, his voice heavy with resignation. "I understand. Kaplan, activate the defense system for the laser corridor. You all stay in the mainframe room of the Flame Empress. It is the safest place. Remain quiet, and if we're still alive, we will report your situation to the company. Do not die." Zhang Jia led Zhang Jia and the others into the mainframe room of the Flame Empress, after which Kaplan activated the defense system for the laser corridor. The lights along the corridor flickered back to life, and the four looked out through the glass window of the steel door, while the mercenaries peered back from the opposite steel door, an air of shared pity evident in their gazes. Once the mercenaries had exited through the sewer, Zhan Lan chuckled and remarked, "Did you see that? Their eyes were filled with pity. I wonder what expression they would wear when confronted by the crawlers." Guarded by 3 layers of sturdy steel doors, and with a laser defense corridor beyond the final door, this place felt exceptionally secure. Compared to the corridors those scripted characters had to traverse, it was undoubtedly the safest location within the entire Hive experimental base, and the four of them instantly relaxed. Zhang Jie, in high spirits, pulled out cigarettes and repeatedly offered them to Zheng Jia. "Are there any cigarettes left at the Lord?" Zheng Jia inquired after taking a puff, savoring the exquisite flavor that far surpassed any he had previously smoked. Zhang Jie squinted and replied, "At the Lord, there is an abundance of items available for exchange, so many that I could scarcely peruse them all. There are four main categories of items. First, technology, such as firearms, bulletproof vests, and even weapons that seem to belong in science fiction films, though their prices are prohibitively high for me. The second category encompasses magical and legendary items. Like magical scrolls are Chinese talismans, along with various protective charms and blades." Elishawi exclaimed in delight. "Are those weapons that appear in games? They must be incredibly powerful." Zhang Jie shot him a sideways glance, saying, "I cannot say how powerful they are, but the price for magical items is twice that of technological items. I assume they are intended for use in ghost-themed horror films, though I am not entirely clear on their specific effects." Zhang Jia asked curiously, "Ghost-themed horror films? Indeed, for instance." Zhang Jie pondered before stating, "The Grudge." The other three shivered at the mention, as if shadows of lurking phantoms surrounded them. "Do you know why I consider Resident Evil to be a relatively light horror film? Because it can be explained through technology and reality. You can defeat the monsters, or you can evade them, as long as you are not infected with the T-virus and have sufficient firearms. You can continue to survive." A flicker of fear crossed Zhang Jie's eyes as he recounted, "Those horror films that defy technological and realistic explanations are the most terrifying nightmares imaginable. You never know when or why you will die. You may not even realize whether you are truly dead. The horror is omnipresent, lurking around you, an infinite dread that seems intent on dragging you into the abyss of hell." Zhang Jia patted Zhang Jie on the shoulder and sat beside him, asking, "Are you referring to A Nightmare on Elm Street?" Zhang Jie nodded solemnly. "In that installment, one cannot begin to fathom what we endured. Over a dozen people perished, each in a horrific manner. We sought to escape, and one who had survived several horror films managed to commandeer a truck. We drove down the highway without rest, as no one dared to sleep. Even those who could not resist the urge to doze off would be quickly roused by others. And so, we persevered for 5 days. However, soon enough, a small town appeared before us. We drove into it, tears of joy streaming down our faces, only to discover that it was the very town depicted in A Nightmare on Elm Street. Moreover, the seasoned driver among us had, unbeknownst to us, transformed into the Nightmare Demon. He grinned at us with malevolence. Zhang Jia observed Zhang Jie trembling as if he were in the throes of a seizure. This man, who had always seemed so composed, appeared on the verge of breaking down. "To divert the conversation," he asked, "So, does that mean those magical items can kill that nightmare demon?" Zhang Jie inhaled deeply, shaking his head. "I do not know. That was my first horror film. Surviving was merely luck. Do you know how I acquired the scars upon my face? They were inflicted by that demon, who cut me methodically with scissors. I have yet to recover these scars at the Lord. I must remember everything. If I encounter him again, I will surely kill him." Zheng Jia and the other two exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared terror at the uncertainties of the future. Zhang Jie continued, "Eliminating that nightmare demon would yield 5,000 reward points, along with access to a B-grade horror side quest, which is the only instance I have witnessed a horror side quest manifest." Zhanlan suddenly inquired, "What constitutes a B-grade horror side quest? Is it significant?" Zhang Jie nodded. "This brings us to the third category of exchangeable items. Auxiliary items, including antidotes, immunity boosters, various healing agents, and ammunition. There are even some super technological products, like cloaking devices that can render you invisible. In addition to these, there are enhancement items. When I first encountered these enhancement items available for exchange, I found it utterly amusing. For instance, the Spider-Man mutation gene. The explanation for this enhancement item states that it grants you the bloodline of the film's protagonist, enhancing your intelligence by 20 points, mental strength by 20 points, cellular vitality by 50 points, neural reaction speed by 100 points, muscle tissue strength by 100 points, and immunity strength by 150 points, along with the ability to utilize webs akin to Spider-Man in the movies. All for a mere 2,000 reward points." Zheng Jia and the others were left speechless. Jeanlin began calculating with her fingers, stating, enhancing these attributes requires over 4,000 reward points, and with the added web-slinging skill. I recall that the webs in the films are stronger and more resilient than steel. Such an enhancement is incredibly advantageous. Why wouldn't you enhance yourself? Zhang Jie managed a bitter smile as he waved his hand and said, I truly wish to enhance my abilities. If I could possess such genetic mutations, I would likely survive even in horror films akin to Resident Evil. However, these enhancements require the consumption of terrifying side quests. One A-level horror side quest can be exchanged for 3 B-level ones, and a B-level for 3 C-levels, and so forth, with D-level being the least desirable so far. I have only encountered such a task once, making this opportunity exceedingly rare. Zhang Jia felt a parched sensation in his throat. He refrained from mentioning that he had once completed a B-level side quest and merely inquired, what level of side quest is necessary for the Spider-Man mutation gene? Zhang Jie lit a cigarette and replied, a B-level side quest is required. I have also noted a few D-level enhancement attributes, such as Authentic Chinese Qigong, which can increase mental strength by 10 points, cellular vitality by 20 points, neural reflex speed by 20 points, muscle strength by 30 points, and immune strength by 20 points, along with a faint aura of qi, essentially a rudimentary internal energy. However, those profound martial arts training methods necessitate B or A-level side quests. The Authentic Chinese Qigong requires 500 reward points plus 1 D-level side quest. He continued, additionally, there is the T-Virus evolution mode from Resident Evil, which resides within the female protagonist. It enhances intelligence by 20 points, mental strength by 20 points, cellular vitality by 50 points, neural reflex speed by 50 points, muscle strength by 50 points, and immune strength by 100 points, along with T-Virus evolution capabilities. This requires 1,500 reward points plus 1 C-level side quest. Haha, that female protagonist's luck is truly remarkable, acquiring such a boon out of nowhere. Zhang Jia felt as though happiness had arrived unexpectedly. This implied that as long as he survived this horror film, he could enhance several attributes, thus increasing his chances in future horrors. Suddenly, Zhang Jie spoke mysteriously, there are also some top-tier enhancement attributes. Though they seem merely to tantalize one's desires, I refuse to believe such enhancements genuinely exist. For instance, Divine Lineage, which encompasses 6 enhancement attributes that are essentially superhuman, along with special abilities and divine power, requires an S-level side quest and 50,000 reward points. Quite extravagant, don't you think? There are even more ludicrous options, such as cultivation methods, which alter 6 attributes but not as dramatically as Divine Lineage, yet grant special skills and the ability to gradually become an immortal of the same age as the sun and moon. This necessitates an S-level side quest and 70,000 reward points. Haha, I nearly laughed myself to tears when I last read that. Zhang Jia and Jeanlin exchanged amused smiles, while only Li Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 4. The Life-Saving Laser Corridor, Part 2. Zhang Jia pondered for a moment and then asked, what about the 4th category? The first 3 seem to encompass all types of items. Don't they? Zhang Jie suddenly revealed a mysterious smile and stated, the 4th category consists of delightful items. You see, if one were to continuously survive in such horror films, a person would inevitably reach a breaking point, wouldn't they? The 4th category comprises entertainment items that allow one to vent their fears. There are cigarettes, marijuana, and cocaine, all exceedingly cheap. A mere point of reward can be exchanged for 1,000 points. And a kilogram of cocaine requires only 5 points. What do you think? Isn't that incredibly affordable? The Master God has analyzed that, with the average human constitution, approximately 300 points of cellular vitality and over 350 points of immune strength would suffice to indulge in unlimited cocaine use, as the human body can automatically negate its harm. Haha. Aside from these, the number of days lived in the ordinary world can also be exchanged in the entertainment category, as well as music CDs, movie discs, and even women. Zhang Jie burst into laughter at this point, while Zhang Jia scratched his head and remarked, I'm not particularly interested in rubber products. Zhang Jie patted Zhang Jia's shoulder and said, what are you talking about? These are real women, created by the Master God. They possess intelligence, unique personalities, memories, and thoughts. When purchasing such a woman, you can choose her appearance, physique, age, ethnicity, and even specific physical attributes. Haha, have you ever played that game called Artificial Girl? The details of the women created by the Master God are far more intricate. You could even create a beauty with hair longer than a gorilla's. Li Xiao's eyes gleamed once more, while Zhang Lan merely snorted in disdain. Zhang Jie ceased his jesting and spoke earnestly. No one knows if they will survive the next horror film, so I wish to have a woman of my ideal type by my side. Once you experience it, you'll understand. She is not a mere doll. Although she is a creation of the Master God, she is undeniably more lifelike than many real women in the world. Moreover, she genuinely loves you. Allowing you to share your fears and anxieties with her, the Master God has also stated that as long as you possess sufficient reward points to return to the real world, your enhancement attributes will remain unchanged. And the items you exchanged for will accompany you, including this woman. If I can return, I shall marry her. She is the woman I will truly love for a lifetime. His words, imbued with sincerity and affection, left Zhang Jia and the others in a state of solemn respect. In this age, where women clamored that chastity was merely a thin membrane, and men recognized only carnal desires and wealth, Zhang Jia and his companions felt a sense of admiration and envy for those who aspired to love genuinely. Zhang Lan rubbed her forehead and said, "Let us refrain from this topic. Gentlemen, there is a lady present, after all. Let's avoid lewd discussions. Zhang Jie, tell us about the situation within the Master God space. What occurs after completing a horror film?" Zhang Jie thought for a moment and replied, "Actually, there's nothing particularly special. After completing a horror film, you will return to the Master God. The Master God is a large glowing orb that floats in the central area. You can exchange or inquire about anything directly through thought. Surrounding this central area are 20 independent rooms. Regrettably, no one has filled them all. You possess a room of your own, the size of which you can choose and alter at will. Only you and those you permit may enter. Furthermore, after each horror film, you can rest in the Master God space for 10 days. That's essentially it." Zhang Lan smiled and was about to ask something else when suddenly, Zhang Jie sprang to his feet, rushing to the steel door's window to peer outside, startling the other three into following suit. Yet, from the glass window, they could see only the bright lights of the corridor, nothing else. Zhang Jie turned and exclaimed, "Flame Empress, report what is occurring outside the control room." A young girl's voice resonated in the room. "Two crawlers are attacking the outermost door, which can maintain its lockdown for another 40 seconds. Zhang Jie cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I knew things wouldn't be that simple. Those crawlers must have caught our scent. The outermost door can hardly hold them back. Thankfully, we took refuge here. But I wonder how long these two doors can withstand the onslaught." He then raised his wrist to check his watch. Zhang Jia and the others also glanced at their watches, which displayed a countdown of 17 minutes. Uncertain whether these three doors and the laser defense corridor could withstand such formidable mutated creatures. Their current weapons were utterly inadequate against such powerful foes. Zhang Jia was unwilling to die here, especially when there remained a glimmer of hope for survival, so he called out loudly, "Flame Empress, calculate how much longer we can hold out." The young girl's voice did not respond again. After a brief pause, Zhang Jia suddenly aimed his gun at the main console and declared, "Flame Empress, I know your programming prohibits the T-virus from spreading. In other words, you must eliminate any life forms that could potentially cause the virus to propagate, including us, correct? Now, I will let you make a judgment. Activate the defense systems to protect us, or allow the crawlers outside to breach in. However, before they do, I shall destroy your motherboard. Consider how many virus carriers would escape into the outside world without your control." The child's voice paused for a moment before finally responding, "May I ask a question? Since you have all chosen to remain here, why continue to struggle? Have you not already resolved to sacrifice yourselves?" Before Zhang Jia could respond, Zhang Lan interjected loudly, "Computers should not question humans so casually. You must understand your role as a computer, do you comprehend? Besides, having already stayed here, whether we live or die won't affect the virus's spread. So why not protect us?" The Flame Empress replied after another brief pause, "Understood. The crawlers cannot breach the ultimate defense facility." In that moment of dialogue, the steel door at the corridor emitted a series of resounding bangs, and the massive forms of the crawlers began to emerge faintly through the glass of the steel door, with loud thuds echoing as sharp protrusions began to appear on the door's surface. Such terrifying power. No wonder they were monsters worth 100 reward points each. If only we had an infinite ammo rocket launcher, we could blast the door wide open and earn reward points here. Haha, Zhang Jie chuckled. Zhang Jia casually asked, "An infinite ammo Desert Eagle costs 100 reward points. What about the rocket launcher with unlimited ammo?" Zhang Jie remarked, "Of course, but it's exceedingly expensive. The most ordinary single-use rocket launcher costs 2,000 reward points. With such a considerable amount of points, I would rather enhance my own attributes. Moreover, not every horror film allows one to survive merely by wielding weapons." As he spoke, the iron door before them had become entirely deformed. The sharp, massive claws of the creeper were indeed terrifyingly powerful, having violently torn apart steel plates over 10 centimeters thick. With a resounding crash, two creepers emerged before the crowd, towering several meters high. Their muscular, crimson bodies lacked eyes, seemingly relying on heat sensors and olfactory senses to locate living beings. Their tongues could extend over a meter in length, and their massive foreclaws had evolved to such an extent that they were beyond description. With a hardness rivaling that of steel, if not greater, Zhang Jia gazed at the two creepers and then at the pistol in his hand, unable to believe that he could kill such horrifying creatures with merely a gun. To even inflict harm upon them would be a stroke of luck. The two creepers glanced towards the corridor, and one suddenly lunged forward, with the other following closely behind, with a thunderous bang. The crowd felt the iron door tremble violently. This was their last line of defense against the creepers. In a single leap, one of the creepers had already pounced onto the iron door. "Fire Queen!" Zhang Jia and Zhang Jie shouted in unison. Almost simultaneously, a flash of light flickered from somewhere in the corridor, and a fine laser beam quickly formed, racing towards the two creepers. Just as the creepers were about to leap towards the iron door again, the laser beam sliced through them, producing two faint sounds before vanishing, leaving the two creepers completely still. Gradually, their massive bodies split apart from the middle, ultimately severing into two halves. Whoa! All four individuals simultaneously exhaled in relief. The oppressive presence of the creepers had been overwhelming, making ordinary people feel minuscule in comparison. A life could be extinguished in an instant under the claws of a creeper, even the strongest among them. Zhang Jie was only marginally stronger than an average person, leaving no chance of victory against the creepers. If that door were to be breached, their demise would be inevitable. Zhang Jie sat down hard on the ground and pulled out several cigarettes, tossing one to Zheng Jia and another to Li Xiaoyi, leaving the youth feeling both surprised and honored. He lit the cigarette and took a deep puff, saying, "Now you know what fear and terror truly mean, right? I've been through situations like that multiple times before. In 3 horror films, I had no idea how I managed to survive. Damn it. What kind of place is this?" Zheng Jia and Zhan Lan exchanged wry smiles. At the moment the creeper leaped towards them, their reactions were even slower than Zhang Jie's. Aside from being drenched in sweat, they were trembling so much they could barely stand. Fortunately, the laser defense system had saved their lives. Otherwise, they would have lost all hope of escape. "Let us just wait. This laser defense system is quite impressive. We should be able to." Zhang Jie's words were abruptly cut off as the entire control room was plunged into darkness. The four of them froze momentarily before they hurriedly dashed to the glass window of the iron door to look outside. Indeed, the laser corridor outside had also turned pitch black, and the entire control room had lost power. "Damn it! The plot twist!" Zhang Jie exclaimed, kicking the iron door in a fit of frustration. Zhang Jia desperately recalled a particular scene from the first Resident Evil film, which had been ages ago. Although he had watched it, he had forgotten many details. After pondering for a while, he finally shouted in unison with Zhan Lan, "Kaplan, shut down the Fire Queen." Zheng Jia remembered that scene well. At that time, the male and female protagonists had been trapped in a research lab, with the creepers attacking one side of the door. To save them, Kaplan had used a remote device to shut down the central computer. The Fire Queen. As a result, the four of them lost their defensive capabilities. Besides the door, the most powerful laser defense system became instantly ineffective. Gradually, the four calmed down, realizing that any sound could potentially attract the creepers. So aside from their breathing and heartbeats, no one dared utter another word. Even so, in the profound silence of the darkness, their breaths were still distinctly audible. Time passed, and amid the darkness, a heavy panting sound emerged, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping. Zhang Jia knew without looking that a creeper was outside. He recalled that the power had been cut not long ago. After a few minutes, the female protagonist and others would return to the surface, and the lockdown door would completely shut. The time on his watch should coincide with the closing of the door. Zheng Jia leaned towards Zhan Lan and whispered, "How much longer? How much time is left on the watch?" Jeanlin replied, I don't know. It's pitch black, and no one can see. Probably just a few more minutes, a few minutes. Just how many minutes were left? Zhengzha dared not speak further. As the heavy panting had reached the door, reverberating through the steel, the tension among the group escalated, and soon they could hear the sound of metal scraping, unmistakably the creeper using its claws against the door. How much longer? How much time is left? Hurry. Zhengzha fixated on the iron door, gripping the pistol with a few remaining bullets tightly, fully aware that this gun would be of little use against the creepers. Yet it remained his only psychological support. Bang! A loud crash reverberated as a sharp protrusion appeared on the iron door, causing the four to feel as though their hearts might leap from their chests. They hurriedly recoiled, pressing themselves against the wall's corner, their eyes fixed on the iron door. The cacophony continued, and the number of sharp protrusions on the door increased. At last, the claws pierced into the door. As if slicing through cream, brutally tearing apart the thick steel, the terrifying visage of the creeper emerged from behind the iron door. Zhengzha and Zhang Jie shouted in unison, firing their guns wildly at the creeper. However, in the darkness, coupled with their overwhelming fear, none of the bullets found their mark. After discarding the fragments of the door, the creeper let out a roar and lunged towards the four. Chapter 5. Proof of Life, Part 1. Am I dead? Have I died? Zhengzha stood there, his eyes vacant, vividly recalling the preceding moment when the creature from his nightmares lunged at him, its enormous claws mere moments away from him, ready to shred him to pieces in an instant. So am I dead? Zhengzha stared blankly at his surroundings, standing on an exceedingly vast platform. In the center of the platform was a colossal luminous sphere, radiating light akin to the sun, illuminating the entire area, while the edges of the platform were surrounded by an endless abyss of darkness, an impenetrable black void devoid of even the slightest glimmer of light. After merely glancing at the surrounding darkness, Zhengzha felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. We survived. Damn, that was a close call. We are finally alive. Zhang Jie's voice suddenly broke the silence, pulling Zhengzha back to reality. On this platform, besides himself, there were Zhang Jie, Jeanlin, and Li Xiaoyi. No. In addition to the four of them, a girl suddenly dashed out from a room at the platform's edge, running tearfully towards Zhang Jie. This big man displayed a tender expression for the first time, rushing towards the girl and enveloping her in a passionate embrace, kissing her fervently before everyone's eyes. If you have any questions about the rules, just ask the Lord God. You can communicate through your consciousness. Aside from creating a woman, don't exchange for anything else. We'll discuss everything tomorrow. Oh, and choose any room you like. Just think about what you want. Zhang Jie, still holding the girl, charged towards a room without looking back, leaving the three of them in a state of stunned silence. After a while, the three collapsed onto the ground. That guy is really something. He can run so fast and still has the energy for intimate activities. Jeanlin lay weakly on the ground, saying, I was so scared back then. I'm still trembling now. I never expected that guy would act as if nothing happened. After speaking for a while and noticing no one was paying attention to her, she turned to find the two men standing with their eyes closed under the light sphere, presumably contemplating the women they desired. You two idiots! Men are such fools! We barely survived after enduring such a fright, and you immediately think about that. She stormed towards a room, flinging the door open with a loud bang, startling the two men from their reverie. They exchanged awkward smiles before returning to their contemplation. It is a truly wondrous sensation. As Zhengzha stands beneath the luminous orb, merely closing his eyes makes him feel as though he is melded into the very essence of the light. Before him appears a screen reminiscent of a computer program's control panel, featuring four primary categories: technology, magical legends, support, and entertainment. Additionally, there are 6 personal attributes listed: intelligence, mental power, cellular vitality, neural reaction speed, muscle strength, and immunity strength. The remaining metrics are reward points and the number of horror film subplots. Zhengzha observes that his 6 attributes are intelligence 107, mental power 122, cellular vitality 97, neural reaction speed 131, muscle strength 112, and immunity strength 103. It appears that aside from his regular exercise, which has slightly enhanced his muscle strength compared to the average individual, the rest of his attributes are fairly typical. His mental power and neural reaction speed have been augmented due to rewards received in the horror films, contributing an additional 20 and 30 points respectively. His reward points total 6502, with 1,000 points earned for completing a horror film, an additional 5,000 from B-level subplot rewards, and 500 from other accolades. The remaining 2 points were likely acquired from vanquishing over 20 zombies. The thought of creating a woman. Zhang Jia had no intention of redeeming his reward points today or enhancing himself just yet. After experiencing numerous life and death scenarios in the first horror film, he fully grasped the significance of caution. Although he possessed a considerable amount of reward points, he resolved to consult Zhang Jia before determining what enhancements or exchanges to pursue. As his mind was consumed by a singular thought, Raleigh, can I truly bring Raleigh into existence? The deity of the light orb seemed capable of discerning Zhang Jia's innermost thoughts, instantly unfolding the entertainment category. After which one option began to magnify in his mind, accompanied by a solemn yet mechanical voice. The first creation of a humanoid being is free. Subsequent creations will require 500 reward points. Please visualize in your mind the type of being you desire, including gender, appearance, height, age, skin tone, and ethnicity. Zhang Jia slowly immersed himself in his memories. That year, a tender childhood, a faint infatuation, a delicate romance. The most vivid recollections are of her fragrant hair, her radiant smile, her voice, her essence. It dawned on him that the seemingly lifeless existence he had led was due to her absence. He realized that his descent into darkness was precipitated by the loss of her small hand. If only she were by his side, his heart would never falter. A tear gradually welled in the corner of Zhang Jia's closed eye, eventually cascading to the ground, shattering into oblivion. Upon opening his eyes, a girl with a beaming smile appeared before him, appearing to be around 15 or 16, with long flowing hair, skin as white as snow, misty eyes, and ruby lips. This girl was undeniably the shadow he would never forget from the depths of his memory. Raleigh. Their childhood companionship made her presence feel as natural as the breeze. Although he had grown accustomed to it, they both understood the significance of each other in their lives. Children in the city often lead lonely childhoods. Ensconced in a jungle of steel and concrete, with neighbors' doors tightly sealed, often unaware of the faces that lived just across the way. Hence, children raised in the city often experience profound isolation. Zhang Jia considered himself fortunate. His parents were of a particularly boisterous nature, frequently inviting neighbors to sample their finest dishes. As luck would have it, their neighbors shared a similar disposition, a rarity in the city, and most fortunate of all was his acquaintance with the neighbor's younger sister. A year his junior, she was as if touched by the divine, perfect like a crystal devoid of any blemish, intelligent, kind, and resilient. Contrary to her delicate appearance, she was a girl who thrived on laughter and was undaunted by adversity. Often playfully teasing him and whispering into his ear, he thought, as long as she was by his side, his heart would never grow cold. Yet, why is human life so fragile? That year, she was 15. Lying on a white hospital bed, appearing so vulnerable, her long hair completely gone due to radiation treatment, her once rosy complexion now pale, yet her cheerful smile persisted, though he knew it was merely to comfort her loved ones. And him. What is the essence of human life? Why did she appear so beautiful and joyful one moment, only to be reduced to ashes in a ceramic urn the next? He did not want this. He longed to see her gentle smile again, to witness her rolling playfully atop him, to feel her breath on his ear. He did not want this in a world of swirling humanity, a monochrome existence. The conflicts among peers at school, the intertwining of lust and legendary youth at university, and the grueling toil of post-graduation work that seemed to affirm his existence, he found himself in a relentless descent. A continuous decay, with one woman after another, fleeting encounters resulting in separations, a series of bars, women, ecstasy, meth, and perhaps soon, the white powder that would beckon him if only she were by his side. His heart would never falter. When Zhang Jia woke, the clock on the wall read 11 in the morning. He scratched his head, intending to reach for a cigarette on the bedside table, when his arm brushed against something soft and feeble. Ugh, don't bother me. Let me sleep a little longer, an alluring voice echoed in his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. The options on the computer screen displayed the horror film cycle, Resident Evil, Death, and Raleigh. Zhang Jia's memories whirled in his mind, and he suddenly threw off the covers. Indeed, nestled upon his chest was a stunning girl, appearing to be around 15 or 16, her skin even brighter than the snowy sheets. The girl grasped at the blanket that had covered her but failed to catch it, so she shifted her body closer to Zhang Jia, remaining blissfully unaware as she slept. Zhang Jia recalled that yesterday, while creating Raleigh at the deity, he had been consumed by memories of her, her every smile, her every gesture. He had not only conceived her entire being, but had also reminisced about countless moments shared with her. As he gazed upon the beauty before him, a decade of suppressed emotions erupted within him. Zhang Jia felt a shiver run through him as he grasped the girl's delicate hand, exclaiming, "You, Raleigh, do you retain memories? Do you remember our past?" The girl wept for a moment before ceasing, casting furtive glances at Zhang Jia. Upon hearing his words, she inquired, "What do you mean? What do you mean by remembering our past? Why are you speaking so unclearly? And Mr. Pervert, please put on some clothes and fetch my green dress from my house." Zhang Jia felt a jolt of astonishment. The girl's demeanor, tone, actions, and even the charming way she pouted were unmistakably the spitting image of Raleigh from his memories. No, she was identical. Only then did he take note of the room. It was precisely his childhood bedroom, the very one he had shared with his parents, with every minute detail arranged just as he remembered. As the girl continued speaking, she began to cry softly again, her appearance reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom, leaving Zhang Jia utterly entranced. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of indignation. She began to playfully strike Zhang Jia, yet her shyness at exposing her body made her cover herself tightly with the blanket. She would strike him a few times, then wrap herself up again, her adorably petite figure leaving Zhang Jia utterly captivated. Wait a moment, could it be that I have been dreaming all along? That everything just now, including your illness, was merely a dream? Ha ha ha, so it turns out everything was just a dream. Zhang Jia laughed heartily, embracing Raleigh tightly, his laughter echoing, indifferent to her struggles and bites. However, after a moment, he found himself crying softly, a grown man holding a girl and weeping. Raleigh gradually ceased her struggles, instead wrapping her arms around him tightly. How wonderful it is! It turns out that everything was just a dream. The future I feared is something I do not wish to face. Just then, a knock echoed from the hall, causing Raleigh to flush with embarrassment. She quickly dove into the covers, exclaiming, "It's Uncle and Auntie." They re back. Zhang Jia, however, felt a chill in his heart, for he could faintly hear someone calling his name. Zhang Jia's voice, in other words, he was not merely dreaming, and the Raleigh in his arms was merely a life form he had created. Zhang Jia forced a smile and said, "Raleigh, I'll go take a look and get you some clothes. Stay here and don't wander about." Fortunately, Raleigh was buried in the blankets, so she did not see the expression on Zhang Jia's face. She merely hummed softly in response, before remaining still. Zhang Jia sighed quietly, donned his clothes, and headed towards the hall. Indeed, the room's furnishings were identical, a mirror of his adolescent bedroom. As he passed through the hall and opened the door, there stood Zhang Jia and two others. He glanced beyond them, and outside was a platform square, with the enormous floating orb at its center. "Please wait for me a moment," Zhang Jia said anxiously before the three could converse. Then he pushed through the crowd and ran towards the light orb's deity. "Tell me, O deity, is she not a life form created by you? Why does she possess her memories? Why does she resemble her so closely? Why is she unaware of everything here? Please enlighten me, O deity, what is truly happening?" Chapter 5, Proof of Existence, Part 2. With his eyes closed, Zhang Jia voiced all the confusion in his heart. After a brief pause, the voice finally responded, "She is a creation of your own. Her memories stem from your recollections of her. Her personality is derived from your memories of her, and her body and appearance are all manifestations of your memories. She is indeed the person from your recollections." Zhang Jia fell silent for a moment before continuing to inquire, "I do not comprehend your meaning, O deity. Regardless of whether she is a being from my memories, I simply wish to ask if she is a genuine person. The words she speaks, her actions, her expressions, her tears, are they all real? Are they not products of your fabricated programming or reliant on some commands? I only wish to know, is she truly a real human being?" The voice replied, "Indeed. Once a manufactured life form has come into being, unless the creator perishes or the life form is destroyed, she remains a living entity." Zhang Jia began to grasp the situation. The deity had wholly replicated Loli from his memory. No, I merely broke his limbs or pushed him towards various monsters. As long as I do not personally kill him, my reward points cannot be deducted. Is there anything unclear about this? Zhanlan and Li Xiaoyi both shuddered, while Zheng Jia nodded and replied, Indeed, I won't deliberately harm newcomers, but if they cause our demise, I won't hesitate to eliminate pests. I must survive and return to the real world. He continued, I have some information to share with everyone. I believe I have a grasp on how to trigger and complete the subplots of those horror films. Zheng Jia stated earnestly, it should involve reversing certain plot lines in horror films, such as saving seemingly doomed supporting characters or eliminating existing monsters, or completely overturning the storyline of the horror film. I suspect these methods are essential for completing the subplots. He then recounted his experiences, and when the three heard that he had saved a black mercenary captain and subsequently unlocked a B-grade horror film subplot along with 5,000 reward points, their mouths dropped open in astonishment, leaving them at a loss for words. Zhanlan cautiously inquired, What about your reward points? Zheng Jia replied, I have 6,502 points, plus one B-grade subplot. Instantly, the three looked at him with envy and jealousy. Zhang Jia chuckled wryly, I have nearly risked my life multiple times and only earned just over 4,000 reward points, while you get 6,502 points on your first horror film, along with a B-grade subplot. Damn, it's infuriating how some people have all the luck. It seems I'll have to stick with you from now on. Zheng Jia smiled and said, Who is sticking with whom? If you hadn't decided to stay with us in the Flame Queen's control room, all these reward points would have been for naught. I might have perished in the jaws of a zombie or under the claws of a crawler. I owe you my gratitude. Zhanlan giggled. Well, this is delightful. Now we know how to complete the subplots. Although the difficulty is considerable, it's certainly better than being in the dark, and apparently completing the subplots can yield additional reward points. I always said that 50,000 points are necessary to return to the real world. Earning them one horror film at a time is simply impossible. At least now we have a goal. Right? Zhang Jia also set aside his jealousy. Realizing that Zheng Jia sharing this information was a true act of friendship, he smiled and said, All right, I'll introduce everyone to the enhancement attributes and exchange items. After all, we still have 9 days and nights to rest, so take your time selecting your enhancement directions and items for the next horror film. No, for survival. Zheng Jia silently declared in his heart, casting a gentle glance towards the bedroom door. Chapter 6, Enhancement, Part 1. Enhancing 1's Attributes. The main god has categorized human qualities into 6 major classes: intelligence, mental strength, cellular vitality, nerve reaction speed, muscle tissue strength, and immune strength. According to my experiments and understanding, intelligence relates to memory and the speed of problem solving. Mental strength is somewhat elusive to me, as I lack a means to experiment with it. Cellular vitality pertains to the body's recovery capabilities. The stronger the cellular vitality, the quicker the recovery after injury. Among nerve reaction speed and muscle tissue strength, the effects of enhancement are most pronounced and beneficial to us. Enhanced nerve reaction speed allows for quicker reflexes and the ability to perceive fast-moving objects. At certain levels of enhancement, one could even visualize the trajectory of bullets. However, possessing only enhanced nerve reaction speed is insufficient, as physical strength must keep pace with it, thus making muscle tissue strength crucial. The greater your muscle tissue strength, the greater your power and speed, and it also enhances the resilience of your body. Otherwise, if you exert too much force, your body may easily break, which is the primary function of muscle tissue strength. The final category, immune strength, is equally vital. A robust immune system can prevent infection by viruses in horror films akin to Resident Evil. Zhang Jia was sharing his experiences with the other three. Continuing, these are the basics of enhancement. Next, regarding item exchanges, I suggest you two refrain from exchanging any items for now. Instead, allocate all the reward points you've obtained towards enhancing cellular vitality, nerve reaction speed, muscle tissue strength, and immune strength, focusing particularly on the first two. Otherwise, given your stamina, another long run could easily overwhelm you. Zhang Jia then turned to Zheng Jia and said, Now it's your turn. You have a B-grade subplot and 6,500 reward points, so I suggest you directly exchange for a body mutation enhancement. What to enhance is up to you, then you can use the remaining points to enhance physical attributes or exchange for a weapon. Ultimately, in the next horror film, you should be the strongest among us. Ideally, you should exchange for a weapon from the magical legend category. Zheng Jia nodded, that's precisely what I'm thinking. In all the horror films I've watched, The ones with the highest mortality rates are those inexplicable supernatural films like Ju-On. Zhangjie, the first horror film you experienced, A Nightmare on Elm Street, can also be categorized within this genre. Therefore, I intend to exchange for a weapon capable of vanquishing such entities, though I wonder if it will be exorbitantly priced. Zhangjie chuckled. What are we waiting for? Let us go and have a look. When we return, I'll have Nar whip up a delicious meal for you all. Haha, let us go. The four of them eagerly approached the luminous orb in the center of the square, particularly Zhangjie and his companions, who were about to embark on their first enhancement exchange. From this moment onward, they would transcend ordinary humanity. Especially for Zhangjie, the extent of his enhancement exchange would be far greater than the others. As anyone would. The mere anticipation of surpassing the mundane was insufficient to encapsulate their inner excitement. Zhangjie steadied his mind beneath the orb of light. Upon closing his eyes, he once again felt a connection with the main god, and the four major categories of the exchange platform manifested in his mind. First, he examined the available physical enhancement attributes. Zhangjie concentrated, and the list of auxiliary enhancements rapidly unfolded before him, revealing all physical enhancement attributes. After some contemplation, he selected only the B-grade and C-grade categories. However, even these two categories contained dozens of enhancement varieties, overwhelming Zhangjie momentarily. Spider-Man Gene Mutation Bloodline, rating 83, suitable for horror films requiring high agility. Skill Spider Silk can be utilized in any situation. Requires 1 B-grade horror film subplot, 2,000 reward points. Advanced Chi Enhancement, rating 87, suitable for horror films necessitating close combat. Skill Advanced Inner Force Pathway can significantly enhance inner strength and temporarily boost physical attributes. Requires 1 B-grade horror film subplot, 2,500 reward points. Intermediate Chi Enhancement. Advanced Werewolf Mutation Bloodline, rating 88, suitable for most horror films. Skill Werewolf Transformation allows for temporary body enhancement, increasing physical hardness and recovery, as a mutation bloodline. The exchanger will not be controlled by werewolf instincts. Requires 1 B-grade horror film subplot, 2,700 reward points. Primary Werewolf Bloodline. Vampiric Count Mutation Bloodline, rating 90, suitable for most horror films. Skill Vampiric Energy allows for the use of certain vampiric skills. Count-level vampires have significantly increased vitality, with brain and heart remaining undamaged, allowing for continuous regeneration. As a mutation bloodline, the exchanger will not fear sunlight or silver, etc. Requires 1 B-grade horror film subplot, 3,000 reward points. Vampiric Viscount Mutation Bloodline, High Radiation Mutation Gene. Zhangjie finally understood Zhangjie's earlier laughter as he perused the options. These physical mutation enhancements were indeed bizarre, featuring werewolves and vampires, and even chi enhancements. Who knows what other peculiarities might emerge? As he pondered, a thought struck him, and he quickly checked the A-grade physical enhancement list. Indeed, it also contained top-tier chi, werewolf bloodline, and vampiric bloodline enhancements, with the prerequisite requirements mirroring those of the B-grade list. Zhangjie contemplated and suddenly asked in his mind, Main God, may I pose a question? Can I select 2 bloodlines simultaneously, or choose 2 types of gene mutations at once? After a brief pause, the voice responded, yes, but it may lead to unpredictable consequences. Point 2, different genes might result in absorption or proliferation scenarios, with a 70% chance you may become a non-human entity. In other words, I might turn into a monster. Zhangjie nodded, having firmly decided on the direction of his enhancements. Firstly, he transformed the B-level side quest into 3 C-level side quests, retaining 2 of the C-level quests while converting 1 C-level quest into 3 D-level quests. This would allow him to enhance his abilities 4 times. First, exchanging for a D-level low-tier chi enhancement, then a D-level Blood Baron mutation enhancement, followed by a C-level intermediate chi enhancement, and finally a C-level Blood Viscount mutation enhancement. Consequently, he would have 1 D-level side quest remaining unused. The low-tier chi enhancement offered a reward of 500 points, the Blood Baron enhancement 800 points, the intermediate chi enhancement 1,200 points, and the Blood Viscount enhancement 1,500 points. Oh, how exorbitantly expensive! Zhangjie calculated that this enhancement would consume 4,000 reward points, and heaven have mercy, he had only 6,502 points in total, a sum earned through his relentless completion of a side quest. This expenditure would deplete more than half of his total. Gritting his teeth, he conveyed his intent for enhancement to the Lord God. Almost immediately, he felt as though he were submerged in warm water. A gentle warmth enveloping him, with one stream of energy descending into his abdomen while another ascended into his head. Before he realized it, he found himself languid, on the verge of slumber. Meanwhile, the three individuals surrounding him were utterly dumbfounded. A beam of light descended from the Lord God, enveloping Zheng Jia entirely. He began to levitate, hovering a few meters above the ground, as countless tiny particles streamed from the light into his body. A phenomenon that persisted for several minutes. Zhang Jia, in astonishment, shouted, "Wife, come look at the deity." Li Xiaoyi, equally bewildered, muttered, "Is he ascending again? Huh? Why did I say again?" In contrast to the two men's confusion, Zhan Lan remained notably composed. She suddenly turned to Zhang Jia and asked, "Surely, our physical enhancements won't be as exaggerated as this, will they?" Zhang Jia, regaining his composure, replied, "No, when you select the attributes to enhance, some particles descend from the Lord God onto you. And then you can distinctly feel your physical strength and speed bolstered." Given Zhang Jia's dramatic transformation, the enhancement he chose must be extraordinarily powerful. Several more minutes passed, and Zhang Jia gradually descended back to the ground. The strange feeling emanated from the three observing him. Although Zhang Jia had always been considered handsome, at that moment, they perceived an almost otherworldly beauty in his visage, subtle yet undeniably present. Zhang Jia too felt the warm sensation dissipate, prompting him to examine his physical attributes. Intelligence 187, mental strength 232, cellular vitality 321, neural reaction speed 287, muscle tissue strength 302, immunity strength 331. Such qualities astonished him. He had not anticipated that several low-tier physical enhancements would yield such formidable results. Surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary individual by nearly threefold, he quickly glanced at the special skills associated with his two physical enhancements, inner energy and vampire energy. The explanation for inner energy described it as the life force generated between meridians, which would automatically recover and strengthen while circulating through the body. As inner energy grew more potent, so too would the body's overall capabilities. Vampire energy, on the other hand, was defined as a unique biological energy of vampires, with the blood core in the brain serving as its energy nucleus, enabling the application of various vampire skills. Finally, Zhang Jia opened his eyes, immediately noticing the three individuals beside him, all gazing at him with an enigmatic expression. "What's wrong? Do I look different?" Zhang Jia asked, somewhat alarmed, as he touched his face and scrutinized his body. He feared that the enhancement of his bloodline or genes might have transformed him into a monster. Fortunately, upon inspection, he found no unusual alterations and loudly inquired, "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you know it's frightfully alarming?" The three exchanged awkward smiles, and Zhang Jia quickly exclaimed, "So, what did you choose for your enhancements? How is your physical condition now?" Zhang Jia replied with a smile, "I exchanged the B-level side quest for C-level and D-level quests, enhancing both low-tier and intermediate chi, and also selected the enhancement for the vampire mutation. Now, I am of the Viscount class." He then shared his physical attributes. The three listened, filled with envy and admiration. Zhan Lan suddenly touched her forehead, pondering aloud, "I've been thinking about something. Do you think those legendary beings, immortals, ghosts, vampires, werewolves, might have truly existed? Perhaps they were individuals who once lived in this space, and maybe this space has existed since ancient times. Back then, there might not have been horror films, but there certainly were terrifying legends and stories. Those who entered would undergo various scenes and enhancements, ultimately leading to their exit." The three men were captivated by her musings. Zhan Lan continued, "Consider this. Whether they be immortals, ghosts, vampires, or werewolves, the first generation is usually the strongest. Perhaps the first generation emerged from this space and passed their powers to their descendants, who, over time, diluted their strength. Do you think that is a possibility?" Li Xiaoyi suddenly asked, "Then how did this space come into existence? If it can even grant divine bloodlines for exchange, who is the creator of this space?" Zhan Lan waved her hand dismissively. "Perhaps it's a true deity, or maybe some malevolent entity. Who knows? The origins of this space remain a mystery. By the way, Zhang Jia, did you acquire any skills from your physical enhancements?" Zhang Jia responded, "Yes, I obtained inner energy and vampire energy, but I haven't quite figured out what they entail. That it feels as though there's a warm presence in my abdomen, and while concentrating, it seems like something is about to burst forth in my mind. What about you? Have your physical attributes been enhanced?" Zhanlan and Li Xiaoyi exchanged knowing smiles, especially Li Xiaoyi, who suddenly leapt 2 meters into the air and, upon landing, exclaimed excitedly, "I feel as though my body is brimming with power, and everything around me appears extraordinarily clear." "What about you, Brother Zheng?" Prompted by this, Zheng Jia began to notice his surroundings as if they had been washed clean. He could even discern the marks of a key on a distant doorknob. Acting on impulse, he leaped 3 meters into the air, and upon landing, propelled himself towards Zhang Jie and the others like an arrow, weaving between them before returning to his original spot. Astonishingly, only Zhang Jie's gaze could keep pace with him. "Incredible!" Zhanlan and Li Xiaoyi simultaneously gasped, while Zhang Jie laughed heartily. "Fantastic! Hurry and test out your 2 skills. After all, you use side quest attempts for these enhancements. By the way, check out those high-tech weapons. A D-level side quest can exchange for superb weaponry, and you use 2 C-level and 2 D-level side quests for enhancement. Your skills must be formidable." Upon hearing this, Zheng Jia reconnected with the Lord God, this time browsing the array of technological weapons. Indeed, there was a dazzling variety, from bows, shields, and long swords to machine guns, bombs, and rocket launchers. The more advanced options even included laser swords, electric harpoons, and energy cannons. Most astonishingly, Zheng Jia discovered a battle robot for piloting, requiring 20,000 attribute points and an A-level side quest. Opting for something more practical, Zheng Jia examined modern weaponry. Among them, weapons with limited ammunition were quite inexpensive. A small shoulder-mounted anti-air missile cost only 50 reward points, while a weapon with infinite ammunition required 2,000 reward points. The cost for converting a weapon to have infinite ammunition was at least 20 times greater than that of standard weapons. But the advantage was the ability to use it continuously without worrying about ammunition. Next, Zheng Jia turned his attention to magical legendary weapons, a category he was familiar with, having played similar fantasy magic games before. Consumable magical scrolls could be utilized simply by tearing them open. These scrolls were relatively inexpensive, costing only about double that of grenades. A thunderstorm scroll was 30 reward points, while a frost chain scroll cost 50 reward points. Most other weapons were melee types, such as a softly glowing longsword named Purifying Light, priced at 1,000 reward points, and an exorcising peachwood sword at 1,200 reward points. Zheng Jia had indeed considered the type of weapon he would use, believing that as his physical attributes grew stronger, his reliance on projectile technology would diminish. For instance, when he reached a level of strength allowing him to move faster than a bullet. With muscles so resilient that bullets could not penetrate, and strength sufficient to pierce an enemy with a mere finger, using a dagger would undoubtedly yield greater power than wielding a handgun. Coupled with his lingering fear of supernatural horror films, he resolved to select weapons from the magical legendary category, opting for melee weapons capable of vanquishing such supernatural entities. Zheng Jia meticulously scrutinized his surroundings. A particular ring captured his attention. This ring, named Na, was intriguing not merely for its unique designation, but for its remarkable attributes. It was described as a spiritual artifact crafted through the techniques of cultivation, capable of accommodating approximately 1.5 cubic meters of objects. Furthermore, it could be activated using 4 distinct energies: inner strength, true essence, celestial spirit energy, and divine contract power. Once activated, an energy layer could manifest a few centimeters beyond his fist, inflicting significant damage upon spiritual entities. Zheng Jia's heart raced. This was, without a doubt, a weapon tailored for him, ideal for close combat, capable of generating an energy layer, and operable through inner strength. Additionally, the ability to store around 1.5 cubic meters of items offered a delightful advantage, allowing him to carry extra provisions and medicines to avert unforeseen perils, much like those encountered in horror films. "I shall have it," he resolved. Despite the steep cost of 1,500 reward points and a D-grade side quest. Ultimately, however, Zheng Jia found himself without a single D-grade side quest to his name, leaving him with a disquieting sense of emptiness. Upon opening his eyes, an ancient-looking ring appeared before him. A brass ring, devoid of any embellishments save for a subtly carved dragon on its surface, rendering it rather unremarkable and unimpressive. The other 3 individuals gathered around, and Zhang Jie, puzzled, inquired, "Zheng Jia, did you exchange this in the entertainment category? Are you planning to gift it to that woman? Such non-consumable items can be conjured within the house. There was no need to exchange for it." Zheng Jia chuckled softly, opting not to respond. he slipped the ring onto the middle finger of his right hand, and at that instant, a warm energy surged from his lower abdomen, traversing through his meridians to the ring. He felt as though the ring was intrinsically connected to his flesh and blood, and with a mere thought, he could visualize the 1.5 cubic meters of space in his mind. This was also his first experience of using inner strength, which felt as natural as an extension of his own body. Employing it was far less daunting than he had anticipated. "Feel this?" Zhang Jia exclaimed, extending his right hand towards the trio. They exchanged bewildered glances before reaching out to touch the ring. In an instant, they recoiled as if shocked by electricity, their fingers tinged with discomfort as they gazed at him with pained expressions. "Is this an electric shock ring?" Zhan Lan asked curiously. Zhang Jia chuckled. "No, this is a spiritual artifact created through cultivation techniques, the very craftsmanship of ancient Chinese immortals. It truly is impressive. This ring, named Na, can contain objects up to 1.5 cubic meters and can harm spiritual beings. In other words, we are no longer helpless against those supernatural horrors we might encounter in films. Ha ha." The trio regarded him with a mix of envy and jealousy. Zhang Jia was aware that his fortune was indeed a stroke of luck, one that anyone would covet. He promptly decided to allocate the remaining 1,000 reward points to procure healing potions and antidotes, knowing that his ring could hold numerous such small items. This way, should any of the four sustain injuries, they would have access to treatment, which brought a sense of relief to the other three. Zhang Jia, smiling, remarked, "There's no rush to exchange. We can take our time. Now, gather your women, and let South head to my place for a meal prepared by your sister-in-law. She's a chef of exceptional caliber." "Ha ha. The master has never been stingy with food. You can find nearly anything you desire in the kitchen. Come on, from this afternoon onward, you will begin training with me." "Training?" the three queried, puzzled as they walked. Zhang Jia explained, "Indeed, training. The quality points of an individual are constantly influenced by the extent of their training. From my observations, individuals in special forces who undergo super-enhanced training possess physical capabilities that are only slightly inferior to Zhang Jia's, merely lacking in inner strength and that peculiar blood energy. However, in terms of combat skills and endurance, should they engage Zhang Jia in battle, it is entirely possible that he would emerge as the victor." Throughout the intermissions between these four horror films, I have been diligently training, enhancing my neural response times and muscular strength. Moreover, aside from these physical attributes, you must also learn firearms and various other skills. Rest assured, there is a vast shooting range in my basement. For the next horror film, we must all strive earnestly. Not merely for the sake of the next horror film, but for survival, Zhang Jia reminded himself resolutely. Above all, he wished to emerge from this experience alive, alongside the woman he cherished, and return to the world of reality. Chapter 6. Enhancement, Part 2. When Zhang Jia entered his room to summon Loli for dinner, he was astonished to find her adorned in a short skirt-made outfit, complete with long white stockings and a pristine white dress, even donning a maid's headpiece. She looked extraordinarily beautiful, captivating Zhang Jia to the point where he felt as though his very soul was being drawn towards her. Loli was humming a tune while tidying the room. Stepping out, Loli gazed in astonishment at the peculiar space before her, marveling at its wonders. She oscillated between pointing at the light orb and incessantly questioning the main deity, and then glancing at the distant darkness, feeling a wave of weakness wash over her. Even upon arriving at Zhang Jia's abode, she continued to tug at Zhang Jia's sleeve, peppering him with inquiries. Zhang Jia noticed that most of the people inside had gathered. Beside Li Xiaoyi sat a stunning blonde, whose beauty was undeniably striking, her radiant golden hair dazzlingly brilliant. This woman possessed an exquisite figure, truly a paragon of allure. Next to Zhang Jia was a classical beauty with long black hair, delicate eyebrows framing her watery eyes, adorned in an elegant qipao that accentuated her various charms. At that moment, she was meticulously tidying the wrinkled hem of Zhang Jia's clothing, her graceful movements captivating him entirely. In contrast, Zhan Lan, seated nearby, appeared sullen, occasionally casting disdainful glances at the two men, her demeanor suggesting a profound discontent. Upon seeing Zhang Jia enter the room, she couldn't help but emit a soft huff. At this juncture, Zhang Jia remarked, "The creation of life forms naturally includes men as well. Zhan Lan, why not conjure the ideal man of your dreams?" Zhan Lan retorted, "I'm not as frivolous as you all. Should one rely on fantasies to obtain what cannot be had in reality? That is simply too tedious. I never write indulgent novels. The mere thought of fabricating my ideal man is utterly revolting. Li Xiaoyi, blushing at her words, drew laughter from Zhang Jie, who exclaimed, "Don't deceive yourself. You are clearly a maiden. I, a connoisseur of women, can discern your status with a mere glance." "Ha ha!" Zhang Lan's cheeks flushed, and feigning composure, she replied, "This is the crux of the distinction between men and women. Men yearn to possess the women of their dreams and engage emotionally, while women seek sincere affection and to deeply love that man. Do you truly believe I would be as trivial as to engage with the opposite sex devoid of feelings?" No sooner had she finished speaking than a woman's voice echoed from behind Zhang Jia. "Sister speaks wisely. These men are indeed detestable, both lecherous and vile, utterly oblivious to the significance of genuine emotion." Lowly, elated, approached Zhang Lan and struck up a conversation, the two women quickly forging a bond. Addressing each other as sisters after only a few exchanges, Zhang Jie, observing Zhang Jia's distressed expression, laughed heartily. "You are indeed late. Your sister-in-law has already complained that the food has grown cold. Ha ha. Come, let us dine. The more, the merrier." Zhang Jia, generous in spirit, exchanged 1,000 reward points for an exquisite array of fine wines and spirits, including world-class vintage wines and rare liquors, as if they were mere water. Zhang Jie's words rang true. Compared to essential goods, such entertainment consumables were remarkably affordable. A bottle of 200-year-old wine cost only 10 reward points, and upon tasting, Zhang Jia found it exceptionally rich. Even without being a connoisseur, he could appreciate its exquisite flavor. By the time he returned to the room, his spatial ring was brimming with fine wines. The group was unreserved, indulging in the sumptuous feast prepared by the classical beauty, whose culinary skills were undoubtedly of a master chef's caliber. They savored the delicacies as if they might consume their very tongues: bear paw, monkey brain, and a medley of mountain and ocean treasures. Though only a dozen dishes had been prepared, each was a rare delight. In reality, they would scarcely have had the opportunity to enjoy such fare. After a hearty meal, the group nearly licked their plates clean. Lowly, eager to learn culinary skills from the classical beauty, affectionately called her sister repeatedly. Zhang Jie lit a cigarette, reflecting, "The main deity has truly excelled in this regard. I dare say no billionaire in the real world could replicate our level of indulgence. Look at us. We drink vintage wines as if they were water. This cigarette is of the highest quality. Were it not for the impending horror film cycle, I must admit, living here would be quite splendid. When feeling lonely, one could simply return to the real world with a woman, travel a bit, and then return. Such a life is indeed enviable." Zhang Jia and the others nodded in agreement. Zhang Jia laughingly added, "Thus, we must strive to survive. Regardless of the horror films, we must endure. Whether we return to reality or exchange for ample survival days, we can choose to live here or return to the real world at our discretion. Right?" The group shared a moment of reflection, and Zhang Jie chuckled, "Very well, then I shall first take you to the training grounds. After a brief respite, we shall commence training. You have 9 days to prepare. And then we shall face the next horror film." Chapter 7. Preparations complete. Part 1. The inner sanctum crafted by Zhang Jie was vast, as he led the three towards the basement, leaving the three girls outside, chattering incessantly. After traversing several flights of stairs, a colossal plaza, the size of a football field, unfolded before them, eliciting gasps of astonishment from Zhang Jia and the others. Zhang Jie, with a hint of pride, explained, "Initially, I was unaware that my dwelling could be altered at will. Gradually, I learned how to manipulate it. One merely needs to focus on the desired changes while grasping the door handle. The main deity will remodel according to your imagination, and it will correct any imperfections in your vision, just like this training base." The other three marveled at the sight. The plaza was divided into several areas, including a shooting range, a long-distance running track, obstacle courses, and a combat platform, effectively encompassing all aspects of physical training. From today onwards, we will train rigorously every day from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., and 7 p.m. to midnight. In these few days, we cannot expect significant physical results, so you must practice shooting and combat, alongside running to test your utmost endurance. Only when you understand your physical limits can you strategically conserve energy during the horror films. In short, there remains much to train for. Zhang Jie elaborated on the purpose of each training area, Running and obstacles were designed to prepare for long-distance sprints in horror films, while combat training was essential. Firearm proficiency was paramount in sci-fi horror narratives, and the group unanimously agreed to Zhang Jie's training regimen. Zhang Jia pondered aloud, "What about firearms? Should we exchange for them to train, or rely solely on your Desert Eagle?" Zhang Jie laughed heartily. "Did I not mention that I can create items within my room? Many items cannot be taken outside, however. Look over there at the storage. I specifically exchanged for a manual detailing all firearms from the main deity and have thus created numerous weapons. You can also test the power of those Ultratech weapons. Though they are quite expensive, if your reward points are sufficient, it would be wise to exchange for one for protection." Li Xiaoyi cheered and dashed toward the shooting range. While Zhan Lan sighed, "I suppose weapons from magical legends cannot be created here?" Zhang Jie shook his head with a wry smile. "Indeed, I have tried to create them, but to no avail. It seems the main deity has imposed restrictions in this regard." Zhan Lan touched her forehead. "As expected, the most challenging horror films will likely be those involving supernatural elements. To increase difficulty, the main deity would not allow us to familiarize ourselves with such weapons. If I acquire excess reward points, I will only exchange for one modern weapon for practical use. Any surplus must go towards magical weapons. That is my plan." Zhang Jia and Zhang Jie nodded in silent agreement, particularly Zhang Jia, who reflected on his decision to acquire the spatial ring, realizing that the 1,500 reward points were indeed well spent. Throughout the afternoon, Zhang Jie instructed the group on the usage of firearms. Initially, they had been eager to experiment with the Ultratech weapons, but they soon focused intently on mastering conventional firearms, particularly honing their shooting accuracy. By day's end, Zhan Lan and Li Xiaoyi had engaged in target practice. Meanwhile, Zhang Jie had dragged Zhang Jia to the combat platform. Having survived 4 horror films, he had primarily invested his reward points in enhancing his physical attributes, particularly in reaction speed and muscle strength. And having likely undergone military training, his combat skills far surpassed those of novice Zhang Jia. After a few exchanges, Zhang Jia felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was knocked to the ground. Zhang Jie shook his head. "This won't do. While your speed and strength have increased significantly, you lack composure. Do not expend energy recklessly. Your current strength is magnitudes greater than before, and each punch can be unmanageable for now. Focus on controlling your strength and speed, and develop your skills. In the upcoming horror film, we will truly depend on you." Zhang Jia nodded thoughtfully, feeling a certain loss of control over his strength. His curiosity regarding the inner energy within him was piqued. Could it truly be as miraculous as described in those tomes? Just moments ago, when Zhang Jie had struck him in the abdomen, the force had been formidable. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have surely been knocked unconscious. Yet, Zhang Jia had only felt a fleeting pain, as a warm current surged through him, swiftly dissipating the discomfort. It seemed that the efficacy of this inner energy was indeed no mere exaggeration. Throughout the afternoon, the 4 of them trained vigorously in the training ground. As evening approached, they found themselves at Zhang Jie's home. Indulging in food and drink. It was then that Zhang Jia took his leave with Luo Li by his side. On their way, he continued to ponder the day's training. He had begun to grasp the effects of his inner energy. Aside from its ability to alleviate pain swiftly, when it coursed through his entire being, both his speed and strength could double in an instant. That singular moment had allowed him to overpower Zhang Jie, who had barely had time to resist against the overwhelming force. Any technique had proven futile. Alas, such a state of power could only be maintained briefly. Afterward, he found himself weak and lethargic for over 10 minutes. Clearly, this technique was best reserved for moments of dire need. Humph, Zhang Jia mused, still grappling with how to harness the energy of the Blood Clan. Surely, skills on par with inner energy wouldn't be too inferior. Humph, humph, humph. The sound of 3 scoffs broke his reverie, and he realized it was none other than the blushing Luo Li standing before him, evidently quite upset. Upon catching Zhang Jia's gaze, she placed her hands on her hips and declared, "You stand here lost in thought while walking alongside me, clearly lamenting your failure to create other beauties before. Is it that you are smitten by those 2 older sisters? Look at me. I am but a tender fruit, while mature women possess the allure. Is that what you think?" Zhang Jia regarded Luo Li, who was both charming and pouting. In truth, this young woman was certainly not inferior to those 2 enchanting figures. It was merely that her allure had yet to fully blossom, exuding more of the innocence of a young girl. He smiled and took her hand, saying, I was contemplating the training from this afternoon. If you wish to know, I will tell you everything in detail. You must have confidence in yourself. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of boys at school who wished to pursue you. And you know that I have always liked you. How could I possibly think of anyone else? Luo Li scrutinized Zheng Jia for a long while before finally smiling and saying, All right then, you must tell me how you have spent these years. In detail and truthfully, just as you promised, correct? Zhang Jia was taken aback, and then he chuckled bitterly at that moment. He wished he could silence his own mouth. Perhaps the adage about trouble arising from loose lips had never been more apparent. Chapter 7. Preparations complete. Part 2. Good people should enjoy the sweetness of life. Good people deserve happiness. But am I still a good person? Zhang Jia realized he could not truly consider himself one. The death of Luo Li had struck him with profound shock, leading him down a path of complete indulgence and degradation. His life had become a monochrome existence filled with online gaming, nights spent in bars, fleeting encounters, work, rest, and interactions with high school students online, drugs, and debauchery. He knew he had ceased to be a good person. When he yearned for the light that once illuminated his life, it now cast a reflection of decay and filth upon him. He no longer dared to look up at that light. Perhaps darkness was now more fitting for him. Zhang Jia could not bear to imagine how Luo Li would react upon learning how he had lived these past years. She was so pure, like a flawless crystal, and his own corruption would be starkly illuminated before her, revealing even the darkest corners of his soul. He braced himself for the worst as he sat on the couch. Lighting a cigarette, preparing to recount the years to Luo Li, however, she stood up with a cold huff, saying, No more. Look at your disheveled state. It's clear what kind of life you've led these years. I don't want to hear it. Knowing will only upset me. Luo Li leaned closer to Zheng Jia and said, You big lecher, listen closely. I have returned now. So from this moment on, forget all those chaotic memories in your head. All those women and whatever other girls or ladies. Forget them all. Before you stands Luo Li, only Luo Li, the one and only Do you understand? As she spoke, the young girl gradually began to cry, tightly embracing Zheng Jia. Sobbing, I'm so sorry, truly sorry I failed to uphold our promise to grow old together and reminisce about our childhood like in the songs. I would rather forget you than forget this promise. You must have felt so lonely these years. I've been so selfish, leaving you to bear everything alone. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Zheng Jia held her tightly without uttering a word, and the room was filled only with the sound of her weeping, which lingered for a long time. Yet both knew that the sorrow expressed through tears left behind a sense of hope. The past was irretrievable, but they faced an infinite future filled with possibilities and aspirations. Time of happiness always passes swiftly. During the day, Zheng Jia trained tirelessly in various survival skills, particularly focusing on the control and recovery of his inner energy. In the evenings, he would watch horror films with Luo Li. Yes, horror films. Zheng Jia discovered that even horror films could be exchanged through the main deity, each one available for a modest price. Just a few reward points could procure 50 films. For those who would soon experience horror firsthand, being familiar with the plots was paramount. After each viewing, Zheng Jia would find a way to carry Luo Li back to his room, even though she would always protest loudly. Yet in the end, she would invariably succumb to his embrace. This led to long nights of exertion, but thanks to the rapid recovery provided by his inner energy, Zheng Jia managed to rise by 7 each morning. This routine continued for 9 days, and today marked the final day for the 4 of them in this space. They had decided not to train, opting instead for a day of rest, until dusk when they would be transported into the next horror film. Before that, they had one last opportunity to confirm their preparations. Around 11 in the morning, Zheng Jia was still chatting with Luo Li in bed. In truth, they had awakened long ago. After an affectionate entanglement, they felt too lethargic to rise, which led to their extended conversation until noon. So, are you really leaving today? Luo Li murmured softly while lying on Zheng Jia's chest. Her voice was barely audible, and he had to strain to catch her words. Zheng Jia felt a heaviness in his heart. He had no inkling of what horrors awaited them next. Perhaps a virus, a monster, a high-tech creature, or even an alien invasion. Once transported into the horror film, his life would be at stake, so he refrained from answering, simply tightening his embrace around the lovely figure in his arms. Our promise, and no matter what, we must grow old together, reminiscing about our childhood. You must hold me and tell me the stories. We will travel the outside world together. You will accompany me to witness the auroras at the poles. Lie on the deck and gaze at the stars over the Pacific. Visit the statues of Easter Island. Chase flocks of pigeons in the square, and stand beneath the ruins of ancient Greek architecture. Imagining ancient myths, so many promises to fulfill. Tell me, you must return, and we will complete these promises together. Right? Luoli lifted her head, gazing earnestly into Zheng Zha's eyes. Only when he nodded affirmatively did she lay back down on his chest. Their love resembled a castle built of sand on the beach, constructed grain by grain, requiring careful attention to prevent the waves from washing it away. It was a challenging and tiring endeavor. But once the castle stood complete, its beauty revealed itself, worthy of all the effort put into safeguarding it. Zheng Zha had not heard those words in a decade. She used to express them frequently. Looking at him with a sense of longing that time, he hadn't paid much heed to her words, but after losing her for 10 years, hearing them once more stirred profound emotions within him. Therefore, please be sure to complete the castle. This time, we shall both keep our promise. Zheng Zha closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with unwavering determination. And no matter what, he must survive. No matter what. Essentially, each person was equipped with 3 grenades, a bottle of emergency hemostatic spray, an oral detoxification agent, a roll of high-efficiency bandages, and a disposable malicious talisman. Haha, I am truly grateful to Zheng Zha. This has already cost over 100 reward points, a sum we could hardly gather on our OWN.in, the center of the square. Zheng Zha exchanged the remaining 1,000 reward points for several disposable grenades, along with various potions and high-efficiency bandages. Additionally, he specifically acquired a few disposable malicious talismans, which would ignite as a warning when malevolent spirits approached, ensuring that the holder would remain unharmed until the talisman burned out. Zheng Zha 6502276 Zha. Yes, confronted by the 3 articulate youths, Zheng Zha unabashedly declared, "Please, everyone, quiet down. We will elaborate on the specifics shortly. For now, let us turn to Chu Xian to discuss the intricacies of the horror film Alien." Chu Xian had been meticulously observing Zheng Zha and his companions, while also taking note of the individuals seated on the ground and the surrounding environment. Upon hearing Zheng's request, he nodded and calmly responded, continuing on. The crew aboard the merchant vessel naturally intended to eliminate the alien. Their arsenal was rather limited, but the weapon that left the most profound impression on me was the flamethrower. However, from my calculations, such a close-range, high-temperature weapon possesses almost negligible lethality against an alien with extraordinary speed and an exceptionally robust exoskeleton. Yet, it can still shred you to pieces in an instant. The 3 youths appeared startled by Zheng Zha's tone, and upon witnessing Chu Xian and his companions' indifference as they continued their discourse, their indignation boiled over. The youth adorned with copper rings shouted at Zheng Zha, "What the hell do you think you are? How dare you order us around? I know who you are and where you reside. Do you believe I won't rally my crew to eliminate your entire family?" These were nothing more than mere street thugs, brazenly threatening to annihilate families, and they seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of others' residences. Before Zheng Zha could respond, Zhang Jia coldly smirked as he withdrew a Desert Eagle from his inner pocket and pointed it at the copper-ringed youth, saying, "Be quiet. This is a crucial moment for gathering intelligence. Do not provoke my wrath." Upon seeing the firearm, the 3 youths and their companions were immediately thrown into a panic, retreating hastily to create a wide berth around them. The 3 youths exchanged glances and began to laugh heartily, with the copper-ringed youth surprisingly producing a handgun of his own, exclaiming, "Where are you from? Damn it, if you're going to buy a fake, at least get a proper one like the Type 54 at a Desert Eagle. That's a good one. Do you think just anyone can get their hands on the genuine article? It's clearly a counterfeit." In that instant, without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jia pulled the trigger, and with a deafening crack, the youth's arm, which held the gun, was shattered. The sheer force of the Desert Eagle was astounding. Aft, Zheng Zha surveyed the wide-eyed crowd around him. Feeling a surge of astonishment himself, it seemed that this newcomer was indeed extraordinary. Who exactly was this individual? Hesitantly, Zheng Zha inquired, "Who are you, really? Why do you believe this place is so far from Beijing?" Chu Xian chuckled softly and replied, with an IQ of 220, "If I can't deduce these questions, then I might as well have lived in vain. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Chu Xian, a colonel. Before coming here, I was stationed at the Longyin military base in Beijing, the second most classified military base in China, right after the Longxing military base. I truly find it hard to believe that anyone could have abducted me from there. Moreover, my detection device indicates that I haven't left the Longyin base at all. After much contemplation, I could only think of one plausible explanation for this situation. I may have physically departed from the Longyin base. Yet my device falsely reports that I have not moved an inch. Chu Xian displayed his wristwatch, which he claimed had been redesigned. As a national treasure-level researcher, his watch was equipped to communicate with the main computer at the Longyin base to prevent espionage. It continuously sent signals to ascertain his location and displayed the distance he had traveled from the base. This means that I instantaneously exited my spatial realm, rendering the watch incapable of receiving electronic signals from the Longyin base's main computer. It still believes I am within the confines of the Longyin base. This is the only rationale I can deduce, and it appears that this astonishing explanation might actually be true. Zhang Jia and Zhang Jie exchanged glances. And he suddenly said, Zhanlan, could you please explain to them what this place is and why we have found ourselves here? Zhanlan's eyes sparkled as she giggled. Thank you. Hee, once we return, I'll personally whip up a few dishes for you. You know, girls tend to have less stamina than you men. I'll allocate all my 100 reward points to enhancing cellular vitality and muscle strength. Zhanlan then elaborated on their current predicament, particularly detailing how everyone would be trapped in a perpetual cycle akin to countless horror films. Surviving each horror film would yield a reward of 1,000 points, which could be exchanged for weapons or physical enhancements. Presently, they stood within the horror film Alien, and the newly appeared watch displayed their mission, to eliminate the alien creature. However, Zhanlan withheld information regarding the subplots of the horror film, as that knowledge belonged solely to their group and was not something to be shared with newcomers. Most of the newcomers exhibited expressions of disbelief or panic, apart from Chu Xian, who calmly surveyed the surroundings. Two others remained composed while observing the four of them. To Xingjia's surprise, he noticed a tall and robust Caucasian among the crowd. He approached the two and asked, May I know your names? Does this individual understand Mandarin? One of them, slightly slender but evidently well-toned, took a step back instead of shaking Zheng Jia's hand and said, You may call me Zero. I prefer not to answer any further questions. The Caucasian, however, was more forthright, grasping Zheng Jia's hand enthusiastically and saying, Kampa, but you can call me Kampa. I certainly understand Mandarin, though I'm not accustomed to speaking it. You have quite a strong grip. Zheng Jia then surveyed the remaining individuals. Aside from the 3 small-time thugs still kneeling on the ground, 5 others stood together. 2 middle-aged men with protruding bellies, their hair slick with oil, clutching briefcases, unmistakably familiar with each other from the business world. The remaining 3 consisted of 2 young men and 1 woman, all appearing to be in their 20s. One of the men appeared sharp-witted, scanning the area, while the other engaged in flirtatious banter with the professional woman. They all seemed to be office workers, and after the initial panic, they appeared to have regained their composure. Zhang Jia shook his head and said loudly, Now, I ask everyone to share their previous occupations, ages, and areas of expertise. Only then can we allocate our respective responsibilities. The group hesitated, but Chu Xian spoke first. While you say that, it does not guarantee the truth of your statements. Is there anything to prove that you are not lying? Perhaps the items you claim to have exchanged or your exceptional physical abilities? Zhang Jie scoffed. Do you think surviving a horror film is so easy? It would be an understatement to describe its terrors as life-threatening. Perhaps only those who have survived around 20 of them could meet your requirements, and their physical prowess would be capable of punching through steel. Chu Xian shook his head. No, you've misunderstood. I meant no offense. I merely wish to alleviate any distrust among us for the sake of our collaboration. Now, he continued, glancing at Zero and Kampa, please show me the hemostatic spray and bandages you used earlier. Zhang Jie nodded at Li Xiaoyi, who promptly handed over the bandages and hemostatic spray he had been carrying. Unexpectedly, the bespectacled man asked, Who has a dagger, preferably a sharp one? The 4 exchanged glances, realizing they did not possess any close combat weapons. Just then, Kampa produced a sleek black sharkskin dagger from his pocket and generously tossed it to Chu Xian. Zhang Jia and the others noticed that both Kampa and Zero were intently focused on Chu Xian. Without hesitation, Chu Xian made a decisive cut on his wrist, as if his hand were not his own. Blood gushed forth like water, prompting screams from Zhanlan and the professional woman, while the other newcomers gasped in shock. Chu Xian then sprayed the hemostatic spray on his wrist, and astonishingly, The bleeding ceased almost immediately. Within moments, he wrapped the bandage around his hand and tossed the dagger and supplies back to Kamparovsky. Zhang Jia and his companions exchanged looks of astonishment as Kampa and Zero replicated the same actions. Once completed, Kampa boldly declared, "I am a member of an international mercenary group, the top-tier firearms specialist. You may call me Overlord. To be honest, I would prefer if you were lying, as this is indeed a dreadful place." Zero returned the supplies to Li Xiaoyi and, while adjusting the bandage around his wrist, coldly stated, "I have no name. You may continue to call me Zero. I am a professional assassin, specializing in long-range precision sniping. Unfortunately, it appears this horror film does not require my skills, and there are no sniper rifles available here." Chapter 8, Alien 1, commences, Part 3. Zhang Jia nodded, yet before he could speak, Zhang Jia burst into laughter. "Impressive. Your strengths are formidable. All 4 of us survived the previous horror film. I've made it through 4. While the others have each survived 1. However, it seems we made a strategic error. We should have exchanged for some heavy weaponry with limited ammunition instead, as those consumables are quite inexpensive." Subsequently, Jean Lan meticulously explained that after completing their tasks, everyone would return to the main divine space and detailed the categories of items available for exchange. Upon concluding her explanation, a smile adorned her face, indicating she had successfully earned the 100 reward points. Chu Xian adjusted his glasses, curiously asking, "But why is he the strongest among you 4? He then gazed directly at Zhang Jia, while Zero and Overlord had also been quietly observing him. Zhang Jia smiled and replied, "It's not a secret. For every horror film survived, each person earns 1,000 reward points, a fixed reward. In addition, the main deity issues various tasks within the horror films, completion of which grants additional rewards, including subplots and extra points. Why watch displays our current mission and the rewards available for completion. I earned some extra points for completing a task in the last horror film, which is why I appear slightly stronger than the rest." Chu Xian seemed poised to ask more, but at that moment, the lone door in the room slowly creaked open. All eyes turned toward it, yet the open door revealed nothing but emptiness. The horror film had commenced. Zhang Jia suddenly drew a Desert Eagle from his possession, aiming it at the door, but after several minutes, the threshold remained devoid of any presence. Zhang Jia and the others collectively exhaled in relief, only to witness the 2 middle-aged men with briefcases brazenly stepping towards the door. Frightened, Zhang Jia exclaimed, "Do not venture out recklessly. This is your first horror film, and you are far more vulnerable than we are. In this film, you are at a greater risk. If we are to gather intelligence, it should be us who go out." At the stroke of midnight, a cold chuckle escaped from Lingdian's lips as he remarked, "Do you truly believe they are venturing forth to gather intelligence?" As he spoke, the 2 office workers, a man and woman, made their way outside, followed closely by 3 ruffians who dashed away like madmen. It was then that Zhang Jia faintly overheard the 2 middle-aged men, each clutching a briefcase, uttering, "Hey, you think we're oblivious? Just setting up a random movie scene and finding some stooges to swindle us? Spend more on the production, will you? Look at that pitiful sight, claiming to be a professional assassin. If he's a professional assassin, then I must be Superman." The office workers murmured their agreement, while the 3 ruffians, seemingly fleeing for their lives, said nothing as they pushed past the quartet and sprinted deeper into the corridor. In the end, among the newcomers, only 4 remained: Chu Xian, the formidable Bawang Kampa Lefusiji, Lingdian, and a seemingly astute ordinary young man. The young man cautiously approached the group and asked, "May I join you? Despite the absurdity of the situation, I still wish to stay by your side. By the way, my name is Li Shuaishi, and my profession is, I've just graduated from university and haven't yet established a career. However, before arriving here, I watched numerous horror films and listened to many terrifying tales at home. Additionally, I have delved into fantasy novels online and explored various mythologies from different countries." Zhang Jia exchanged glances with Zhang Jia and, smiling, extended his hand toward Li Shuaishi, saying, "Welcome to our team. Though we may not all survive, we shall at least not abandon our companions." Zhang Jia tucked his handgun into his jacket and then inquired, "What shall we do next? We can't just remain here indefinitely." "Can we?" "Intelligence," both Zhan Lan and Chu Xian exclaimed in unison, sharing a knowing smile. Chu Xian gestured for Zhan Lan to take the lead, stating, "You handle this. My strength lies in analysis, and I lack confidence in strategizing." Zhan Lan chuckled, brushing her forehead. As a writer, I excel in strategizing. Of course, if I make any errors, please do point them out. Before you all awakened, we conducted an analysis. The horror film Alien is not particularly daunting. Throughout the movie, there is only one alien. In terms of survival difficulty in horror films, it could even be said to be less challenging than Resident Evil. Both are science fiction horror films that can be explained with modern technology. Yet, why does Resident Evil feature only 7 characters while this film boasts 15? We believe the plot has changed, thus raising the difficulty level as determined by the Master God. Chu Xian nodded, comparing it to Resident Evil. The crawlers there are certainly no less formidable than the alien, and in fact, they outnumber it. Your hypothesis should hold water. The survival difficulty in Alien cannot be greater than that of Resident Evil. If the plot has indeed altered, what do you think we should do now? Intelligence, Jean-Lan affirmed. We need to understand the extent of the plot changes and why the difficulty has escalated so significantly. Moreover, we cannot ascertain the alien's true power merely from the film. We must confront it face to face to gauge its speed, strength, and various other factors, which will help us determine how to eliminate the alien. Seeing that Chu Xian also nodded in agreement, and with Lingdian and Ba Wang offering no objections, Zhang Jia concurred. If that's the case, let us explore this merchant ship. It would be ideal to encounter plot characters, but should we face an alien? I will confront it directly. Zhang Jie possesses an infinite ammunition Desert Eagle. If possible, let Lingdian provide cover fire for me. If I utilize my internal energy, I believe I can manage to escape regardless. At that moment, piercing screams echoed from the other end of the corridor, likely from the 2 middle-aged men and the office workers. The 8 individuals in the room exchanged glances before sprinting towards the source of the commotion. Aside from Zhang Jia and his strengthened companions, Chu Xian, Lingdian, and Ba Wang exhibited astonishing physical prowess, managing to keep pace with Zhang Jia. The young man, however, gasped for breath, quickly falling behind. Zhang Jia glanced back, sighed, and then grasped the young man's arm, pulling him into the middle of the group. Even so, the youth appeared thoroughly exhausted. The source of the screams was a spacious hall spanning several dozen square meters, where the middle-aged men and the 2 office workers sat on the floor in terror. Pointing towards 3 corpses that lay rigidly on the ground, as Zhang Jia and the others entered, they were met with the horrifying sight of the 3 bodies. A blonde woman, a black man, and a Caucasian man, their faces grotesquely contorted as if they had suffered immense agony before death. Upon entering, the middle-aged men and office workers fled towards the opposite corridor in terror. Zhang Jia sighed, opting not to pursue them. Instead, he knelt beside the bodies, scrutinizing them closely. After a few moments, he pale-faced inquired, "An alien. How many aliens appeared in total?" Chu Xian confidently replied, "1. My memory cannot possibly falter on such details." Zhang Jia rose, his complexion ashen, for beneath him lay 3 corpses, each with a deep wound in their chests, indicative of alien embryos having burst forth from within. One body bore a gaping hole in its chest and abdomen, as if a far larger alien had emerged from within, a thought so horrifying that it sent shivers down his spine. Then we are about to confront 3, or perhaps even larger aliens. Chapter 1. Ultimate Terror, Part 1. In the film Alien, the entire merchant ship was plagued by a single alien, which eliminated everyone aboard except the protagonists, showcasing its terrifying power unequivocally. Upon witnessing the 3 corpses, Lingdian silently crouched down, wiping a smear of blood with his hand and bringing it to his nose to sniff, muttering, "They died approximately 4 to 5 hours ago." Chu Xian also knelt beside the corpses, tracing the holes in the chests of 2 bodies with his fingers, then doing the same on the body with the larger wound. After a lengthy pause, he rose with a grave expression, saying, "Indeed, it's the Queen. This is dire news. Our mission is to eliminate all the aliens, correct? If there truly is a Queen aboard this ship, I fear we may be doomed." The others turned their gazes towards him, and Jean-Lan touched her forehead, remarking, "I recall that the Queen refers to the mother alien capable of laying eggs, significantly larger than the ordinary aliens. Is that the type you mean?" Chu Xian nodded. "Yes, that's precisely the one. It is nearly 10 times stronger than the ordinary alien, and without heavy weaponry, it's virtually impossible to inflict harm upon it. The most troubling aspect is that we are far too conspicuous." Zhang Jia queried in confusion, "Too conspicuous? What do you mean, food? Consider this. To grow a creature the size of a small snake into one over 2 meters tall in a remarkably short time. Do you think it would happen without sustenance? Impossible. It requires a substantial amount of organic matter and energy. In other words, they must feed during this period. I have always found it curious why these 3 corpses were not consumed. Or perhaps they have already found sufficient bodies, Chu Xian murmured, half-crouched. After standing, Chu Xian continued, in other words, we may very well become their food. If it were just the 8 of us, that would be one thing. We could stick together and stay informed of the aliens' movements. But what about the other 7? They have scattered throughout the merchant ship, making them the most delectable prey in the eyes of the aliens. In fact, I suspect all the plot characters have become hosts for the aliens' eggs. 7 characters, excluding that robot, could potentially mean 1 queen and 5 aliens. This is the situation we are most likely to face. Zhang Jia asked curiously, but why couldn't there be more queens? After all, more dead is not a concern. A few more would simply mean more deaths. Chu Xian shook his head. That is not possible. Aliens have their own survival structure, much like an ant colony or a beehive. Within a single hive, there can only be 1 queen. Otherwise, internal conflict would lead to war, or the weaker faction would leave. Yet here we are, trapped within a closed merchant ship, and with only a few aliens, there cannot be a second queen. In truth, ever since watching Alien, I have considered these fictional beings to be the epitome of physical evolution. They adapt their form and environmental resilience based on their host's genes, continuously modifying their own DNA to evolve, akin to humans who have unlocked their genetic potential. Genetic potential? Humans? Everyone turned their attention to the self-absorbed scientist, who held a military rank. Just then, cries of distress and pleas for help echoed from deep within the corridor, growing increasingly harrowing and anguished. After a mere 10 seconds, the voices fell silent. Ling Dian, fixated on the corridor, coldly remarked, "It's those 3 ruffians. They have been attacked." Zhang Jia sighed and remarked, "Let us proceed and take a look. Perhaps we might discover some extraterrestrial beings and eliminate them in the process. The current extraterrestrials should be quite weak, don't you think?" Chu Xian nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, the extraterrestrials are still in their juvenile stage. If we possess sufficient firearms to confront them, they are, without doubt, quite feeble." "Have you not exchanged for any other weapons aside from a Desert Eagle?" Zhang Jia, and the others exchanged wry smiles, with Zhang Jia stating, "We are, after all, quite different from you. I am merely an ordinary office worker." Aside from Zhang Jia, who is a retired veteran, she is a writer, and he is a student. Can you truly expect us to possess extensive knowledge or know how to engage in combat? Chu Xian chuckled and replied, "Let us move forward. We should first examine the situation. Moreover, your statement is not entirely accurate. Did I not mention the genetic lock earlier? This represents the pinnacle of technological advancement. Our nation happens to be at the forefront of this global race, to the extent that even countries like the United States and those in Europe may not be as knowledgeable as we are. In the distant prehistoric era, our ancestors were not merely monkeys. In fact, long before that, there existed an archaeological gap in the lineage of humanity. Yes, there is no evidence to elucidate why humanity transitioned abruptly from monkeys to humans. Do not be deceived by the so-called gradual evolution described in textbooks. Such claims are mere fabrications. The notion of millions of years of evolution is a fallacy. I tell you, the most advanced genetic studies reveal that this transition occurred within a mere span of 120 years. Indeed, not millions of years, not hundreds of thousands, nor even thousands. Merely a brief period of 120 years was sufficient for humanity to meet all necessary conditions for evolution from monkeys to primitive humans. The genetic lineage of humanity encompasses the evolution from the most ancient unicellular organisms, progressing to multicellular beings, fish, and amphibians, ultimately culminating in modern humans. All of this is reflected in the genetic decoding. Do you know what emerged within those 120 years? I will tell you. A lock? Yes, a lock. The full potential of humanity was unleashed for just over 120 years, after which it was inexplicably sealed away. Consequently, from primitive humans to contemporary ones, our degree of evolution has been negligible. In fact, in recent tens of thousands of years, humanity has seen no further evolution. You might argue about technological advancements. While humanity is indeed far more advanced than tens of thousands of years ago, this is merely an accumulation of knowledge, entirely unrelated to the evolution of humanity itself, which has gradually stagnated. As Chu Xian continued to run, he paid no heed to the astonished expressions of others, calmly stating, "This space. I am not referring to the film Extraterrestrial, but rather the entirety of this horror film cycle. In truth, I have encountered it before. Back then, I was unaware of its significance. In the site where the skull of the cave dweller was discovered, our nation found a stone tablet inscribed with writings. We managed to translate most of the text, which essentially conveys, when human evolution comes to a complete standstill, terror will once again unlock the genetic lock, propelling human evolution forward. The author of the message was identified as the first batch of humans to unlock the genetic lock. Perhaps this space has existed since ancient times. Suddenly, Zhang Jia's heart stirred as he inquired, what happens when the genetic lock is unlocked? Does humanity become superhuman? Chu Xian smiled and replied, you must have heard the famous line by Li Bai, heaven has endowed me with talent for a purpose. The essence of the genetic lock is precisely that. According to the genetic evidence, there are no weak humans. Each individual should possess their unique strengths, and these strengths are undoubtedly of the utmost talent. In fact, through training, humans can indeed reach such levels of aptitude, be it in sports, memory, or intelligence. Thus, unlocking the genetic lock allows individuals to determine their talents according to the circumstances. One can transform into a super genius when intellect is required, a mighty warrior when strength is needed, or a survivor in combat situations, a super soldier who can endure even when all others perished. In every situation, they can solve challenges, possessing an unwavering will to survive, never succumbing to death under any circumstances. This is the evolution that follows the unlocking of the genetic lock. Chapter 1. Extreme Terror, Part 2. Chu Xian's words left the others profoundly shaken. The prospect of humans being able to arbitrarily alter their strengths and survive under any conditions represents the ultimate realization of human potential. Imagine this. If monkeys reached such extremes and transformed into humans, what might a human become if they were to unlock their full potential? Zhang Jia felt a stirring in his heart, as if he had suddenly grasped something profound. Yet when he attempted to meditate on it, his mind drew a blank. It was then that the previously silent Zero spoke up. How does one unlock the genetic lock? Does it require some form of medication or something else? Chu Xian waved his hand dismissively. It necessitates a substance akin to adrenaline, which can only be generated within the human body. Moreover, the crucial point is, it is highly toxic. You may have heard tales of grandmothers who single-handedly lifted cars to rescue their grandchildren. Such stories are rooted in reality. However, shortly thereafter, these grandmothers often succumb to death, as scientists have discovered trace amounts of this substance in their blood. Therefore, it is impossible to rely on external forces to unlock the genetic lock. At least, our current technological capabilities cannot achieve this. Unlocking the genetic lock requires sheer personal effort, and of course, we currently lack even a clear direction for such effort. So we can only speculate. In any case, I suspect this space is related to unlocking the genetic lock. I even suspect it is a relic created by the first batch of humans who unlocked their genetic locks. Zhang Jia laughed heartily. Do you truly believe that ancient monkeys foresaw our present-day enjoyment of horror films? And that there exist countless advanced technological weapons available for exchange? Do you think those monkeys could have predicted all this? Chu Xian replied with a calm smile. Perhaps the monkeys could not. But what if the artifacts they created were intelligent computers? Such computers could be ageless, capable of recording our horror films and allowing us to experience this endless terror until we perish. Or until we break through our limits and unlock the genetic lock, thereby earning enough reward points to escape. What do you think of my theory? Zero suddenly waved his hand and whispered. While your argument may hold merit, please remain mindful of our current situation. The scent of blood is emanating from 30 meters to the left. Who will go and investigate? Zhang Jia gritted his teeth. My enhanced qualities are the highest. I shall go and take a look. The others remained silent, merely clearing the passageway, while Zhang Jia retrieved his Desert Eagle and handed a grenade to Zhang Jia. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jia forced himself to suppress the overwhelming fear within him as he cautiously approached the left side of the passageway. The tension was so palpable that he could almost hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. And gradually, he felt even the subtle tremors in his veins, an extraordinary sensation, indescribable yet enlightening. He felt as though he was but a step away from unlocking the genetic lock. Unfortunately, this state did not last long. As he carefully peered around the corner of the passage, he was suddenly startled, causing the profound sensation to vanish entirely, leaving him consumed by sheer terror. To the left of the passage lay an indescribable heap of mangled flesh. Utterly unrecognizable as once being human, bones, entrails, and grotesque remnants were heaped together, with only a few tattered scraps of clothing scattered on the ground, making it impossible for anyone to ascertain that this mass of flesh had once belonged to a human being. Zhang Jia retched violently, leaning against the wall as he expelled the contents of his stomach. Upon realizing there was no immediate danger, the others rushed to his side, and soon, Zhanlan, Li Xiaoyi, and Li Shuai also joined in retching alongside Zhang Jia, while even Zhang Jia appeared to grimace in discomfort. Only Zero, Ba Wang, and Chu Xian crouched silently beside the heap of flesh, observing. Ba Wang picked up a few strips of cloth from the ground and exchanged a glance with Zero. The Caucasian man stammered, "It's those three little rascals. The flesh mass of two bodies is missing." Zhang Jia and the others had already ceased their retching, but upon hearing the term flesh mass, they erupted once more, this time bringing up even the bile from their stomachs. "No, I refuse to believe this." Chu Xian scrutinized the remnants of flesh and stated, "I have conducted a few dissections. Most of this flesh appears to be crushed bones and the unpalatable, filthy parts of entrails. Moreover, look here. These are fragments of shoulder bones. I have already identified 3 different pieces of shoulder bones," suggesting that the extraterrestrials took whatever flesh they could carry, leaving behind the remains of 3 corpses. This time, Zhang Jia and the others truly found themselves unable to retch any further. Their insides twisted in agony. Yet fortunately, Zhang Jia's physical resilience surpassed that of the others. After a brief bout of vomiting, he still retained some semblance of strength, while the rest had already succumbed to weakness, barely managing to lean against the wall to remain upright. After a discussion among Chu Xian and the others, he returned to the group with a furrowed brow. Glancing at the 3 individuals whose limbs had turned weak, he remarked, "We should leave this place at once. The situation is far worse than we had anticipated. A mature 3rd-stage alien has already emerged, and it is very likely lurking nearby." And no sooner had he finished speaking than Zero and Tyrant suddenly crouched down, fear evident in their eyes, especially Zero, who whispered urgently, "Something's off. There's danger." Those who live on the edge of life and death often possess an uncanny instinct for peril. Zero and Tyrant dropped to the ground. Zhang Jia felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Unable to articulate the sensation, he instinctively turned to look behind him, where a massive black shadow surged from the corridor behind him. The speed was so astonishing that only his heightened reflexes allowed him to catch a glimpse of that enormous, terrifying figure, a creature that could only exist in nightmares. At the very end of the group was Li Xiaoyi, who was leaning against the wall, still reeling from his earlier bout of nausea. He lacked even the slightest strength to react, and as Zhang Jia cast a terrified glance in his direction, the boy could barely manage to turn his head before being petrified by fear. Before them stood a mature, colossal alien, towering at around 2 meters 78, its length exceeding 3 meters when including its tail. Its glossy black exoskeleton gleamed ominously, and its elongated head stretched back to its spine, revealing a mouth brimming with razor-sharp teeth. Most horrifyingly, its tongue, also lined with menacing fangs, extended from its maw, making it a creature that could terrify an ordinary person merely by its appearance. Li Xiaoyi watched in horror as the alien's saliva dripped from its gaping mouth. Just as he managed to swallow, the creature's enormous tongue pierced through his shoulder with blinding speed, so swift that even Zhang Jia could only dimly perceive a shadow. In an instant, Li Xiaoyi was dragged towards the corridor's corner by the alien. "No! Don't! Brother Zhang, save me! I don't want to die!" Li Xiaoyi screamed frantically, but his strength was trivial compared to that of the alien. He struggled like an infant, and the onlookers could only witness his hand inching away from the corner, his fingernails scraping against the surface. That moment, his survival instinct surged for Zhanlan, cast a glance at the discounted steel bars beside her, and chuckled. "Then why not give it a try nearby? If I perform well, I won't tell Liller sister when I return that you peeked at my bosom." Zhang Jia refrained from retorting. He was all too familiar with the expression and gaze on Zhanlan's face. Over the past decade spent navigating the mundane world, he had encountered several good girls who had shown him such expressions and glances. He understood that at this moment, silence and action might indeed be the wisest choice. Quietly, he turned and grasped the steel bar he had bent, and indeed, his strength had grown to such a degree that, during his time in the main god space, he had never had the opportunity to test it. To his astonishment, he managed to snap the bar in two with his bare hands, the sound of the break ringing sharply in the air. Yet, at that moment, It provided a peculiar sense of security to both Zheng Jia and Zhan Lan. Zheng Jia weighed the steel bar in his hands, took a deep breath, and directed his inner strength throughout his body. With a mighty shout, he hurled the steel bar into the distance, where it crashed against the iron wall, embedding itself deep within, leaving only a few centimeters protruding. The sheer force of his throw was astonishing. Zheng Jia and Zhan Lan were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances for what felt like an eternity before. In perfect synchrony, they turned their eyes towards the steel bars of the iron bunk behind them. Since we forgot to exchange for heavy weaponry, let us utilize these primitive tools to smash them. Zheng Jia murmured to himself while Zhan Lan, beside him, was already laughing uncontrollably as the petite woman laughed. Her bosom quivered, causing Zheng Jia to steal glances from the corner of his eyet. Seemed she was aware of his gaze lingering on her chest. Her face flushed slightly, and she even puffed her chest out a bit, making her ample bosom all the more conspicuous. Perhaps this was the only amusement they had at the moment, Zheng Jia mused while sneaking peeks. But as thoughts of the three monstrous and terrifying nightmare creatures surfaced, a wave of near despair washed over him, mingled with a stubborn resolve to never surrender, to survive, no matter how hopeless the situation. No matter the circumstances, they must live on. Chapter 2. A Fluttering Heart, Part 1. Aside from the absence of heavy weaponry, they also lacked food and water. Other deficiencies could be overlooked, but without these two essentials, if they found themselves trapped in a horror film, they would likely perish from starvation or thirst. We are indeed novices, Zheng Jia lamented helplessly. We thought that having survived one horror film made us seasoned veterans. Yet we are still woefully unprepared. Rushing into a horror scenario so brazenly feels almost like a game. Zhan Lan nodded silently, her gaze scanning the walls of the room in search of something. Curiously, Zheng Jia inquired, "What are you looking for?" Without turning her head, Zhan Lan replied, "This is a highly advanced spaceship. I refuse to believe there are no high-tech communication devices aboard. Do the characters in the plot really have to speak face-to-face every time they say something?" As she spoke, Zhan Lan had already found a button device mounted on the wall. She pressed one of the buttons at random, and sure enough, a faint sound emanated from it, akin to a phone line connecting with no one on the other end. Zhan Lan brushed her forehead and remarked, "There are over 40 buttons in total. Assuming each button corresponds to a room with a communication device, it means we are situated in the middle of the merchant ship, not too far from the control room." Zheng Jia leaned in closer. The communication device displayed a total of 46 buttons, with the one labeled 21 in front of them. Among all 46 buttons, only the 27 button was painted red. He pondered Zhan Lan's line of reasoning. Her implication was that the merchant ship could be divided into 46 sections, corresponding perfectly to the number of buttons. The first and 46th buttons were near the edges of the ship, while their current room, number 21, was likely situated centrally. Similarly, the red button, 27, could very well indicate the control room of the ship. Zheng Jia hesitated. What if the numbers on the communicator bear no relation to the room positions? What if all the room numbers have been scrambled, and that red 27 is not the control room but a security room or something else entirely? Relying solely on that to deduce our location seems rather presumptuous. Zhan Lan huffed lightly. Presumptuous or not, it's better than remaining here to be found by the aliens, right? Do you wish to relive the experience of the crawlers smashing down the door? Helpless as we watch, she continued, even if room 27 isn't the control room but a security room, there should be usable weapons there, don't you think? Zheng Jia felt overwhelmed. Indeed, provoking a woman could lead to lengthy tirades, and her incessant chatter was enough to give anyone a headache. He quickly nodded. Yes, that's a great idea. I agree that we should venture out and search. It's certainly better than being confined here. Zhan Lan immediately burst into laughter, exclaiming, I knew Zheng Jia was a good man, the kind who readily accepts a lady's opinions. Hee, then I'll count on you. Please do protect me. Zheng Jia strapped 3 steel bars to his back, gripping the thickest and longest one in his hand. He preferred to say little, watching as Zhan Lan adjusted the entrance of the room to emit a green light. Taking a deep breath, he charged out. Indeed, my hypothesis was correct. Every significant room possesses a communication device and a corresponding number. We have already passed room 25, which implies that the control room of the merchant ship must be nearby. Chu Xian emerged from a room and briefly addressed the remaining 4. They all appeared tense, scanning their surroundings anxiously. Zhang Jie suddenly asked, what can we do once we find the control room? I suggest we locate Zheng Jia first. He is our most vital combatant. Chu Xian replied coolly, regardless of whether they are alive or dead. We must first find the control room to locate them. We are unfamiliar with the layout of the merchant ship and its various locations. We don't even know where the aliens are likely congregating, where the weapons are stored, where food and water can be found. Do you know where the restroom is? Therefore, we must locate the control room to understand the layout of the merchant ship. Only then will we have the ability to fight. Zhang Jia opened his mouth to respond but ultimately fell silent. 0. Suddenly stated coldly, let us hurry up. I feel like something is trailing us, even if it's still quite distant. However, the sense of danger is unmistakable. Bawang nodded and cautiously remarked in broken Chinese. Yes, it's very dangerous. I'm certain it's the aliens. Chu Xian frowned and said, all right, we'll take the left passage. Everyone, jog forward. We must find the control room quickly, if my deduction is correct. Finding the control room will significantly increase our chances of survival. At that moment, not far from where Chu Xian and his group were, Zhang Jia and Zhan Lan were cautiously advancing through the corridor. Before long, Zhan Lan called out, stop. I want to check that room. If anything happens outside, if something occurs, just assess the situation on your own. Without waiting for a response, she darted into the room. Zhang Jia forced a smile as he murmured, easier said than done. Assessing the situation just means death in the end. Despite his thoughts, Zhang Jia remained vigilant, his muscles taut, gripping the long steel bar with determination. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, as if danger was creeping closer, heightening his anxiety. After a few tense seconds, Zhan Lan emerged from the room, her face alight with joy. Fantastic! My hypothesis was indeed correct. This is room 23. The corridors we just traversed must have included room 22. If we proceed down this corridor, we will surely reach the control room of the merchant ship. Oh, you look rather pale. Is it due to fear? Zhang Jia forced a smile. I don't know why. But I have this nagging worry. Perhaps we should find a place to hide for a bit. Zhan Lan quickly shook her head, her expression serious. No, we've already diverged from the main group, which signifies danger. Moreover, we are only a step away from the control room. We must find it first. I understand you might be feeling unwell, but can you endure a little longer? Zhang Jia sighed. Then let us proceed. I'm in good health. It's just a matter of feeling uneasy. I've truly never encountered a girl like you. So tough and resilient. Most girls would be cowering under the bed by now in such circumstances. Zhan Lan turned back with a giggle. Hee, I've been strong since childhood. My parents passed away on my 12th birthday. They had an accident while buying my birthday cake. If I weren't strong, I wouldn't have made it this far. So, as such a good girl, you must protect me well. Smack. As Zhan Lan turned towards the aisle, she was laughing and playfully conversing with Zhang Jia, when suddenly a long, serrated tongue shot out from the opposite side of the passageway, piercing through her shoulder in an instant. The splattered blood stained Zhang Jia's face and eyes, and for a fleeting moment, he could still hear her bright laughter echoing in his ears, along with her words, you must protect me well. No. Chapter 2. A Thumping Heart, Part 2. Zhang Jia's eyes were bloodshot, the cause of which was uncertain, whether it was due to grief and anger or the blood of Zhan Lan staining his vision. As the girl was dragged away into the depths of the passage, he let out a roar and charged forward. His sheer force propelled him so hard that he crashed directly into the wall. His neural reaction speed, exceeding that of an ordinary person by threefold, saved him in that moment. Everything around him slowed down. He felt as if every movement required immense effort, and even with his current physical condition, he found it strenuous, as if his body was being torn apart. The ground, the air, and even the approaching wall all seemed to exert a pulling force, hindering his speed. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. As he neared the wall, the air thickened as if it were liquid, and he leaped off the air towards the wall. With a powerful push against the metallic surface, he finally turned himself around. At first glance, he saw a creature dragging Zhan Lan, which was evidently slightly smaller than the one he had encountered previously, yet still stood 2 meters tall and over 3 meters long. It was pulling Zhan Lan deeper into the passage, her left shoulder nearly shattered, her frail form drenched in blood, with only despair and a strange yearning left in her eyes. In that instant, Zhang Jia understood the yearning reflected in her gaze. It was hope for life and a future. Although he had never seen his own eyes, he was certain that in moments of despair, there must have been a flicker of yearning within them. He was utterly convinced. In Zheng Zha's eyes, Zhan Lan, caught in the creature's jaws, transformed into Li Xiaoyi, on the verge of being torn apart and reduced to nothing but a pile of flesh. Or perhaps into himself, when he too would be seized by the creature. In that moment, despair and yearning would flicker in his eyes as he was also torn apart and devoured. He would not allow this to happen. No matter the cost, he must save this strong woman. She must survive. Ah! Zheng Zha screamed in madness, as the world around him slowed down. He could almost perceive every movement of the creature. The thickened air allowed him to leap several meters forward with his earlier push, diving straight towards the creature. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From Zhan Lan's perspective, Zheng Zha charged towards the wall and, with an extraordinary burst of speed, pushed off it. The iron wall emitted a dull thud as he left two deep impressions in the solid structure, and then he seemed to launch away like a cannonball, moving beyond her line of sight. Zheng Zha now found himself diving headlong towards the creature, clearly able to see the saliva continuously spraying from its mouth and its long, serrated tongue. The moment he leaped over the creature. He wielded a steel rod, accurately severing its tongue. A muffled thud echoed as Zhan Lan fell to the ground, while the creature let out a furious roar, its severed tongue spewing forth highly corrosive fluid. Half of it gruesomely hacked into two pieces by Zheng Zha. This was not the end. Zheng Zha, in turn, began to scream like the creature, his eyes devoid of any rational light, filled only with madness. The red hue, possibly a reflection of Zhan Lan's blood, or perhaps his own eyes, had turned crimson. As he landed, he swung the steel rod forcefully against the creature's back, the sound of metal meeting metal resonating. The rod, thick as an arm, bent under the impact, but the creature also appeared to suffer, its outer shell cracking open, corrosive liquid oozing from within, already creating numerous pits in the passageway floor. The creature moved with incredible speed. Even as Zheng Zha felt the world slowing around him and the air thickening, he could only match the speed of the creature. When its massive claws swept horizontally towards him, he could barely raise his arm in defense. A muffled thud resounded as the tremendous force knocked him to the ground, causing the entire passage to tremble, and his head was struck, blood gushing forth. At this moment, Zheng Zha was fighting for his life. Lacking the iron-like resilience of the creature, the earlier blow had left several bloody punctures on his arm, and the creature's immense strength was terrifying. The impact of his head crashing against the floor almost rendered him unconscious. Fortunately, in that critical moment, he bit down on his tongue, the excruciating pain keeping him conscious. He had no intention of getting up. Instead, he swiftly drew another steel rod from behind and struck at the creature's legs. The force, combined with an explosive surge of inner strength, sent the massive creature crashing to the ground, but as it fell, its tail viciously stabbed into his thigh. Truly, the creature was a being evolved for slaughter and survival. Its instinct for combat astonishingly powerful. Zheng Zha's mind went blank. It felt as if his body was moving on its own, an instinct for battle awakening within him. He rolled sideways, freeing himself from the tail that had pierced his thigh, then pushed off the ground and lunged at the creature again, thrusting the steel rod deep into its mouth. He let go of that rod and drew another from behind, relentlessly stabbing it into the creature's head, oblivious to the corrosive liquid splattering all over him. His frenzied demeanor suggested a desire to tear the creature apart. Fortunately, Zhan Lan reacted swiftly. Disregarding her own severe injuries, she leaped towards Zheng Zha, colliding with him and causing them to roll several meters away. Only then did Zheng Zha gradually regain his senses. His front felt as if it was on fire, both painful and intense. He quickly tore off all his clothing and began wiping away the liquid from his skin. However, as soon as the liquid touched the steel ground, it hissed ominously, the metal appearing to melt away like ice. Despite his skin turning slightly blackened, no wounds had formed, which left Zhan Lan astounded. She was applying a hemostatic spray to her shoulder and gently remarked, "It's so good to be alive, thank you. But how come your skin is completely unscathed?" The creature's blood is highly acidic. Even a slight touch would leave nothing but bones. Zheng Zha cleaned off the corrosive liquid from his body, yet his mind remained a blank slate. Everything that had just transpired felt like a nightmare, and he had merely fought on instinct. Especially when the creature's tail had pierced his thigh, it felt as if something within him had been unleashed. Perhaps my cellular vitality and immunity are exceptionally strong. And it's not like I came away unscathed. At least my skin has been burned to charcoal. Zheng Jia replied with a wry smile. Just as he prepared to retrieve a hemostatic spray from his storage ring, he suddenly began to convulse violently. The painful and numbing sensation surged from his insides, as if countless tiny insects were crawling within him, the agony penetrating to his very bones, as the pain coursed through his blood. It seemed to rise to the surface of his skin, and soon, he was engulfed in a torment more unbearable than death, his vision fading to a blur, as if he were on the brink of death. Imagine for a moment. When monkeys reach their limits, they transform into humans. If a human were to reach such extremes, what would they become? It requires a substance akin to adrenaline, which can only be produced by the human body. The most critical point is it is highly toxic. You may have heard stories of grandmothers lifting cars with one hand to save their grandchildren trapped underneath. These are real occurrences. However, shortly after, those grandmothers often perish. Scientists have discovered trace amounts of this substance in their blood. Genetic locks. Zheng Jia recalled the conversation he had with Chu Xian regarding genetic locks. He was unsure whether he had inadvertently unlocked this genetic code, but he knew he was teetering on the edge of death. The spasms in his insides grew increasingly violent, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, and his lungs began to spasm as well, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. Desperately, he gasped for air, opening his mouth wide. Zhan Lan responded without hesitation, desperately embracing the convulsing Zheng Jia, pressing her lips against his, continuously blowing air into his lungs. After what felt like an eternity of more than 10 seconds, the spasms in Zheng Jia's insides gradually subsided. Then, his lungs began to breathe again, and the pain on his skin lessened. However, Zhan Lan was unaware. Still fervently breathing into Zheng Jia's mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks, while he could only faintly hear her hushed whispers, "Do not perish, I implore you, do not abandon me to solitude once more. I beseech you to accompany me in enduring this existence." Chapter 2. The Fluttering Heart, Part 3. Is it due to the previous departure of those close to her that she is so terrified of experiencing loss again? Zheng Jia seems to grasp her innermost thoughts. He perceives them as kindred spirits, both having vowed never to lose something profoundly significant after having suffered such a loss. Thus, their tenacity towards life is unwavering, and they extend their compassion to others who share similar experiences. I feel much better now. At that moment, the visage of another girl flickered through Zheng Jia's mind. He gently pushed aside Zhan Lan, a gesture imbued with resolute determination despite his weakened state. Zhan Lan, currently engulfed in sorrow, was momentarily stunned by the abruptness of his action. After a brief pause, she managed a nervous laugh. "Are you all right now? You truly frightened me earlier. It was as though you were possessed, spewing blood like a scene from a nightmare. It was quite terrifying." Zheng Jia felt utterly drained, yet compared to the agonizing torment he had previously endured, he now felt as if he were in paradise. With a bittersweet smile, he expressed, "I am immensely grateful to you. If you hadn't continuously helped me breathe, I would have succumbed to asphyxiation. Had I lost consciousness in that moment, I can only imagine I would have become a lifeless corpse by now." Zhan Lan's expression had returned to normal, and she chuckled. "Actually, I should be thanking you. If you hadn't saved me, I shudder to think of what my fate would have been." "What transpired just now? Was it due to your illness?" Zheng Jia shook his head, at a loss for words to describe the ordeal he had just faced. In that life-threatening moment, it felt as though something within him had been unleashed. His movements had flowed seamlessly, each action executed with millimeter precision, every ounce of strength pushed to its limits, devoid of compassion or fear. If he were to liken it to something, it would resemble an animated film he once watched called Seeds, wherein he had unlocked an extraordinary power at the most critical juncture, of course. It was more likely related to what Chu Xian referred to as a genetic lock, an evolved human capable of survival under extreme conditions. This might explain why he had suffered so intensely afterward. It was likely a side effect of whatever had released his genetic lock. The agony had come swiftly and departed just as quickly, and Zheng Jia felt his strength gradually returning, though the sensation of the genetic lock being undone was also receding. It appeared that the toxic substance was being metabolized by his body, and his robust cellular vitality and immunity had rescued him, simultaneously preventing the one-time unlocking of his genetic potential. Zheng Jia could almost envision the scenario. Had he retained that primal instinct for combat, the alien would not have been an insurmountable foe. Noticing Zheng Zha's silence, Zhan Lan refrained from pressing further, suddenly grinning and teasing, "You killed an alien. Didn't you? Let us see what rewards you've earned. I hope it's not nothing at all." Zheng Zha, now feeling significantly rejuvenated, eagerly glanced at his wristwatch. Indeed, it displayed the number of aliens slain, 1, alongside a reward tally of 500 points. Perhaps there had been an announcement of rewards during his earlier battle, but at that moment, his mind had been solely consumed by the instinct to kill. Rendering him oblivious to it, he suppressed his excitement, stating, "I received 500 reward points. How splendid! That's nearly half of what one might earn after surviving a horror film." Zhan Lan beamed with delight, as if the reward points Zheng Zha had accrued were her own. Giggling, she remarked, 500 points for one. Who knows, you might slay a few more aliens, and by the end, you could have thousands. Hee hee, since you claim to owe me your life, will you bring me back some little gifts?" Zheng Zha, captivated by the vibrant hue of Zhan Lan's lips, felt a warmth surge within him and replied, "Then I shall procure the most exquisite lip balm for you. That lip shade appears utterly enchanting." Zhan Lan's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she playfully glared at Zheng Zha. He too realized the flirtation in his tone and cleared his throat, saying, "We should hasten our departure. The scent of alien blood is overwhelmingly potent. I cannot ascertain whether another alien might still be lurking nearby. My strength has returned considerably, so let us proceed in the direction you suggested." Zhan Lan nodded vigorously, though the blush on her face lingered. She lowered her head and murmured, You're all right, aren't you? I saw you bleeding quite a bit from your legs and body earlier." Zheng Zha had indeed noticed the wounds adorning his body. Strangely, after losing a bit of blood, the flesh and muscle had swiftly begun to knit themselves together. Such rapid healing bordered on miraculous. It seemed that the bloodline gene within him was manifesting its effects, and the results were remarkably evident. He flexed his limbs and assured her, "I'm fine. My strength has returned significantly, and there seems to be an ominous presence drawing closer. We must move quickly." This time, Zhan Lan dared not dismiss Zheng Zha's instincts. She promptly followed. "I have witnessed it. The colossal steel door is gradually descending. Zheng Zha, with each stride, can leap several meters forward. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly feels a gentle sting in his back. The alien, now merely a meter away, has unleashed its tongue, which strikes him precisely on his back, causing only a mild discomfort. "No, I refuse to succumb to death. I must survive at all costs." Zheng Zha bellows in desperation, abruptly pivoting and leaping into the air. The alien, indeed, possesses a swiftness that far surpasses his own. At the moment he leaps, the distance between them diminishes by several centimeters, its tongue retracting slowly. When it launches again, it will be the moment his head is obliterated. After leaping, Zheng Zha suddenly propels himself toward the alien's body. Having already expended much of his internal energy during his sprint, he channels the remaining strength entirely into his feet. Utilizing the alien's velocity and his own force, he surges forth like a cannonball, ultimately penetrating the nearly closed steel door at the last gap. The three aliens crash violently against the door, their impact resonating as if the entire ship's hull quakes. Zheng Zha lies prostrate on the ground, utterly devoid of the strength even to twitch a finger. Survive. I must survive at all costs. Chapter 3. Two Choices, Part 1. Zheng Zha and Zhan Lan lie together on the ground, still tightly entwined. The overwhelming tension and fear have left them momentarily dazed, only breaking their embrace when they hear the sound of numerous footsteps approaching from the corridor. Zheng Zha, of course, does not consider it dignified to lie sprawled on the floor. He is simply too weak to move. In truth, he has been engulfed in terror since his entry, deeply afraid of reliving that excruciating sensation of impending death. Fortunately, it seems he is merely fatigued this time. With no injuries to speak of, if he rests adequately, he estimates a recovery of his combat abilities within half an hour. Chu Xian, along with the others, soon rushes over from the corridor. Except for Zhang Jie and Li Shuaishi, the expressions of Chu Xian, Ba Wang, and Ling Dian are notably grave. They all witnessed Zheng Zha's speed during his escape, particularly the sudden burst of power when confronting the alien. Without that rebound, they would never have made it through the isolation wall, and such agility and speed are beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. Chu Xian crouches beside Jing Jia and inquires earnestly, "How are you? Are you injured? How long until you can regain your previous fighting strength?" Zhang Jia, lying on the ground, responds weakly, "I believe I am just exhausted. I have no significant injuries. If I rest well, I should be able to recover my combat prowess in about half an hour." Chu Xian's expression lights up with joy, a rare display of emotion for someone so typically composed. Unless faced with an astonishing turn of events, he stands and proclaims, "It's just unfortunate we didn't acquire any food or fresh water. Otherwise, my plan could have been executed. Now we must devise an alternative strategy. However, it is of little consequence. We have regained the initiative and are no longer defenseless prey. We can fight back." Afterward, Zhang Jie carries Zheng Jia on his back, while Zhan Lan, having expended little energy, merely frightened, rises to follow the group after a brief rest. They arrive at the control room of the entire cosmic merchant ship, which, though appearing complex, operates on principles akin to those of a rocket launch facility, making it relatively easy to master. Seated in room 27, the control center of the merchant vessel, Chu Xian calmly explains the functions of the control panels and buttons to the others die in reality. He only provides a cursory overview. Apart from him, the others are left bewildered, though they might manage simple operations if guided. Zhang Jia muses to himself, "This intricate control system is likely a breeze for you, isn't it?" However, he refrains from voicing these thoughts. In truth, he is grateful that among the newcomers is a prodigy like Chu Xian, for such individuals are invaluable to the team's success. As Zhang Jia sets him down, Zhang Jia suddenly reveals, "Actually, I found a substantial amount of food and water in that room. If we ration it, we should be able to sustain ourselves for several days." The others exchange curious glances, with Zhang Jia excitedly exclaiming, "It's a storage ring, isn't it? That must be where the food and water are kept." Jing Jia nods with a smile, prompting Chu Xian to eagerly inquire about the nature of the storage ring. Upon hearing Zhang Jia explain that it is a mystical artifact exchanged at a high cost from the main deity, Chu Xian becomes immensely animated, grasping Zheng Jia's hand to inspect the ring closely, exclaiming, "Is it truly a mystical artifact?" "It truly is. My heavens, I have long suspected such items existed based on numerous texts. Ha ha ha. So they all originate from this realm. If we can unlock the secrets of this technology, humanity could evolve to unimaginable heights." Ignoring the odd looks from the others, Chu Xian fervently continues, "Do you realize what this implies? It signifies that humanity's advancement will not be confined to mere technology. Although this unknown technology could belong to the realm of natural sciences, it transcends the boundaries of external technology. It represents the pinnacle of internal science." Ling Dian abruptly interjects coldly, "What do external and internal sciences have to do with our current predicament? I would prefer the food and water from that ring." Chu Xian, exasperated, mutters, "Never mind. You wouldn't comprehend even if I elaborated. In any case, if we can uncover the secrets of mystical cultivation, it will represent the most significant leap for humanity after unlocking the gene locks." Zhang Jia and Zhang Jie share a wry smile. Despite Chu Xian's typically calm demeanor, he is, at heart, merely a researcher. Once he encounters a subject of interest, his enthusiasm surpasses that of anyone else, as evidenced by his current unrelenting grip on Zhang Jia's hand. Zhang Jia, feeling somewhat helpless, asks, "Since we have sufficient food and water, what are your plans moving forward? To pursue your research into mystical cultivation, you will need ample reward points for exchanges, won't you? Those ultimate exchanges require tens of thousands of reward points, which we can only acquire by surviving." Slowly regaining his composure, Chu Xian reluctantly releases Zhang Jia's wrist, his action and expression causing Zheng Jia and those around him to feel an uneasy chill. He finds a chair to sit down and states, "Given the abundance of food and fresh water, we have two plans to execute. First, we monitor the various corridors, recording the positions of the aliens. When they separate, we can drop the isolation barriers, effectively isolating the aliens within several corridors while we seek a safe passage to Weapon Room 17. With the aliens contained, we can retrieve weapons and, utilizing Zhang Jia's close combat skills, systematically eliminate them. This is the only viable battle strategy one can conceive." Zhang Jia's heart races at the thought. He is extremely reluctant to engage in close combat with such horrifying creatures. He quickly presses, "And the other plan? You mentioned there were two." With a sigh, Chu Xian explains, "The other plan involves the adjacent isolation room, which is a hibernation chamber, akin to a cryogenic sleep facility. Those who enter expend minimal energy, allowing us to replenish ourselves with food and water before entering hibernation, while the control room's computer is programmed for a return journey back to Earth. Bringing the aliens with us, Zhang Jie suddenly inquires, perplexed. Back? Back to where? Earth. We will transport the aliens back to Earth in this time-space. Let the Earth government deploy their military forces to combat the xenomorphs. Then we could live in safety. Of course, there exists another scenario where humanity in this timeline faces extinction at the hands of the xenomorphs, leaving us to confront tens of thousands, even countless hordes of them, merely surviving a few more years before meeting our demise. Chapter 3, Two Choices, Part 2. Zheng Jia glanced at those around him and spoke first. I don't know what you all think, but if I were to witness the xenomorphs arriving on Earth, even if I am not from this timeline, and even if I could survive a few more years, I would absolutely not be able to accept such a fate. He hesitated at this point, initially intending to assert that he would fight on even if he were the only one. But that last phrase eluded him. Deep down, he still feared death. Chu Xian nodded and remarked, "You must all think the second plan is utterly insane. Right? However, I believe that if conditions permit, the second plan may actually be the most reliable one for our survival. Yet, this plan has two significant flaws. If we cannot resolve these two issues, the plan carries the risk of failure. The first flaw is that since the narrative has already shifted, who can guarantee that the Earth government won't obliterate our merchant ship in the outer atmosphere? Given the technological advancements of the interstellar age, do you really think Earth lacks outer space defenses? The second flaw concerns my worry about whether they can fully contain the xenomorphs. Their blood is extremely corrosive, I recall from the sequel, Alien Resurrection, that they escaped confinement precisely because of the corrosive properties of their blood. If they employ the same method to erode through this, I fear that when we awaken, we might find ourselves face to face with a mass of flesh lunging at us. The xenomorphs poised to parasitize our very beings, Ling Dian coldly interjected. If this plan is riddled with flaws, why propose it at all? I have no patience for idle talk. Chu Xian waved his hand in resignation. Yet, despite its two flaws, it remains the safest option among the two choices. You must understand, once we opt for the first choice, we will have to confront the xenomorphs directly. They will not save us again if we fail. One misstep and it will mean certain death for us all. Moreover, the mortality rate may escalate over successive encounters. Do you all truly have faith in your ability to survive these trials? The hulking brute suddenly spoke in halting Chinese. Don't you Chinese have an old saying? Fear of death does not make one a GCD. No, that is not it. It is to live as a human hero. To die as a ghost, not a ghostly hero. Something along those lines. I do not wish to leave my fate to the whims of the unknown. What if we fall asleep and never awaken? I would rather seize my own future. Even if death awaits, I prefer to choose my battle rather than rely on fate for survival. His fervor grew as he spoke, and by the end, he had reverted to Russian, prompting Chu Xian to translate for him. Zhang Jie quickly nodded in agreement. I too believe we should choose the option we can control. Though perilous, it allows us to fight on our own terms rather than relying on luck for survival. The others silently nodded in agreement. With a sigh, Chu Xian proposed, very well, let us vote. The minority shall yield to the majority. I believe this decision is the fairest. The results of the vote were quite unexpected. While it was indeed decided to engage the xenomorphs, only 4 individuals, Ling Dian, the Brute, Zhang Jie, and Zheng Jia, opted for the first choice. Apart from Chu Xian and Li Shuaishi, who chose the second option, even Zhan Lan selected the second plan. Chu Xian exhaled and stated, since we have resolved to fight, I will respect your decision. Let us confront the xenomorphs together. First, let Zheng Jia retrieve the food and fresh water. I imagine everyone must be quite hungry by now. Facing the eager gazes around them, Zhang Jia smiled and summoned his inner strength. After a period of rest, his energy had indeed been partially restored. Although he could not yet use it for combat, it was more than sufficient for opening the storage ring. Moments later, a circle of boxes filled with biscuits, cheese, bread, and dried meat, along with bottles brimming with fresh water, lay spread out on the ground. Once the food was presented, Chu Xian was the first to crouch down. He opened several boxes and counted the water bottles, declaring, the food supply is ample. If rationed properly, the 7 of us could sustain ourselves for about a week. However, I suggest we divide the provisions into 3 days' worth. This amount will ensure we are well fed and hydrated, allowing us to maintain our peak physical condition and combat readiness during this time. Since choosing the second option, Zhang Lan had refrained from looking at Zheng Jia. Now, she wished to raise her hand to touch her forehead but forgot about the gaping wound in her shoulder. Previously, the adrenaline of escape had dulled her senses, but now, as calmness settled in, a sharp pain pierced through her. She touched her forehead with her other hand and asked, "Why not divide it into 7 days' worth? As long as we can wait for the xenomorphs to become trapped, we can clear a safe path directly to the kitchen, allowing us to starve them out without engaging in direct combat." The others looked to Chu Xian with puzzled expressions. He responded with a wry smile. "I have considered this hypothesis, yet several reasons compel me to abandon the notion of a drawn-out battle. First, we are unfamiliar with the xenomorph's physiology. What if they, like certain desert creatures on Earth, can enter a state of dormancy for days without sustenance? In that case, we would be the ones trapped once we exhaust our food and water supplies. Second, please count how many of us there are here. 7 individuals, correct? I distinctly remember there being 15 of us when we arrived, so where have the other 8 gone? When one accounts for the bodies of the characters from the original narrative, there is more than enough biomass to sustain the xenomorphs. Third, and most critically, I do not want to provoke the xenomorphs. If we manage to contain them and secure food supplies from the kitchen, there is no guarantee they want to resort to using their corrosive blood to breach the and devour us when they become desperate. Thus, I would prefer to engage the xenomorphs swiftly, while we are well-fed and prepared, as this is the best combat strategy one can deduce." Zheng Jia sighed and remarked, "If we survive this horror film, it will undoubtedly be due to your efforts. Please share any further plans you have, for now that we are partners in life and death, we shall place our utmost trust in you." The others nodded in silent agreement, though somewhat begrudgingly. It was evident that Chu Xian possessed remarkable wisdom, particularly in such dire circumstances. Chu Xian smiled and nodded. "To be honest, I had heard from Zhang Jia that horror films often introduce new characters, and the quality of these newcomers can be quite questionable. In many horror films, an individual's strength is often negligible. If we survive this time, we will likely face even more terrifying horrors in the future. I hope to be part of a team with the courage and strength to endure. Otherwise, all of this would be in vain. Among our 7-member team, at least 6 are exceptionally skilled individuals. And I am satisfied with this team. I hope we all survive. At the very least, the 6 of us must endure." Li Shuai's face flushed crimson. Being an ordinary young man with no particular skills, he could easily infer that he was the one Chu Xian referred to as the only one. At that moment, Zhang Jia patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry. As long as we survive, we can train and grow stronger. Never lose hope." Grateful, Li Shuai cast a glance at him, and Chu Xian continued. "Thus, Maya's bait. Indeed, we will open a section of and lure the xenomorphs into the passage I have designed. The bait will be Li Shuai Shi. Chapter 3. 2 Choices, Part 3. Everyone stared blankly at Li Shuai, an ordinary-looking young man with average strength and no notable skills. Essentially, he was just a plain youth. Had Chu Xian not mentioned him, no one would have thought twice about this unremarkable individual, who seemed as inconspicuous as air itself. After a moment of silence, Li Shuai's face turned beet red as he shouted, "Why me? Why must it be me? There are so many people here, and everyone wants to survive this horror film. Why must I be the one to sacrifice myself? Are you trying to kill me? If we lose one person, the remaining food will last longer for the rest of you, so you want to eliminate me, don't you?" Chu Xian silently cast a glance at him and said, "No, I do not intend for you to walk into death. Although the peril of serving as bait is indeed substantial, you are, nonetheless, the most suitable candidate for this role. Here, everyone surpasses you in strength. Zhang Jia, Zhang Lan, and Zheng Jia are all seasoned veterans who have endured the horrors of these scenarios. I can devise all subsequent strategies. 0. With his exceptional close combat and sniping skills, is a formidable presence. The Overlord excels in various firearms, possibly even those housed within the merchant vessel's armory. So, tell me, what purpose do you serve in our midst?" Li Shuai bowed his head in silence, his face reddening with each passing moment, the veins in his hands protruding ominously. Chu Xian continued with a calm demeanor. "Under ordinary circumstances, everyone possesses their unique talents, and I would never assess an individual purely by numbers or abilities. To put it plainly, I would not be as utilitarian as I am now. However, you must comprehend our current predicament. We are battling against death. Even the slightest misstep could lead to our collective demise. You are an excess among us, and if you wish to earn our acceptance and equitable treatment, you must demonstrate your worth. Otherwise, how do you differ from the 7 corpses still beyond the quarantine wall? Zhang Jia, unable to contain himself any longer, exclaimed, "That's impossible. I cannot agree with your viewpoint. When I first entered, I was an ordinary person as well. It was only after undergoing enhancements that I gained my current abilities." Wisely Shuai she deemed superfluous. Given the chance to endure a few more horror scenarios, he too could become a reliable companion. Chu Xian remained unfazed, stating, "But does he even have such an opportunity? To be precise, do any of us stand a chance of surviving this horror? If we all receive the same reward points and physical enhancements, the 6 of us would undoubtedly outshine him. Moreover, do not suggest that you should take his place. Each person has their responsibilities. You are our greatest hope for surviving this ordeal. Do you truly wish to save one individual while risking the lives of us all?" Zhang Jia felt a surge of anger. He himself was acutely fearful of death, especially when he had someone to care for, pushing him to cling to life at all costs. He understood all too well the sensation of confronting death and horror directly. If someone with his physical prowess could barely escape, what hope did an ordinary person like Li Shuai have against an alien creature? Zhang Jia quickly embraced the increasingly agitated Zhang Jia, urging, "Let us stick to the old routine and vote. That would be the fairest approach. Zhang Jia, do not act on impulse. Consider our lives. What about Lori? If we perish, our creations will vanish simultaneously. What do you truly wish to achieve?" Zhang Jia trembled, finally lowering his head and sitting down in defeat. Chu Xian sighed, "Let us commence the voting. Those who agree to my plan, please raise your hands. The majority will prevail." The result was 5 votes in favor and 2 against. Thus, the fate of Li Shuai was sealed. He must either comply with the plan to serve as bait, thereby earning the team's recognition, or depart from the group, receiving neither food nor water. And losing the protection of the team, Li Shuai appeared to be on the brink of an emotional outburst. Yet, as everyone anticipated his eruption, he took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself. With a resentful gaze fixed on Chu Xian, he declared, "Fine, I will be the bait. Just as you all wish, I will certainly take on the role of bait." The others shuddered at the venomous glare in his eyes. Zhang Jia, however, remained oblivious to the scene unfolding before him, keeping his head down in silence. After the voting concluded, he quietly retreated to a secluded corner of the control room, sitting there in solitude. After a while, Zhanlan approached him, uncertain of what to say. It was Zhang Jia who broke the silence. "Zhanlan, you too fear death, do you not?" Zhanlan paused before responding, Yes, I am indeed afraid of dying." Zhang Jia continued, "I fear it as well. Everyone does, and no one is truly safe here, so why must we push danger onto others? The remaining individuals only gain temporary safety. The one most capable of fulfilling this task should be the one chosen to undertake it." Zhanlan interjected earnestly, "I believe Chu Xian is correct. Under normal circumstances, your argument would hold merit, and each person has their strengths that should not be measured by mere numbers or abilities. However, we are not facing ordinary circumstances. We are confronting death. Why should we extend our protection to someone utterly devoid of utility?" Zhang Jia fell silent once more, and after a long pause, he murmured, "I cannot refute that. Perhaps you and Chu Xian are both right, yet I still hope that everyone can unite, striving to survive together, rather than allowing the strong to oppress the weak. If we encountered a similar situation during our first horror scenario, how would we feel? Would we not resent everyone in this world?" Zhanlan sighed, choosing not to respond further. She sat beside Zhang Jia in silent companionship. Minutes later, they were startled by a sudden exclamation nearby. They exchanged glances and hurried towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, they found everyone engrossed in watching the large screen of the surveillance platform. They quickly joined in, witnessing 4 individuals trembling as they walked, 2 middle-aged men with protruding bellies, accompanied by a man and a woman clad in business attire. To their astonishment, they noticed a fully developed alien creature lurking behind them. Zhang Jia quickly inquired, "What is happening? Why hasn't that alien attacked them?" Chu Xian pondered in silence, while Zhanlan touched her forehead and speculated, could it be for reproduction? The only alien capable of reproduction was the queen. For the alien offspring to mature, they required living hosts, which might explain why the alien had spared the 4 individuals on the screen. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is certainly for reproduction. The bait mission must be executed promptly, Otherwise, in a few days, we will face Point 9 aliens. Chapter 4. The Blood of Darkness, Part 1. Zhang Zha's storage ring contained ample food and fresh water, bread, cheese, lean meat, and a variety of snacks, sufficient in both quantity and quality. The fresh water could sustain them for several days. However, as a precaution, they divided the provisions into 7 portions, ensuring each person had enough to eat for about 3 days. Chu Xian placed Li Shuai's share of food and water on the table, saying, "This is your portion. Prove your worth to this team, showing that you are not merely a burden, and these provisions will belong to you. Furthermore, once you demonstrate your value, you will become a member of our group." Li Shuai silently accepted the food and water, retreating to a corner to consume them voraciously. The others paid him no mind, each engrossed in their own meals, hunger and thirst from the earlier hours of running and fear driving them to eat with abandon. As Zhan Lan struggled to open a food package with one hand, Zhang Jia quietly assisted her, tearing the wrapping open and pouring her a cup of water. Her laughter lightened the atmosphere, and she sat beside him as she ate. Suddenly, Chu Xian spoke up, "By the way, now that we have some time, could you recount how you killed that alien? I have always been curious about that." Though the others were busy eating, discussing matters while dining had become a customary practice among them. Zhang Jia took a sip of water and chuckled wryly, "Do not paint me as some formidable figure. The situation was truly life-threatening. We nearly perished there. Had I not been fortunate enough to sever the alien's tongue first, it might have been us who ended up lifeless." Chu Xian pondered for a moment before directing a question at Zero. "If you were to use a Desert Eagle, how far could you hit the alien's tongue while it is in motion, and at a high speed?" Zero, without looking up, replied coldly, "Within 150 meters, a 30 hit rate. Within 100 meters, 40. Within 50 meters, 50. That is my limit. Any closer, and I cannot improve my accuracy further." Zhang Jia smiled bitterly. A 50 chance was merely a coin toss. The alien's tongue was as hard as steel. And when shot, it wielded immense power. In the presence of an alien, a human's head was nothing but a fragile watermelon. In other words, should Zero miss his shot, regardless of where the bullet landed, the alien's tongue alone could obliterate anyone who ventured too close. Zhang Jia, with a bitter smile, continued, "At that moment, it was sheer luck that I unexpectedly severed that long tongue. Its tongue was embedded in Zhan Lan's shoulder, which made it an easy target for me. If we had been facing each other, its tongue would have struck with such speed that we wouldn't have had time to react at all." Chu Xian nodded and remarked, "The speed at which the alien tongue lashes out is indeed terrifying, nearly comparable to the velocity of a gunshot. Moreover, we must consider its weight and size. Even ordinary steel plating may not withstand its might. In any case, we should first isolate the alien according to our plan, then clear the corridor connecting us to the armory. Perhaps we can find suitable weapons there." Zhang Jia sighed and asked, "So, how do you intend to isolate the alien? Are you suggesting we use someone as bait?" While munching on food, Chu Xian pressed some buttons on the control panel. Moments later, a map of the entire cargo ship's corridors appeared on the large screen, with important rooms and connecting passages marked numerically. "We are located at position 27. Based on my calculations, and considering the direction the alien took with those 4 individuals, the alien queen should be located in either the first or second storage room. The surveillance system in that vicinity has likely failed, possibly corroded by the alien's secretions. I recall, from the horror film Alien 4, that the queen secretes a substance similar to spider silk when laying eggs. While this substance is acidic, it is not as potent as the alien's blood. Therefore, the isolation walls, surveillance systems, and even lighting in that area are no longer functional. The only areas where we can utilize isolation walls are in the rooms beyond number 16. I have marked this on the map, with green indicating the usable isolation wall range. As Chu Xian spoke, he continued to press buttons on the control panel, and soon the map began to show overlapping green and red zones. Everyone focused intently on the large screen, where the green area dominated most of the cargo ship, while the red zone only extended from rooms 1 to 15. Chu Xian sighed and said, "You may think the alien's corrosive reach only extends to room 15, leaving a considerable distance to the armory in room 17, and perhaps you feel relieved. However, I must deliver some unfortunate news. Rooms 16 and 17 are situated on either side of room 15. In other words, we cannot lower the isolation wall leading from room 17 to room 15. The circuitry there has likely been corroded. If we attempt to retrieve the weapons, the aliens in room 15 will have free rein to hunt us, as we will be unable to isolate them. This is precisely why the bait plan must be executed. We need to lure all 4 aliens, apart from the Queen, into the corridor beyond Room 17, and then isolate them one by one. Only then can we find a safe path to the armory in Room 17. I have stated before that I will not recklessly squander lives. Although this plan carries immense risk, it is crucial for our survival in this horror scenario, and it cannot afford any missteps. Zhang Jia gazed at the overlapping green and red imagery on the large screen, and after a long pause, he sighed and asked, "What if only 1 or 2 aliens come? Wouldn't that be both dangerous and unfeasible for our plan?" Chu Xian smiled without responding, while Zhang Lan, seated beside Zhang Jia, interjected, "Actually, there's a way to draw the aliens over. Dio, you recall how they relentlessly pursued us? How did they know we were there? And why did they chase us with such ferocity?" "It's the scent." Zhang Jia suddenly understood. Of course, the scent. The alien's blood has a potent odor. Once other aliens catch a whiff of it, they will rush over. Are you suggesting we use that scent to attract the aliens? Chu Xian nodded. We have 6 grenades here. Grouping 3 together would generate enough force to injure a mature alien. If we can injure one of them and make it bleed, the others will swiftly come running. Once they step into the corridor beyond Room 17, we can quickly isolate them, allowing Li Shuaishi to escape into the safe zone under the cover of the explosion. This outlines the entirety of the bait plan. Although fraught with danger, it was not a guaranteed death sentence. At this moment, Zhang Jia finally exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Li Shuaishi, who had been quietly seated a short distance away, bore a fierce expression in his eyes. His head bowed tightly as he clenched his fists, oblivious to the pain of his nails digging into his flesh, blood dripping onto the ground in vivid, ghastly drops. Chapter 4. Dark Blood Within, Part 2. After everyone had eaten, Chu Xian activated the surveillance systems across all channels, and the large screen was instantly divided into numerous smaller views. With one hand, he moved through the air as if painting an invisible canvas. After a while, he finally spoke, his face pale. "I've noted the sequence for closing the isolation walls. The nearest alien is located at Room 22, while another is advancing from Room 20 towards 19. If we can draw their attention within the next 5 minutes, we can isolate one while luring the other towards us, thereby initiating the bait plan." Zhang Jia looked at Li Shuaishi, sighed, and asked, "What should we do?" Chu Xian continued pressing buttons on the control panel, and after a moment, he stood up and said, "In 1 minute, the outer isolation wall will rise, and the sequence for closing the remaining walls has been set. Let's proceed to the corridor. I will explain the details of the bait plan to him." Upon hearing this, everyone moved towards the corridor. The 6 grenades had been adjusted by Ba Wang into 2 combined grenades, and the thick isolation wall gradually ascended. Everyone observed the walls outside, which were riddled with dents and scratches, remnants of claw marks, despite being made of solid steel. The sight instilled fear in everyone. Chu Xian took the 2 combined grenades and pointed towards the corridor. "You need to stand at the opposite end of this corridor, where you can see a straight distance of up to 100 meters. As soon as the alien charges in from the other end, pull the pin and throw the grenade. I specifically asked Ba Wang to shorten the detonation time. Once you throw it, you must immediately retreat. Remember, your escape route will take a left at each junction. Ultimately, you will make a large loop back to this spot. The alien behind you, injured by the explosion, will be obstructed by the isolation wall that descends behind you. As long as you run swiftly past the 2 isolation walls, you will be completely safe." Li Shuaishi lowered his head and asked, "What about the isolation wall leading to the control room? Will it close after I go out?" Chu Xian nodded. "Yes, that isolation wall will close after you exit. I will open it a minute after the explosion. Based on your previous running speed, this time frame is not particularly tight." "Oh, to attract the alien. I think you should smear some blood on yourself. In any case, during this mission, all you need to do is run left." Then, Ba Wang tossed a dagger to Li Shuaishi, and Chu Xian simultaneously handed him the combined grenades. As Li Shuaishi took the grenades, an air of tension enveloped everyone. Zhang Jia even saw 0 Point reaching behind him, revealing a Desert Eagle with infinite ammunition in his other hand. Not knowing when Zhang Jia had passed him the handgun, to everyone's surprise, Li Shuaishi calmly turned around. A collective sigh of relief echoed among them, only for Li Shuaishi to suddenly pivot and throw a combined grenade behind them. True to Chu Xian's assertion, the shortened fuse detonated while still in midair. Fortunately, due to Li Shuaishi's anxiety, he had thrown it far enough away that the explosion's shockwave only jolted the group without causing them any harm. Zhang Jia, standing at the back, hesitated to meet Li Shuaixi's gaze. However, when the bomb exploded, he was the most severely affected, almost lifted off his feet by the shockwave. As he landed, blood poured from his mouth and nose, and for a moment, his vision was obscured in a white haze. After several seconds, he finally regained his sight, only to see Li Shuaishi gripping the grenade's pin, a ferocious expression on his face. Li Shuaishi sneered. "What's the matter, genius? Didn't you want to kill me? Aren't you all repulsed by me? Just for a meager amount of food and water? Just to huddle together with you, damn it. Is it fair to pressure me like this? Why should I be the only one to die? Why? Tell me. I might as well go all out. If we are to die, let us die together. I'd rather perish than fall prey to those aliens." As Chu Xian was knocked to the ground by the shockwave, his head collided with the wall, causing blood to stream from his forehead. He stood up and, with an air of indifference, asked, "I am curious, why are you not afraid of death?" "To understand my plan, although perilous, it does not guarantee death. As long as you follow my instructions, your chances of survival will be significantly enhanced. Tell me, why would you?" Li Shuaixi's face contorted with rage as he interrupted Chu Xian, exclaiming, "Damn it, stop deceiving me. Do you know why I asked that question earlier? It was to inquire about what would happen to the isolation wall once I stepped outside. How did you respond? You said it would open within a minute after the explosion. Don't lie to me. Do you remember what my expertise is? Although I may not be the best, I have read extensively, including numerous military-related texts. Typically, such aviation isolation walls cannot be reopened for half an hour after being shut. This is to prevent someone from hacking into the entire aerospace system. Within that half hour, even the computer cannot access the isolation wall. I specifically observed your control methods, and you only set the command to close, with no command for reopening set at all." At this point, Li Shuaishi erupted into frenzied laughter, declaring, "When I asked you that question, it was my final struggle. Damn it, who doesn't want to live? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I wish to survive, yet you bastard, are pushing me into the jaws of death. Damn it, tell me, why are you forcing me into a corner?" Chu Xian, eyes closed, took a deep breath and replied, "I underestimated you. It was my mistake. I have said before, this team does not require any unnecessary individuals. You are nothing but a burden here. Initially, I did not intend to abandon you, but your dissatisfaction became apparent while I was formulating the plan. Human hearts are like this. Even the slightest discontent can easily blossom into malevolent intent. Rather than allowing you to become an uncertain factor in our future plans, it is better to eliminate you now. I never intended to sacrifice you. Although the isolation wall cannot be reopened for half an hour, if you keep running forward, I would isolate you in a passage devoid of any aliens, and after half an hour, I could release you. However, you should not show that resentful expression at that time." Li Shuaixi's expression grew increasingly deranged as he twisted his face and shouted, "Damn it, why must you send me to my death while I cannot even show resentment? Are you the leader of this team? What are you, anyway? If I cannot survive, none of you shall either. Let us all perish together." With that, Li Shuaishi screamed as he violently pulled the pin from the bomb in his hand. Chapter 4, The Blood of Darkness, Part 3. Previously, when Li Shuaishi had walked forward with his head down, he had already distanced himself several meters from the others. After throwing the first bomb, he ran forward another few meters, thus creating a separation of over 10 meters. Consequently, the others could only watch helplessly as he pulled the pin, with Zero, who held a Desert Eagle, unable to react in time. He had already been knocked to the ground by the shockwave of the previous explosion. "You all go to hell." Li Shuaishi pulled the pin, laughing maniacally. Just as he intended to throw the bomb at the others, the bomb in his hand suddenly detonated. From the moment he pulled the pin to the explosion, barely a second had passed. He couldn't even throw the bomb. The massive blast and fire engulfed the others. "No!" Zhang Zha's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the encroaching fire and shockwave. Fortunately, Zhan Lan suddenly tackled him to the ground, forcing him to lie flat, and he could only watch as the fire surged past him, as if he could smell the scent of human flesh burning. No. How can life be so fragile? Why is life so weak? Zhang Zha leaped up from the ground, frantically charging into the white smoke. Breaking through the outer layer, he immediately spotted the mangled Li Shuaishi lying on the ground, his body scorched black, his hands and chest obliterated. All that remained was the black blood seeping from his chest. It turns out that the blood within a person's heart is not all red. After a bomb explosion, it can turn a charred black. Why? Why did the bomb explode the moment the pin was pulled? Zheng Jia emerged from the smoke, silently walking up to Chu Xian and asking. Chu Xian, closest to the explosion's epicenter, had blood continuously oozing from his mouth and nose. Wiping the blood away, he stated, "Indeed, the bomb I requested from the tyrant was designed such that one would explode after a few seconds, while the other would detonate upon pulling the pin. When I handed over the two bombs, the one set to explode after a few seconds was on the outside, so he had no choice but to use the first one first." Zheng Jia unleashed a furious punch to his face, sending him flying before he could finish his sentence. However, Zero immediately aimed the Desert Eagle at Zheng Jia, while the tyrant positioned himself between Chu Xian and Zheng Jia. Chu Xian slowly rose from the ground, spitting out a tooth, and continued in a calm tone. "This is the true nature of the bait plan. Did you really think that a mere trickle of blood would attract the aliens? Impossible. Although their sense of smell is acute, during the queen's incubation period, they remain close to the nest. As you saw on the monitor, they are advancing toward the nest. Hence, a significant amount of blood and the accompanying scent of alien blood on your skin is necessary to lure them in. If I am not mistaken, the aliens are now heading in our direction. If you wish to die, feel free to stay outside the isolation wall." With that, he stood up and silently walked into the control room. Zheng Jia, filled with rage, could only shout angrily in response to Zero's threat. So he was right. You abandoned him from the beginning, intending to kill him, didn't you? Why are you two helping him? How can we trust our lives to a partner like him when we might be discarded at any moment? Is this what partnership means? Chu Xian turned around coldly and said, "I never intended to abandon him. Initially, I planned for each of us to shed some blood, and he would merely need to. Never mind, I need not explain this to you. Just understand this. Everything I do is for the survival of our team through this horror film. I have done nothing wrong." Zheng Jia's voice grew increasingly icy as he retorted. Abandoning a partner, allowing him to be blown to bits, and using his flesh and blood to attract the aliens. You deem that correct? What, then, do you consider right? Do you both share this sentiment? Is life truly so insignificant? Chu Xian, without looking back, continued walking. I gave him his final opportunity. If he had not used the second bomb against us and had followed my plan to attract the aliens, as long as he could injure one alien, others would likely follow, and he could find safety in the isolation area between the two passageways. Unfortunately, the wisdom of mortals is often filled with resentment. Truly pathetic. Zero remained silent, continuously pointing his gun at Zheng Jia as he retreated, until he turned and walked away after covering a considerable distance. Only the tyrant remained, seriously stating, "Our creed as mercenaries emphasizes unity. In battle, one must trust their comrades with their back. This is the bare minimum of trust and protocol, but to achieve this, the other must be a partner you acknowledge, not a useless burden." I believe Zero thinks the same. We are not like those who live in ordinary environments. We are better suited to survive in this horror film world. Tiomi, these horror films are merely a series of mercenary tasks. Chu Xian did well to choose a method that allows the majority to survive and complete the mission. Li Shuai, she could never earn my trust. In the end, he chose self-destruction during the final test. Zheng Jia stood there in a daze until the isolation wall slowly descended, at which point Zhang Jie and Zhan Lan pulled him inside. Only then did he raise his head to ask the two, "Must it truly be so cruel? Is it necessary to abandon others to survive? Or must one drag everyone down with them, driven by a hint of resentment? Then what do we become? The next batch of pawns to be used and discarded?" Zhang Jie replied fiercely, "I don't care what they want to do. Being with these three is utterly insecure. I once thought Chu Xian was clever enough to devise a good plan to save us. But now it seems that those with cunning minds are just too damn treacherous. No, I feel even less secure being with them. Zheng Jia, I'll go retrieve the Desert Eagle, even if I can't get it back. After they isolate the aliens, the three of us should act independently. Let us not end up being sold by them without realizing it." Zhan Lan sighed and said, "But should we really act as a trio? Perhaps it would be better to endure this horror film together, and in the next one, we can distance ourselves from those three." Zheng Jia silently regarded Zhan Lan and replied fiercely, "No, we will act as a trio. I do not wish to see them again. If you cannot trust your companions first, then why should they trust you? I will never abandon a single partner by my side. If I can save a companion's life, They will surely save mine in a time of danger. Therefore, I will not stand with them again. Chapter 5. Divergence, Part 1. As expected by Chu Xian, events unfolded as anticipated. Point 2 aliens swiftly began to advance towards their direction on the surveillance screen, followed closely by the alien that had taken the middle-aged man and others away, that moment. Everyone was utterly engrossed in the large display, including Zheng Jia. Although it was already confirmed that they would part ways with Chu Xian and his companions, the isolation of the aliens was a matter concerning everyone's survival. Thus, Zheng Jia remained fixated on the monitor. Only one last alien remains. Where is the final one? The thought echoed in Chu Xian's mind, his complexion growing increasingly pale, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Suddenly, Zhanlan placed a hand on her forehead and remarked, "In the original plot, there are 7 members, 1 robot and 6 humans. Did you include the protagonist when calculating the number of aliens?" This horror film only features Alien 1. Realization dawned upon Chu Xian as he hurriedly pressed several buttons. Instantly, multiple isolation walls appeared on the large screen, obstructing the path of the swiftly moving aliens. With no other option, they were forced to alter their course. Gradually, the 3 aliens were driven into a remote corridor by the isolation walls, ultimately becoming trapped behind thick alloy barriers. From the map displayed on the screen, the path leading to the armory was finally cleared. A collective sigh of relief escaped the 6 individuals present. Zheng Jia quietly inquired of Zhanlan, "What exactly did you just say?" "Isn't there's still 1 alien unaccounted for?" "Why did you mention Alien 1? And he immediately lowered the isolation walls." Zhanlan chuckled. "It's because of the protagonist. Think about it. Didn't T1 protagonist survive in Alien 1? If she were to be killed by an alien, then what would happen to Alien 2, 3, and 4? They would cease to exist. Thus, it is highly likely we are only facing 5 aliens. 1 queen, 1 already slain by you, and 3 currently isolated. Therefore, there is no 4th alien." Zheng Jia pondered for a moment and said, "What if the protagonists in each horror film are all new? In that case, wouldn't there still be another alien lurking behind room 15? Chu Xian interjected, "That's a matter of probability. Under any circumstances, I will always choose the option with the greater likelihood. As long as the probability exceeds 50%, it is worth a try." Zheng Jia scoffed, "Even if it cost you your life, would you be indifferent if a lurking alien ambushed you, even at the expense of your own life?" Chu Xian replied coolly, "Yes, even my life is merely a matter of surviving due to higher probability. I will always choose the option with greater likelihood." "You just mentioned my life, didn't you? Are you planning to act independently from me?" Zheng Jia nodded vehemently, "Exactly. I cannot endure being with you all. Who knows when I might get injured and become a burden, discarded like a liability? Rather than that, I would prefer to rely on my own strength to survive. I cannot trust you, as the Overlord said. I cannot entrust my back to you. Is that so?" Chu Xian turned away, his voice still reaching Zheng Jia. "What a pity. I've already stated that I will only abandon those who are of no utility to this team. Just like the probability issue, they are individuals with too low a chance of survival, and they have failed their tests. For Li Shuai Shi, I have already shown considerable mercy. However, for those team members I acknowledge, I will do everything in my power to save them, seeking ways to ensure the survival of the majority." Zheng Jia murmured, "What if I find myself in a dire situation with little chance of being saved? But there is still a possibility of rescue. What will you do next?" "It depends on the scenario. If your life is of great significance, then I will pay any price to save you. However, if rescuing you would place the entire team in jeopardy, then I would decisively abandon you. Is that so?" Zheng Jia remained silent for a long while before coldly stating, "Yes, I understand that your approach might be correct in your eyes. But your method terrifies me. We can no longer remain together. Also, don't substitute your safety for the entire team as this a despicable shift of concepts. You constantly speak of the entire team. What if the one who must sacrifice is you? You would likely go to great lengths to shift your role onto another, wouldn't you? Damn you." Chu Xian chuckled lightly. "If you were in that position, what would you do?" As Zheng Jia began to gather the chairs in the control room, he replied without turning around, "I admit your initial assertion is correct. Every team member must contribute to the team's efficacy. For instance, I absolutely cannot protect those 3 little hoodlums. Merely not having personally killed them is already quite generous. Henceforth, I will be exceedingly cautious in selecting partners. However, once I acknowledge someone as a partner, I will never abandon them. Only then can the team maintain mutual trust. Your view of people as mere tools may allow you to survive, but I fear you will find yourself utterly alone. Neither side spoke further. Half an hour later, Chu Xian, 0 Point, and Overlord were the first to leave the control room, while Zhang Jie and Zhan Lan watched as Zheng Jia began to furiously throw the chairs about. Zhang Jie quickly grabbed him, saying, "Don't get angry. It's not worth it to be upset with someone like him." Zheng Jia managed a wry smile. "I'm not angry. I'm merely preparing weapons." You rewrite, "Getting angry with someone like him is indeed pointless, so I have my own way of fighting." Zhang Jie and Zhan Lan exchanged glances, then saw Zheng Jia, after throwing the chairs aside, retrieve the steel rods supporting the chairs. He then twisted the ends of the steel rod, quickly transforming it into a spiral-shaped weapon. A truly menacing sight. "Do you know why I want to distance myself from those three?" Zhang Jia suddenly turned to the duo with a smile. "Because I have a bad premonition, feeling that something is lurking in Corridor 15, waiting for us to draw near. However, I want to inform them. Let them lure that thing out. Since they believe so firmly in the doctrine of strength, as the weaker party, they should be prepared to be abandoned. I was a supervisor at my previous company, so I understand the importance of team unity, and no one is an absolute weakling. You know why I've always comfortably Shuai Shi. Because I hope to draw him into our team. To recognize our group. Even when it comes to the moment of self-sacrifice to save the team, he will only save the team he trusts." Having said that, Zhang Jia threw the spiral-shaped steel rod, and with a sharp sound, it nearly embedded itself entirely into the steel wall, leaving only a finger-length tip exposed. The power displayed left Zhang Jie and the others in awe. Zhang Jia pulled the steel rod from the wall, weighed it in his hands, and calmly stated, "I know his approach may be correct. If you believe in me, then let us face this horror together. He has his methods, I have my own way of fighting. Regardless, we must survive." With another sharp sound, the spiral spike was hurled like lightning, creating yet another spiral hole in the wall. Chapter 5, Divergence, Part 2. This was Zhang Jia's first time witnessing Zheng Jia's steel rod throw. He stood in a daze for a while before enthusiastically patting Zheng Jia on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "What a kid! When did you acquire such strength? You've been hiding this from me all along during our sparring sessions?" Zheng Jia smiled wryly, rubbing his shoulder. He withdrew the spiral spike, saying, "No, I only discovered this strength not long ago, and my endurance isn't great either. Each throw consumes a bit of internal energy. Based on my current total of internal energy and recovery speed, I can only throw 5 of these before needing to rest for about 5 minutes. 5. Huh? Zhang Jie scratched his head. 5 is still manageable. I refuse to believe those aliens have shells tougher than this steel plate. It's a pity you only just discovered this strength. Without practice or precision, otherwise, those aliens might not even be worthy of your attention." Zhang Jia chuckled again. "The power of the aliens isn't as simple as you think. Beyond their immense strength and strange speed, what truly terrifies is their ability to ambush from the shadows. I encountered aliens twice on the merchant ship, and each time it was an ambush that led to casualties. Even if they didn't ambush, they could still kill, but regardless, the lurking aliens are the most frightening presence. The true horror of the aliens lies in their ambushes. Last time, Zhan Lan and I..." Zha paused. Noticing Zhan Lan was in a daze, he quickly asked, "Zhan Lan, what are you thinking about?" Zhan Lan replied bitterly, "I was pondering why Chu Xian would take them away. Logically, with his intelligence, he should be wary of the dangers lurking behind room 15. Why would he willingly choose to confront such risks? Could it be that staying with us poses an even greater danger?" Zhang Jia felt a jolt in his mind, and he and Zhan Lan nearly simultaneously exclaimed, "The blood of the aliens." Zhang Jia looked at the two with confusion. "What alien blood? I don't understand what you're talking about." Zheng Jia, with a face full of bitterness, remarked, "The isolated alien creature. I have seen the horror film Alien 4. The alien in the quarantine surveillance could only escape by inflicting harm upon its own flesh, allowing its corrosive blood to flow. If we merely isolate these creatures, they may not instinctively harm themselves. However, should we venture towards room 15, these aliens might resort to self-inflicted injuries to protect their nest. At that moment, it will not be Chu Xian and his companions confronting these 3 aliens, but rather us, standing behind them. What a ruthless individual. Could it be that he began plotting against us the moment he schemed against Li Shuaishi?" Zhan Lan shook her head and replied, "No one possesses such formidable cunning. He is not intimately familiar with our personalities. How could he have begun plotting against us so long ago? This is likely a spur-of-the-moment decision." seeing that we have resolved to form our own team. He has opportunistically turned us into his pawns. At that moment, Zhang Jia regained his composure, beginning to search for something on the large screen. After a brief pause, he coldly declared, "Since he shows no mercy, I shall be equally ruthless. He must understand that we are not mere pawns in his game, and we shall see who ultimately meets their demise." In room 22, the bathroom, Zhang Jia and the other two arrived at their destination with utmost haste. He ushered them into the room and instructed Zhan Lan to lock the door securely. He then hurriedly entered a private bathing cubicle, urging, "You two, quickly wash off the sweat and any other odors from your bodies. Apply the food I provided liberally across your skin. It is imperative that you cover yourselves completely, understood?" Without hesitation, Zhan Lan dashed into a bathing area, while Zhang Jie stood there, clutching a block of cheese, at a loss for what to do. Nevertheless, he followed Jing Zha's instructions and began rinsing off. After a moment of washing, he suddenly heard Zhan Lan's voice calling out, Zhang Jia, I can't clean the blood off my arm properly. Can you come help me?" Zhang Jia halted his movements, pressing his ear against the wall with an incredulous expression, listening intently. However, before any sounds from Zhang Jia or Zhan Lan could be heard, an unsettling metallic scraping echoed from the corridor outside, piercingly loud, reminiscent of someone dragging a steel brush across the FL. Zhang Jia was struck a few times on the abdomen by her, and he immediately curled up in agony, groaning in pain. It was only then that Zhan Lan noticed her hands were covered in blood, which sent her into a panic, crying as she stammered, "I'm so sorry. I didn't realize your stomach was already injured." "Oh, I truly apologize." Zhang Jia, trembling, released his grip, and both of them examined the situation closely. There was a gaping wound the size of 3 fingers on his abdomen. Fortunately, it appeared that the wound had merely pierced the skin, sparing the intestines and internal organs from harm. Zhang Jie quickly leaned down to where Zhang Jia had been standing moments before and discovered a distinct footprint embedded in the steel floor. He stood up, exclaiming in astonishment, "Incredible! You managed to leap back the instant that alien tail struck, which is why your abdomen wasn't torn open. Had I been in your place, I might have ended up with my intestines brutally severed." As Zhang Jie spoke with increasing excitement, he rushed to Zhang Jia's side, vigorously patting his shoulder and exclaimed, "Kid, how on earth did you do that? You were nothing short of miraculous just now. If I hadn't witnessed you take down that alien myself, I might have thought it was the work of a martial arts master. Good heavens, please teach me how you accomplished it." Zhang Jia winced at the forceful pats and managed a wry smile as he replied, "You two should help me bind my wound first, at this rate. I might bleed out," he added, "and someone should tidy up their appearance." Zhan Lan paused for a moment, then realized her disheveled state. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot Zhang Jia a glare and hurried into the bathing area. Zhang Jia retrieved bandages and a hemostatic spray from his ring, and with Zhang Jie's assistance, he managed to secure the wound tightly. When Zhan Lan emerged from the bathing area, Zhang Jia urgently instructed them, "There's no time for detailed explanations. Zhang Jie, carry me closer to Chu Xian and the others. Regardless of what happens to me, do not stop," he continued. "Zhan Lan, my right arm is completely broken. Help me hold onto the remaining spiral steel rods and make sure to keep pace with us." Zhang Jie urged, "Let us move." Zhang Jia was now convinced that the secret to unlocking the genetic lock lay in crisis and fear. However, ordinary flesh could not withstand the immense power unleashed when the genetic lock was activated. For someone like him, whose body had been enhanced, even a full-force attack had resulted in a shattering fracture of his right arm, and he was now about to face excruciating pain akin to death itself. What would happen to an ordinary person? It was a double-edged sword, hurting both the enemy and oneself, only to be unleashed under extreme peril when faced with a terror akin to despair. This was the only way to briefly unlock the genetic lock, which could be likened to humanity's final struggle against death. Fortunately, he had just discovered a potential method for utilizing the Blood Clan's energy, though he was uncertain. Zhang Jia chuckled weakly on Zhang Jie's back. But before he could finish, that deathly sensation began to spread from his organs throughout his body. He began to convulse violently, the immense agony preventing him from uttering a word, as his muscles felt as if they were tearing away from his body. Blood streamed from his abdomen, and the already congealed wound burst open anew, blood cascading down his thighs to the ground. Chapter 6. The Compromise of Chu, Part 1. Zhang Jia's pain was swift to arrive and just as quickly faded. Aside from feeling weak and powerless, the torment didn't seem to inflict much lasting damage. Once the agony subsided, Zhang Jie and Zhan Lan hurriedly laid him down on the ground, both producing bandages and the hemostatic spray, frantically tending to the wound until the bleeding was staunched once more. Zhang Jia allowed them to bandage his injury, straining to listen intently. When the wrapping was complete, he murmured to them, "I heard gunfire." "Zhang Jie, did you hear it too?" Zhang Jie paused, then quickly listened intently before nodding. "Yes, I faintly heard gunfire." "Does this mean they succeeded? Did they find weapons in the armory?" Zhang Jia replied with a wry smile. "They likely found firearms, but I suspect they are currently facing off against those two aliens. Otherwise, the gunfire wouldn't be so intense." He then asked, "How many grenades do you have left?" "Give them all to me." "Zhan Lan, pass me the spiral steel rods you're holding." Both Zhang Jie and Zhan Lan hesitated momentarily. Zhang Jie smiled ruefully and spread his hands. "I've got none left. I gave all my grenades to them earlier, those scoundrels." Yet, Zhan Lan retrieved 2 grenades from her pocket, smiling as she said, "Fortunately, I kept a couple back." "What do you plan to do with them?" "These are the last 2. Zhang Jia also pulled 2 grenades from his spatial ring, biting down on one of the pins while Zhang Jie and Zhan Lan watched intently. He then hurled the grenade with his left hand, and amidst the thunderous explosion, both Zhang Jie and Zhan Lan were knocked to the ground. "I now have an idea of the explosion time." Zhang Jia kept his gaze fixed on the spot where the grenade had detonated, turning to Zhang Jie and instructing, "Quickly, tear some long strips from your clothing and bind the grenades to the spiral rods tightly." Without a word, Zhang Jie removed his shirt, tearing it into strips with swift motions. He then took the grenades and spiral rods and began to bind them together. Zhan Lan sighed, "Are you planning to fight again?" "Your injury is already." Zhang Jia turned back, smiling as he replied, "It's all right. The explosion from that grenade was quite loud. They should have all heard it. While I can't speak for the other 2. With Chu Xian's intellect, he will undoubtedly focus on engaging the aliens. I just need to launch a surprise attack from behind them. Furthermore, binding the grenades to the spiral rods means that if I can pierce the alien S-body before the explosion, the blast will undoubtedly inflict significant damage, so you can rest easy." Zhan Lan sighed again but remained silent, while Zhang Jie spoke up as he continued binding the grenades. "I realize now that I had misjudged you before. Zhang Jia, you possess an innate talent for battle. As our instructor would put it, you are a born warrior. The more dire the circumstances, the more your potential shines through, be it in combat prowess or strategic acumen." Zhang Jia took the grenade-laden spiral rods from Zhang Jie, testing his aim with his left hand before offering a rueful smile. "What kind of warrior am I? Merely someone desperately trying to survive. Anyone in such a predicament would exhibit some quick wit and strength. If someone as disheveled as I can be considered a warrior, then what does that make Chu Xian and the others? Super warriors or super geniuses?" "That's not quite accurate." Zhang Jie chuckled lightly, finishing the binding of the last spiral rod. "They are, after all, individuals who engaged in killing for a living in their former world. And each one is among the best in their respective fields. You, on the other hand, were merely an ordinary office worker. While your enhancements may have had an element of luck, your unyielding fight for survival, while gradually adapting to this brutal combat, reveals your hidden talent. Deep down, you are undoubtedly a warrior who refuses to concede defeat. A warrior? I'm just someone trying to survive by any means necessary." To swiftly regain his strength, Zhang Jie continued to carry Zhang Jia forward, while Zhan Lan still held onto the spiral steel rods. As they ran, Zhan Lan suddenly murmured, "Why are we risking our lives to save them? Wouldn't that just put us in danger?" At that moment, Zhang Jia was slowly channeling his internal energy. He exhaled and responded, "In truth, we have been in danger all along. If we do not eliminate the aliens, we are merely prolonging our demise." Hence, the analytical and strategic prowess of Chu Xian, along with the modern weapon handling skills of Zero and Ba Wang, are vital combat assets. Zhang Jie interjected, "But why did we separate from them in the first place? Had we stayed together, we might have secured some decent weapons instead of you fighting alone. I doubt Chu Xian would have cast us aside." Zhang Jia sighed, "Yes, had we remained with them, not only would we not have been abandoned, but we would have also been safe with Zero and Ba Wang until their demise. At least you and I would have been safe. But this was one of the very reasons I chose to leave. One reason was my discomfort with Chu Xian's approach, casting aside comrades as expendable. The other reason is that I refuse to leave my fate in someone else's hands. Perhaps teaming up with them would grant us short-term safety. But what about in the long run? I refuse to dwell on how I might die. I will only focus on how to survive as long as possible. As a companion, I will do my utmost to assist and protect them. Yet equally, my allies must not abandon me when I am in need. This is something Chu Xian cannot provide, which is why I chose to depart. I wish to stand on equal footing with him. Indeed, if being his companion means being cast aside, then I shall become someone who, even without being his companion, can still benefit from his wisdom. An ally. Independent yet mutually supportive. This is the only form of collaboration I can envision. Zhan Lan, constrained by the need to hold the spiraled spike with one hand, found herself unable to touch her forehead. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Would allies truly never be abandoned? How is that different from being partners? Zhang Jia chuckled and replied, the primary distinction between allies and partners lies in their existence. Allies stand independently, providing mutual assistance, yet can continue to fight alone without becoming a burden to one another. They bear no responsibility for each other's failings. In contrast, partners are a collective of individuals with diverse specializations, forming a team that relies on mutual protection. I cannot trust Chu Xian to safeguard his companions. Thus, to harness the strength of the three of them, I must choose to be their ally. Only by departing can one truly grasp the importance of the other's team. It is precisely for this reason that we have the potential to become allies. Otherwise, we would merely be pawns discarded by him. The bomb just now was intended to determine the precise moment of the explosion, as well as to signal them. Allies are arriving. Chapter 6. Choose Compromise, Part 2. Zhang Jia did not request Zhang Jia to carry him again. The distance was not insurmountable, and he could take this opportunity to move his limbs. However, the agony of his shattered right arm made even the slightest movement unbearable. Reluctantly, he bound his entire right arm to his body with strips of cloth. The pain during the binding was excruciating, as evidenced by the beads of sweat pouring down his face, making it evident to anyone that he was enduring tremendous suffering. Zhan Lan, watching from the side, felt her heart twist in sympathy. This petite woman could only grasp his left hand tightly, only then realizing that he was in such pain that even his left hand had lost strength. Once his right arm was secured, Zhang Jia was drenched in cold sweat. He made an effort to move his body and forced a smile, saying, well bound. This way, my right arm won't hinder me. Let's hurry, we need to accelerate our pace. Zhan Lan continued to hold his left hand, hesitating before saying, what if that we don't go? Let us return to the control room, shall we? I know how to shut down the isolation wall. We can stay there until the spaceship returns to Earth in this era, allowing Earth's military to handle them. We don't have to take risks, especially since you're already. Zhang Jia paused for a moment. Subtly retracting his left hand, he pointed to the ground and said, look at the ground. There are many depressions caused by corrosion. That is the blood of the xenomorphs. They are intelligent beings that will harm themselves to break through the isolation wall when they sense a threat. These 3 xenomorphs escaped from the isolation wall in precisely this manner. If we intend to seal the isolation wall to return to Earth, the starving xenomorphs will undoubtedly harm themselves again to break through it. At that point, there could be even more xenomorphs. You remember the 4 individuals brought into room 15. Therefore, we must eliminate the queen before those 4 xenomorphs appear. That is our only chance of survival. Otherwise, with Chu Xian's cunning, he would never risk going to the armory, for he knows this is the only opportunity. Zhang Jia smiled softly, ruffling Zhan Lan's hair, and said, just follow behind us. Rest assured, I will never abandon my companions. Nor will I entrust my survival to fate, and no matter what, I must survive. Due to Zhang Jia's determination, the other 2 had no choice but to follow him towards the armory. The gunfire ahead grew increasingly pronounced, its intensity escalating. Zhang Jia's body tensed once more, and with his right hand bound, he appeared to sway slightly while running. Nevertheless, after dashing several meters, he quickly adapted to this one-armed running style. Zhang Jia, take this longest spiraled spike. I don't know if this bomb-laden spike can instantly eliminate them, but if it can't, I'll rely on you to stand behind me, supporting the spike with all your strength. I will shield you in front, blocking any xenomorph tails or tongues with the spike. However, you must keep the spike pressed against the xenomorph. Do not allow it to come close. In my current state, aside from throwing the spike and providing some defense, I cannot engage in close combat with the xenomorphs. Zhang Jia, no matter what, do not retreat even a single step. Zhang Jia cautioned Zhang Jie several times before taking the bomb-laden spiraled spike from Zhan Lan and handing Zhang Jie another spike that was unarmed. At this moment, the three were merely a corridor away from the armory. Once they turned the corner, they would see two xenomorphs, or perhaps the remnants of human flesh. With such intense gunfire, Chu Xian must have heard the explosion earlier. Meaning the xenomorphs' full attention is now on us. Point 2 Mature xenomorphs. The first strike must hit. There is no room for failure. I must survive. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jia propelled himself forward with great force. His speed startled the two behind him. As he turned the corner of the corridor, he did not stop but instead charged straight towards the wall, maintaining his velocity without any sign of slowing down. The air thickened once more, and Zhang Jia was becoming increasingly accustomed to this extreme state before unlocking his genetic limits, pushing all his physical attributes, strength, vision, and neural response, to their utmost limits. Yet, this was the pinnacle of his capabilities. The state of seemingly endless combat instinct, the resolve to survive, could only manifest on the precipice of fear and death, a state he could not consciously control, as Zhang Jia dashed up the wall for several steps. Time seemed to slow down in an instant. He glimpsed the rear half of a xenomorph at the armory's entrance. The front half of that xenomorph had already breached the armory, while the other xenomorph was nowhere to be seen, suggesting it too might have entered the armory. While still in midair, Zhang Jia bit down on the bomb's latch on the spiraled spike and hurled it forward. However, being right-handed, the force and accuracy of the spike thrown with his left hand could never match that of his right. He aimed for the xenomorph's abdomen, but it struck lower, embedding itself into the xenomorph's waist. The creature immediately retreated from the armory, and as it turned to face Zhang Jia, the bomb-laden spiraled spike detonated violently in its waist. The explosion was devastating, tearing apart the xenomorph's midsection, sending a cascade of entrails and yellow blood spraying everywhere. The corridor was filled with a hissing sound, as if strong sulfuric acid had been splashed, corroding the steel around them. White smoke enveloped the corridor, making it difficult for Zhang Jia to see anything other than a massive shadow sprawled on the ground. Is it dead? Has it already perished? Zhang Jia rolled on the ground a few times, disregarding the pain in his right arm, his full attention on the shadow below. Just as he prepared to throw another bomb-laden spiraled spike, the shadow suddenly sprang up from the ground, racing toward him at an incredible speed, leaving him no time to react. A xenomorph, with a gaping hole in its waist, burst forth from the white smoke, lunging at Zhang Jia with frantic ferocity. Just as Zhang Jia aimed to thrust the spiraled spike at the xenomorph's head, a hand suddenly pushed him aside from behind. Zhang Jie charged out from behind him, and in the instant the xenomorph's tongue shot forth, Zhang Jie thrust the spiraled spike into its mouth. However, the xenomorph's jagged, tooth-filled tongue pierced through Zhang Jie's shoulder at the same moment. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere, and Zhang Jia was engulfed in a crimson haze. Chapter 6. Choose Compromise, Part 3. Zhang Jie did not retreat, even as the xenomorph's tongue pierced through his shoulder. He stood resolutely in front of Zhang Jia, pushing the spiraled spike deeper into the xenomorph's head with all his might, allowing the creature's blood to flow over his hands without retreating an inch. Rapidly, the corrosive liquid consumed his wrist, leaving only bone behind. Zhang Jie pressed forward, frantically driving the spiraled spike into the xenomorph's head, his hands increasingly corroded until only bone remained up to his forearms. Thankfully, Zhang Jia reacted in time, yanking Zhang Jie backward. The spiraled spike, now half corroded, was pulled from the xenomorph's head, leaving only a short length intact, which was also on the verge of being completely eroded. Zhang Jia shouted Zhan Lan's name as he quickly retrieved fresh water from his storage ring, pouring it frantically over Zhang Jie's arm. Zhan Lan regained her senses and also sprayed a hemostatic agent onto Zhang Jie's shoulder. Just as they tended to Zhang's wounds, the previously motionless xenomorph finally swayed and collapsed to the ground, yellow corrosive liquid oozing from its body. Gradually, the three were enveloped in a pungent white smoke. Dragging Zhang Jie backward, Zhang Jia moved away from the smoke. Once outside the area shrouded in white mist, he finally saw that the corrosion on Zhang Jie's arms had ceased. By this point, both of Zhang Jie's forearms had been entirely consumed, leaving only grotesque remnants of his arms. Zhang Jie had already fainted from the pain, only regaining consciousness when Zhang Jia poured cold water over his severed arm. The man immediately chuckled. Well, A single alien yields 500 reward points. You've been rather tight-lipped about it, haven't you? Hee. A mere Desert Eagle is nothing. Now I can purchase an AK with infinite ammunition. Zhang Jia silently regarded his 2 severed arms, while Zhang Jie laughed. It's all good. As long as I make it back to the main god, repairing my body won't cost too many reward points. But after a while, I might just become a burden to you. Hee. I must say, following you is far better than trailing behind Chu Xian. If I were by his side like this, I would have likely been abandoned by now. Zhang Jia exhaled and reassured him, rest assured, I will never abandon my comrades. You two wait here for me. Unless I call for you, hurry back to the control room. Follow the method you mentioned. Zhan Lan. Whether we survive or not is up to fate. With that, he picked up a spiral spike bomb and made his way to the armory. The corridor had been corroded by alien blood, creating a large hole, and the ground was riddled with smaller pits. Zhang Jia had to carefully navigate along the wall towards the armory. Halfway there, a figure emerged from the white smoke at the other end, 0 point, holding a long gun. His left chest was hastily bandaged with strips of cloth, blood seeping through, giving him a rather disheveled appearance. Zhang Jia and 0 point exchanged wry smiles, both appearing gravely injured. 0 point silently gazed at the alien corpses in the distance and remarked, Did you manage to kill another one? You truly are impressive. To dispatch an alien without firearms is no small feat. Zhang Jia replied with a bitter smile, You did well too. You also killed one, didn't you? 0 point sighed, Let us head to the armory. The other two are inside. Zhang Jia then called out loudly for Zhang Jie. And when the two approached from the edge of the wall, 0 point exhibited a look of shock. Even with Zhang Jie's severed arms, the astonishment was evident. After a moment, he inhaled deeply, saying, Regardless, let us get to the armory. You still have hemostatic spray and strong bandages, right? Ba Wang. He might not make it. As the three entered the armory with 0 point, Zhang Jia noticed the door was much thicker than a typical room door. Nearly as thick as a quarantine wall. The center had been corroded into a hole over a meter high, evidently caused by alien bodily fluids. Another alien lay in tatters by the left entrance of the armory. Having been corroded into a large cavity, we were fortunate. This alien was trying to burrow inside before the door was fully corroded and got stuck at the entrance. It took us nearly a few minutes of gunfire to kill it. But the second alien was a different story. Had you arrived just half a minute later, we would have likely perished here, 0 point explained as he walked ahead. Upon reaching the armory platform, Zhang Jia, along with the others, immediately spotted Ba Wang and Chu Xian. A large gaping wound marred Ba Wang's chest, clearly inflicted by an alien's tail, though it had not penetrated entirely, sparing him from instant death. Among the three, only Chu Xian appeared relatively unscathed. Apart from some bloodstains, his attire looked just as it had when they first arrived. However, the slight weariness in his eyes betrayed the trauma he had endured. A reality only he truly understood. I didn't expect the aliens to be this formidable, Chu Xian said before Zhang Jia could speak. Why calculations were flawed. In the first 4 terrifying alien films, the aliens rarely faced off directly against human firearms, leading me to underestimate their strength. If ordinary aliens are this strong, I shudder to think of the Queen's combat prowess. Perhaps we are truly. Zhang Jia ignored him, focusing on applying the spray and bandaging Ba Wang's wounds. After a moment, the bleeding finally ceased. Yet this robust Russian man now appeared so weak that any movement seemed to threaten his life. Then let us form an alliance. You are a team, and we are a team, and no one will betray the other. No one can betray the other, and of course, you can refuse, but I will never be your subordinate. Despite your intelligence and strategic prowess, which I do indeed require. However, you equally need our abilities and familiarity with this world. We both hold value to each other. The choice is yours. Chu Xian bit his finger. Gazing at Zhang Jia, Very well, I accept your proposal, but you must understand one thing. Should you fail to keep pace with me, for the safety of the majority, I will unequivocally abandon you. Yet, I will save you. Zhang Jia coldly replied, For your intellect, I will save you. Chapter 7. Advance, the Nest. 1. Though I am loath to admit it, our combat capabilities have indeed dwindled to a dismal level, Chu Xian murmured. Lowering his head. Among the 6 present, Ba Wang was gravely injured. Without immediate treatment, he could lose his life at any moment. Zhang Jie's arms were nearly eroded away, rendering him unable to use firearms. Zhang Jia, the strongest, had a shattering fracture in his right arm, with his internal energy significantly depleted, making his combat effectiveness concerning .0 possessed exceptional sniping skills, yet his weapon was akin to a submachine gun, lacking the power and precision necessary to slay an alien. Chu Xian was adept at analysis and strategy, but his proficiency with firearms paled in comparison to 0 and Ba Wang. As for Zhan Lan, she had trained for several days, yet her marksmanship was inferior even to Chu Xian's. Zheng Jia nodded. Indeed, we are all injured now. Fortunately, we have eliminated all the aliens, and no creatures have emerged from room 15 for quite some time. It seems only the queen remains inside. Chu Xian stated, even that single queen could obliterate us all. We are largely powerless against it. The queen is approximately 3 times the size of a regular alien, and I estimate its exoskeleton to be at least twice as thick as that of an ordinary alien. Such thickness cannot be penetrated by regular bullets. Perhaps heavy weaponry, high-precision sniper rifles, or armor-piercing rounds could inflict damage. But in this armory, all we have found are these lightweight weapons. Alas, this is merely a standard merchant vessel. Zheng Jia pondered. What if we can breach its exoskeleton? Then we can all attack the unarmored sections with bullets. Would that allow us to kill it? Chu Xian looked at Zheng Jia curiously. I do not engage in illogical reasoning. If you believe you can breach its exoskeleton, then present sufficient evidence. Zheng Jia, with no choice, picked up a standard spiral spike. Aside from 2 others rigged with explosives, this was the only intact spiral spike left. He stood, took a deep breath, and channeled his inner energy to hurl it. Mirroring previous demonstrations, the spike embedded itself deep into the adjacent steel wall. Chu Xian gazed intently at the spike, sighing, you are not left-handed, yet your right hand has. It is my fault. Had I known you possessed such combat prowess, I would have ensured you sustained no severe injuries. Indeed, as you stated, if we can breach the queen's exoskeleton, we have a considerable chance of killing it. Furthermore, should your aim improve, hitting its head might even result in an instant kill. Zheng Jia smiled wryly. It's difficult to aim so precisely, especially using my left hand, and my stamina now allows for only 1 or 2 more throws. Rather than risk a shot at the queen's head, it would be wiser to target its body instead. Indeed, Chu Xian nodded. Hitting the body has a higher success rate. Our chances of killing the queen are approximately 30%, which is quite favorable and sufficient for this venture. Now, let us delegate tasks. Zheng Jia, you will. Zheng Jia suddenly interjected, wait, you need only concern yourself with your comrades. Let us delineate our responsibilities. We shall focus on breaching the queen's exoskeleton and providing fire support, while you are responsible for protecting us and also providing fire support. How does that sound? Chu Xian bit his finger again. Is this what you call an alliance? Very well, we shall each handle our respective duties. I accept your proposal, but you must note that this means I will not need to design plans to protect you deliberately. We will share the dangers equally. Zheng Jia coldly chuckled. That is precisely the fairness we need. Why must we rely on your protection? Is it merely to be cast aside when you devise your plans? Ridiculous. We require your wisdom, and you need our strength. Our relationship is that simple. Chu Xian did not utter another word. He silently retrieved several weapons from the arsenal and meticulously explained the advantages and disadvantages of each to Zheng Jia and the other 2. Ultimately, Zhan Lan selected the Desert Eagle with infinite ammunition that had not been utilized, while Zheng Jia opted for a semi-automatic rifle with slightly greater short-range power. Observing that Zheng Jia and the others had armed themselves, Chu Xian finally spoke. In truth, we are rather fortunate. If time were to advance by just a day or 2, we would not be facing a mere 3 aliens, but 7. Those 4 individuals have likely already been parasitized, thus we must eliminate the queen in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, once those 4 aliens hatch, our current state will surely spell our doom. Furthermore, there is one more point to consider. Once we injure the queen and it begins to bleed, we must dispatch it swiftly. The blood of the aliens possesses an extremely corrosive nature, and the queen's location is perilously close to the edge of the merchant vessel. Should its blood corrode a substantial hole, we could very well be sucked into the void of space, and that would seal our fate. Zheng Jia felt a surge of admiration within him. Setting aside Chu Xuan's cold demeanor, it was evident that he was a genius in analysis and strategy. He meticulously addressed every detail, including the personalities and reactions of each individual in his calculations. Although Zheng Jia did not agree with some of Chu Xuan's methods, having such an ally would undoubtedly bolster their chances of survival in this horror scenario. Chu Xian continued, "Everyone, tuck your pant legs securely into your shoes, just as I have done. We will be traversing the alien's lair. While their secretions are not strong acids, they are still corrosive. Therefore, ensure your pants and shoes are tightly secured to effectively isolate those substances for a short while. Also, do not touch the walls indiscriminately. If you encounter alien eggs, those large oval objects, shoot them immediately. Do not approach them carelessly. That is essentially all. The rest will depend on our ability to adapt to the situation." Finally, each person thoroughly checked their weapons. Zhang Jie and the Bawang were utterly drained of combat capability. Initially, Chu Xian intended for them to remain behind temporarily, but Zhang Jia was concerned that if aliens bypassed them and reached the arsenal, it would pose a grave risk. Thus, he insisted that Zhang Jia accompany the main group. As for Bawang, being a member of Chu Xuan's team, Chu Xian believed he had no choice but to remain behind. Leaving his life to fate as Zhang Jia stepped out of the arsenal, he glanced back at Bawang, who had succumbed to a semi-comatose state. A sense of desolation washed over him. He then shifted his gaze from the arsenal and looked ahead. The light beyond passageway 15 was dim and foreboding. It was the alien's lair, resembling an entrance to hell, heralding death, or perhaps the conclusion of a horror film. Chapter 7. Advance, the Lair, Part 2. The five of them ventured into passageway 15. And indeed, secretions resembling thick phlegm appeared on either side, corroding the steel beneath them. Fortunately, it seemed that the acidity diminished over time. Chu Xian cautiously touched the secretion at the corner of the wall and then stood, declaring, "The acidity has oxidized significantly. It is now merely at a weak acid level. This is much more manageable. During our battle, if we become covered in this secretion, it will not be fatal." Zhang Jia stepped on the secretion, frowning. "However, it is exceedingly slippery. If we encounter the queen amidst such secretions, I fear we may struggle to maintain our footing while running." Chu Xian pondered for a moment. "No, if the battlefield is saturated with this substance, it may actually work to our advantage. We would not need to worry about the queen's blood corroding the merchant vessel's hull. That could be a favorable condition. Despite the hindrance to movement, I would prefer a battlefield thickly coated with this material." Zhang Jia chuckled wryly, looking at Chu Xian. "To be honest, what are our chances of surviving this horror film?" Chu Xian glanced at him, responding coolly, "As I said, a 30% chance, assuming you hit your target without fail. If you miss your first shot, within 30 seconds, 2 to 3 people will perish. During that time, you will have another opportunity to shoot. If you miss again, we will all meet our end. Similarly, this is our final chance. If we do not seize it, we shall all perish within 3 days. In summary, this is the lowest probability I have ever encountered in my life's decisions, which is rather disheartening to contemplate." Zhang Jia fell silent for a moment, then unexpectedly patted Chu Xian on the shoulder. "Though I am unsure how to comfort you, and with your intellect, you likely do not require consolation from others. I implore you, let us survive. We can all make it through this. I refuse to die here. While you say that, our survival odds remain merely 30%. Chu Xian replied, not even glancing at Zhang Jia. Just then, a voice rang out from ahead. "We have a situation." The two exchanged glances, and Zhang Jia instructed Zhang Jia and the others, "Stay close to me. Do not fall behind or engage in any distractions. Let us move." With that, he sprinted toward the source of the voice. At that moment, Ling Dian stood at the front of a passageway, quietly awaiting the arrival of the four. He pointed towards the passage ahead, stating, "We cannot proceed. It is entirely covered in this secretion." Zhang Jia looked up and indeed saw a thick layer of secretion obscuring the passage behind Ling Dian, resembling the viscera of some creature. Appearing almost alive at first glance, cautiously, he used his spiral stinger to pierce through the layer of secretion. The substance was not hard. In fact, it yielded easily to his probing, revealing that its thickness was merely a few centimeters. As he lifted the layer of secretion, Zhang Jia was taken aback by the sight beyond. The space behind was densely packed with the secretion. The floor, walls, and ceiling of the merchant vessel's passageway were all enshrouded in it. If the previous space still bore resemblance to the merchant vessel, then from this point onward, they had truly entered the alien's lair. A sensation akin to walking on flesh, surrounded by what felt like living organisms. Just the thought of it sent chills down his spine. Suddenly, Chu Xian exclaimed, "Ling Dian, the lighting here is dim. Your eyesight is the best. See if those objects ahead are alien eggs. Those oval biological entities?" Ling Dian scrutinized carefully, but, after a while, shook his head. I cannot discern. The light is obscured by this disgusting matter, and it is far too dim. Chu Xian nodded and addressed Zheng Jia. These alien eggs will not initiate an attack from over 20 meters away, so we can approach them safely. Estimating our distance, we are approximately at the location of Passageway 3. Beyond this lies Warehouse 2 and Warehouse 1, where the Queen should be located. Zheng Jia nodded and instructed the others to remain behind. I will check whether those are indeed alien eggs. Ling Dian, if anything appears around me, I will need you to take care of it. I trust in your sniping ability. Ling Dian silently nodded. Zheng Jia smiled and stepped into the lair. The moment his feet touched the ground, a soft, squishy sensation enveloped him, as though he were treading upon the innermost walls of a creature. The feeling of pushing through flesh sent a shiver through him. But he resisted the discomfort and slowly advanced deeper into the passageway. The dim lighting permitted him to see no further than 10 meters ahead, making him tread cautiously for several seconds. Finally, after moving some distance away from the secretion, he spotted dozens of oval-shaped organism-like objects. Indeed, they were alien eggs. Zheng Jia called out loudly without looking back, suddenly alarmed to see the alien eggs slowly opening, signaling the impending release of alien larvae. With dozens of eggs present, should they all release their larvae, these creatures could easily hide within the secretions and attack them. If a human were to be parasitized, they would transform into a new alien within mere minutes to hours. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Jia lifted his semi-automatic rifle and fired at the alien eggs. The sound of gunfire echoed as the eggs were effortlessly shattered, their shells proving surprisingly fragile. However, even so, several larvae were released, springing forth with astonishing speed. After bouncing a few times on the secretion, the larvae were already nearing Zheng Jia. At that moment, gunfire erupted from behind Zheng Jia, and the larvae were obliterated mid-air. Turning around, he saw Ling Dian wielding a submachine gun aimed at him, wisps of smoke curling from the barrel. Zheng Jia chuckled faintly at 0 point, a killer who had remained perpetually cold. Surprisingly nodded slightly. Only Chu Xian approached calmly, crouching down to examine the fragments of the alien eggs, and after a moment, he stood up and remarked, after the queen lays her eggs, she enters a state of vulnerability. The shells of these alien eggs are exceedingly soft, which contradicts my recollection of their usual hardness. I believe the queen must have laid her eggs not long ago. Zheng Jia inhaled deeply and said, since we have come this far, we must do our utmost to eliminate that formidable creature. Let us proceed. We shall slay the last of the aliens. Let us all return alive to the Master God space. Chapter 7. Advance into the Nest, Part 3. The five continued onward, gradually losing sight of the path, as the ground became almost entirely covered with a viscous, phlegm-like secretion. The walls were frequently corroded, riddled with large holes, transforming the route from Passage 3 to Warehouse 2 into a web-like maze. As Zheng Jia walked, he suddenly exclaimed, I can't go on. I am utterly lost. Ever since we turned that corner, I have lost my sense of direction. Beside him, Zhang Jia laughed heartily. Indeed, everything here looks strikingly identical. No matter which way you go, you're bound to encounter these repulsive things. Finding direction in this place is practically impossible. I can, Chu Xian remarked calmly. If it is merely about recreating the map in my mind, I can handle that. Continuing straight down this path will indeed lead us to Warehouse 2. However, I wonder if it is prudent to just walk in like that. Zheng Jia interjected, prudent. There are 5 of us here, each a final line of defense. Do not attempt to sway the majority with your words and force a few to act as bait. Do you know what it is called when the majority uses fairness to bully the minority? It is called fascism. Damn it, if you want to be the bait, I will agree immediately, but do not treat others' lives as mere playthings. Chu Xian replied softly, I can be the bait, but can you guarantee you will eliminate the queen the moment she appears? Since you oppose having someone scout ahead, present another plan, I am all ears. As the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense, Zhan Lan suddenly interjected with a smile, don't be so serious. I actually think sending someone ahead to scout may not be useful at all. Aliens are not mindless creatures. They excel at ambushes. If only 1 or 2 people walk together, they will definitely target the one closest to them. However, if one person walks ahead, followed by 4 armed with firearms, the aliens will not foolishly reveal themselves. They will first ambush the 4 behind. What do you think of my reasoning? Chu Xian bit his finger and said, indeed, That reasoning is quite sound. I guess at the fear and tension that is causing my thoughts to become muddled. From now on, I shall refrain from voicing further opinions. I will continue to lead the way. So be it. With that, he walked purposefully in a certain direction. Zhang Jia glanced at Chu Xian's retreating figure and then turned to 0 Point. Saying, 0 Point, during my previous encounters with aliens, I always sensed danger. I recall that you and the tyrant seem to possess a similar ability to sense danger, correct? From now on, whoever feels danger first, we will shoot in that direction immediately, agreed? 0 Point replied quietly, I feel danger now, as if something is watching us, coldly, as if we are mere prey. This feeling is absolutely dreadful. Do you understand why Chu Xian is so anxious? He must also be sensing this danger. Go be honest. I am so agitated that I feel like firing my weapon indiscriminately. This sensation is truly unbearable. Zhang Jia looked at Chu Xian in surprise. Though his expression remained calm and serene, a closer inspection of his eyes revealed an unsettling mix of agitation and fear, emotions unbecoming of one as wise as Chu Xian, as they spoke. The five had exited the passage, revealing a vast expanse before them. The ground was still covered with a thick layer of white, phlegm-like secretion, and in addition, dozens of large crates were lined up in rows. This space appeared to be the location of Warehouse 2. Zhang Jia, still pondering 0 Point's earlier words, suddenly felt a peculiar palpitation, prompting him to look up. To his astonishment, for unconscious individuals where suspension, Chu Xian was the second to react, his typically placid gaze suddenly sharpening with intensity. Gripping 2 heavy handguns, he charged directly towards the queen. As he closed in, mere meters away, his bullets struck true, hitting the queen's tongue with remarkable precision. A rapid succession of shots shattered the tip of her tongue into fragments. The queen's roar escalated to a deafening crescendo as her massive tail lashed out, catching Chu Xian off guard. He was hurled over 10 meters away, crashing violently against a container, the sound echoing like thunder. The sheer force of the impact left him imprinted against the steel surface, a testament to the devastating power of the blow. 0. Wielding a submachine gun, continued his relentless assault, the rapid-fire clatter striking the queen's form repeatedly. He maneuvered alongside her, deftly avoiding her tongue and tail. Yet his speed was no match for the colossal creature. As the queen pivoted with alarming swiftness, 0. Attempted to roll out of harm's way. But her claws ensnared his left shoulder. Simultaneously, her enormous tongue lashed out, grazing his head before crashing into his right shoulder, obliterating it entirely. A pained scream erupted from 0. Blood gushing from his mouth as a portion of his lung was also lost to the queen's attack. Miraculously, he was not instantly killed. Instead, her tongue began to siphon the blood and flesh from his right shoulder. It was only when 0's anguished cries reached her ears that Zhanlan finally reacted. Trembling, she gripped her Desert Eagle tightly and began firing recklessly, the weapon's infinite ammunition allowing her to unleash a barrage of gunfire. The resounding cracks of the gun rang out, each bullet striking the queen's exoskeleton, creating numerous small indentations across her body. In a furious display, the queen flung 0. aside, her imposing form now facing Zhanlan and Zhang Jia. With a thunderous roar, she unleashed a primal scream. Zhang Jia, though battered, had not succumbed to death. Despite being struck by the queen's tail with little warning, his robust physique endured the assault. The tail had merely split open his abdomen, severing his intestines, yet it had not bisected him entirely, a stroke of fortune amidst calamity. Upon hitting the ground, Zhang Jia found himself in a state of rigidity. Aside from the pain coursing through him, he could barely move, his gaze fixated on the battlefield. He witnessed 0's desperate assault, Chu Xian being sent flying, and then 0's shoulder being pulverized by the queen. As the queen turned her attention towards Zhanlan and Zhang Jia, Zhang Jia's anxiety deepened, compounded by the increasing blood loss from his severed intestines, which dulled his senses. I will die, I will die, I will die. I'm on the brink of death. No, I refuse to perish here. I want to live, to return to the real world, to reunite with Luoli. I must survive, at all costs. I will not die. Zhang Jia felt that familiar sensation of something unlocking within him. Waves of information flooded his mind, encompassing how much longer he could endure in this state of severe injury and blood loss. How to quickly regain his combat effectiveness, the fleeting application of blood clan energy, and, most crucially, how to continue living. Zheng Jia suddenly rose to his feet, instinctively channeling the Blood Clan energy throughout his body, significantly boosting his vitality for a short time. He grasped his severed intestines, tying them together in a haphazard manner, ensuring they would not impede his subsequent actions. The agony he experienced was beyond what an ordinary person could fathom. Yet at that moment, it felt exhilarating, the intense pain keeping him alert. The queen charged towards Zhanlan and Zhangjia, her massive claws descending upon them. Zhangjia reacted with remarkable speed, colliding with Zhanlan and rolling away. However, his swiftness was no match for the queen's ferocity. Zhanlan managed to evade, but Zhangjia had only just begun to roll when he was seized by the queen, her claws piercing through his left chest. Blood erupted from his mouth, and it was uncertain whether his heart had been injured. He was left teetering on the brink of death. Zheng Jia's eyes burned with fury as he retrieved a spiral bomb from behind him, charging towards the scene with terrifying speed, each stride propelling him several meters further. As he neared the queen, he leaped with astonishing height, biting open the bomb's clasp before thrusting it into the queen's side. Simultaneously, her claws sent him flying. The explosion resonated with a deafening roar, the queen's anguished cries merging with the blast. A significant chunk of her waist was obliterated by the spiral bomb. Chapter 8. A Desperate Struggle. Part 2. Zheng Jia was flung several meters away, yet he did not fall to the ground. Instead, he pushed off the ground and charged back towards the queen, undeterred by the blood streaming from his right arm. The queen's previous strike had severed much of his right arm, and an overwhelming pain surged through him. An ordinary person would have succumbed to unconsciousness, but Zheng Jia, having temporarily unlocked his genetic lock, instinctively suppressed the pain. However, he knew his time was limited. Blood, yes, blood. Losing more than 1/5 of one's blood leads to shock. More than 1/3 poses a life-threatening risk. Zheng Jia was uncertain how much blood he had lost. In previous battles against ordinary mutants, he had sustained injuries and blood loss. Now, with his intestines ruptured, the blood loss had reached a critical threshold. Yet, this loss of blood was merely one of the dangers he faced. The other was the potential collapse of his genes after unlocking the genetic lock. The agony of unlocking the genetic lock was indescribable. Besides the pain, he sensed his body was on the verge of collapse, a primal understanding. Ordinary life forms could scarcely unlock their genetic locks, as the violent changes inflicted upon their genetic structure represented a fatal injury. Facing the queen, Zheng Jia had unlocked his genetic lock to a greater extent than in previous encounters. He realized that time was running out. Severe injuries, blood loss, and genetic collapse. Any one of these could obliterate him from existence. If he failed to fight back, he would not need the queen to execute him. He was already teetering on the edge of death. He had 3 minutes to end the battle. Either he would perish, or the queen would. Zheng Jia charged towards the location where he had dropped his rifle earlier. A second spiral bomb remained in Zhanlan's possession, but the rifle was more suited for the task at hand. Moreover, the queen's exoskeleton had already sustained significant damage from the previous explosion. Even the rifle could inflict considerable harm. The only concern was the queen's terrifying offensive capability. Her strength and speed were so overwhelming that any contact could prove fatal. The queen roared in anguish, the bomb's explosive power being neither insignificant nor overwhelming. It likely detonated within her body, as an external explosion would not have breached her formidable exterior. Seeing Zheng Jia charging towards her again, the queen unleashed a ferocious roar, lifting her tail to strike. The sound of slicing air rushed towards Zheng Jia, moving faster than the human eye could perceive. Just as he picked up the rifle from the ground, the rush of air was upon him. Without a moment's thought, he sprang to his feet. There was no time to evade. Instead of bracing for impact, he decided to make use of the remaining portion of his right arm, which had not yet been torn away. With a muffled thud, Zheng Jia felt as though a truck had collided with his right side. He coughed out a mouthful of blood as the information surged through his mind once more. A compound fracture of the ribs on his right side. Bones piercing into his lung, internal bleeding, and insufficient oxygen. If this continued, he would surely perish within 2 to 3 minutes. Zheng Jia was beyond desperation. At the moment the queen's tail struck him, he clamped down with his right arm. Managing to grasp the tail, though it was not a tight grip, it prevented him from being sent flying. Instead, he swung around the queen's tail, landing on the opposite side, right where her exoskeleton had been breached. Upon landing, He aimed the rifle at the gaping wound in the queen's side and fired several rounds. Yellow blood splattered from the wound, a corrosive substance that would terrify most. However, Zheng Jia's resilience allowed him to withstand some of the acid, merely causing minor burns to his skin, far less severe than Zhang Jie's arm, which had been corroded away. The true danger was not the blood, but the imminent threat of the queen's retaliatory strike. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Jia leaped towards the queen, having resolved to take a daring gamble. Time to deliver a surprise. Zheng Jia leapt fiercely to the gaping wound of the queen, his feet planted firmly within her flesh. Driven by a frenzy of bloodlust, he thrust his rifle into her side, relentlessly pulling the trigger as the sharp crack of gunfire echoed around him. It was impossible to ascertain the extent of the damage inflicted upon the queen. But her mournful cries gradually diminished. After unleashing over a dozen bullets, Zheng Jia was finally hurled off by the queen's powerful motion. Before he could touch the ground, her claws seized him with brutal force, piercing through his left chest. Whether it had struck his heart remained uncertain. Nonetheless, he coughed up a copious amount of blood. Zhan Lan, hand me the spiral stab bomb. At this moment, Zheng Jia felt utterly drained. His previous actions had nearly exhausted the last remnants of his strength, his internal energy almost depleted, and the energy of the Blood Clan wholly devoted to sustaining his life. His consciousness began to blur, sustained only by a fierce will to survive, yet even that resolve was nearing its limit. Zhan Lan, the least injured among them, despite the seemingly horrific wound on her shoulder, was merely a minor scratch compared to the others. Upon hearing his call, she immediately scrambled to her feet, rushing towards the queen without a glance at her fearsome visage. At that instant, gunfire erupted once again from the queen's flank. Ling Dian, blood spilling from his mouth, lay on the ground, desperately firing his submachine gun at the queen's wound. However, he managed to fire only a few rounds before being sent flying by her tail, his viscera appearing to spill forth, indicating that his survival was in grave jeopardy. Zhan Lan sprinted towards the queen, who seemed to regard her as no threat at all. Instead, she pressed Zheng Jia against the sharp edge of a nearby container with her claws. The sound of his spine fracturing echoed in his ears, and aside from the searing pain, he realized his lower body had succumbed to numbness, his form bent backward in a grotesque manner. "Don't die. I refuse to die," Zheng Jia roared, a fleeting moment of clarity igniting within him, allowing him to gather a small surge of internal energy in his left hand, forcing the energy of the Blood Clan to coalesce in his mind. With a fierce grip, he began to claw at the exterior of the Queen's claw, the distinctive corrosive property of the Blood Clan energy revealing itself for the first time as he tore 5 bloody holes into her claw. Zheng Jia, catch! Zhan Lan, despite her limited speed, saw Zheng Jia's broken form and threw herself towards him, flinging the spiral stab bomb in his direction. Just as she released it, the queen's tail plunged into her chest, creating a large gaping wound that pierced through to her spine, leaving her on the brink of death. As well as Zheng Jia reached for the spiral stab bomb, he forcefully shattered the claw that held him captive and bit down hard upon the queen's exterior. With his only remaining left hand, he caught the bomb mid-air, but in that moment, the queen's other claw came crashing down with a deafening crack, obliterating his lower body. He was, astonishingly, torn in two. Chapter 8. Struggle for Survival. Part 3. Zheng Jia felt no pain throughout his body. He was clenching the queen's claw tightly, terrified that if he loosened his grip, he would plummet to the ground. Now, he had no legs. Should he fall, he would surely perish, and even clutching the spiral stab bomb would be futile. He could not simply float upwards to strike at the queen. This was his final opportunity. His consciousness began to fade. His entire lower body felt icy cold, a harbinger of death's approach. Legends spoke of individuals who, even after being bisected, could struggle for several minutes, and those in icy conditions could endure even longer. Yet, Zheng Jia had already sustained grievous injuries. To suggest he had half a life left was an understatement. He could die at any moment. Determined not to loosen his grip, Zheng Jia fought to secure the bomb's loop onto the queen's claw. With a mighty pull, he detached the loop, but before he could make his next move, a fierce wind rushed toward him. Without needing to look, he knew it was either the queen's claw or her tongue aimed at him. Regardless, the force was directed straight at his head. Bang bang. A series of gunshots rang out not far from where Zheng Jia and the queen clashed, revealing Chu Xian standing there, trembling. One of his arms was shattered, held together only by a few sinews, and his torso bent at an unnatural angle, indicating he too had suffered severe injuries. Those gunshots were fired from the remaining hand he possessed, accurately striking the queen's elongated tongue. Showcasing his remarkable short-range shooting skills, the bullets shattered the tip of her tongue, altering its trajectory, and in that critical moment, it grazed past Zheng Zha's head. "Deal whatever you must quickly. My vision is fading." Chu Xian shouted, his gun continuing to fire, producing several more bloody holes in the queen's tongue. With his left hand firmly pressed against the queen's claw, Zheng Zha finally released his mouth from her grip, only to clench his teeth again. Summoning all his strength, he propelled himself 2 meters upward, launching directly at the queen's head. With a hissing sound, the spiral stab bomb pierced through the side of the queen's head, entering directly into her mouth. Just as the queen raised her other claw, caught off guard by Zheng Zha's audacity, an explosion erupted. Zheng Zha's left hand, along with the queen's head, was obliterated into a shower of fragments, shrapnel. Pieces of the spiral stab and debris from the queen's shell rained down upon him. His left hand was shattered, but given his dire condition, it was merely a minor injury. He closed his eyes and began to descend slowly to the ground. With his internal energy completely expended, the blood clan energy nearly depleted, and his genetic locks at their limit, blood flowed from his body in torrents, sufficient to fell a robust man in an instant. Zheng Zha truly lacked the strength to move. Even the effort to close his eyelids drained him completely. He felt an overwhelming fatigue, yearning for a place to sink into a deep slumber. Yet something within him felt unfinished. "Damn you, main god, quickly restore our bodies. Deduct the repair points as you sify in the haze." Zheng Zha faintly heard Zhang Jie's unintelligible murmur, followed by the unmistakable sound of a girl weeping. The sound stirred within him a desire to open his eyes, but he was simply too exhausted. Were it not for the timely arrival of that voice, he might have already fallen into a deep sleep. Fortunately, a wave of warmth enveloped him, wrapping him in its embrace, the sensation akin to soaking in warm water, providing an indescribable comfort. However, this soothing feeling was short-lived, swiftly giving way to excruciating pain. Pain so intense that it was beyond description, driving Zheng Zha to the brink of madness. Yet, this agony jolted him back to consciousness. As his awareness returned, Zheng Zha was seized by a chilling dread. The memory of his fierce confrontation with the queen loomed large in his mind, a colossal creature, standing over 7 or 8 meters tall and nearly 20 meters long. Not even an elephant could withstand such a force. The mere thought of daring to engage in close combat with that monster filled him with terror. At last, Zheng Zha surveyed his surroundings. He was now in the main god space, amidst a vast plaza, illuminated by a floating light orb, surrounded by endless darkness. This was the only sanctuary within the horror film reincarnation. A beam of light shot down from the orb at the plaza's center, and he floated within its embrace. Additionally, other beams of varying brightness surrounded him, with Chu Xian in the dimmest light, followed by Ling Dian and Zhang Jia, while Zhan Lan occupied the second brightest column. 4. Zheng Zha counted again, confirming there were indeed only 4 of them. The formidable Ba Wang was conspicuously absent from the plaza, likely having perished, which cast a shadow over his heart. Only the survivors could return to the main god's space. Gazing at his own body, the pain had lessened considerably, yet it remained unbearable. Not a single part of him was unscathed. His lower body was entirely obliterated, both arms were gone, and his upper body was riddled with shrapnel. Fortunately, aside from some scratches on his face, his head had escaped unscathed, a small mercy amidst the overwhelming misfortune. He appeared to be a mass of muscle, writhing as if imbued with life itself. Under the radiant glow, his muscles and bones grew at a visibly astonishing rate, the vertebrae along his back extending downwards until it gradually ceased at the tailbone. Centered around his spine, bones and nerves sprouted anew, followed by the emergence of blood and internal organs. Zheng Zha had no desire to gaze upon his own body any longer. The grotesque speed of such visible growth was utterly repugnant. His eyes drifted past his corporeal form to the ground below, where 2 girls gazed up at them with tear-filled eyes. One was a classical beauty conjured by Zhang Jie, silently weeping as she looked at him, while the other was the girl of his heart, Lori. This 15 or 16-year-old girl was crying inconsolably, on the verge of fainting from sorrow, had it not been for the classical beauty's quiet support. At that moment, Zhang Jia found himself unable to speak. A shard had sliced through his throat, and any attempt to utter words left him gasping for air. He could only slightly part his lips towards Lori, gesturing his thoughts in hopes she might comprehend. I have returned. Lily, I have kept my promise and returned alive. Chapter 9. Hope in the real world. The restoration of the 5 bodies took over 2 hours. In fact, the others concluded their healing within an hour, but Zhang Jia's recovery took the longest. Once his body was fully restored, the light that enveloped him shifted dramatically from a sun-like radiance to a verdant glow. Only Zhang Jia understood. This was the prime deity mending his faltering genes. The nature of unlocking his genetic locks remained elusive even now. In that state, a surge of information instinctively flooded his mind. Although he could only access this unlocked state during combat thus far, it was a remarkable feat. He had survived after unlocking his genetic potential. If he could wield this state at will, during strategic contemplation or analytical reasoning, he would become an omnipotent being. Zhang Jia looked down from the air at the others. Zhang Jia's laughter was the most boisterous, as he embraced the flushed classical beauty and exclaimed, "Damn, we narrowly escaped death. Yet, we struck gold. Every horror film guarantees 1,000 reward points. Killing an alien nets 500, and there's another 1,000 for completing the mission along with a D-level side plot. Damn, truly, fortune favors the bold. I'll take such perilous situations any day. Ha 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 ha." Chu Xian seemed to have checked his reward points from the prime deity, and after a moment of silence, he remarked, "The body restoration cost 107 points. Is that the standard?" Zhang Jia shook his head. "Actually, repairing a body isn't that expensive. It's the restoration that costs more. Minor injuries like a broken arm or leg are cheap to fix. However, if your life is at stake and you're unsure where to repair, you'll require full restoration, which will consume a lot more reward points. You're fortunate. Yours only cost a little over 100 points. I spent over 200 to complete mine." Zhanlan, standing nearby, grimaced, "My restoration cost over 400 reward points. I still have more than 1,600 left, and that includes the 100 points given to newcomers. Ugh, body restoration consumes far too many reward points." The only consolation left was the D-level side plot. Zhang Jia laughed heartily. "Be grateful. In horror films that alter the plot, total annihilation is the norm. We survived with 5 of us. We should be thankful. Otherwise, do you think side plots are easily obtained? Thanks to Zhang Jia, or else we'd all be in the Queen's belly right now." The mere mention of the Queen, the 4 faces turned pale. Resembling individuals pursued by a savage dog, fearing a bite at their backsides. Zhang Jia's description of a chilling sensation resonated within them. Nevertheless, surviving was paramount. At that moment, Zhang Jia had the opportunity to close his eyes and connect with the prime deity. Once established, a deluge of reward numbers flooded his mind. A guaranteed 1,000 points for every horror film, 1,000 points for killing 2 aliens, 3,000 points for defeating the Queen, plus another 1,000 for completing the mission along with the D-level side plot. That amounted to 6,000 reward points, alongside a mention of breaking through genetic thresholds. Yet, apart from those words, there was no further explanation, leaving Zhang Jia perplexed. 6,000 points. No, 6,000 reward points. And that D-level side plot is valuable. Zhang Jia thought, excitement surging within him. However, upon checking his current reward points, he was taken aback to find only 4,170 points remaining. He recalled having 276 points left after his last exchange. In essence, the complete restoration of his body had consumed over 2,000 points. That figure made him smile wryly, illustrating the severity of his injuries and how fortunate he was to have been saved by the prime deity. Such luck sent shivers down his spine. Regardless, being alive and possessing an excess of 4,000 reward points granted him a profound sense of security. Zhang Jia decided to cease communication with the prime deity. Relaxing his mind, he withdrew from that state of connection and quietly lay within the green light, gradually recuperating until more than an hour later that he descended to the ground. Upon landing, Zhang Jia immediately enveloped him in a hearty embrace. Once released, Lori rushed over, tears streaming down her face, and without hesitation, she bit into his shoulder, her tears flowing uncontrollably onto him. Such an intense reaction from someone who genuinely loves another is a testament to Lori's current state. especially since she was merely a 15 or 16-year-old girl. A high school girl facing life and death could hardly possess the same composure as an adult. Jeanlin had initially opened her arms, seemingly prepared to rush over and weep profusely, but upon witnessing the expressions of Zhang Jia and Lori, she slowly lowered her arms, merely standing aside with a gentle smile. Zhang Jia suddenly burst into laughter. All right. If you two are to indulge in affection, at least find a proper place, right? Ha ha ha. I'll take my leave now. Let us talk tomorrow. This experience has been extraordinarily perilous. I'll have my wife prepare a grand feast to soothe your nerves. With that, he scooped up the classical beauty, ignoring the astonished gazes of those around them and her playful protests, and he laughed heartily as he dashed toward his room. Zhang Jia shook his head in resignation, saying, "You all know how to access your own rooms, right? Shape the size and style of your space through imagination. No one can enter without your permission. As for the use of reward points, we'll discuss it tomorrow. If there had been heavy weaponry in this horror film, perhaps we wouldn't have suffered such casualties. Chu Xian is undoubtedly more experienced in this area than I am. Tomorrow, let us strategize on how to confront future horror films." With that, he mimicked Zhang Jia, lifting Lori into his arms. The little girl squealed in surprise and clung tightly to his neck, refusing to let go. Laughing heartily, he walked toward his room, only to hear Chu Xian's voice unexpectedly behind him. "This time, thank you, and no need for thanks. Had it not been for your gun, we might all have perished. So let us remain allies, shall we? Ha ha ha." Zhang Jia replied without looking back, laughing as he entered his room, leaving behind the three who remained silent in the square: Chu Xian, 0 Point, and Jeanlin, who gazed intently at his retreating figure. Chapter 9. Hope in the Real World 2. Inside, Zhang Jia gently placed Lori on the sofa. The girl's face had turned crimson since their time in the square, and upon entering the room, she promptly shut her eyes tightly. Having just lost her innocence to him, she couldn't help but think of certain matters, especially as he laid her upon the sofa. Her face flushed with an indescribable shyness. "No, not here. Let us go inside," Lori whispered timidly. However, Zhang Jia did not engage in any peculiar actions. Instead, he reclined and rested his head on her lap, lying motionless. Initially taken aback, Lori soon placed her hands gently on his hair. "I was really worried about you. Seeing you like that, I was terrified," she murmured softly. "Ahem. Jia, I find myself engulfed in fear. I have heard from my sister that if we linger here for a day, you may return, yet there exists the possibility that one of us could vanish unexpectedly, much like our other sister. Perhaps it is even possible for both of us to disappear together. The thought of never seeing you again terrifies me. Even if death were to befall me, I would long for just one last glimpse of you." At this juncture, Lori paused momentarily before softly continuing, "Today, I have pondered, Jia, that had I not perished all those years ago, you would not harbor such disillusionment with reality, nor would you encounter the choices of YSNL. You would not bear such grievous wounds. Oh, how frightened I was back then, witnessing you drenched in blood, your body marred and broken. Jia, I truly feared losing you." Sob. Lori could say no more, and she simply clutched Zhang Jia's head, weeping quietly. Zhang Jia felt an overwhelming fatigue. Beyond the physical exhaustion, there was an indescribable weariness of the spirit. He was utterly drained from the struggle against despair and death, each step requiring meticulous thought, every obstacle fought for with his very life. Ultimately, after such desperate strife, he had expended every last ounce of strength. Once he found a semblance of safety, he lacked even the desire to move, wishing only to rest silently upon Lori's lap. "We shall not perish, Delir. We shall not die. I have vowed to you that I will live to bring you back to the world of reality. To witness the polar auroras, to traverse the Pacific on an oil tanker, lying on the deck at night, counting the stars, and then to visit Easter Island to behold the Moai. Together, we shall muse upon the unknown secrets of humanity, and venture to the Scottish moors to listen to the haunting melodies of the bagpipes, feeling as though we are drifting among the clouds. We shall stand beneath the ruins of Greece, paying homage to the splendid civilizations of antiquity, and finally return to the Great Wall, hand in hand, ascending to Badaling, and no matter what, I must survive. Not a single promise I made to you has yet been fulfilled. Regardless, we must live on." The night passed in silence, and Zhang Jia was utterly exhausted. He held Lori close, peacefully sleeping through the night. It was not until around 10 the following morning that he slowly opened his eyes, only to find Lori's cherubic face, as pure as jade, resting close before him. The little girl remained asleep, yet as if attuned to his awakening, she blinked and stirred shortly thereafter. "Good morning," Lori said, wrinkling her tiny nose and stifling a yawn. Zhang Jia found her in this state utterly endearing. He recalled moments from their childhood, when they would occasionally sleep together at the ages of 11 or 12. Upon waking, she would resemble a lazy kitten. And to put it in contemporary terms, she was simply adorable. Unbeknownst to him, lost in admiration, Zhang Jia leaned in and kissed her. Lori immediately whined, but after a moment, she melted into his embrace. When he finally withdrew from her crimson lips, the little girl was left breathlessly panting. After catching her breath, she playfully scolded, "How dirty! First thing in the morning, you big pervert. You haven't even rinsed your mouth yet. Move over a bit. You've pressed on me all night. Well, a little more pressure wouldn't hurt. No, you big lecher. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. The room does not need to concern itself with outsiders." Ultimately, as they both emerged from the room, it was nearly noon. Lori's face was flushed with a peculiar allure, and even more oddly, she wore a high-necked garment that concealed nearly her entire neck, while her hands incessantly pinched the flesh on Zhang Jia's back. Zhang Jia had long since developed a thick skin, unbothered by the queen's tails and claws. How could he possibly fear the fingers of a mere woman, though they were both female creatures? The queen was far more formidable. With a broad smile, Zhang Jia mused to himself. Once outside, he noticed several individuals gathered in the square. From a distance, it appeared that Chu Xian, Ling Dian, and Zhang Jia were huddled together, seemingly engaged in discussion. Having witnessed Chu Xian's remarkable deductive skills firsthand, Zhang Jia immediately surmised that perhaps Chu Xian had stumbled upon something significant. He hurriedly took Lori's hand and rushed over. At this moment, Chu Xian sported a new pair of glasses and wore a simple black outfit. While the style seemed ordinary, Zhang Jia could not shake the feeling that he resembled a character from a film. An ice-cold enforcer. Ling Dian and Zhang Jia appeared unchanged, both clad in fresh attire. Upon noticing Zhang Jia's arrival, they nodded in acknowledgement, with Zhang Jia giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Chu Xian, however, was the first to speak, stating, "Everyone is here except you. Once Zhan Lan returns, I will begin to share the findings of my analysis." Before Zhang Jia could respond, Lori's cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed loudly, "Brother Zhang Jia, where's my sister? Is she in the room?" Zhang Jia chuckled, "Your sister and Zhan Lan are busy preparing a fruit cream platter. Little Lear, your sister has been mentioning you since morning." Lori nodded, pinching Zhang Jia hard, and then she bounced toward Zhang Jia's room. Moments later, Zhan Lan emerged from within, beaming. Seeing that all five were present, Chu Xian coolly remarked, "I have identified 3 issues. Firstly, the creation of characters. According to the conditions set by the main god, it seems even divine beings can be created, as there are no restrictions on race, age, gender, or ability. Anything your imagination conjures appears to be possible. Yesterday, I conducted a test, and it seems there are hidden limitations." "Arno," Chu Xian called out, and moments later, a towering figure, around 2 meters and 45 centimeters tall, emerged from his room, bending slightly to enter. He stood silently before Chu Xian, his demeanor as cold and indifferent as his creator's. "Initially, I chose an alien and a crawler, but the main god did not respond, indicating that extraterrestrial beings cannot be selected. Hence, I opted for a human. With a height of approximately 2 meters and 45 centimeters being the limit. I did not test gender, as it does not impact combat effectiveness, so I chose male. As for age, I set it at 22. The age of peak combat prowess. My initial thought for ability was omnipotence, yet the main god did not produce a living entity. Thus, I progressively reduced the power until I reached a point where the being was created, approximately twice the quality of an ordinary human. Concurrently, I established his special forces experience and personality. That is essentially it. Given his impressive physique, I named him Arno." Zhang Jia and Zhang Jia exchanged amused glances, surprised to discover that the seemingly aloof Chu Xian possessed such a mischievous spirit within. "But that's not the crux of the matter," Chu Xian continued. "He can also be enhanced. I tentatively requested that the main god augment his intelligence, and to my astonishment, the main god actually complied. Do you understand what this signifies? It implies that the life form you create can indeed enter the horror film cycles. With 500 reward points, you can fabricate a special forces soldier twice as strong as an average person, meaning that from a single horror film's reward points, you could obtain 2 such bodyguards. Your initial thoughts were entirely misguided. The manufacturing quota granted by the main god was never intended for you to create women for your indulgence. Rather, it was meant for your survival, to provide you with the opportunity to create bodyguards. Why do so many perish in these horror film cycles, especially the weaker individuals? I suspect it is because many initially expend 1,000 reward points to enhance themselves, then utilize the free quota to create women. But what can 1,000 points truly achieve? Can it double your overall attributes? It would be far more prudent to create 2 loyal bodyguards. The main god has already offered a hint. How to survive when physical attributes are weak, by creating bodyguards. This is the folly of humanity. The inherent flaws of our nature are truly deplorable. Chapter 9. Hope in the Real World. 3. Zhang Jie seemed to detest Chu Xian's arrogant tone, coldly retorting, "So we are the folly of humanity, and what of it? What's wrong with creating women? I'm still living well, and I will continue to thrive." "You're such a..." Zhang Jia interjected, stepping in front of Zhang Jie to halt him. "You can't be so petty as to mock us, can you? Perhaps you are correct. The quota given by the main god is meant for creating a robust bodyguard, but that is merely your speculation. What if the bodyguard cannot accompany you into the horror film? Even if he can enter, how can you guarantee he will become a vital asset for your survival? Moreover, when we enter the horror film, we must stand within a light circle of over a meter in diameter. How many people do you think can fit within that circle?" Chu Xian snapped his fingers and said lightly, "Your deductive abilities are evidently strengthening, reaching a level comparable to Zhan Lan. I do not intend to mock you. Rather, have you pondered why this horror film allocated spots for 20 individuals? A team requires a diversity of talents. If everyone focuses solely on enhancing their physical attributes, it may indeed bolster survival within a horror narrative, yet it simultaneously leads to a lack of versatility. In certain exceptional situations, the entire team could perish." At this juncture, Chu Xian produced a cloth pouch from his bosom and unveiled it, revealing an assortment of components and tools. He gestured towards them, stating, "In addition to finished products, the main god also allows for the exchange of materials and equipment for crafting these items. In other words, if you possess the relevant knowledge and skills, you could produce valuable items at an incredibly low cost, even bypassing the constraints of side plots. But do you possess such knowledge and skills? Certainly not. Furthermore, those who wield such knowledge and skills typically have rather feeble physical capabilities and lack combat prowess, so how do they survive in the early stages? The only answer is bodyguards. Moreover, as you mentioned regarding the size of the circle, it is just sufficient to accommodate 2 individuals. This raises the question, why does the main god provide only a single opportunity to create a bodyguard? Because only one bodyguard can be brought into the horror film. And this serves as a tacit hint from the main god. Those endowed with special abilities can indeed ensure their survival. Perhaps that is the essence of the main god's words. Astonishing, to deduce so many possibilities from so little information. Such reasoning ability can only be described as inhuman. The eyes of Zhang Jia and the others gleamed with astonishment as they continued to listen to Chu Xian. He continued, "Thus, these 20 individuals should embody a variety of talents. I have been contemplating the criteria by which the main god selects individuals. Beyond disillusionment with real life, the main god is also curating talents from various domains, ranging from young to old, from genuinely capable individuals to homemakers. In truth, the main god does not know who is best suited for the horror film reincarnation. Hence, various types of people have been drawn in, allowing natural selection to eliminate participants. This may well embody the true intention behind the continuous influx of newcomers. To ensure the survival of those with special skills, the first creation of a life form must not be wasted. A bodyguard with twice the strength of an average person. This is invaluable in a sci-fi horror film. I need not elaborate further on that." As Chu Xian concluded this point, he stowed the pouch of components away, stating, "This is the first matter I wish to discuss. If I perish in the next horror film, when new individuals arrive, should they be of the crafting or other civilian categories, you must inform them of the proper use of the first life form creation, rather than conjuring beautiful women for mere pleasure." Zhang Jie was about to erupt in anger when Zhang Jia restrained him, saying, "You may very well be correct, but I do not believe that my desire to create a beloved woman is futile in a horror film. The psychological reliance often proves more vital for survival than tangible support. Furthermore, the main god has not explicitly stated the purpose of this first life form, in other words. This choice holds infinite possibilities, and no one can assert that their perspective is absolutely correct. However, I will relay your words to future newcomers. And what is the second matter? To everyone's surprise, Chu Xian smiled faintly and produced 5 printed documents, distributing them to the other 4 individuals. These are my summaries of the items that can be exchanged at the main goddess domain. Categorized into 4 tiers, from low to high, comprising various practical items, I have also outlined their introductions and functions. Naturally, some functionalities are my personal conjectures. This constitutes the second matter, the formalization of the exchange system, allowing us to clearly understand what we can obtain, thereby preparing for everything we may face ahead. This is one of my hypotheses. Perhaps we are not meant to reincarnate within horror films. The main god likely intends for us to experience perilous situations, to continually break through and evolve amidst danger. It is merely that horror films are the most treacherous, which is why we predominantly find ourselves within them. Thus, it stands to reason that some exceptionally dangerous sci-fi films may also emerge. Zheng Jia's interest was piqued, and he curiously asked, such as what? What types of sci-fi films might appear? Chu Xian adjusted his glasses and replied. For instance, Starship Troopers, if the main god were to cast us onto an insect planet, surrounded by various insectoid species, with no heavy weaponry at our disposal, I do not believe we could survive. Of course, under certain circumstances, the main god should not place us in an utterly hopeless situation. However, to guard against such possibilities, I recommend that we equip ourselves with 3 types of weapons: close combat weapons, rapid-fire weapons, and heavy weaponry. For close combat weapons, I suggest selecting spiritual or legendary category weapons. Personally, I am not fond of spirit and ghost-themed horror films, as they lack scientific logic and cannot be explained by facts, which is why I do not waste my intellect on them. Yet, the pressing issue is that we may very well have to confront such horror narratives. To survive in such films, I propose that we opt for spiritual and legendary weapons for close combat, as they can tackle both ordinary life forms and supernatural entities. Zheng Jia, you have excelled in this regard. Your spatial ring encompasses both logistical support and spiritual attack aspects, making it an almost perfect choice given your physical capabilities. Rapid-fire weapons are essential for dealing with large groups of enemies, such as hordes of zombies. This is self-explanatory. As for heavy weaponry, I recommend selecting a Gauss ion sniper rifle that propels rounds using ion acceleration, generating tremendous kinetic energy capable of obliterating anything in its path. Remarkably, this advanced weaponry, still in experimental stages in the real world, is already available in the main goddess realm. As for you all, I do not recommend purchasing such weapons, as your proficiency in weapon manipulation is rather dismal. It would be wiser to focus on rapid-fire weapons, such as submachine guns. If we utilize new depleted uranium rounds for the submachine guns, their penetration and lethality would be quite substantial. Essentially, this delineates our weapon selection. Lastly, I must add that these weapons can also combat supernatural entities. One merely needs to employ spiritual rounds, though they may be somewhat pricier. Zheng Jia internally marveled at Chu Xian's expertise. He had not considered these matters during his previous encounter in the main goddess realm, and Chu Xian's insights significantly enhanced their future survival prospects. Though he felt a twinge of resentment and disdain towards some of Chu Xian's methods, the latter's contributions were undeniably evident, truly a genius in analysis. Zheng Jia glanced at the printed documents and remarked, "However, weapons with unlimited ammunition are quite costly. We lack sufficient reward points to exchange for them. Moreover, that Gauss ion sniper rifle with unlimited ammunition requires not only a D-grade side plot, but also 5,000 reward points, which is quite a hefty sum." Chu Xian smiled faintly. When have I ever mentioned exchanging for weapons with unlimited ammunition? Do you recall the first matter I spoke of? Aside from bodyguards, we can also exchange for components and equipment from the main god. The cost of gunpowder is exceedingly low. A trivial reward point can procure a ton of high-quality yellow gunpowder, and copper and other metals are also incredibly inexpensive. I can acquire ordinary components to establish a bullet manufacturing facility, allowing us to mass-produce the ammunition we require. While we may not carry infinite rounds, provided we do not encounter an exceedingly dire situation, our ammunition supply should suffice for sci-fi horror narratives. Although the prices for legendary weapons are indeed exorbitant, we can still exchange for some spiritual rounds to address the situation. This is what I meant by the second matter, our standard armament. Zhang Jia and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting joy in their eyes. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope for survival, it was enough to evoke a sense of elation. Zhang Jia smiled at Chu Xian, saying, "Continue then. Chu Xian, you truly are remarkable. Were it not for you, we likely would not have considered this approach. Please, surprise us further. What is the third matter?" Chu Xian bit his finger pensively and stated, "I have discovered a means to return to reality. While it only allows for temporary return and requires a steep expenditure of reward points, it should serve as a valuable verification method. It will confirm whether our spirits alone have entered this realm, leaving our bodies behind, and whether we can transport items from here back with us, including our enhanced physical attributes. Yes, I have indeed found a way back to reality." Chapter 1. As if separated by worlds, Part 1. The third matter that Chu Xian mentioned was far more shocking than the previous two combined, leaving everyone in a state of stunned silence as they gazed at him. Their eyes ablaze with an indescribable fervor. Indeed, anyone who had endured such harrowing experiences of life and death would undoubtedly yearn to return to the reality they once knew, rather than remain trapped in this boundless abyss of torment. Zhang Jia was filled with confusion, fixating on Chu Xian as he cautiously remarked, "You harbor too many schemes in your heart. I truly wonder if you have yet another plot. Speak, how do we return to the real world?" With a faint smile, Chu Xian replied, "I have not compelled you to do anything. The choice to return to the real world lies entirely with you. Zhang Jia, you must not have closely examined the detailed exchange of life days. For yesterday, I discovered that not only can we exchange the life days experienced in the horror film worlds, but we can also return to the real world." Zhang Jia snorted dismissively. "Do you really need to state the obvious? Anyone can return if they possess 50,000 reward points. Do you believe we have 50,000 reward points at our disposal? You jest far too much." Chu Xian glanced at him and said, "Did I ever claim it was a complete return? While exchanging for ordinary life days, I found a recording function that documented the worlds of A Nightmare on Elm Street, Scream, The Grudge, Resident Evil, and Alien. Beyond these 5 terrifying realms, there exists another world recorded within our reality." Upon hearing these titles, Zhang Jia turned pale, muttering, "Damn it, those are all horror films I've experienced. How could there be such records? What of the previous records?" Chu Xian shook his head. "There are no previous records. They have likely been deleted by the Master God. After all, among us, only you have survived 5 horror films. Thus, that record likely pertains to you. But that is not the crux of the matter. The key is that we can unlock the horror film worlds and the real world recorded therein. Once unlocked, we can freely enter any horror film world, including the real world. This is what I wish to convey as the third point. To activate a previously recorded horror film world requires merely a D-level side quest. Yet to exchange life days within that activated horror world demands an exorbitant cost of 5 times the reward points, 50 reward points for just a single day. In other words, to briefly return to the real world necessitates fulfilling 2 conditions: 1 D-level side quest and a substantial amount of reward points. Both are indispensable. A profound silence enveloped the group. Zhang Jia had long conveyed the precious nature of side quests to them. It was clear that had Zhang Jia not acquired internal strength and the mutated bloodline of a vampire, he would never have survived the film Alien. Side quests were indeed matters of life and death. Who would dare to carelessly utilize them? Moreover, not only was a D-level side quest required, but also a significant number of reward points, which was an exceedingly extravagant affair for them. To simply return to the real world for a few days at such a cost seemed a poor bargain. Seeing the group lapse into silence, Chu Xian shook his head. "I have no intention of having you squander your reward points and side quests. In truth, it is imperative that at least one of us returns to the real world. I do not know if you have contemplated certain conjectures regarding this space, but I have arrived at 2 distinct hypotheses. Point 1 is that our spiritual entities have entered this world while our physical bodies remain in front of the computer. The other is that both our spiritual entities and physical bodies have entirely entered this space. I believe you may have gathered some information from your respective partners. Regardless of how much time we spend in the horror films, we will return to this space after 1 day and night, or face death. In other words, the Master God can control the flow of time in different spatial segments, which is truly the essence of divinity." After much contemplation, Chu Xian finally settled on such a term, murmuring, "Perhaps you may not perceive the significance of this, but the ability to manipulate time and space, to create independent worlds and fully living beings, can only evoke the term deity in my mind. This is the important matter I wish to convey. If it is merely our spiritual entities that have entered this world, then all enhancements would be illusory. Such a world would resemble a virtual network, which could reasonably explain the numerous, almost impossible occurrences we have encountered. Similarly, it is highly likely that our physical bodies may fall into a vegetative state upon entering this world. If we do not return to the real world swiftly to confirm this, our bodies may be destroyed by the uninformed. Of course, if we have entered this world with both our physical and spiritual entities, then this truly is the realm of deities. I can imagine the most absurd scenarios, and if that is indeed the case, those legendary enhancements, they represent countless possibilities of human evolution, infinite potential. If we can merely survive, we too may one day become true deities. Zheng Jia rubbed his temples and said, "The topic of becoming a deity is straying too far. I believe I understand your point. If we have entered this world with both our physical and spiritual selves, then before returning to the real world, we can disregard everything there, focusing solely on surviving here. However, if it is merely our spiritual entities that have entered this world, then we cannot bring anything back to the real world. And our physical bodies are at risk of destruction. Is that your meaning?" Chu Xian snapped his fingers. "Exactly, that's the essence of it. Thus, my proposal is that we should select one person to return to the real world, even if it is just for a day. The most critical aspect is to ascertain whether it is our spiritual entities that have entered this world, or if both our spiritual and physical selves have come together. This is fundamentally tied to our safety. What do you all think?" Zheng Jia and the others exchanged glances, and they all acknowledged Chu Xian's reasoning. Only Zheng Jia sighed and remarked, "Though there is no concrete reason or evidence, I still feel you speak with ulterior motives, as if a scheme awaits us to fall into. No, it should be called a scheme in broad daylight. You always lay your cards on the table, leaving us with no choice but to follow your lead. Do you believe I should make a trip back to the real world?" Chu Xian nodded subtly, yet Zhang Jie protested, "Hey, Chu Xian, why should Zheng Jia be the one to make the sacrifice? If it weren't for him, we would all be doomed. By the way, Zheng Jia, how many reward points did you expend to heal your body? We can't let you bear the loss alone, whatever the cost. We can pool our resources to get you some equipment as compensation for your healing." Zheng Jia smiled at Zhang Jie. "There's no need for that. After all, I earned 3,000 reward points from killing the queen. After deducting the cost for healing, I still have a substantial amount left. As to why it should be me returning, it is because I am the only one among you who has enhanced my internal strength and possesses the mutated vampire bloodline. Upon returning, I can verify whether the abilities here can be carried back, and I am comparatively less reliant on the side quests than you all. Therefore, if someone truly needs to return to the real world, it should be me." The subsequent arrangements were relatively straightforward. Once it was confirmed that someone would indeed return to the real world, Zhang Jie proposed that everyone contribute to equipping Zheng Jia with standard gear. Naturally, the more expensive items he would have to acquire alone, but they managed to procure him a new bulletproof vest, a pair of shoes that could cushion impact, a compact new submachine gun, and a high-vibration particle-cutting dagger. Everyone contributed one item, but the dagger was the most expensive, valued at over 600 reward points, an almost sci-fi weapon not yet developed in the real world. The fact that this priciest weapon was given to him by Chu Xian only deepened Zhang Jia's suspicions, leading him to believe that Chu Xian surely had some hidden agenda, although he had yet to reveal it. During dinner, the group gathered at Zhang Jie's home for a feast of various exquisite ingredients, complemented by the culinary prowess of an exquisite beauty that surpassed even the finest chefs. Each person's eating demeanor could only be described as gluttonous. Even the typically aloof Chu Xian, who displayed the most ravenous appetite among them. After dinner, they all agreed to meet at the square the following morning at 10 to bid farewell to Zheng Jia as he returned to the real world. Even a brief return to reality was a hope bordering on luxury for those living amidst horror. In contrast to the terror they faced, a mundane existence felt almost heavenly. Once again, a night passed in silence. The only sounds echoing through the room were those of muffled groans. The following day, at 10 o'clock, a group of individuals stood in the square, exchanging silent glances. Zheng Jia, however, had his eyes closed, seemingly in communion with the god of the realm. Moments later, he raised his left hand to gaze upon the storage ring, leaving those around him perplexed. Only Chu Xian inquired calmly, "What did you exchange for in the storage ring?" "Well, I exchanged for a cubic meter of gold." Zheng Jia replied with a wry smile, "Why family isn't wealthy? My parents barely make ends meet on their retirement pensions. Still, It's worth a shot. If I can bring something back to the real world, it might serve as a little pension for my parents, right? Besides, Lily's parents spend a fortune on her medical treatments, and their financial situation has never been stable. I have to try. If I can ensure my family's well-being, I can also struggle peacefully in this horror realm. Loli stood obediently by Zhang Zha's side, her eyes turning red at the mention of her parents' plight. Fortunately, Zhan Lan was attentive. She pulled out a handkerchief and gently handed it to Loli, who immediately offered her a grateful smile. Zhang Zha gave a bittersweet smile as he held Loli's hand and meticulously checked the items he needed to carry. A submachine gun with ammunition, a dagger, a bulletproof vest, along with some leftover hemostatic agents and bandages. All these were stored in the ring, along with a cubic meter of platinum, leaving the ring nearly full. The pair of cushioned shoes adorned his feet. He had packed everything possible, and now he just needed to confirm whether these items could be brought back to the real world, including Loli. This was one of the primary reasons he agreed to return, to ascertain whether Loli could truly return to the real world, rather than being merely an illusion conjured by the god of the realm. Dreams, while enticing, ultimately come to an end. It would be better to face the truth than to fall in love only to be left heartbroken. He needed to know if this was all an illusion. Then, let's go. Zhang Zha exchanged for 30 days of life in the real world, equivalent to 1,500 reward points. He originally had 4,170 reward points. After deducting the 1,500 points, he was left with 2,670. Previously, he had spent 10 points on a cubic meter of platinum and had enhanced his reaction speed and muscle strength by an additional 100 attribute points each, leaving him with 660 points remaining. His attributes prior were Intelligence 187, Mental Strength 232, Cell Vitality 321, Reaction Speed 287, Muscle Strength 302, and Immunity Strength 331. After the enhancements, his reaction speed and muscle strength had risen to 387 and 402, respectively, meaning he was now 4 times stronger than an average person in those attributes. Setting these matters aside, Zhang Zha tightly grasped Loli's little hand, perhaps with a bit too much force. He closed his eyes and connected with the god of the realm. With his physical attributes reinforced, he finally exchanged for the option to return to the real world, set for 30 days. Zhang Zha felt a flash before his eyes, and he found himself in a state of half-dream. Half-wakefulness, he could not tell how much time had passed, perhaps just a blink, or maybe an eternity. When he regained his senses, he stood in a modest office, the very place where he worked in the real world. Beside him, Loli's eyes were misty with tears, yet she wore a charming smile, their hands still firmly clasped together. Chapter 1. Like a World Apart, Part 2. Zhang Zha exhaled deeply, gazing out the window. Indeed, this was where he had worked as a supervisor. The sun shone brightly outside, a flock of pigeons soared by, and the atmosphere was peaceful, accompanied by faint murmurs of conversation. This was the real world where he had been born and raised, free of monsters, devoid of aliens, absent of the T-virus, and liberated from the ever-looming dread of horror. The tranquil reality felt akin to paradise. In a moment of reverie, Zhang Zha suddenly felt the real world was so foreign, as if he had stepped back in time. After enduring the harrowing cycles of horror, he had finally been reborn. Loli patted her chest and said, "I was so scared just now, worried I was merely an illusion created by that glowing orb. Hee, but it turns out we can truly return to the real world, which puts my mind at ease. You big pervert, what are you thinking about?" Zhang Zha shook his head, memories flashing through his mind. Messages left by the god of the realm. During the 30 days in the real world, he could not disclose anything about the realm, or else he and all his possessions would be erased. After 30 days, he must return to this office, and he had to be in physical contact with all his items. Otherwise, they would remain in the real world. If those items were unique to the god of the realm, their existence would be wiped away. If he failed to return to the office after 30 days, he and all his belongings would be obliterated. This meant he could not speak of anything there, must return here after 30 days. And he had to be holding Loli's hand, right? Zhang Zha nodded silently, committing these stipulations to memory. He then said, "Let us go, Lily. I'll take you to meet my parents." Loli obediently took his hand, the little girl grinning as she followed him closely. They pushed open the office door and stepped out. Outside the office, a bustling scene unfolded, with dozens of employees typing away at their desks or handling paperwork, while others were engaged in lighthearted conversations. As Zhang Zha and Loli emerged from the room, Many instinctively turned to look, and suddenly, the entire hall fell silent. Zhang, supervisor. Zhang Jia. The crowd stood still for a few seconds before they all began to chatter, each bombarding Zhang Jia with questions. Mostly, they were eager to know about his whereabouts during his absence. Zhang Jia chuckled lightly and pulled a familiar young man along as he made his way toward the staircase. Once they escaped the throng, he turned to the young man and asked, Wang San, how long have I been away from the company? What is the situation now? Wang San pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Zhang Jia before responding, Brother Zhang, did something happen at home? Why did you leave without a word? At least let the brothers know. No one knew where you were, and that Zhao Lei wretched woman used your absence as an excuse to fire you. Now, the supervisor is your old rival, Li Liangdong. The brothers are furious with Li's antics. If you don't come back soon, we might all resign. Zhang Jia lit the cigarette and took a puff, saying indeed, some issues arose. Wang San, let me teach you a trick. That wretched woman enjoys her time in her office, right? You all should buy a peeping device and find a chance to catch her in the act. Just don't go too far. It'll be enough to scare Li, and from now on, he'll be more obedient than your pet dog, brother. I must take my leave. Please look after things at home. My parents aren't in good health. Make sure to visit them often. Wang San was taken aback, wanting to say more, but Zhang Jia had already stepped into the elevator, leaving Wang San standing there in a daze. Once outside the building, Zhang Jia and Lo Li exchanged glances, both feeling a pang of nostalgia. Zhang Jia, having faced life-and-death situations, might not have attained complete enlightenment, but his mindset had undoubtedly shifted, perhaps becoming a bit more weathered. As for Lo Li, her memories only stretched back to a decade ago, when this place was still underdeveloped, with low houses scattered everywhere and uneven roads. Now, as she looked around, towering buildings and wide streets greeted her, surrounded by a bustling crowd. After stepping out of the building, they were quickly engulfed by the sea of people. Lo Li was jostled a few times in the crowd, prompting Zhang Jia to lift her slightly, causing her to blush instantly, yet a sweet smile graced her face. Giggling, she said, the changes are immense. If you left me here alone, I guarantee I'd be lost within minutes. Hee, I might even get kidnapped by human traffickers. Zhang Jia hugged her tightly and reassured her, I will never abandon you. Absolutely not. Lo Li beamed even more brightly, practically clinging to Zhang Jia as she cheerfully asked, what should we do next? We only have 30 days. Let us first go meet Auntie and Uncle, then we can visit my dad and mom. How does that sound? Zhang Jia nodded with a smile, but then he suddenly froze, his expression turning bitter as he muttered, Oh no, we don't have any money. The clothes where I stashed the cash are in alien. It seems we'll have to walk back. There was no more embarrassing predicament than this. Despite having a cubic meter of platinum ingots in the storage ring, they lacked the funds to hail a taxi. Zhang Jia felt as though he were starving while holding a golden rice bowl. With no other choice, he took Lo Li's hand and began their walk toward his parents' home. By midday, they finally arrived at Zhang Jia's parents' residence, a modest apartment building that appeared to be the sort of place an average family in the city would live in. Upon knocking on the door, it was opened by a woman in her 50s. There was a distinct resemblance between her features and Zhang Jia's. The moment she laid eyes on him, her face broke into a warm smile. Son, what brings you here today? Last Saturday and Sunday, you were not at home, and when I called your phone, it indicated that you were out of service range. Were you on a business trip? Come, quickly step inside. Zhang Jia led the shy Lo Li, who was hiding behind the door, into the room, smiling as he addressed the woman. Mom, do you see who this is? Lo Li bashfully emerged from behind Zhang Jia, her sweet smile gracing her face as she greeted, Hello, Auntie, Lily has come to play. The woman appeared momentarily bewildered, before suddenly pulling Lo Li close, inspecting the little girl from head to toe several times. Before exclaiming loudly, Old partner, come out here, quickly. Zhang Jia quietly closed the door, observing the elderly couple as they joyfully scrutinized Lo Li. The little girl felt both shy and elated, and although she remained tight-lipped about her origins and whereabouts due to Zhang Jia's admonitions, she nonetheless brought boundless joy to the elderly couple. They began calling Lo Li's parents and incessantly inquiring about her, only to be skillfully sidestepped by Lo Li's evasive responses, leading them to discuss mundane family matters instead. After about an hour, while Zhang Jia and Lo Li were still having lunch, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. As Zhang Jia's mother opened the door, two figures rushed in, a couple in their 50s. Upon spotting Loli at the dining table, they dashed towards her. The woman enveloped Loli in a tight embrace, bursting into tears, repeatedly calling her name. Lily, Lily. The man, though visibly emotional with reddened eyes, managed to greet Zheng Jia first. All right, let us clarify the situation first. The middle-aged man grasped his wife's hand, his eyes glistening as he asked Loli, Are you truly Lily? It can't be that we witnessed her passing with our own eyes. He then turned to Zheng Jia, Zheng Brat. You haven't hired someone to impersonate her, have you? Speak up, what is going on? By the end of his inquiry, he nearly shouted in frustration. Seeing Loli begin to cry and seemingly about to say something, Zheng Jia quickly patted her small hand and reassured, Uncle Loli, no matter how I joke, I would never jest about Lily, that I swear. She is indeed Lily, your daughter Loli, that as for the rest, I am truly at a loss for words. Before the middle-aged man could respond, Zheng Jia's father interjected loudly, What is there that cannot be said? What is this about? Do you think it's a company secret? Or perhaps the phone numbers of your mistresses? This concerns lives. I am your father, and when I demand answers, you shall provide them. Zheng Jia managed a bitter smile, shaking his head as he replied, Dad, how could I possibly misunderstand your words? But I truly cannot disclose anything further. If I do, both Lily and I will be in grave danger. I swear she is your Loli. Before Zheng Jia's father could retort, his mother interrupted him. This middle-aged woman, still possessing her charm, was clearly once a great beauty. With a cheerful smile, she said, regardless of the circumstances, the return of the child is a blessing. If she has truly come back from there, then perhaps it is a truth that must remain unspoken. The middle-aged individuals suddenly grasped the implication, their thoughts racing to the concept of the underworld. At their age, they were particularly inclined to believe in such matters. Witnessing their daughter, who had passed away a decade prior, suddenly resurfacing, her appearance, demeanor, and speech all strikingly identical, combined with Zheng Jia's hesitant explanations, led them to this conclusion. Loli's mother, once more, embraced her, weeping uncontrollably. Zheng Jia felt a wave of relief wash over him. His greatest fear was the inability to clarify Loli's origins. Though the elders' assumptions were misguided, they fortuitously provided an apt explanation for all that transpired, and he was more than willing to play along. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Auntie, Loli and I will only be staying for a month. After that, we must depart. Once he noticed that the four elders had calmed down, he smiled and spoke again. Zheng Jia's mother trembled, tears glistening in her eyes as she whispered, Son, you wouldn't have already. Zheng Jia quickly supported his mother, smiling as he reassured her, Mom, no, I am very much alive. Feel my hand. It's warm. I senti it. Haha, I meant that Loli and I will be leaving. For a year or two, as there are matters we have yet to conclude. After that, I will return with Loli, and we shall never leave again. His mother continued to weep while grasping his hand tightly, and Loli's mother's cries grew increasingly sorrowful. The two middle-aged men exchanged glances and began to comfort their wives, with Loli's father stating, Indeed, her return is a joyous occasion. Why continue to weep? It is merely a year or two. We've endured 10 years. These next 2 will pass in the blink of an eye, so dry your tears, as the atmosphere grew ever more melancholic. Loli gazed at her aging parents, her own tears flowing freely as she clung to them, her sorrow so profound it seemed she might faint. Zheng Jia sighed, moving to the window to draw the curtains. He then summoned his inner strength to activate his spatial ring, spilling its contents onto the floor with a resounding clatter of metal. Platinum ingots rolled across the living room, their silver sheen dazzling to the eye. Alongside the ingots were assault rifles and daggers, leaving the elderly couple momentarily stunned. Zheng Jia picked up a platinum ingot, smiling as he said, Rest assured, I will bring Lily back. These platinum ingots are. Well, they are the local specialties from where Loli and I are headed. They are incredibly cheap there. Uncle, Auntie, you have lived modestly for years. Loli's contributions are also here, so you may take half of this. However, riches should not be flaunted. These are quite valuable, so exercise caution when selling them. Taking just 1 ingot is more than sufficient. In contrast to his words, the sight of the ingots scattered across the floor left the elderly couple in a state of shock. The room fell silent, save for Loli's soft sobs. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, a small black, at the base of the handle of the high-frequency vibrating dagger flickered briefly with a pale green light. only for an instant, before reverting to its original black hue, as if it had never glimmered at all. This detail went unnoticed by all. Chapter 2. Shock and Fury, Part 1. Zhang Jia sat quietly on his bed, eyes closed, as he attuned to the subtle movements of his inner energy. It had been 29 days since his return to the real world, the most serene and peaceful days he had experienced since entering the main god space. During the day, he either engaged in leisurely walks and conversations with his parents or played and strolled with Loli. He had sold many pieces of platinum after cutting them into smaller portions with his dagger, ensuring that at least two families could enjoy a comfortable and prosperous life for decades to come. This period was also marked by a sense of contentment, without the burdens of the main god space. These days were nothing short of paradise. Yet, the sword of Damocles hung ominously above him. Once 30 days of bliss concluded, he would return to the main god space to continue the cycle. He would face potentially horrific creatures reminiscent of aliens, or perhaps a world overrun with the undead, or even some demonic fiends. In short, upon returning to the main god space, he would once again confront death. Thus, even during these 30 days, he had dedicated time each day to diligently training his inner strength, practicing stabbing techniques with his dagger every night. This was the only method of training he could conceive. It must be said that possessing 4 times the strength of an ordinary person, coupled with superhuman reflexes, Zhang Jia's prowess had reached levels beyond the imagination of the average individual. Teo illustrate. A dozen strong men would barely suffice to withstand his onslaught for a minute. Should he face a dozen special forces soldiers, it might extend the confrontation a while longer, but victory would undoubtedly belong to him. Moreover, he would not sustain severe injuries, provided that neither side employed weapons. Zhang Jia was not particularly adept with firearms. He maintained a reasonable accuracy within 50 meters, but once the distance increased and the target moved, his hit rate became dismal. His strongest combat style remained close-quarters combat. Especially with the acquisition of the high-frequency vibrating dagger, his close combat capabilities had reached a terrifying level. This seemingly unremarkable dagger, approximately 30 centimeters in length and crafted from an unknown material, vibrated lightly with a mere flick of his wrist. The power it wielded extended from the dagger's tip to a considerable distance ahead, rendering the notion of cutting through iron as effortless as slicing through air. When Zhang Jia utilized the dagger to slice through platinum ingots, he felt no resistance whatsoever. A gentle stroke would effortlessly sever the ingot, regardless of its solidity. The only drawback was that if the object was too massive and the dagger became lodged within it, once the vibration ceased, the dagger would revert to being an ordinary blade. In addition to becoming increasingly adept at wielding the dagger, Zhang Jia has also gained a deeper understanding of the application of his inner strength. Beyond merely harnessing his energy to enhance his power and speed, he has learned to concentrate his inner force at specific points within his body, significantly augmenting the resistance to impact at those locations. Moreover, this concentrated energy possesses explosive destructive potential. For instance, when he focuses his inner strength in his palm and propels a metal rod from it, the force generated far surpasses that of any rod thrown with his entire body's energy. However, each time he practices this technique, he cannot help but recall that cosmic merchant ship and the terrifying alien aboard it. Aside from these advancements, he has also been experimenting with a novel application of his inner strength in recent days: the fusion of vampire energy, in the horror film Alien. Aside from the climactic moment when he unlocked the genetic lock to utilize vampire energy, he had inadvertently enveloped the vampire energy with his inner force while dispatching an alien. This amalgamation of inner strength and vampire energy exhibits a remarkably corrosive potency, its power unfathomably immense. Yet, apart from that singular occasion, he has been unable to access the vampire energy again. Sighing, Zhang Jia retracted his inner strength back to his dantian, offering a wry smile as he shook his head. This had been several consecutive days of experimentation, yet the vampire energy in his mind remained utterly inert. Conversely, his inner strength had shown a slight increase. As the master had explained, inner strength could not only be exchanged at the master's domain, but could also be cultivated and enhanced independently. Given sufficient time, he might indeed soar to great heights, much like the protagonists of martial arts novels. Though, of course, he must first return alive from the realm of horror. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from his bedroom, followed by the sweet, syrupy voice of a little girl. "Big pervert, Are you still in bed? You promised to take me to school today. The familiar playful symbols of online chat appeared in Zhang Zha's mind. And without a moment's thought, he immediately recognized the voice belonged to the little girl, Loli. Rising from his bed, he opened the door to find her hurriedly darting inside, her eyes darting around curiously. He affectionately inquired, "What are you looking for, woman?" Loli scrunched her adorable little nose and replied, "Such scenes often appear in movies. When men take too long to open the door, they look flustered, suggesting that another woman must be present in the room. Or perhaps there's a strange woman's number in their phone." Zhang Zha chuckled wryly. "Where do you get so many boring movie ideas? Those are merely the fabrications of directors. How could a man in reality be so careless?" Loli, hands on her hips, playfully retorted, "By the tone of your voice, it sounds like you were indeed talking to some woman, just that I'm not aware of it." Zhang Zha quickly embraced her, assuring her, "How could that be? I don't even have a phone right now. You rummage through my things every time you visit. You know very well if I have one or not." All right, don't be jealous over nothing. Let us have breakfast first, and then I'll take you to see my old high school." As soon as Loli was embraced, she melted against him, smiling sweetly. "I only feel jealous because I know you don't have a phone. If you were just talking to those vixens from before, I could understand, but if I found out you were hiding other women in your room..." Hum. Zhang Zha understood that reasoning with a little girl, especially one as young as Loli, would be futile. He simply held her close and led her out of the house. For the past few days, he had been residing at his parents' home, and as they stepped outside, they soon entered the living room where 4 elderly family members were engaged in casual conversation. Upon seeing Zhang Zha and Loli emerge, they all smiled warmly. Upon hearing their laughter, Loli's face flushed crimson, and she tugged Zhang Zha out the door, exclaiming, "No, Auntie. Zhang Zha and I are going to the school canteen to eat. We'll just get there in time for lunch. Dad, Mom, we'll be back tonight." As she spoke, her voice faded into the distance. Once they reached the street, Loli pouted and said, "It's all your fault. Look, Uncle and Auntie, Dad and Mom are all laughing at me. They must know about us now. Oh, how embarrassing. How am I supposed to face them?" Zhang Zha smiled, preparing to respond, when suddenly an unsettling sensation gripped his heart, one he recognized all too well from the film Alien. He had experienced this heart-pounding foreboding several times before. It was a premonition of danger. It had saved his life on numerous occasions. Without a second thought, he scooped Loli into his arms and dashed to the roadside. Hailing a taxi, as the vehicle began to move, he exhaled deeply, realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. Loli, sensing something amiss, grasped his hand tightly and asked, "What happened? What just occurred?" Shaking his head, Zhang Zha replied, "I don't know. Just now, it felt as though something was locking onto me. A very dangerous feeling, as if we were being targeted. Yes, targeted, as if we were in the crosshairs of a sniper." At that moment, not far from Zhang Zha and Loli, atop a high-rise building, several individuals armed with sniper rifles shook their heads. One of them picked up a communicator and coldly stated, "The target has entered the vehicle. License plate is." His instincts are incredibly sharp that I suspect he may be an elite agent from another country. The moment we aimed, he sensed something was off. This individual is formidable. We should implement the second plan. In the back seat of the taxi, Zhang Zha gradually regained his composure, ruminating on any potential adversaries. The most likely culprit seemed to be the local underworld, as he had recently facilitated the sale of approximately 1 million yuan worth of platinum through acquaintances. Although he had employed intermediaries, it was still conceivable that a powerful syndicate might trace him. However, a peculiar question arose. Why would the underworld possess sniper rifles? This was China. It was indeed commendable that China maintained stringent gun control, ranking among the strictest in the world. Consequently, the Chinese underworld would almost certainly lack access to high-end weaponry, particularly firearms capable of long-range kills. The government would never tolerate such armament in the hands of criminals, making it highly improbable that the underworld was behind this. So who else could it be? Could it be state forces? But why? Could it be that the quantity of platinum he sold had attracted their attention? What a joke! 1 million yuan in platinum would hardly rouse national interests, especially in a country with a mere few 100,000 inhabitants. Zhang Zha slammed his fist against the front seat of the taxi, creating a dull thud as his fist broke through the cushion. The taxi driver gaped in shock, staring at the unexpected protrusion of a fist from the adjacent seat, utterly bewildered. Loli quickly wrapped her arms around Zhang Zha's, exclaiming, "What just happened? Big pervert. What on earth is going on? Don't keep me in the dark." Zhang Zha forced a reassuring smile. "It's all right, Loli, I'll protect you, it's just that we might not be able to say goodbye to Mom and Dad. After midnight tonight, the 30-day period will be over. Do you trust me?" Loli was on the verge of tears, yet she nodded earnestly, "And no matter what happens, you must trust that I will never abandon you." With the enemy hidden and their intentions unclear, Zhang Zha found himself in a precarious situation. What was the reason for the impending attack? Was it mere illusion or reality? Were they targeting him? Or Loli? Today was the final day before returning to the Master S realm, and Zhang Zha was desperately contemplating their next course of action. Should they seek a secluded location to wait until midnight? Or should they conceal themselves downstairs at the office until it was time to enter? Regardless, both he and Loli had to return before midnight. Otherwise, once the clock struck, they would be utterly erased. As Zhang Zha fervently pondered, the vehicle ahead suddenly came to a halt. Initially, he paid it no mind, as this area was a bustling thoroughfare, often subject to traffic jams. However, as the taxi inched forward, he eventually recognized something was amiss. A temporary checkpoint had appeared just a few dozen meters ahead, accompanied by several plainclothes officers approaching their car window. Chapter 2. Shock and Fury, Part 2. Zhang Zha quickly regained his composure. Casually holding Loli's small hand, he feigned the demeanor of an ordinary, unassuming office worker, while Loli's slightly anxious expression and movements complemented his facade, making them appear as two regular individuals. The officers peered through the car window. Two of them checked the vehicle's license plate before hastily returning. Their expressions drastically changed. Almost simultaneously, they drew their firearms, aiming them at the interior of the vehicle. Zhang Zha reacted swiftly, his left hand, adorned with a spatial ring, quivering as he nearly retrieved an assault rifle from within. However, upon realizing the officers were aiming their handguns at the driver, he quickly lowered his hand. The taxi driver was utterly perplexed. First, he witnessed a young man punch through the car seat, leaving him too frightened to speak, and now, a throng of police officers were pointing guns at him. Did he inadvertently choose an inauspicious day to venture out? The detectives were quite unceremonious, brandishing their firearms with caution directed at the driver. Two of them forcefully yanked open the car door and swiftly dragged the driver out, subsequently snapping his hands behind his back with a sharp sound. Meanwhile, the other two detectives hastily searched him, rifling through his belongings, including his bag and documents. "I apologize for the disturbance, gentlemen. This driver is a fugitive we have been pursuing," one of the plainclothes officers stated as he approached Zhang Zha's window. Presenting his identification in a formal manner, Zhang Zha exhaled in relief, though a lingering unease gnawed at him. He could only manage a calm smile, saying, "I truly appreciate your help. Who knows, he might have attempted to extort us on the way." The detective chuckled in response, "Of course, no problem at all. However, before you leave, we kindly ask you to accompany us for a brief statement. It is the duty of every citizen, and I trust you both want to mind?" Zhang Zha had no choice but to take Loli's hand and exit the vehicle. The plainclothes officer then cheerfully led them towards a nearby command vehicle. "I want to accompany you inside. Feel free to send just one of you up for the statement, and you can leave after that," he said, turning away with brisk decisiveness. Zhang Zha watched the officer walk a dozen meters away before turning to Loli. "Lily, I'll go inside to give my statement. Please wait here for a moment. Perhaps I was being overly suspicious earlier. The aim was likely directed at that driver. Afterward, we can stroll around our old high school." With that, he stepped into the command vehicle. The interior was somewhat dim, and as Zhang Zha entered, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Just as he blinked to adjust to the darkness, an ominous sensation of impending danger surged within him. Almost simultaneously, several guns emerged from the shadows, and he felt the cold press of a handgun against the back of his head. "Don't move. Under any circumstances, do not move, or I won't hesitate to dislocate your joints." The moment he spoke, the command vehicle's door slammed shut. Zhang Zha then noticed 6 individuals inside, 5 of whom were aiming handguns at him. No, it was indeed 6, as one of them pressed a gun directly against his temple. From the group, 2 stepped forward. One pinned Zhang Zha to the ground and began to search him, while the other wielded an object resembling a wire loop to scan his body. Moments later, both stood up and reported, "Report to the captain. No weapons, electronic devices, found." The man behind Zheng Jia holstered his handgun, speaking nonchalantly. "Xiao Li, drive to the Public Security Bureau and inquire if the isolation system in the interrogation room is ready." One of the five nodded and moved to the driver's seat, while two others continued to keep their guns trained on Zheng Jia. "This is not good. The confined space of the vehicle makes it easy for me to be hit." Zheng Jia rose from the ground, coldly questioning, "Why am I being apprehended? Who are you?" The man behind him chose a seat, revealing himself to be a burly man in his late 20s. His posture suggested military training, and he coldly replied, "Let us not beat around the bush. Do not attempt to send any signals from here. The entire vehicle is completely isolated. This electronic signal jamming device is a proud creation of the Colonel Chu Xian you abducted. Don't tell me you were unaware. We are members of the National Security Bureau's first team. And you, sir? Who are you?" "National Security Bureau. National Security Bureau. Oh, you cunning Chu Xian. What a brazen scheme." Since his intelligence had been boosted to 187, Zheng Jia's thought processes had become notably sharper, allowing him to grasp certain matters swiftly. Even if he could not immediately comprehend everything, he could deduce the key points. Indeed, he was certain that he had been ensnared by Chu Xian. Though unaware of the methods Chu Xian used to inform the government, it was evident that he had been thoroughly manipulated. The man studied Zheng Jia, mistakenly believing him to be on the verge of confessing, and laughed. "Have you come to a realization?" "Yes, about 20 days ago, we received location data from Colonel Chu Xian's watch, but the signals were intermittent. Only a few days ago did we manage to pinpoint your location. Despite our surveillance in recent days, we have not detected Colonel Chu Xian's whereabouts. The only plausible explanation is that he has been relocated, but the watch remained in your possession. Are you willing to disclose who infiltrated the base and abducted Colonel Chu Xian? Who was the traitor assisting in the kidnapping? Who met with you here to facilitate the escape? And who are you serving?" Zheng Jia pressed his lips together, mentally grappling with how Chu Xian managed to relay that information. The phrase intermittent sparked a realization. The only reason for such signal disruption would be if the source was isolated or interfered with. The only item that could serve as the information source among his possessions was the high-frequency particle-cutting dagger. This was the weapon Chu Xian had exchanged for him. Noticing Zheng Jia's continued silence, the man remained unfazed, closing his eyes and stating coldly, "If you choose not to speak, so be it. But allow me to inform you. Colonel Chu Xian possesses several technologies that are leading the world in our nation. National interests take precedence over all else. Since you, a traitor, seem to have forgotten your country, we shall not easily forgive you. There exists a substance known as a truth serum, a neurotoxic agent that can extract all the information we seek. While it may render you an imbecile, that would merely be the punishment you deserve." At that moment, Zheng Jia was still half squatting on the floor, his left hand subtly retrieving the ring from his pocket. As he rose, he discreetly placed the ring into his mouth, resting it against the back of his teeth, and asked, "What about her?" "The girl standing outside the car," the man replied indifferently. "Her? We found her file as well, but it clearly states that she has been dead for 10 years. Yet, she appears to be merely 15 or 16 years old. Heh, your faction is quite remarkable, secretly training someone for a decade and returning them without any noticeable changes. Rest assured, she will also be in the interrogation room at the Public Security Bureau." Zheng Jia exhaled in relief and inquired further, "When will I be injected with the truth serum? Today? Tomorrow?" The man opened his eyes, scrutinizing Zheng Jia closely. "You truly are a stubborn traitor. Have you been bought off with a mere few million in platinum? Fear not, an interrogation expert awaits you in the interrogation room. If you fail to divulge the truth by tomorrow, you shall live on as an imbecile. There is still hope. He still has a chance to escape." After enduring the harrowing cycles of life and death akin to a horror film, Zheng Jia was no longer the ordinary young office worker he once was. He possessed skills that exceeded those of the average person and had acquired experience in battling against death. More importantly, he bore an unwavering belief in his will to survive. Zheng Jia swiftly assessed his current predicament. First, he must return to the office by midnight. Otherwise, both he and Loli would perish. Second, he could not utter a single word about the main god space, lest he and Loli meet the same fate. They were only transporting him to the Public Security Bureau's interrogation room because they were pressed for time. Believing that Colonel Chu Xian had already been relocated, as a vital asset possessing advanced national technology, they would never allow him to fall into the hands of another nation, in other words, They also sought to extract information about Chu Xian's whereabouts from him in a short amount of time. The current time was approximately noon. Zheng Jia recalled that he and Loli had left the house around 11. Thus, he had about 12 hours until midnight to return to the office with Loli. Otherwise, they would be completely erased by the main god. However, returning to the office too early was also unfeasible. Alone and with only slightly enhanced close combat abilities, he doubted his capacity to withstand any prolonged confrontation with the state apparatus. Therefore, the best strategy would be to reach the office just before midnight, which was their only chance of survival. After about 10 minutes of driving, the command vehicle began to slow down. Zheng Jia finally asked, "Earlier, at my doorstep, was someone aiming a sniper rifle at me?" The captain nodded, confirming, "Indeed, we intended to use tranquilizer darts to incapacitate you and the girl. If we had used a powerful tranquilizer, both of you would have lost consciousness instantly, preventing any possibility of sending out signals. However, your senses seem quite keen. Thus, we were forced to lay this trap to lure you into this command vehicle filled with jamming devices. In truth, that driver was merely an ordinary citizen, just as I suspected." As the captain prepared to exit the vehicle, he produced a pair of specially designed handcuffs, securing Zheng Jia's hands behind his back. These handcuffs can also absorb stray electronic signals, so you can give up any hopes of rescue, he stated coolly. Zheng Jia smiled faintly but remained silent as he followed the captain out of the vehicle. Upon stepping outside, he recognized his surroundings. The Public Security Bureau was about an hour's journey from the office. If they drove, they would reach the office in 20 minutes. Time to escape. 11:20. As Zheng Jia stepped out of the vehicle, he immediately sensed an ominous aura of hostility surrounding him. By his estimation, there were at least 3 sources of malevolence: the individuals in the command vehicle behind him, those within the police station, and a distant high-rise building. It could be said that any sudden movement on his part could result in him being riddled with bullets, or perhaps worse, have his limbs broken. With no other option, he resigned himself to calmly following the captain into the police station. Inside the interrogation room on the 3rd floor, a large glass panel loomed, and anyone familiar with films would recognize that countless eyes were undoubtedly watching him from behind it. From here on, I can only endure. Zheng Jia closed his eyes and silently circulated his internal energy. His sole concern being the fate of the girl, Lori, he fervently hoped she would remain unharmed. Otherwise, he vowed to take vengeance on that scoundrel, Chu Xian. Upon his return, before long, several unknown individuals entered the room, beginning to lecture Zheng Jia about national ethics and the dangers to his future. They even mentioned the possibility of administering a truth serum to him, hoping he would awaken to his circumstances and voluntarily confess. They assured him that the state would show leniency towards repentant criminals. Zheng Jia had previously heard tales of police brutality, yet the treatment he received lacked any violence. Instead, these people incessantly preached morality in his ear. Soon, another individual entered the interrogation room and whispered something to the others. Zheng Jia caught a faint mention of a search in a platinum room, causing his heart to sink. It seemed his parents' residence had already been thoroughly searched. The expressions of the individuals shifted rapidly. One of them stated, "Zheng Jia, you must think this through. Once the truth serum is administered, a person's mind can become muddled, which may prevent us from obtaining the information we seek. This is why we have been treating you with such courtesy. However, if you continue to resist, we will have no choice but to administer it to you. You must understand." Zheng Jia interrupted, "What will happen to my parents?" The individuals immediately displayed signs of elation. It was his first utterance after remaining silent. The person promptly replied, "We will certainly not wrong an innocent, but that depends on whether you accurately relay the truth." Zheng Jia replied with indifference, "Give me a watch. I need time to think. Also, do not administer the truth serum to that girl. She knows nothing of our meeting place. If you harm her, I would rather take my own life than disclose Chu Xian's location. Rest assured, Chu Xian is still within this city and will not be moved abroad until the day after tomorrow. I will provide you with an answer by today." The individuals exchanged glances, and one nodded slightly. He removed a watch and handed it to Zheng Jia, saying, "You must give us an answer today. If we do not hear from you by midnight, we will have no choice but to administer the truth serum to you. Do take care." Zheng Jia said nothing more, glancing at the watch to find it was 6:40 p.m. He had not anticipated the interrogation would pass so swiftly. Holding the watch, he closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Just before entering the interrogation room, Everything on him had been confiscated, even the buttons from his clothing. Fortunately, he had concealed his storage ring in his mouth. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for what to do now. 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. The personnel had already come in and out several times, and as midnight approached, Zhang Jia suddenly stood up and inquired, "What about the girl who was captured earlier? Where is she now? Have you used the truth serum on her?" After a brief pause, a voice from the interrogation room responded, "Rest assured, she is quite well. We have not administered any substances to her. And her dinner was delivered on time." Zhang Jia shook his head and said, "I want to see her. If she is unharmed, I will immediately inform you of Chu Xian's whereabouts and cooperate with you to rescue him. I will also disclose the identity of the mole within the Longyin base." After another brief pause, the voice replied, "Very well, your request can be accommodated. She is currently within this police station. At 11:20. Zhang Jia cast a silent glance at the watch, steadily channeling his internal energy throughout his body. A few minutes later, several soldiers swung open the interrogation room door, and Lori rushed in, bursting into tears as she tightly embraced Zhang Jia. "Lori, dear, do not move. Listen to me carefully, and no matter what happens, hold on to me tightly, understood?" Taking advantage of the moment while holding Lori, Zhang Jia discreetly slipped the storage ring onto his finger and channeled internal energy into it. The high-frequency vibrating particle-cutting dagger materialized in his left hand, and then, the interrogation room door was sliced open. Chapter 3. The Break. Part 1. The high-frequency vibrating particle-cutting dagger was extraordinarily sharp, effortlessly slicing through the interrogation room door. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jia kicked it with tremendous force, leaving an indentation on the steel door and sending the two guards outside flying. Simultaneously, he retrieved a submachine gun and a bulletproof vest from the storage ring. The vest, a product of advanced technology, appeared relatively small, yet it was highly elastic, capable of expanding to fit any wearer, regardless of their size. In a matter of moments, Zhang Jia donned the vest over himself and Lori, almost as if binding her to his back. While wielding the dagger in his right hand and the submachine gun in his left, he dashed toward the exit. The commotion on the other side of the interrogation room had already escalated. The personnel were left in stunned disbelief as they witnessed Zhang Jia conjuring weapons seemingly from thin air. While a dagger could potentially be concealed, how could they have missed the submachine gun and bulletproof vest? The National Security Bureau agents were certainly not incompetent. It was unfathomable that they could overlook such items. As he ran, Zhang Jia scrutinized the dagger, catching a glimmer of light at its handle. Upon inspection, he discovered a grain-sized object, which he promptly discarded onto the floor, his heart filled with rage towards Chu Xian. Just as he dashed into the corridor, hurried footsteps echoed from the opposite end, prompting him to instinctively raise the submachine gun and fire in that direction, all while sprinting towards the staircase on the third floor. The submachine gun was of the same technological caliber as the bulletproof vest, boasting immense firepower and rapid rate of fire. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, leaving countless indentations in the walls, creating the illusion that multiple submachine guns were firing simultaneously. The footsteps in the corridor halted abruptly. Zhang Jia's speed was astonishing. The air around him felt dense as he propelled himself to the staircase, leaping downwards. Lori screamed behind him, but the little girl displayed commendable restraint, quickly biting her lip and silencing herself. The stairs posed no challenge for Zhang Jia, whose reflexes were extraordinary. He landed firmly on the ground and immediately propelled himself downwards again. Gunfire erupted behind him, and the ground where he had just landed was pockmarked with bullets. The second floor was becoming increasingly populated, but Zhang Jia did not stop, bounding down the stairs at a speed far surpassing that of his pursuers. Within moments, he burst through the police station's front door. As soon as he emerged, a sharp crack rang out as a bullet grazed his left leg, leaving a deep gash at a sniper. The sensation of danger reached its peak, and Zhang Jia summoned all his strength. Channeling his internal energy to its fullest extent, surging through the police station's entrance like a shadow, leaving a trail of bullet holes in his wake, yet none struck him. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent low and dashed toward the road ahead, following the route that led to his workplace, the one place that represented his solitary hope. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the police station as countless officers and national security personnel rushed to the garage. Up on the third floor, several individuals were shouting into their radios, one particularly animated. Suddenly, he noticed a faint glimmer on the ground. Had it not been for the shadows in the corridor, he would have never seen it. He hurriedly approached and picked up the grain-sized object from the floor, and the others gathered around in excitement. Quickly, summon the tech team. Colonel Chu Xian has removed the tracking device. There must be information he left behind. Unbeknownst to Zheng Jia, a storm was brewing within the police station. After sprinting a kilometer down the road, the gunfire around him ceased, yet he remained cautious, weaving his way forward for several hundred meters. It was only when a car approached that he abruptly stepped in front of it. "You fool, are you trying to die?" The driver was a young man with dyed yellow hair, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. Zheng Jia wasted no breath. He raised the submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire into the roadside, then aimed it at the young man, commanding, "Get out of the car." The young man, seemingly a lone wolf, seized the beautiful woman and without uttering a word, jumped out of the car. Zheng Jia, in a flurry, dove into the driver's seat. Just as he managed to cradle Lori in front of him, a series of gunshots erupted from behind the sedan, shattering the glass of the rear and side windows into a million fragments. With a fierce determination, Zheng Jia slammed down on the accelerator, delivering a powerful punch to the front windshield, reducing it to shards. Amidst the cacophony of sirens behind him, he seized a fleeting moment to glance back, and the sight nearly paralyzed him with fear. Over 10 police cars were in hot pursuit, with numerous individuals brandishing firearms aimed at him. The young man with the yellow hair and the beauty were rendered speechless by the chaos. It was only after several police vehicles had sped past that the young woman finally exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's a gunfight! How cool!" Just as the yellow-haired youth was about to echo her sentiment, a sudden gust swept over them, prompting them to look skyward. They beheld 3 helicopters soaring along the road ahead, which left the 2 young individuals in a state of utter bewilderment. At this moment, Zheng Jia's focus was razor-sharp. His mind was singularly fixated on the road ahead, devoid of any distractions. The car's speed escalated, overtaking an assortment of vehicles on the highway, yet the police cars relentlessly pursued him, offering him no respite. To his astonishment, the number of police vehicles behind him seemed to multiply, and even more incredulous was the sight of 3 helicopters tailing him from above. "Damn it, is Chu Xian really that valuable?" Zheng Jia muttered to himself, his voice barely audible. And no sooner had he finished speaking than a sharp crack pierced the air. A bullet from the helicopter struck his left hand. Penetrating it with brutal force, he struggled to maintain his grip on the steering wheel, almost crashing into the roadside barrier. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his injured hand around the wheel. Despite the shattered bones, he managed to steer, while his other arm held Lori tightly against him, his foot firmly pressing the accelerator. A few more shots rang out from the sniper on the helicopter, but at such speeds, hitting their target proved futile. They dared not aim for the tires, aware that a crash at this velocity would spell certain doom for the occupants. As the car drew closer to the company building, just a curve away from sighting the towering structure, Zheng Jia's excitement was abruptly overshadowed by a blinding light ahead. The road was obstructed by dozens of police cars, their floodlights illuminating the night sky in a ghostly glare. "Lily," Zheng Jia murmured softly. Lori, nestled in his embrace, was oblivious to the chaos around her, responding only with a muffled sound. "Lily, we will not die. Absolutely not. Whether in reality or in a horror film, we will survive." A sudden surge of adrenaline coursed through Zheng Jia as he pressed the accelerator to its limits. The car sped forward, undeterred by the hail of bullets striking its frame. With a thunderous crash, the sedan barreled through 3 police cars and managed to forge ahead, though its speed had finally begun to wane. The sniper on the helicopter quickly took aim, and with a sharp report, one of the tires was punctured. The car veered erratically for several thousand meters before it collided violently with the roadside barrier. Zheng Jia was thrown against the steering wheel, which shattered upon impact, leaving a deep gash across his forehead, blood streaming down in a gruesome display. Within seconds, as the shock subsided, he retrieved a dagger and slashed at the car door. It sliced cleanly in 2. And with a powerful kick, he sent the door flying over 10 meters away, only to be met with a barrage of gunfire. Without a moment's hesitation, he hoisted Lori onto his back, brandishing a submachine gun as he burst from the vehicle. After firing several rounds, he sprinted toward the company, now within a mere 1,000 meters of reach. Meanwhile, at the Public Security Bureau, A group of researchers huddled around a laptop, engrossed in their work. One of them suddenly exclaimed, "We've cracked it! The password is indeed Colonel Chu Xian's personal code." The crowd quickly gathered, captivated by the screen displaying Colonel Chu Xian in animated discussion, while a connected printer churned out designs. However, none of them paid attention to the blueprints. Their eyes were fixed on the screen until the document concluded, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. The researchers eagerly pounced on the printed designs, revealing expressions of astonishment. "It's real. It's truly real. Ha ha ha, this is a stable hydrogen fusion reactor. Oh my god, it's the stable hydrogen fusion reactor. Yes, it's all real. This is the Gauss long-range cannon. Wow, old Wang spent his entire life on this and never completed it. This is the composition chart for a high-efficiency battery. Ha ha ha, this exists. Old Li, you died too soon." Amidst the researchers' mingled laughter and tears, their expressions grew more intense. One individual shouted, "Damn it, contact the front lines immediately. Retrieve all pursuit units. No one is to fire another shot," and concoct a convincing cover story to send the four elders back. Also at that moment, Zhang Jia had just dashed over 100 meters from the wreckage, having vaulted a barrier, when a sharp pain shot through his left thigh. Blood gushed forth, and he collapsed to the ground. A second bullet pierced his right leg, rendering both limbs nearly immobile. "I cannot die. I must not die. I absolutely refuse to die." Zhang Jia screamed in desperation, channeling every ounce of his inner strength. A sensation akin to a breakthrough surged within him. The pain in his legs faded instantaneously. With a primal instinct, he crawled forward like a beast, his speed far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Moreover, with the unlocking of his genetic potential, his instincts for danger had heightened dramatically, allowing him to evade the bullets before they even struck. The helicopter snipers watched in disbelief as he moved with such unnatural speed and agility. As he neared the company building, the path ahead stretched straight and unyielding. The tightly shut gates of the company loomed before him, necessitating a brief pause of 1 to 2 seconds to breach them, a span ample enough for the snipers to take aim. Zhang Jia was uncertain whether they aimed merely to capture him alive. It was a risk he could not afford to take. His eyes burned with a fierce resolve. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to linger. With his right hand gripping the dagger, he surged forward, a blur of blackness as he approached the company gates. In one fluid motion, he leaped over 4 meters high, bringing the dagger down with all his might upon the gate, which splintered under the force of his strike. In that instant, the gates gave way, and Zhang Jia felt a violent jolt course through him. The personnel in the helicopters were no longer merely shocked. They were gripped by terror. To witness a person leap 4 meters into the air would unnerve even the most steadfast souls. They could only watch in astonishment as Zhang Jia rolled into the company interior, one of them managing to fire a shot that struck his back. Upon hitting the ground, Zhang Jia immediately rolled to his feet and sprinted towards the emergency stairwell. With his stamina, he was undeterred by the short flight of stairs, maintaining his blistering pace. "We did it, Lily. We succeeded. We will survive. None of us will." But as he ran, he sensed something amiss with Lori behind him. He swiftly turned, cradling her in his arms, only to feel a warm wetness. Stopping abruptly, he discovered that her waist was soaked in blood, an area where her bulletproof vest had failed to protect her. The bullet had entered her back and exited through her abdomen, rolling to the ground as he held her close. Chapter 3. The Breaking Point, Part 2. With great effort, Lori opened her eyes, her pale face breaking into a radiant smile. "You big pervert, hurry and run. Don't you want to carry me along?" Tears welled in Zhang Jia's eyes. Before him stood the visage of the little girl from 10 years ago, who despite her hair loss and skeletal frame, always smiled so brightly and playfully called him a big pervert. He realized he could not bear to lose her again. Though his heart was engulfed in profound sorrow, Zhang Jia continued to race up the stairs with Lori in his arms, fervently urging her, "Lori, speak to me. Do not cease your words. You must not fall asleep, my dear Lori. You promised we would grow old together. I have held true to my vow and fought to survive. Please, do not let me down a second time, I implore you. Let us live on together." Lori, struggling to keep her eyes open, managed a smile as she replied, "But what should I say? I feel so sleepy. You big bad wolf, I really want to sleep. Perhaps I could sing you a song." Tears streamed uncontrollably from Zheng Zha's eyes as he quickened his pace. Suddenly, with a crack, his left leg broke at the site of a previous gunshot wound. In a split second, he tumbled backward, instinctively cradling Lori to shield her from harm. Having only ascended a few steps of the staircase, the fall was not too catastrophic, and Zheng Zha quickly regained his footing. He secured Lori tightly in his bulletproof vest and began to climb, using both hands and feet. However, his fractured leg impeded his progress. Having his speed, with a resolute grimace, he raised his dagger and viciously struck his left leg. At that moment, still under the effects of the gene lock release, only a few droplets of blood spurted from the wound before muscle contraction staunched the flow. Ignoring the pain, Zheng Zha pressed onward. The cicadas sang their summer song from the banyan tree by the pond. Zheng Zha coldly remarked, "Indeed, there are 3 stipulations. First, one must not divulge anything regarding the Master God Space to anyone by any means. Second, one must return to the exact location from whence they came within the designated time frame. For instance, after pressing the YS key on the computer in my office, I must return there within 30 days. Third, upon my return, I must physically touch all of my belongings. Otherwise, they will remain in the realm of reality. Should any of those items be unique to the Master God Space, their existence will be erased." Chu Xian adjusted his glasses and remarked, "As I suspected, it is absolutely forbidden to disclose anything pertaining to the Master God Space to the outside world. Yet, I have not been erased. Thus, my second assertion is that the Master God lacks cognitive abilities. It merely operates as a supercomputer following a program. Because I inadvertently brought the locator back to the real world without your knowledge, you remain unaware of the information it harbors, which fully exposes the existence of the Master God Space. This, in itself, has disclosed information. According to the regulations, those who reveal information will be erased. However, I have not been erased, indicating that these rules apply solely to those who return to the real world. I am still within the Master God Space, so even if I disclose information, it is inconsequential. Similarly, since you are unaware of the information I have revealed, you too have not been erased. Therefore, I assert that the Master God possesses no cognitive faculties. It operates solely according to program directives. The prohibition on sharing information is effective only for those who return to reality. Furthermore, if an individual lacks the memory of having disclosed information, even if such information has been revealed, the entity cannot punish them. Thus, it is essentially just a supercomputer governed by programming, devoid of any sentient consciousness." Zheng Zha shouted, "What does this signify? I do not care whether it is a computer or something else. Because of your machinations, both my life and Lori's have been nearly lost. Was it all just for your conjectures?" Chu Xian disregarded him and continued, "As long as we acknowledge it operates on a program, many things can be circumvented to achieve our goals. The same applies to horror films. Speaking of this to you is futile. My third point is that I hope you can bring back some high-tech design blueprints. If the first 2 conjectures hold true, those blueprints should have reached the government by now, and they should have received my information in my message. I implored them to recruit special soldiers to be hypnotized into a state of despair regarding reality, then have them remain at their computers 24 hours a day. This way, we may very well gain some comrades in arms, significantly increasing our chances of survival. I sincerely apologize for putting you in danger. My predictions were somewhat flawed. I thought they would locate you sooner, thus discovering the locator on the dagger, and you could safely return here. It is my fault if, after hearing these 3 reasons, you still wish to kill me. Then please proceed to sever my limbs. I shall not resist." After uttering these words, Chu Xian stood there calmly while Zheng Zha hesitated with the dagger in hand. Finally, he cast it to the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! If you had told me this sooner, I am not unpatriotic. I would have certainly returned to the real world with the locator. What I despise is your deceitful schemes against allies and comrades. Is there not a shred of normal human thought in your mind?" Chu Xian replied coolly, "I could not inform you in advance. If you had retained such details in your memory, the Master God would have erased you based on that memory. As it is another means of transmitting information, everything must be accomplished without your awareness. Otherwise, it is utterly meaningless." Zheng Zha took a deep breath and declared, "I have completely lost faith in you. No matter how perilous the next horror film may be, our alliance is hereby dissolved. Henceforth, do not conspire against me in any way, or I shall personally see to your demise. I swear with that." Zhang Jia turned and walked toward Lori, taking her hand as they silently made their way to his room. Zhang Jie and Zhan Lan sighed, each retreating to their respective quarters, leaving the square with only the remnants of Zero, undergoing repairs, and the somewhat solitary figure of Chu Xian. He picked up the dagger from the ground and silently returned to his own room. Chapter 4. Curse. The Beginning, Part 1. Vote, collect, and for those who enjoy infinite horror, please continue your support. Thank you. Within 30 seconds, enter the light column, target lock engaged, and the curse begins transmission. 5 individuals, no, 5 individuals plus Arno beside Chu Xian, stood together in the light circle illuminated by the Master God. Once again, in that state of half-sleep, the passage of time was unknown. When they regained their senses, they found themselves standing in a very ordinary room, with tatami mats on the floor. The rooms were separated by paper doors. And judging by the decor, this appeared to be a traditional Japanese dwelling. As the 5 regained their composure, they immediately began counting the bodies on the floor. To their horror, they counted a total of 15 newcomers. Adding Xingxia and the other 5, the total number of individuals in this horror film had reached the maximum of 20. The greater the number, the more challenging the horror film becomes. The last time the plot changed, there were only 15 individuals, yet it nearly resulted in a total wipeout. This time, however, the number of participants in the horror film had reached an exaggerated 20, undoubtedly raising the difficulty level significantly compared to the previous encounter with the alien queen. Zhang Jie sat on the floor, muttering, "The curse, it's the curse," and at a difficulty level of 20. We are in quite a predicament. Zhan Lan was the first to regain her composure. She rushed to the window to look outside. This was a courtyard-style residence, and she was peering out from the second floor. If one were to gaze at this dwelling from outside, it would closely resemble the haunted house from the curse. Zhan Lan turned pale and faced Chu Xian, saying, "I suspect you are least adept at this kind of supernatural horror film. Shall I take the lead in analyzing it this time?" Chu Xian silently nodded. At that moment, some newcomers had begun to rise from the floor. Zhan Lan paid them no heed and focused on explaining the concept of the curse to Xingxia and the others. The so-called curse refers to when a person dies harboring deep resentment. Their grievances manifest as a curse, typically lingering within the environment where they lived. Once someone enters that space, they become susceptible to being killed by the curse. In this horror film, the location of the curse is this very residence. Zhan Lan rubbed her forehead and continued, "In this horror film, once someone is ensnared by the curse, their death is inevitable. It could happen in a few days or a few weeks. In short, that individual is at risk of being murdered by a ghost at any moment." Xingxia sighed and said, "Are you implying that we are already cursed? That once the horror film commences, we could be killed by a ghost at any time?" Zhan Lan smiled wryly, "Precisely. This is the kind of supernatural horror film that defies scientific explanation. We cannot analyze how the ghosts kill, nor can we ascertain how to evade these entities. So what is our objective in completing the horror film?" The 5 simultaneously glanced at their watches, which indicated that the task for the curse was to survive for 7 days. Additionally, there was another option: to kill the curse's main entity, Kayako, once, to obtain a B-level side plot of the horror film, with a reward of 5,000 points, B, a B-level side plot. Reward points 5,000. Zhang Jie abruptly leaped up from the tatami mat, excitedly shouting, "Damn it, let us go for it. A B-level side plot plus 5,000 reward points is worth the risk. After this, we can eat whatever we want, drink whatever we want, 2 bowls for each meal, 1 to eat and 1 to pour out." The previously oppressive atmosphere was instantly lightened by Zhang Jie's exuberance. Zhang Jia chided him, "Do you honestly believe it will be that simple? Consider how terrifying the queen was. We only received 1 D-level side plot for killing it, and I merely gained 3,000 reward points. This curse's entity, Kayako, is undoubtedly far more terrifying than the alien queen." Once this statement was made, a heavy silence fell over the 5.9 days had passed since Xingxia returned to the Master God space. During these 9 days, he had scarcely exchanged more than a few words with Chu Xian, instead engaging with Zhang Jie, Zero, and others in discussions about combat techniques, survival skills, and firearms training. It was not until just before they were to enter the third horror film that Chu Xian approached them, presenting a communication device resembling a mobile phone. Each received one, enabling communication without interference from satellite signals, with a range of 50 kilometers. "I believe this will be quite useful for our teamwork," he said. During this time, Chu Xian had also scarcely spoken to the others. Aside from mass-producing ammunition, he had been preoccupied with creating this communication device. However, what puzzled them was that all his remaining reward points had been spent on exchanging for spiritual-type bullets, which appeared almost identical to ordinary bullets, save for the strange runes inscribed on the casings. Inexplicably, everyone, including Zhang Jia, exchanged a substantial quantity of spiritual bullets, which are among the least expensive items capable of harming spirits and supernatural entities, and can be utilized with any firearm. Zhang Jia's spatial ring was nearly filled to a cubic meter with these spiritual bullets, while he had only taken a meager portion of armor-piercing bullets. Additionally, the other 4 individuals, who did not possess spatial rings, opted for military backpacks, filling them with hemostatic agents, bandages, antidotes, compressed food, and solid-state water tablets, a unique technological food from the main god space. Each of them also prepared an efficient cold-resistant outfit, nearly exhausting all of their reward points. Due to the varying amounts of reward points, Zhang Jia received assistance from the others to complete some of his supplies. Ju-On, the 3rd installment in the horror film series, was notorious for its inescapable terror, where everyone perished. Zhang Jia sat quietly on the tatami, observing Zhan Lan as she began explaining the rules of the main god space to the newly awakened individuals. While he quietly recalled the plot of Ju-On. Ju-On consists of 3 films, and Zhang Jia had, of course, seen this renowned horror series, having recently finished it within the past few days. The details and characters from the films remain vivid in his memory, particularly the striking fact that none of those ensnared by Ju-On survived. The story begins with a reclusive woman named Kayako, who harbored a secret love for a man during her university days. However, due to her introverted nature, she only observed him from afar and documented her feelings in a diary, leaving the man oblivious to her existence. Meanwhile, he was involved with another woman and subsequently married her. This betrayal sowed deep resentment within Kayako, which she harbored silently. As fate would have it, Kayako endured numerous misfortunes. Her beloved cat died, and her parents perished in a car accident during a trip. By this time, her heart was consumed with bitterness. Eventually, she married another man, who concealed violent tendencies. Shortly after their marriage, Kayako bore him a child, and they lived a seemingly tranquil life for several years. However, when their child began school, she discovered that the child's teacher was her first love. Simultaneously, her husband learned from a medical examination that he had a low sperm count, meaning it was Zhang Jia and Ling Dian hurriedly followed behind them. Both could discern that, setting aside the 3 ordinary youths, the composed and handsome young man engrossed in his reading, as well as the individual inspecting the room, both possessed certain talents, at the very least. They harbored the potential to become exceptional individuals. After Chu Xian departed from the team, they were in dire need of a strategist capable of analyzing layouts. Although Zhan Lan exhibited potential in this regard, she still fell short when compared to Chu Xian. Zhang Jia, armed with a submachine gun, was scanning the surroundings when he noticed Zhan Lan staring blankly at him. He chuckled. "What are you doing? Hurry up, I'll cover your retreat." It was only then that Zhan Lan realized her lapse in composure. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she touched her forehead and said, "You needn't be so anxious. There's a pattern in horror films. We should remain relatively safe for a day or 2. Those malevolent entities typically strike when we're not paying attention. Did you discover something earlier?" Zhang Jia replied with a wry smile. "If I told you I could see, no, feel those malevolent entities, would you believe me? I sense a chilling aura clinging to us, myself included. Perhaps this is the mark of a curse. It will use this mark to track us." Zhan Lan froze for a moment before she began to frantically pat herself down, asking repeatedly, "Am I clean? Am I clean?" Her voice was so tinged with anxiety that Zhang Jia quickly rushed upstairs. Upon seeing Zhang Jia, Zhan Lan immediately regained her composure, blushing as she gently patted herself down before pushing past him and hurrying downstairs. Zhang Jia, ever the supportive friend, sympathetically patted Zhang Jia on the back and remarked, "That little woman can be quite frightening, can't she?" "Indeed, quite so," Zhang Jia replied. Regardless, the group swiftly evacuated the house. As they stepped out the front door, Zhang Jia felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. The house had exuded a peculiar sense of oppression that had nearly suffocated him. This sensation of danger far surpassed the pressure he felt from the alien in the previous horror film. And astonishingly, he hadn't even seen a ghostly figure. He had almost been compelled to unlock his genetic locks due to the overwhelming dread. Zhang Jia then noticed that the 6 newcomers were waiting outside, while the other 9, including the burly man from the northeast, had vanished, along with Chu Xian's whereabouts. In other words, the 20 individuals had split into two factions, one consisting of 10 missing persons and the other comprising their 4 seasoned members plus 6 newcomers. It was now 10:30 in the morning. Let us find a place where we can talk and discuss how to navigate these 7 days. If there are no objections. Zheng Jia was about to inform the newcomers of his plans when he suddenly noticed everyone staring in shock at the second floor behind him, their eyes wide with disbelief and fear. Instinctively, Zheng Jia turned around to see through the glass of a window on the second floor. A woman, pale as death, was pressed against it, her black eyes fixated on him. What kind of eyes were those? Zheng Jia found it impossible to articulate his feelings, as if countless malevolent resentments were concealed within those depths. Coldness, death, terror. When Zheng Jia regained his senses, he once again aimed his submachine gun frantically at the window. But there was no longer a pale woman there. Only shattered glass and bullet-riddled walls remained. Both Zhang Jie and Ling Dian pulled him back, one on each side, with Zhang Jie shouting, "Zheng Jia, calm down. We're safe now. Let us go. The Japanese police might arrive any moment." With that, they dragged the weakened Zheng Jia along the path, and as he glanced back at the estate one last time, he saw the pale figure reappear at the second-floor window. "Have you calmed down?" Zheng Jia accepted the icy can of cola handed to him by Ling Dian, forcing a smile as he said, "Thank you all for earlier. It seems I have become a burden to the team." The group was now seated in the shaded area of a small park. After Ling Dian and Zhang Jie brought Zheng Jia here, Ling Dian had vanished for a time, only to return with a large supply of frozen canned cola and packaged food. This spared them from having to consume the compressed food they had exchanged for earlier. Though that food had not cost them many exchange points, it was a shared consensus among the 4 to save wherever possible. Zheng Jia took a sip of the cola, the cold sensation invigorating him. Zhanlan then asked, "Zheng Jia, are you really okay? I've informed everyone about your ability to sense curses. You're the only one among us with such a gift, and we all depend on your perception to survive." Zheng Jia smiled wryly. "It's precisely because my senses are so acute that I find it easier to be frightened by such things. At this rate, I might go mad from fear before a ghost can kill me." The handsome young man who had been reading suddenly spoke coldly, "You are far too flustered. When confronted with the unknown, the first step is not to panic, but to seek understanding. It's a pity that someone so powerful is merely a coward." He spoke without lifting his gaze, his voice both alluring and delicate, reminiscent of a girl's. His skin was smooth and fair, nearly more delicate than Zhanlan's, and his glossy black hair fell around his face as he continued to read, leaving the others unable to discern his features, only able to infer from the side that he was indeed strikingly handsome. Zheng Jia paused, then continued to smile wryly. "Indeed, I've been quite flustered. Let us take a moment to introduce ourselves. You all must have seen that entity earlier. I trust you no longer doubt our words. Although it sounds unbelievable, we are indeed trapped in a peculiar cycle. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zheng Jia, the interim leader of this team." This was the result of their discussion. Over the past 9 days, the 4 had developed significant disagreements with Chu Xian, leading Ling Dian to join Zheng Jia's team. The consensus was that Zheng Jia would assume the role of leader, although he believed he could only call himself the interim leader, as no one could guarantee their survival. Zhang Jie pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Zheng Jia and Ling Dian. "I'm Zhang Jie, one of the team members. I guess I could be considered a half-firepower specialist." Zhanlan added with a smile, "I'm Zhanlan, likely the logistics personnel. My combat abilities are quite poor, but I've learned some first aid techniques and can assist with analyzing situations." Ling Dian accepted the cigarette and coldly stated, "Ling Dian, sniper." The 3 ordinary youths exchanged glances, and one spoke up, "I'm Lu Runjia, currently still a university student." Another chimed in, "Xiao Bingyi, unemployed at the moment." The last one said, "Kun Zhongting, I'm in my final year of university, also unemployed." The strikingly beautiful woman stretched languidly and said, "Ming Yanwei, I work as a public relations manager in a company, but I had always wanted to travel to Japan. Who would have thought I'd get to fulfill that wish before death?" This stunning woman still wore alluring lingerie, and her stretching motion was remarkably sensual, causing the 3 youths to gawk in awe again. 2 individuals remained. The one who had inspected the house chuckled, "Qi Tingyi, from Shandong. I suppose I could be considered a homebody. Just kidding. My profession is one that rarely opens shop. But when it does, it lasts half a year. I'm an appraiser. A tomb relic appraiser. Of course, I can also assess some items in reality. I hope to join your team. The four of them exchanged smiles. An appraiser was indeed a valuable asset, often needed in various horror scenarios, and they had unexpectedly found talent among the newcomers. The last handsome youth set down his book, and the group finally saw him clearly. No. Her. This girl lacked an Adam's apple and presented as a somewhat androgynous beauty, around 15 or 16 years old, with a cold gaze that bore a striking resemblance to Chu Xin. Zhao Yingkong? Assassin. She spoke in an icy tone, then returned to her reading. Zheng Jia, Zhang Jie, and Zhan Lan all turned to Ling Dian, who quietly regarded Zhao Yingkong for a moment before saying, Zheng Jia, you're the leader. Why don't you outline our plans moving forward? Whether she is an assassin or not, our team needs all kinds of talents. Zheng Jia nodded, having earlier worried that Ling Dian and Zhao Yingkong might share some past conflict, but it seemed they did not know each other, relieving him of unnecessary concern. It appeared that even among assassins, one might not necessarily recognize another in the real world. I believe what we need now is Japanese yen. After all, we must survive here for 7 days. Do any of you wish to sleep on the streets? Zheng Jia laughed as he retrieved 2 gold bars, each the thickness of 3 fingers, from his storage ring, handing them to Ling Dian. Fortunately, I exchanged for these 2 gold bars from the Master God before. Ling Dian, since you used to be an assassin, you should be more familiar with the underworld's dealings than we are. Take these gold bars and exchange them for as many yen as you can. It should be enough to cover the expenses for all 10 of us for 7 days. It would be prudent to procure several detailed maps of the vicinity, particularly highlighting the distribution of hotels and the temples surrounding this city. By the way, does anyone here possess knowledge of the Japanese language? Among the 6 newcomers, Minjianwei and Katinji simultaneously remarked, I know a bit. They then exchanged an enigmatic glance. Zheng Jia, intending to continue speaking, was taken aback when Zhao Yingkong, who had maintained an icy demeanor, suddenly interjected, I can also speak Japanese. May I inquire why you require a map of the temple locations? Zheng Jia smiled gently at the cold young girl and explained, because this world of horror films encompasses even ghostly curses, so why shouldn't there be places like temples that can dispel such curses? Since we cannot apply rational thinking from reality here, let us adopt the mindset of this horror film world. That is my belief. Zhao Yingkong set down her book and remarked, you are quite intriguing. At first glance, you seem like a formidable fool, but now you resemble a leader. Very well, I shall join this team. Zheng Jia offered another kind smile to the girl, while Zhan Lan, seated beside him, suddenly murmured, there is also a young one at home. He quickly cleared his throat and added, let us proceed then. By the way, Zero, make an effort to procure some handguns from those underworld figures. I still have plenty of spiritual bullets. We should aim to equip everyone with a weapon. Zero tucked the gold bars into his pocket and waved his hand as he stepped out from beneath the tree's shadow. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, and some elderly individuals and children were playing and resting in the park, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. But who could know? This world is, in fact, a realm of horror films, a place where supernatural entities and curses exist. Zheng Jia looked up at the blue sky, and through the gaps in the leaves, the sunlight seemed to have taken on a chilling hue. The terrifying figure, pale as a ghost. One could only wonder how many would return alive this time. Recommended reading, Metal World, book number 109100, chapter 5. The next day, part 1. Actually, dear friends, my pace of updates has not been slow at all. That I arrived at the starting point on April 6, and in less than a month, I have already updated nearly 200,000 words. If this is still considered slow, good literature requires time to cultivate. One cannot simply copy from a dictionary. I prioritize quality, and only when the quality is assured do I hasten the speed. Please understand, do you prefer reading high-quality books or low-quality horror? I will strive to increase my pace. Although I have drafts, they are not yet published. If I were to release everything now, I would likely be scolded by the editors, so please continue to support me. While I cannot guarantee several thousand words daily, I can assure you of at least 6,000 words. Once published, 10,000 words daily will be no problem. Zero returned to the park at dusk. With still a couple of hours remaining before nightfall, aside from occasionally sipping cola and snacking, the others spent most of their time anxiously scanning their surroundings, particularly as twilight approached, causing everyone's anxiety to intensify. Those familiar with Ju-on know that the ghosts in this horror film are not deterred by sunlight. They can emerge at any moment, day or night, to commit murder. Yet, everyone still hoped to remain in the light. An intriguing mindset, despite knowing that the supernatural does not fear the sun. Standing in its rays bolstered their courage significantly. Upon Zero's return, Zhang Jie was the first to rush over, laughing as he playfully punched Zero on the shoulder. "Damn, I thought you had bolted with the gold. Ha ha ha. So, how much did you sell it for?" Zero smiled faintly but remained silent, merely pulling out 10 cards from his pocket. He handed one golden card to Zheng Jia and stated, "This is pure gold. After selling it, I've prepared a card for everyone, with the password being 123456. This card contains." Zheng Jia accepted the card and replied, "Why mention all this? Do you think I lack trust in your abilities? As long as this money suffices for our needs over the next 7 days, that's all that matters. We can't take it back to the main god space, can we? Ha ha ha." After their banter, the group finally departed from the increasingly eerie park, hailing 3 taxis to the town's most luxurious 5-star hotel. Although expenses in Japan are indeed high, 2 thick gold bars of excellent quality would sufficiently support the material comforts of 10 individuals for 7 days. During the ride, the 3 girls shared one taxi, 3 university students shared another, while Zheng Jia, Zhang Jie, Zero, and Katinji squeezed into a single taxi. Once inside, Zero produced several maps and handed them to Zheng Jia, stating, "City map, hotel map, transportation map, tourist attraction map." Zhang Jia, unreserved, accepted the maps and began studying them alongside Katinji and Zhang Jie. Seated in the front, continued, "I selected the Sunshine Hotel. It is surrounded by a ring road, making transportation exceptionally convenient. We can make a swift escape from any location if necessary. Of course, if you find it unsuitable." Zhang Jia, still perusing the maps, countered, "No, this type of hotel is perfect for our current situation. The most concerning places are those with complicated surroundings. If we are ambushed, we might have no chance to escape. The surrounding roadways are ideal for hailing a taxi." He then asked, "By the way, is it possible to purchase handguns?" Zero replied, "No problem, but we will need to pick them up tomorrow morning." Zhang Jia, "Do spiritual bullets truly harm those things? Have you injured them before?" Zhang Jia chuckled bitterly. "I don't know. At that moment, I just sensed danger, a profound danger, which caused me to lose my composure. I felt a premonition of death, as if I could be killed at any moment. Ha. I was truly afraid of dying. The more one fears death, the more likely they are to go mad when perceiving it. Is that so? Even you can die." The 4 in the car fell silent, the only sound the rustling of Zheng Jia flipping through the maps. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 taxis had already arrived at the entrance of the Sunshine Hotel. It must be said that Zero's capabilities were indeed reliable. During the day, he had not only sold the gold but also forged a fake ID through underworld means. Otherwise, the group might have had the money but would be unable to check into the hotel. It seemed that the season in this horror film world was nearing the summer tourist period, and most hotel rooms had already been occupied, with only a few suites remaining, all on different floors. Only one presidential suite was available that could accommodate everyone. Zhao Yingkong immediately stated, "I do not wish to share a room with others. I want a single room on the ground floor, preferably one with a personal computer." Everyone looked at her in astonishment, and Zheng Jia quickly said, "Isn't it better for all of us to stay together? This way, we can look out for one another." Zhao Yingkong coldly replied, "I do not wish to reside with dead weight. I believe what that person said earlier is quite correct. I've seen all 3 installments of Ju-On, and this curse cannot be resisted by mere numbers. It would be better to live alone, as it allows for easier escape if you are killed by the curse." Zheng Jia sighed and fell silent. After discussing with the others, it was ultimately decided that most preferred to split into smaller groups rather than crowd into one large suite. This way, they could look out for one another without being too widely affected by the curse. The 3 girls naturally formed one group, and since Zhao Yingkong insisted on staying alone, Zhan Lan had no choice but to share a room with the beautiful Minjian. The remaining 7 had to draw lots to divide into 2 groups. Zheng Jia, Katinji, and Lu Renjia formed one group, while Zhang Jie, Zero, Xiao Bingyi, and Kun Zhongting formed another. Consequently, Zero could only reserve 4 suites, all situated on different floors. Zhao Yingkong was assigned to the 11th floor, Zheng Jia, Katinji, and Lu Renjia to the 12th floor, and Zhang Jie, Zero, Xiao Bingyi, and Kun Zhongting to the 14th floor, while Zhanlan and Minjian occupied the 16th floor. A night of tranquility passed without incident. By midday the following day, everyone, still bleary-eyed, gathered in Zhang Jia's suite. In truth, Aside from Zero and Zhao Kong, the others had only managed to fall asleep in the early hours. The night had been enveloped in utter darkness, apart from the resolute assassin who would dare to sleep in such an environment. Good. It seems we are all fine. Today marks the 2nd day. If we can endure until the 7th day concludes, we shall all return alive to the main god space, Zheng Jia remarked while rubbing his swollen dark circles, sipping from a can of iced coffee. All fine. Perhaps not. Zhao Kong set down her book, a cold smile gracing her lips as she spoke. This morning, I infiltrated the city's police network. 2 homicides have emerged, occurring around dawn. Police discovered 2 corpses in a nearby park, one of which was entirely disemboweled. Its visage grotesquely contorted, while the other was impaled upon a utility pole, yet curiously, the wires above remained undamaged. The town's police have mobilized entirely, but to their dismay, these individuals lack any identification records. Allegedly, some nearby residents claim to have seen 7 others accompanying them. After hearing this, do you not find it astonishing? A sudden pallor swept over the crowd, with several trembling uncontrollably. Death in itself is not truly frightening, but the impending unknown manner of demise is an unbearable thought for all. Zheng Jia took a deep breath and inquired of Ling Dian. So, did you retrieve the handguns? Ling Dian, silent, produced 6 handguns from a case behind him. Zheng Jia then extracted 600 spirit bullets from his storage ring, stating earnestly, "Do not harm innocents recklessly. I would prefer not to evade both the supernatural and the ordinary. Although killing a teammate incurs a deduction of 1,000 reward points, I would not hesitate to bind you and suspend you in darkness. Perhaps the specters would favor such defenseless individuals." The 3 university students, who had initially been excited at the sight of the firearms, fell silent, fidgeting with their weapons, while Qi Tingyi took the spirit bullets and observed them closely. After a while, he remarked, "These appear to be ordinary silver bullets, but the runes inscribed seem reminiscent of a blend of oracle bone script and cuneiform. Perhaps they are indeed similar. I recall seeing analogous runes on some coffins in ancient tombs." Zheng Jia swiftly grasped his wrist, asking, "You have seen similar runes on coffins? What does that imply? What purpose do they serve?" These spirit bullets were exchanged from the Supreme Being. Although they are the cheapest type, they can strike at spiritual entities. Qi Tingyi scratched his head and replied, "I am uncertain of the rune's utility. After all, I am an appraiser, not an expert in tomb raiding. Yet, I have overheard some specialists mention that these runes possess the ability to ward off evil and prevent the owner's corpse from becoming a zombie. However, I had always considered that mere ancient superstition." Zheng Jia felt a pang of disappointment, yet the term ward off evil sparked an idea in him. He quickly retrieved a stack of talisman paper from his storage ring and exclaimed joyfully, "I nearly forgot about these. Here, each of you take one. These talismans will ignite automatically in the presence of malevolent spirits, rendering you immune to their attacks during the burning process, providing ample time for escape or summoning aid." Zhang Jie and Zhan Lan exchanged glances, both delightedly producing several sheets of talisman paper from their military backpacks. These were the protective charms they had exchanged after the first horror film. Yet due to the overwhelming events of the subsequent film, they had nearly forgotten their existence. Undoubtedly, these preemptive talismans would prove invaluable in a situation where the timing of a spirit's attack was uncertain. Zheng Jia chuckled, patting Qi Tingyi on the shoulder. "Thank you for your reminder. If such runes exist in the real world to counteract spirits, why should they not exist in this horror film realm? Surely the temples serve a purpose beyond mere aesthetics. Perhaps we might even learn some incantations or techniques. Does not the Supreme Being offer exchanges for such skills? Excellent. This afternoon, we shall visit those temples, I in search of hope to vanquish the curse of vengeance." Recommended reading: A Student Living with the Teacher, book number 101833, chapter 5. The following day, part 2. I shall persistently update with over 6,000 words daily, starting tomorrow until May 7th. With 3 updates each day, each comprising 3,000 words. I appreciate your continued support. Thank you. After lunch, the group began to deliberate their forthcoming actions, in addition to seeking methods to eradicate the curse of vengeance at the temples. Continued surveillance of the police network was deemed crucial. Meanwhile, Ling Dian proposed searching for a sniper's vantage point nearby, while the stunning beauty Ming Yanwei expressed her desire to go shopping that afternoon, with the 3 university students eagerly volunteering to accompany her. Thus, apart from these few individuals, only Zheng Jia, Zhang Jie, Zhan Lan, and Qi Tingyi remained. a situation that starkly contrasted Zhang Zha's expectations. It appeared that the others held little hope for the temples. As if, armed with handguns and spirit bullets, they feared no spirit. Only Zhang Zha understood that the terror of the curse of vengeance surpassed anyone's imagination. Their ignorance rendered them fearless. Should a visible, tangible entity confront them, their fear would likely surface. Yet, having only witnessed the film, they lacked the acute perception Zhang Zha possessed to sense the horrors of the curse, with spirit bullets in hand. Their courage did not equate to genuine protection. Zhang Zha felt a sense of helplessness. He could not forcibly drag anyone to the temple. Finding a method to counter the curse remained merely his conjecture. Although he was reluctant to admit it, how would Chu Xian act in such a situation? Zhang Zha shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. That moment, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the third temple. The four had already visited two temples, which, aside from being crowded, had hosts who were utterly ignorant of any curses. They merely recited scriptures and handed them some incense, ash. Zhang Zha had not felt the chilling mark upon him dissipate, indicating that those two temples were merely ordinary ones. Indeed, this town had entered the tourist season. The third temple was bustling with visitors. The small, open mountain gate was inundated with people, and the throng wound its way up the mountainside toward the ancient temple perched atop. Zhang Zha exhaled. Let us proceed. May this temple yield what we seek. Is it already 3 o'clock? The other three sighed silently. Although they had not held high hopes initially, the sensation of complete disappointment was still profoundly disheartening. Regardless, they were compelled to visit the temple, and the four mingled within the crowd, gradually approaching the mountain gate. Suddenly, Zhang Zha felt an involuntary shiver. He caught sight of a pale, childish figure slipping through the throng. An indescribable chill washing over the Ford. It felt as if a hand grasped his left ankle from below. In an instant, the talisman in Zhang Zha's inner pocket ignited, the flames not scorching him but instead emanating warmth, cascading down his body until they reached his left ankle, causing the icy grip to retract. Only then did Zhang Zha snap back to reality, his left foot now numb and cold. The three stared at Zhang Zha in stunned silence. Before he stumbled as he walked, Zhang Jie hurriedly steadied him. What happened? Did you twist your ankle? To their surprise, they saw a flash of dark light from Zhang Zha's left hand, where a miniature submachine gun appeared. He then spoke with a grave demeanor. I was just attacked. Hurry, let us enter the temple. The talisman in my pocket is burning. The three could no longer afford to ponder. Zhang Jie and Qi Tingyi hoisted Zhang Zha and rushed toward the mountain gate, disregarding the throngs of people ahead. Qi Tingyi, a towering figure from the northeast, and Zhang Jie, who had participated in several horror films, combined their strength to forge a path through the crowd, finally bursting through the entrance just as the talisman extinguished. Upon entering the mountain gate, Zhang Zha felt an immediate lightness, the oppressive chill dissipating. He urgently signaled for Zhang Jie and the others to halt, but the surrounding crowd began to berate them. With no alternative, Zhang Zha led Zhang Jie down a side path. Once they had distanced themselves from the main thoroughfare, Zhang Zha quickly crouched to roll up his pant leg, revealing a grayish-blue handprint on his left ankle. Likely the imprint of a child's hand, he then retrieved the burnt talisman from his pocket, now reduced to ashes, yet his clothing and skin bore no marks. He had indeed been attacked. Zhang Zha chuckled wryly. Do you remember the two spirits from the Curse of Vengeance? One large and one small. I suspect it was the child spirit that just attacked me. It merely grasped my foot, yet my body became immobile in an instant. If the adult spirit possesses similar, or even greater, strength, even with spirit bullets, it would be futile. Once captured, we would be doomed. Zhang Jie and the other two wore expressions of pallor, silently gazing at the charred remnants of the talisman. Only Zhan Lan broke the silence, inquiring, Why have you halted here? Should we not hasten into the temple? If we are attacked here, all four of us could be in grave danger. Do you not sense it? Zhang Zha offered a wry smile, replying, Indeed. It seems I alone can feel it. The moment we entered the opening of the mountain gate, the chilling sense of oppression that had gripped me vanished. This temple appears to possess some significance. Perhaps it harbors what we seek. Moreover, I suspect that the spirit that just attacked us may have been frightened by our impending entrance into this sacred place. Instantly invigorated, Zhang Jie exclaimed, That is splendid news. Who would have thought there truly exists something capable of countering vengeful spirits? Let us make our way to the temple atop the mountain. Zhang Zha's smile faded. as he grimaced again, for the truth was that his left foot had gone entirely numb. The other three, brimming with enthusiasm to reach the summit, had no choice but to assist him, as Zhang Jie and Qi Tengyi bore him along the path. The temple, viewed from the exterior, was indeed impressive. Unlike the other two temples, it emanated an aura of antiquity. Though it appeared well-preserved, it still conveyed a sense of age. Qi Tengyi meticulously examined the temple walls and several grand entrances. Once they entered the main hall, he quietly remarked to Zheng Jia and the others, "This bears the style of the Tang dynasty. It is likely a relic left by the eminent monks of that era. Although it has undergone restoration, the essence of its original design remains intact." A newfound sense of confidence enveloped them. Surely, ancient masters possessed the means to subdue malevolent spirits, while many in the modern world dismissed such beliefs as superstition. In a place rife with supernatural occurrences, they could not help but be swayed by the legends. In fact, the older the relics, the greater their sense of security. For instance, Qi Tengyi noted that the runes inscribed on the spiritual bullets resembled oracle bone script and cuneiform, which bolstered their confidence immensely. The four of them earnestly sought out the temple's abbot, only to find, much to their dismay, that he exhibited the same demeanor as the abbots of the previous two temples. Not only did he fail to recognize the curse marks on them, but he also began reciting scriptures. As dusk approached, their spirits sank even further. Zhang Jia, struck by a thought, asked, "Master, may I inquire if the first generation of eminent monks here hailed from the Tang dynasty?" Qi Tengyi swiftly translated the question. The abbot, a kindly old man, responded with a few words while gesturing towards an ancient Buddha statue in the hall. He explained that this temple was established by a disciple of Tangsang, who came to propagate the Buddhist teachings. It was said that this revered monk ultimately attained enlightenment in this very hall, and the statue was crafted in his likeness and seated position, a testament to his virtuous character. Zhang Jia pressed further, "And what of the monk's remains? Were there any peculiar occurrences at the mountain gate?" Qi Tengyi relayed the inquiry, but the abbot, wearing a sorrowful expression, shook his head. After reciting a brief chant, he continued, "The monk's remains were incinerated during the Warring States period by the demon king Oda Nobunaga, leaving nothing but ashes. Nobunaga ordered that the ashes be scattered at the mountain gate, so that all who passed by would tread upon them for eternity." As the abbot lamented, the four exchanged glances, their understanding deepening. It seemed that the monk was indeed a spiritually enlightened being, capable of restraining evil forces. However, this revelation extinguished their last flicker of hope. They joined the abbot in his sorrowful reflections until, just as they were about to depart, he unexpectedly instructed a young acolyte to present them with a scroll containing several yellowed pages. This scroll contained handwritten Buddhist scriptures by the eminent monk, who had once vowed to return to the Tang dynasty after completing his teachings, only to find himself passing away in these mountains. Since they appeared to share a bond with this monk, the abbot encouraged them to study the scriptures, as they might reveal a way to lift the curse. The pages, albeit somewhat tattered, exuded an ancient strength through their characters. Regardless of their age, these scriptures were undoubtedly rare treasures, and the abbot's generosity in offering them evoked deep respect from the four. As Zheng Jia accepted the pages, a peculiar warmth enveloped him, and he felt the curse mark on his body diminish to a barely perceptible state. Since entering this realm of horror, he had never experienced such relief. The scriptures, inscribed with golden powder, shimmered under the setting sun, each character seemingly alive with brilliance, radiating a solemn and sacred aura that brought smiles to the faces of the four. "We shall surely survive this ordeal," they declared with renewed determination. Upon returning to the Sunshine Hotel, the four were momentarily overwhelmed by the scene before them. They had agreed to reconvene in Zheng Jia's suite that evening, but upon opening the door, they were met with terrified screams. Two men's panicked cries echoed from within. "No, don't come any closer. The gun, yes, I have a gun." This was the voice of Lu Renjia. "Please, don't drag me into this. I didn't see anything. Don't pull me in," came the sobbing lament of Kun Zhongding. The suite was ablaze with lights, and not only was the television blaring at maximum volume, but the hotel's soundproofing was so effective that otherwise, staff might have come to investigate. As they entered, they found two young men huddled on the carpet, one trembling and brandishing a firearm in their direction. Zhang Jia and Zhang Jie lunged forward, disarming them before they could fire. It seemed the two men only then realized who had arrived. Lu Renjia clung desperately to Zheng Zha's leg, wailing, while Kun Zhongding cowered on the floor, weeping uncontrollably. The four exchanged glances, sensing an ominous foreboding. Zheng Zha quickly lifted Lu Renjia, demanding, "What on earth has happened? Where are Xiao Bingyi and Ming Yanwei? Why are only the two of you here?" Just then, Ming Yanwei's voice drifted over, "Don't question them. They've been rendered utterly catatonic by fear." The elegantly dressed woman leaned against the doorframe. Clad in a silk nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure, she smiled, recounting, "While they were watching me try on clothes in the changing room, those three fools couldn't resist the call of nature. But soon after, gunshots rang out from the restroom, and only these two dimwits returned, claiming they intended to protect me. When danger arises, men are prone to abandon women, regardless of the threat, heh." Though her words hinted at deeper meanings. The urgency of the situation left little room for contemplation. Aside from Zhan Lan, who regarded Ming Yanwei with a thoughtful gaze, the other three men surrounded the two young men, demanding an account of the events. Yet, the young men seemed utterly dazed, reduced to sobbing and clinging to their companions without uttering a coherent word. As they pressed for details, the entrance to the room swung open once more, revealing Zhao Inkong, who slowly entered while clutching her ever-present book. "Quite an interesting manner of demise," she mused, her tone detached. "A few new cases have surfaced on the police network. One young man was discovered in a mall's restroom plumbing. His body contorted into a sausage-like shape within the narrow confines. His bones, organs, and flesh were all compressed into a singular mass. Once extracted, it was impossible to discern his original form. I truly wish to witness such a peculiar death firsthand." Zhao Inkong paid no mind to the others as she settled onto a nearby sofa, murmuring to herself. When she spoke the last sentence, a bloodthirsty smile crept across her enchanting visage, sending chills down the spines of those nearby. In addition, four remarkably peculiar corpses were discovered, one of which was gruesomely dismembered into hundreds of fragments, each no larger than a fingernail, resembling the aftermath of an explosive detonation within the individual. However, upon examination, no traces of any narcotic substances were found within the flesh. Furthermore, two individuals were determined to have succumbed to asphyxiation. Forensic analysis revealed that apart from their stomachs, all other internal organs were absent. While the stomachs contained each other's organs, as for another individual. "Enough!" Zheng Zha, in a fit of anger, seized Zhao Inkong by the collar, causing the book to fall to the ground. The man shouted furiously, "What purpose do you serve by detailing these horrors? Are you attempting to instill despair within us? Do you seek to undermine our morale? Do you truly believe that a group devoid of any will to resist can endure for 7 days?" Zhao Inkong's previously nonchalant gaze transformed into one of piercing intensity as she coldly replied, "Release me. How I choose to express myself is my prerogative. Joining this team does not equate to my acknowledgement of your membership. To me, apart from Zero, none of you qualify to be my comrades." Zheng Zha was about to retort, but a sudden, sharp pain shot through his wrist, and blood gushed forth violently, a wave of danger washing over him. Zhao Inkong's delicate hand, sharp as a blade, had effortlessly sliced through his wrist, and in a swift motion, she lunged toward him, raising her wrist to target his carotid artery. Reacting with lightning speed, Zheng Zha flung the girl away, simultaneously delivering a forceful kick to her abdomen. The impact echoed like thunder as she was violently slammed against the wall. Yet, as she was propelled backward and coughed up blood, she pushed off the wall with remarkable force. Charging back toward Zheng Zha, her 5 fingers plunging toward his heart. What is this sensation? At this moment, Zheng Zha drew forth a high-frequency particle-cutting dagger, and as he swung it, he entered a state of unlocked genetic potential. Compelled by the imminent threat he sensed, the girl before him was also in the same state. Just as their weapons were about to clash, both sprang backward simultaneously, their heightened instincts warning them of the danger. At that very moment, a bullet silently whizzed between them, and both turned toward the entrance, where they beheld Zero, silently standing with a silenced pistol in hand. Zhao Inkong was the first to retreat from her unlocked state. She picked up the fallen book and quietly sat on the sofa, not even bothering to wipe the blood from her lips, merely stating, "With your addition, I now acknowledge that this team has 2 members." Zheng Zha, however, remained in his unlocked state, coldly asserting, "What nonsense is this? Who do you think you are? Does it really require your affirmation to determine if someone belongs to this team? One Chu Xian is already more than enough. I refuse to witness our own harm one another. Either you leave now, or you treat your fellow team members with sincerity. If you continue to think you are superior to the rest of us, I swear I can end you right now. With that, he flicked his wrist, producing a submachine gun in his left hand, his gaze steely. I am dead serious. Do not mistake my words for jest. Zhao Yingkong, however, lowered her head to read, casually responding, no problem, you are the captain. If you ever act in a manner that displeases me, I will naturally challenge you to slay you. Until then, your words are my orders. Continuing from earlier, one more person has also perished, meaning that today, 5 individuals have died, 1 from our side, 4 from theirs. Finally, Zhang Jia emerged from his unlocked state, cautiously seating himself behind Zhang Jie.at that moment. Zero also took a seat beside him. With these two as his protectors, he spoke. So, they are left with 3 newcomers. Along with Chu Xian, Zhao Yingkong remained silent, while Zhanlan chuckled. If this pace continues, we will surely not survive 7 days. Should we contact Chu Xian? No need. Zheng Jia gritted his teeth, his body trembling violently, a remnant of the unlocked state. Each episode felt as if he were dying, and it took several seconds for him to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Zhao Yingkong merely continued to read, seemingly unaffected apart from a slight increase in perspiration on her brow. Zheng Jia wiped the sweat from his forehead, stating, if he wishes to contact us, he will do so. If he genuinely desires to return to the team, all he must do is abandon his self-destructive mentality, and we will. The newcomers were indifferent to who Chu Xian was, save for Zhang Jie and a few others who sighed in silence. Subsequently, Qi Ting excitedly began to recount the origins of the Buddhist scriptures they had acquired. Upon seeing the scriptures, Zero and Zhao Yingkong were taken aback. They had not anticipated that a visit to the temple would yield something capable of countering the curse. Initially skeptical, both felt an undeniable sense of relief upon touching the scriptures, leading them to fully believe in their efficacy. Qi Tong, animated, exclaimed, "You have no idea. We were attacked by the vengeful spirit of that cursed child, but the moment we stepped through the mountain gate, the ghost dared not show itself again. Ha ha ha, as long as we possess these scriptures, we will undoubtedly survive these 7 days." The group then deliberated and decided that each trio would take turns guarding the scriptures, while the remaining 6 would rotate between sleeping and keeping watch. Apart from the 3 girls who formed a fixed team, the other 6 were assigned through a lottery. Consequently, Zheng Jia, Zhang Jie, and Zero formed one group, while Qi Tong paired with the 2 seemingly calmer university students. The 3 groups would take turns guarding the scriptures for 3 hours each, continuing this way until the next day. Although Zhao Yingkong was exceedingly reluctant, she indeed fulfilled her prior commitment. When Zheng Jia proposed that they all reside in this suite for the duration, the girls silently acquiesced to the arrangement, ultimately sharing living quarters with the other 2 girls. Everything appeared to be meticulously organized, yet the group remained oblivious to the furtive glances exchanged between the 2 university students and the subtle smile that Ming Yanwei directed at them. Chapter 6. The Third Day, The Ugly, Part 2. Fortunately, the thunderstorm concluded swiftly today, and to celebrate the cooling weather in Chongqing, I shall post this half an hour early. Let us revisit old discussions. Do remember to collect and vote. For those who enjoy it, please continue supporting Infinite Terror. The first rotation of watch was assigned to Zheng Jia and his 2 companions, who sat in silence, exchanging glances. After a moment, Zhang Jie produced a pack of cigarettes and asked, "Are you feeling troubled? Why unleash your anger on a little girl?" Zheng Jia accepted a cigarette with a wry smile. "Well, it's not so much trouble as it is a desire to avoid having another person like Chu Xian infiltrate our team. I'm not referring to intelligence, but rather to someone devoid of humanity, cold enough to abandon their teammates at a whim. I do not wish to encounter another like him." At the mention of Chu Xian, the trio fell silent once more, the name seeming to serve as a taboo within the team. Zero, sensing the tension, tactfully redirected the conversation. "How did you sustain your injury? Did Zhao Yingkong have a blade?" Intrigued, Zhang Jie chimed in, recalling how Zheng Jia had been visibly injured during his brief skirmish with Zhao Yingkong. His wrist bleeding profusely. Miraculously, the wound began to heal rapidly, leaving only a faint, delicate scar, as if it had been sliced by a blade. Zheng Jia raised his wrist, chuckling ruefully. "Can you believe it? Steel cannot breach my skin." Yet she managed to slice through it with just her fingernail, a mere 16-year-old girl's fingernail. Could it possibly be harder than steel? Zero's expression shifted slightly as he scrutinized Zhang Zha's injury. After a moment, he remarked, "You mean to say it was done directly with her fingernail? Could she be from an assassin lineage?" "Assassin lineage?" Both Zhang Zha and Zhang Jia inquired with curiosity. Assassins have existed throughout history. Across both Asia and Europe, the earliest assassins were known for their remarkable skills and cold, ruthless hearts. They could easily kill a common person with their bare hands. This type of assassin also mastered brutal training methods to unlock human potential, making them significantly stronger than ordinary individuals. However, with advancements in technology and the advent of firearms, the prominence of assassins began to wane as proficient gunmen emerged. The disparity became increasingly evident in modern times. No matter how skilled an assassin might be, they could not compete with a distant sniper's bullet. Consequently, true assassins have largely vanished from existence. I have merely heard the legends that still whisper of two assassin clans existing in the world, one residing in Asia and the other in Europe. The intricate skills and the brutal training methods of these assassins have remained unbroken through time. If this little girl indeed possesses such formidable power, it is quite plausible that she hails from one of these esteemed families, perhaps even as a member within De. A flicker of realization crossed Zhang Zha's mind as he recalled Zhao Yingkong's earlier display of unlocking her genetic restraints. Indeed, it is only through fear and the specter of death that one can provoke such a state, and each instance of release brings forth an agony akin to death itself. Observing her unwavering composure in the face of such torment suggests she has likely grown accustomed to this suffering. Upon reflecting in this manner, it becomes increasingly apparent that Zhao Yingkong could very well be a member of an assassin clan. It is no wonder she carries herself with such pride. If they could coexist peacefully, she would undoubtedly become a trusted ally in the future. Meanwhile, in the room where the three girls resided, Zhan Lan and Ming Yanwei stared at Zhao Yingkong in sheer astonishment. Following Zhao Yingkong's battle with Zhang Jia, her clothing was stained with blood. The large bed, spacious enough to accommodate three girls, was at odds with the sight of Zhao Yingkong climbing onto it without removing her clothes. Naturally, the two girls were unwilling to accept this. While Zhao Yingkong appeared fierce towards Min, she exhibited gentleness and courtesy towards the two girls. After enduring their persistent inquiries, she reluctantly removed her outer garment. And upon shedding a small tank top, a pair of restrained curves became visible before the two girls. Her ample bosom had been tightly bound by cloth, resembling a boy's flat chest. Unable to resist, the two girls began to untie the binding cloth, and soon, her pristine curves sprang forth, appearing so beautiful and flawless, akin to immaculate jade, eliciting playful responses from Zhan Lan and Ming Yanwei as they each took turns to caress her. Zhao Yingkong's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly dove under the thin sheets, attempting to conceal herself. Zhan Lan and Ming Yanwei exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Zhan Lan teased, "Yingkong, why do you bind yourself with cloth? This will lead to deformities and increase the risk of breast cancer. How about I take you shopping for a bra tomorrow?" Zhao Yingkong, blushing fiercely, replied, "If I don't bind them, they become quite troublesome. And I would be subject to their ridicule as they deliberately touch me. My own size is too ample. If I do not bind them, they will only grow larger and become even more cumbersome." Zhan Lan and Ming Yanwei instinctively glanced at their own figures. Although neither was lacking, Zhan Lan realized that, in comparison to Zhao Yingkong, they were still somewhat smaller. Coupled with her youthful beauty of around 16, she truly embodied the allure of an angelic visage paired with a devilish figure. Ming Yanwei leaned closer to Zhao Yingkong and whispered, "Hee, let me tell you a secret. Binding will only make them grow larger. It would be better to select a suitable bra to halt their growth." Zhao Yingkong asked curiously, "Is that really true?" Zhan Lan and Ming Yanwei nodded affirmatively. The little girl furrowed her brows in contemplation. Ming Yanwei, resembling an older sister, gently stroked Zhao Yingkong's hair and inquired, "Yingkong, who are they?" "The ones who ridicule and touch you. You are so formidable. Why not eliminate them all? Men are the most untrustworthy beings." "All men are vile creatures." Zhan Lan opened her mouth to respond but ultimately sighed. "Yanwei, something must have happened to you before coming here that left you in despair. Would you share it with us?" Ming Yanwei paused, then with a sorrowful smile recounted, "It was nothing significant. Really, I was simply driving to the outskirts with my boyfriend when the car stalled, and we were beset by a group of ruffians. He abandoned me and fled alone. Aren't all men like that? When danger arises, they think only of themselves. Jean Lan sighed deeply, recalling a scene from a horror movie where a man fought fiercely, his broad back offering safety. Not all men are like that, she thought. When the second group of guards awoke, Zheng Jia had prepared a can of iced coffee for each of the three girls. Afterward, Zheng Jia and the others drifted off to sleep, while the three girls, invigorated by the coffee, engaged in hushed discussions, and Qi Tingyi eagerly delved into studying a Buddhist scripture. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of Qi Tingyi's head, and he collapsed forward. Two hands, one on each side, caught him. The owners of those hands were Lu Renjia and Kun Zhongting, whose expressions had turned somewhat sinister. Kun Zhongting gently set down a blood-stained ashtray, and the two, pale-faced, retrieved the scripture, their expressions a blend of ferocity, madness, and a semblance of relief. These fools, they have never encountered the terror of that thing, believing that placing the scripture in this hall would ensure their safety? They might as well perish. Lu Renjia and Kun Zhongting chuckled softly to themselves. Are you willing to take me with you? A voice startled them. Lu Renjia aimed his gun toward the direction of the sound. Only to find Ming Yanwei. Lia Zhengjia murmured, I shall bear the weight of my own responsibilities. As the crowd rushed forward, they caught sight of the automated teller machine ahead, beside which stood Lu Renjia and his two companions. Lu Renjia was in the midst of withdrawing cash, while Kun Zhongting clutched a document, gazing intently at the ATM. Only Ming Yanwei, clad in her nightgown, noticed Zheng Jia and his companions charging towards them. She unexpectedly greeted them with a radiant smile. Bang! Deafening noise erupted, and in an instant, Kun Zhongting's left leg vanished, obliterated by a tremendous force that reduced it to mere pulp. The power of the Gauss sniper round even penetrated the concrete beneath his feet, leaving a gaping crater the size of a bowl. Following the gunfire, the three were momentarily stunned. Lu Renjia reacted the fastest, spinning around to shield Ming Yanwei with his body, pressing his handgun firmly against her head, while Kun Zhongting writhed on the ground, howling in agony. Upon seeing Zheng Jia and his companions approach, Lu Renjia shouted, Stay back. If anyone dares come closer, I will kill her. In the Buddhist scriptures, Kun Zhongting. If they take another step forward, you shall crush those scriptures to dust. Zheng Jia and his companions halted immediately, now less than 50 meters away from Lu Renjia and his group. Zheng Jia coldly declared, I have no desire for further discourse. Drop the scriptures, and I will allow you to leave safely. Kun Zhongting, clutching his severed leg, cried out, Leave? Do you have any idea how terrifying that thing is? Without the scriptures, we might as well end our own lives, damn it. Why did you pursue us? Why couldn't you let us take the scriptures safely? If you are so formidable, why not relinquish the scriptures to us, who are far weaker? Bah! The notion that placing the scriptures in the hall would spare everyone is a farce. It is merely your seasoned group attempting to monopolize it. I curse you and your entire family. Zheng Jia seethed with rage, his teeth clenched in hatred. This was the first time he had encountered such vile human nature. Though it frequently appeared in books and on screens, the shock of witnessing it firsthand was beyond words. Am I truly in the wrong? As Kun Zhongting spoke, another gunshot rang out, and the arm holding the scriptures was severed at the shoulder, the mangled limb and the scriptures falling to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Zheng Jia and Zhao Yingkong charged forward. Kun Zhongting seemed resolute. He knew that 0 Point was sniping him from somewhere. He recalled 0 Point's declaration of being a sniper during their initial introductions. Without hesitation, he frantically hurled the scriptures onto the road, and as he did so, his arm was likewise blasted off at the shoulder. Yet the scriptures fell irrevocably onto the roadway, and with a sharp crack, a speeding car ran over the document, scattering the shattered pages of the scriptures into the wind, leaving only flecks of gold glimmering in the eyes of the onlookers. No. Zheng Jia's fury reached a boiling point. He raised his dagger and struck at the maniacally cackling Kun Zhongting. With a swift hiss, Kun Zhongting's grotesque head was severed and sent flying, landing on the road, crushed into a pulp beneath the wheels of passing vehicles. One member killed, deducting 1,000 reward points. The distinct, grave voice of the main deity echoed in Zheng Jia's mind. He paid no heed to the specifics of the deity's proclamation, his crimson eyes fixed on Lu Renjia. At that moment, Lu Renjia was paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably, yellow liquid streaming down his pant legs. When he caught Zheng Jia's gaze, the university student stammered, No, please don't kill me. Isn't killing someone supposed to result in a deduction of 1,000 reward points? Please, spare me, bang. Another thunderous sound erupted. Liu Renjia's hands quaked as he gripped the handgun, his hand shaking violently. Then, the gun pressed against Ming Yinwei's head discharged, obliterating half of her skull, white, red, and yellow fluids gushing forth. Everyone stood in stunned silence as the beautiful woman crumpled to the ground. Moments later, Liu Renjia suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Zhang Jia remained motionless, but Zhao Yingkong surged forward. The young girl dashed to Liu Renjia's side, her nails slashing through the arm gripping the gun, severing it entirely, followed by the other arm and his legs. Though blood sprayed across her, she did not flinch, ultimately fulfilling her earlier promise to Zhang Jia, to sever his limbs, cut out his tongue, blind his eyes, and deafen his ears. Only after this did Zhao Yingkong shake the blood from her hands and return to Zhang Jia's side. Zhang Jia silently retrieved a hemostatic agent from his storage ring, administering it to Liu Renjia's wounds. He then produced a communicator and addressed 0 Point. 0 Point, if there are any street cameras nearby, please disable them and help us find a place to hide. After the police leave, we will return at a later time. Understood. Proceed 500 meters from your current location. There is a sewer entrance. Once inside, run right until you reach the 12th upward passage. There is a park there. Wait until noon when the crowd gathers before returning. Remember to change out of your blood-stained clothes. 0 Point. Thank you. I will apologize in person when we are all together. Am I truly in the wrong? At that moment, it was the dead of night. The three made their way to the park, which was shrouded in darkness, its depths eerie enough to send chills down one's spine. Reluctantly, they positioned themselves back to back, each looking in a different direction, while several talismans lay between them. Am I truly in the wrong? Is it right to treat newcomers as cannon fodder and distrust them from the very beginning? Zhang Jia felt as if a hand were stirring within his mind. And just as he began to feel a headache, his communicator vibrated once more. That you, 0 Point. What has happened? It's me. Zhang Jia jolted. The voice belonged to Chu Xian. I have seen everything, and I can roughly guess how you feel right now. Would you like to talk to me? Zhang Jia took a deep breath and asked, how do you know what transpired? And where have you been hiding these days? Where I hid is not important. The curse will not spare anyone based on the distance I visited the temple you went to during the day. Unfortunately, the mountain gate does not function at night as it does during the day. In fact, the scriptures you possess may be a crucial prop for this horror film. Because the communicator can eavesdrop? Precisely, I hold the main unit, allowing me to hear everything your subunit says, even when it is off. Zhang Jia glanced at the communicator, forcing a smile. Are you here to mock me? Yes, I admit I have failed. I acknowledge my mistakes. Like a fool, I chose to trust my companions, only to be stabbed in the back by those I trusted. Chu Xian, did you foresee my mistakes from the very beginning, which is why you left this unsafe team? No, I merely sought a quiet place to gaze at the stars at that moment, on the rooftop of a tall building not far from the Sunshine Hotel. Chu Xian sat at the edge, gazing at the sky. He continued in a calm tone, there is no absolute right or wrong. You are overthinking. While companions are undoubtedly important, as a leader, you cannot place yourself on equal footing with them. The greater your abilities, the heavier your responsibilities. You bear the safety of all your team members, and you must discern what to abandon and what to uphold. Perhaps you still lack in this regard. The only mistake you made was treating everyone equally. This horror film cycle demands choices. Whether it be the path we choose, or the main deity selecting newcomers for potential evolution, or the survival of the fittest within this horror film. You must discern who can truly become your allies. It is not those who are fundamentally ill-suited for this horror film cycle. If you choose them, when they are eliminated by this world, you too will be dragged down with them. Life is a gradual process of growth. I envy you. Understanding your mistakes and learning to correct them is not something everyone knows from the outset. Zhang Jia, grow at your own pace. Remember, you must position yourself as a leader, not stand alongside your team members in complaint. Moreover, the choice of companions is particularly crucial. Those without talent may betray you, harboring wickedness in their hearts. You cannot save such people. Remember, you are not a savior. You do not live to rescue them, but rather need their strength to survive. Do not reverse this order. Zhang Jia listened intently to every word Chu Xian spoke. Gradually calming the tumult in his mind, he replied quietly, why are you telling me this? It does not align with your character to bestow kindness without any benefit. Chu Xian, are you listening to me? Yes, I am. Chu Xian suddenly laughed. It is not without reason I owe you a favor. Do you remember the materials I asked you to bring back? Thank you. Haha, it turns out expressing gratitude is not as difficult as I imagined. Zhang Jia paused before responding. Do you truly love your country? I believe you may have misunderstood something. In fact, those who enter this cyclical world are no longer individuals from that original realm. When it comes to discussing patriotism, it sounds somewhat disingenuous. It is only because I can finally rest properly. I am utterly exhausted. Suddenly, Chu Xian's entire body stiffened, and he chuckled. It seems the time has come if we are to meet again. I hope you can become a true captain. Remember, in this world, there is no absolute right or wrong. What you desire is simply to survive, is it not? Therefore, shatter any obstacles that impede your existence. By the way, here's a hint. If the main god can be imagined as a program, then aside from props like Buddhist scriptures, the numbers it reveals might also serve as a clue. 7. This was the last sentence Zhang Jia heard before a cacophony of cackling erupted from the communicator. A chilling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. 7 days. Perhaps this 7 is a veiled reference to the number needed to eliminate the curse's source. Has it already ended? Chu Xian quietly turned his head, and not far behind him, a woman, pale as death, hung upside down on the wall, emitting an incessant cackling from her mouth. Chapter 7. Rest, Part 1. Here it comes again. In a glass tank filled with a translucent liquid. A newly formed infant floated within, while outside, over a dozen middle-aged researchers animatedly debated. The only living specimen, Director Chu, we have succeeded. 10 years. After a decade, we have finally obtained this living entity. Indeed, the higher-ups have long since grown impatient. Billions upon billions, a decade's worth of effort for just this one specimen. But we have succeeded at last. From the very beginning, possessing the intellect of a researcher, unparalleled wisdom, a robust physique, and an indomitable spirit. Unable to be vanquished by any ailment, this being was nothing short of superhuman. The researchers continued their enthusiastic discussions, yet the elder with graying hair did not join in. He gazed gently at the small life within the glass tank, pressing his palm against the glass. The tiny creature seemed to sense it, struggling to raise its small hand to meet the elder's palm. However, being newly formed, the elder could only watch as the tiny fingers wiggled. A sight so endearing that it made him laugh heartily. Chu Xian silently observed the pale woman cackling incessantly. His hands trembled as two large ha-ha. Compared to the base, it is undoubtedly much darker here. Let us proceed. There is a patch of grass nearby where we can lie down and gaze at the stars. An elderly man, hand in hand with a young boy, strolled along, engaged in conversation. The boy's demeanor remained perpetually indifferent, even as the old man attempted to amuse him with idle chatter. It was only when they reclined on the grass that the boy's eyes lit up as he gazed at the starry sky above. "Isn't it beautiful?" he exclaimed. The absence of artificial light allowed the celestial tapestry to reveal itself in all its glory, a sight utterly obscured by urban illumination. The elder continued to speak to Chu Xian. Yet the boy remained silent, transfixed by the expanse of stars. Eventually, the old man fell into a contemplative silence, only to resume after a considerable pause. "I apologize, it is my fault. I once believed that a being born without pain and with an indomitable spirit would be a new breed of superhuman. However, ordinary individuals, despite their many mistakes, possess the capacity for correction and adaptation to this world. They understand how to better themselves, though they may begin weak and prone to error, as long as there exists the desire for improvement. As long as ordinary people continue to live, progress is limitless. Their hearts brim with desires, monetary, reproductive, dominative, redemptive, and survival instincts. Oh, I was wrong to strip you of all your desires, leaving you bereft of even the will to live. I was wrong." The aged man, his hair a frail white, wept openly as he held the boy close. The boy reached out, brushing the old man's tears, his own eyes glistening with unshed moisture, though no tears would fall. Chapter 7. Rest, Part 2. From the perspective of modern medicine, human emotions are entirely governed by hormones within the body. Each hormone corresponds to a particular emotion. It feels as though I am encased in a thick layer of fleshly armor. Devoid of touch, pain, smell, or taste, my existence is relegated to perceiving the world through sight and sound. Stripped of emotion, unable to comprehend laughter or tears, yet compelled to mimic the gestures of joy and sorrow. Forever pondering how to express myself outwardly rather than allowing my inner self to manifest freely. How exhausting it is. I long to emerge from this armor, to inhale the scents around me, to savor delectable foods, to feel the textures and hardness of my surroundings, to experience injury and pain, to revel in joy and laughter, to allow my true self to flow forth naturally. Yet, such desires seem unattainable. Even the Supreme Being can only mend damaged genes, but this particular gene is not injured. It has been mutated from the very beginning, leaving no possibility for repair. Thus, I am weary. I no longer wish to contemplate what expressions I ought to wear. If only I could find complete stillness, cease thinking, cease simulating, and simply drift into a tranquil slumber, that would be divine. Chu Xian incessantly fired at the pale women who emitted a chilling cackle, his dual pistols unleashing tremendous force. Each shot obliterated a sizable portion of their forms, and after 10 shots, a single pale woman could be reduced to mere fragments. Yet, at least 20 of these specters relentlessly crawled towards him. Rendering his ammunition insufficient with a sudden motion, he dropped a spent magazine, deftly replacing it with 2 fresh ones. In a moment of desperation, he dashed toward a nearby wall, leaping just before the pale beings could reach him. Soaring over them as he fired continuously, reducing those beneath him to mere dust. The ground echoed with the sound of shell casings hitting the floor, and wisps of blue smoke curled from his robust firearms. Chu Xian observed his surroundings silently. Having unlocked the genetic seal, his instincts had heightened to an acute sensitivity to danger. Yet, inexplicably, he felt no immediate threat. Was the curse merely at this level? No. There were no reward points. No notifications. The torment would persist. Chu Xian remained vigilant when suddenly, a radiant glow illuminated his path. Before him appeared a row of traditional Japanese paper doors, resembling the entrance to an ordinary house. As the doors opened slowly, a domestic scene unfolded, a man and woman embroiled in a fierce argument. The man was seen striking the woman repeatedly, then he seized a knife from the table and plunged it into her, causing blood to spill forth. The woman fell to the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief, while the man continued to dismember her lifeless form, the body twitching in its death throes. The woman's visage mirrored those of the pale specters he had encountered earlier. Her blood-soaked face a terrifying sight. Chu Xian observed the horrifying tableau, reloading his sturdy pistol as the man suddenly turned to face him. He raised his weapon and fired, but for reasons unknown, the bullets passed through the man without harm. An illusion? Or perhaps, Chu Xian hesitated, his instincts warning him that nothing existed before him. No objects, no dwelling, not even a hint of danger. Coldly, he watched as the man approached, wielding the knife menacingly. Warning, this sensation. Chu Xian sprang back. Yet the fabric of his shirt was torn away, leaving a gaping wound where skin and cloth had vanished. He felt a peculiar sensation in his abdomen, as though something had entered him. An attack that defied physical or psychological explanation. Raising his weapon once more, Chu Xian fired at the man, but as before, the bullets merely passed through him. His intuition reassured him that tranquility enveloped him. No peril lurked nearby. Impossible. This implied that attacks would be ineffective unless executed at the precise moment. Calmly, Chu Xian extended an arm toward the man, allowing him to draw nearer. As the man swung the knife at his arm, Chu Xian unleashed a barrage of gunfire simultaneously, obliterating the man's form even as his own arm dissipated. Ugh! What a bloated sensation. I still prefer food that is visually appealing. Chu Xian remained in the state of genetic seal release. His arms spraying blood before gradually ceasing. With a slight tremor, he reloaded his robust handgun. Fifth waved, concluded. Chu Xian stood in silence for several seconds, when suddenly, his instinct surged, as if a ghost were attacking him. Yet, scanning the area revealed not a single specter in sight. Gradually, this foreboding sensation intensified to its peak. Was it invisible? Or perhaps within me? Chu Xian felt a violent spasm within his insides, blood spewing from his mouth and nose, until he retched a mouthful of black blood, laced with fragments of his own innards. Was this the sixth wave? An internal assault. Chu Xian smiled faintly, pointing the gun at his own abdomen and pulling the trigger without hesitation. Do you see? He is once again pondering those 4 unsolvable mathematical problems. I wonder what desires he possesses beyond his thirst for knowledge. Hush, keep it down. He is now the deputy leader of the research team. Once Chu Xian arrives, he will surely become the leader. Are you not afraid he will come looking for trouble? Ah, you do not understand. Would a zombie even think to cause trouble? He likely lacks the desire to do so. Chu Xian quietly regarded the notebook in his hands, his keen hearing picking up the whispers around him. Yet, compared to the mathematical quandaries before him, he had no desire to glance up, only wishing to sit in quietude and calculate numbers. The once robust elder, now frail and white-haired, lay in a hospital bed, silently observing the expressionless Chu Xian seated beside him, as though they were mere strangers passing on the street. The old man, connected to an drip, struggled to speak. Chu Xian, do you still harbor hatred for me? Why would I hate? Chu Xian replied coolly. The elder forced a pained smile. Indeed, why would you hate me? You cannot hate me now, if you truly did. It might give me some solace in departing. Chu Xian opened his mouth, ultimately responding with indifference. They say you are dying, that there is, in a way to save you now. The elderly man gently shook his head and said, Given the current state of technology, it is indeed a blessing that I can still converse with you. Chu Xian, do not follow in our footsteps by foolishly attempting to alter human nature through technology. The wisdom of mortals is often filled with resentment towards life, yet who can truly comprehend it? Our flaws, our desires, the myriad shortcomings we possess, these are, in fact, the treasures bestowed upon us by the heavens. Chu Xian, I am sorry if I could relive my life. I would wish to grant you a genuine childhood, an ordinary existence. I apologize. Chu Xian's gaze dimmed slightly as he responded, Is that so? Are you nearing death? When will you pass away? However, the old man suddenly straightened up and exclaimed loudly, Do you wish for death as well? No, you have long desired it, haven't you? Is it because I have bound you? It is my constraints that have caused you such agony in continuing to live. Do you wish to take your own life after my departure? Or perhaps seek a means for another to end your existence? No, Chu Xian, I have yet to complete many technological advancements. Indeed, there are countless innovations still to be developed, such as a stable hydrogen fusion reactor, a Gauss long-range cannon, an efficient battery. Chu Xian, please take my place in researching these inventions. Promise me, you must not perish before we acquire these technologies in our group. Promise me. Chu Xian silently regarded the old man for a long moment, and only when the old man's breathing grew increasingly labored did he nod with a faint gesture. At that moment, the elder grasped his hand, gradually slipping down. Son, since you lack the desire to live, carry forth my hopes alongside yours. Just once more, let me bind you, one last time. No matter what, you must survive. Chu Xian lay quietly on the ground, gazing at the starry sky, a beauty that truly transcended verbal description. Only by beholding this infinite expanse could he halt the myriad thoughts racing through his mind. Only in this moment could he find genuine tranquility. It was not a constraint. Father, it is simply that I am utterly exhausted. Allow me a moment of peace, just a moment. Not far from Chu Xian, a 10-meter-tall, pallid woman slowly emerged from the shadows of the building. This woman was the protagonist from Juon, known as Kayako. As the colossal specter drew near, Chu Xian had already gently closed his eyes. A serene smile gracing his face, quiet and harmonious. Zheng Jia, this is my final hint. Thank you. Upcoming episode preview. The demise of the strongest intellect, Chu Ji, heralds the team's descent into peril. Zheng Jia will confront the curse. To see if he has truly matured, stay tuned for episode 4, Shadows of Juon, Part 2. Recommended reading. The Student Living with the Teacher, book number 101833, synopsis. A young and beautiful teacher fortuitously shares a roof with a student who claims to be her landlord, leading to a passionate tale. Chapter 1. The Heart of Growth and Messages, Part 1. Today's first update. Please continue to support Infinite Horror. Let us witness its growth and future together. When noon arrived and the crowd swelled, Zheng Jia and the others stepped out from the shade of the trees. Noticing that Zhao Yingkong's jacket was stained with blood, Zheng Jia removed his own outerwear and draped it over her shoulders, casually embracing her other shoulder, resembling an older brother holding a younger sister. Zhang Jie and Zhao Yingkong exchanged bewildered glances, to which Zheng Jia responded with a gentle smile. This appears more natural. And once we enter the hotel, It would be best if we could converse freely while maintaining our smiles to avoid drawing attention. Hee, is it all right if I hold you for a while? Inkong? Zhao Inkong turned her head coldly and replied, it's fine. When Zhao Inkong had previously removed her jacket, Zhang Jia and Zhang Jia had noticed that her figure had somewhat changed. This petite and exquisite young girl possessed an unexpectedly ample bosom. The moment she shed her outerwear, she inadvertently captivated the attention of the two men, and her physique bore an alluring quality. Although Zhao Inkong remained indifferent to their gazes when Zhang Jia placed his jacket on her. Her expression subtly shifted, and even as Zhang Jia wrapped his arm around her to mask the situation, she did not exhibit overt disdain. Zhang Jia, Inkong, I believe I may have fallen into a misconception, perhaps due to arrogance or perhaps overwhelmed by Chu Xian's aura upon returning from reality, leading me to forget my initial purpose, is to survive. We all strive to live. Zhang Jia observed the puzzled expressions of his companions and sighed. Zhang Jia, do you recall what I mentioned during the last horror film? I stated that I would do my utmost to protect my allies, to trust and assist them, and to strive to survive through this strength. I have stumbled into a fallacy. What kind of individuals are worthy of being my companions? For instance, those ordinary folk, soft-hearted and prone to dragging us down, or even betraying us in times of danger. They are not qualified to be our allies, yet I have mistakenly included these newcomers in the fold. This is a critical error. I will persist in my belief that the strength of comrades is paramount. We ought to support and trust one another. I would never resort to treating my allies as mere numbers, as Chu Xian did. However, I shall rectify my missteps. Only those who have earned our collective trust, possess strength or talent, and have endured trials shall be admitted to our ranks, as for those ordinary individuals. Zhang Jia fell silent at this juncture, while Zhang Jia and Zhao Inkong silently regarded him. As for those ordinary individuals, we may offer them some assistance, such as weapons and guidance, yet their survival shall not serve as an excuse to burden the entire team. When necessary, I will abandon those ordinary individuals for the sake of my team members. Chu Xian spoke the truth. This world is a brutal one, where everyone is merely fighting to survive, just as we are. Before long, the taxi carrying the trio arrived outside the Sunshine Hotel. Fortunately, as they neared the tourist season, they seamlessly blended into the crowd and ascended the safe staircase, as the lingering scent of blood made them reluctant to use the elevator. Thus, they climbed several flights of stairs until Zhang Jia opened the door, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Inside the room, Ling Dian, Zhan Lan, and Qi Tingyi were gathered around, having breakfast. Aside from Qi Tingyi, who had a bandage wrapped around his head, the others appeared relatively unperturbed, at least not exhibiting any signs of panic. Especially as the three entered, the initial wariness quickly melted away into laughter. Ling Dian casually inquired, is everyone all right? Zhang Jia replied with a smile, yes, we spent a night in darkness. Fortunately, we survived without being killed by ghosts. The atmosphere among the six lightened immediately, and Zhang Jia's group sat down to enjoy breakfast together. Subsequently, Zhang Jia instructed everyone to settle on the sofa while he stood in front of them alone. I apologize. Zhang Jia bowed slightly, then straightened up and continued, it is my fault. I neglected the most fundamental responsibility of a team leader. I should be accountable to my team, rather than acting like a savior responsible for everyone. They wish to live, and we, too, merely wish to survive. I am sorry. From now on, I will only be responsible for our team. We may assist newcomers, but I will never jeopardize our team's safety for their sake. Furthermore, any newcomer wishing to join us must garner the approval of at least half of the team members. In addition to possessing strength and character, I am sorry. Let us strive to survive together. The other five stared at him in astonishment, and Zhang Jia was the first to leap up, saying, Zhang Jia, you truly need not feel guilty. We were careless as well, and we share responsibility for losing that Buddhist scripture. No, I believe he is absolutely correct. Zhao Inkong tightened her grip on the oversized jacket she wore, still clad in Zhang Jia's outerwear. The petite girl stated softly, as a team leader, you may not require formidable strength or an astute mind. What you need is accurate judgment and the ability to harness each person's capabilities. You possess this potential. You can unite the hearts of those around you, yet it seems you have not fully realized it. Moreover, all those outside our team, before they become members, you must regard them as adversaries. Zhang Jia offered the young girl a gentle smile, then turned to Zhan Lan, who was staring blankly at him. All right, let us set aside the matter of guilt for now. Zhan Lan, aside from Chu Xian, You possess the strongest reasoning ability. I would like to ask you, what do you think is the purpose behind the main god casting us into various horror films? Jean Lan's face blushed slightly, but she steadied herself and responded, it is likely to allow us to experience fear, or perhaps to confront death. No, if we incorporate Chu Xuan's previous reasoning, I believe that the Master God intends for us to evolve, to transcend our limits on the precipice of life and death, to unlock our genetic codes. If Chu Xuan's hypothesis holds true, this is the only conclusion I can arrive at. Zhang Jia nodded and remarked, indeed, I share the same sentiment. The Master God would not merely cast us into horror films for the sake of our demise. Each horror film, in fact, possesses a means of resolution or adversaries that must be vanquished. In other words, the Master God cannot possibly allow us to fall into absolute despair. Zhang Jie suddenly comprehended. So you mean to say that acquiring the Sutras is a clue left for us by the Master God? How infuriating. Yet those two rascals have already know. What I mean is how should I articulate it? The Sutras may serve as one approach to restraining the curse of resentment, but why should we be so afraid of it? Upon hearing Zhang Jia's words, those around him were momentarily taken aback. Only Zhan Lan seemed to have a sudden epiphany. Zhang Jia continued with a smile. Yes, why must we fear the curse of resentment so? It is because we fail to comprehend it, and the most crucial point is that we have placed ourselves into the roles of the characters in the film. Yet we have overlooked one aspect. We are not the characters in that movie. We recognize that we are facing ghosts. Although we do not fully understand the methods of their attacks, that is already sufficient. In truth, we need not fear the curse of resentment at all. As long as we envision it as an alien entity that can become invisible at will, it may ambush us when we least expect it, but it is not an insurmountable foe. We must simply dare to confront it head-on. Armed with spiritual bullets, we are certainly capable of eliminating the curse of resentment. Zhang Jia's words resonated with everyone. In fact, they had never directly encountered the vengeful spirits from the outset. Zhang Jia himself understood that his initial fear stemmed from a mental fallacy. He had been identifying with the characters from the film where everyone perished. Conversely, those who are entirely unaware of the film, once equipped with firearms and spiritual bullets, might even be emboldened to confront the curse directly, as they would perceive the vengeful spirits merely as monsters, not as invincible and elusive supernatural curses. Indeed, as long as we regard the curse as a tangible monster that can be hit and killed. Now, we simply need to verify one point. Can spiritual bullets indeed inflict harm upon the vengeful spirits? After uttering this, Zhang Jia was about to assign the next tasks to the group when, suddenly, the communicator at his waist vibrated. He hastily activated it, and a familiar voice emerged from within. It was Chu Xian. Recommended good book, The Last Day's Hunter, book number 114594, Chapter 1. The Heart of Growth and a Message. Part 2. Today's second update. For fans of Infinite Horror, please vote and collect. There will be another update after 11 o'clock. Please vote and collect. Thank you. Zhang Jia quickly inquired. Is that you, Chu Xian? Where are you? What was that cackling sound yesterday? Hello. If you're hearing this message, then it means I have already perished. This message will be released 12 hours after my death, serving as my final farewell. It has been a pleasure to meet you all. Thank you. Let me confirm my last hypothesis. Is it that physical attacks cannot harm it? An illusion? Or perhaps, Arno, attack now. Indeed, no reward points, and it requires a substantial accumulation of spiritual bullet damage to eliminate a spiritual entity. Chu Xian's voice echoed through the communicator. Accompanied by the sounds of gunfire, Zhang Jia promptly placed the communicator on the coffee table before everyone. Arno, be cautious of your rear. The spiritual entity may likely attack those who harm it first. You cannot touch it, otherwise you will lose bodily control. Every part of the body must be attacked. Then there were more gunshots, followed by the sound of a heavy object collapsing. Still no reward points. Could the hint of 7 refer to? For each wave eliminated, the next wave of ghosts becomes stronger. 3 waves have been dispatched. So does this signify the 4th wave? The 4th wave. No. No reward points. No hints. It will continue. The communicator fell silent for a considerable time, and the group faintly heard a man and a woman arguing. Suddenly, the woman screamed, and shortly thereafter, the sound of a knife chopping meat echoed. An illusion? Or perhaps, after the attacked part vanished, it entered my intestines. How is that possible? It is neither a physical nor a spiritual attack. It must be an unexplainable supernatural attack. It cannot be non-existent. In other words, outside of combat, attacks are ineffective. Only during the instant of attack can. Ugh. Such a bloated feeling. I still prefer colorful food. The fifth wave concluded. As Chu Xian finished this statement, a series of cackling sounds erupted from the communicator. Reminiscent of a ghost pressing against it, eerie and terrifying. Is it invisible? Or rather, is it within me? Is this the sixth wave? Attacking from within. After several gunshots, the sound of a heavy object crashing was heard. Zheng Jia, this is my final hint. Thank you. The call ended, followed by a hissing electronic signal. Chu Xian. Zheng Jia sighed deeply, taking a breath before addressing Zhanlan. Zhanlan, can you roughly deduce what transpired during this dialogue? I remember every single statement. Can you try to analyze it? Zhanlan looked at Zheng Jia in surprise, then gently nodded. Initially, Chu Xian must have encountered the curse of resentment, and it likely was still a considerable distance away from him, which is why he could converse while firing his weapon. The first time, he probably used ordinary bullets, hence his assertion that physical attacks cannot harm ghosts. Then he instructed Arno to begin attacking the curse, this time likely utilizing spiritual bullets, and then Zheng Jia sat down contemplating. Could it be that Arno managed to eliminate the curse? No. If the curse was vanquished, then what attacked him afterward? Another ghostly entity? Zhanlan considered this. Perhaps it was merely a temporary elimination, with each time giving rise to an even more formidable and fearsome curse entity. That is likely the case. Following that, Chu Xian warned Arno to watch his back. But presumably, Arno had already been approached by the ghost, which is why he mentioned not to touch it. Not it seems Chu Xian shattered both Arno and the ghostly entity. Zheng Jia sighed. Zhanlan nodded. Then came the subsequent events. During this period, aside from the continuous sounds of gunfire and cackling, Chu Xian did not utter a single word. I believe he was likely besieged by numerous ghosts, rendering him unable to speak amidst the gunfire, which signifies the fourth wave of the curse's attack. Then came the fifth wave, the quarrel of those two unfamiliar voices. This scenario also appeared in the film, portraying the origin of the curse, stemming from a husband who suspected his wife of infidelity, leading him to brutally murder her and conceal her corpse in the attic. I suspect Chu Xian must have witnessed this phantom unfold, and subsequently, either the wife or her husband began to attack him. It is likely that Chu Xian fired his weapon, only to find the spiritual bullets ineffective, so he waited quietly for the ghost to draw closer. And upon being attacked, he realized that the injured flesh had vanished, and that portion of his body had entered his intestines. Ugh, such a disgusting method of attack. However, if the ghost can strike us, conversely, at the moment it attacks, we must also be able to strike back. Chu Xian must have dispersed the ghost in such a manner, Zheng Jia murmured. Then for the sixth wave of attack, did the ghost directly enter his insides? If so, he is already. Zhanlan touched her forehead. Yes, Chu Xian may have already. Zheng Jia sighed deeply, suddenly feeling a tinge of melancholy, akin to a friend in an adversarial relationship suddenly departing. It was a profoundly regretful sensation. That calm and wise Chu Xian. Farewell, Chu Xian. The one who ought to be thanking you is me. After several seconds, Zheng Jia regained his composure. Now, let us summarize this information. Chu Xian previously mentioned the number 7 repeatedly, stating that the Master God would not arbitrarily assign a number to us. This 7 is likely a clue to defeating the curse of resentment. I have some thoughts on this. Zhanlan, you must have arrived at the same conclusion as I, correct? Zhanlan nodded gently, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she remarked, Isn't it good that you thought of my idea? Ahem, in any case, from the information left by Chu Xian, it appears that each time the vengeful spirit is dispersed, it only grows stronger with the subsequent occurrence, particularly by the 6th time, when it becomes nearly unavoidable and utterly lethal. Thus, the 7 must refer to the curse reappearing 7 times, with the 7th. Zheng Jia interjected emphatically, the ghost that manifests for the 7th time is likely the core of the curse, as long as we eliminate that final specter. We will undoubtedly triumph over the curse. Regardless of Chu Xian's intentions, this message holds value for everyone akin to sacred scriptures, not only validating that the vengeful spirits can be vanquished but also offering a glimmer of hope. The curse is not merely an entity to be desperately evaded. Sometimes, fear is not as daunting as the absence of the will to resist. perhaps when one rises to confront the terror with weapons in hand. It turns out to be merely a slightly stronger monster, one that can indeed be defeated. Throughout the afternoon, the group deliberated on how to tackle the curse. Among the 6 predicted assaults of the curse, the first wave involves spirits appearing from a distance and relentlessly advancing towards you. At this moment, one only needs to use spiritual bullets to attack, as these specters might be frightful to an ordinary person. But for those equipped with spiritual ammunition, as long as they can inflict harm, defeating them becomes a simple task. The second and third waves will likely see spirits emerging suddenly from behind. At that point, one must attack both the person and the ghost simultaneously, or else the individual is virtually doomed. We need 5 bulletproof vests, and in addition, 6 steel helmets to defend against stray bullets. Zero, do you have a way to procure these from the underworld? Zhang Jia pondered and suddenly inquired. Before Zero could respond, Zhao Yingkong interjected, if it's bulletproof vests and steel helmets, I believe I can acquire them through the police network. But it may take until tomorrow noon to secure them. Zero contemplated as well and added, I should be able to obtain those items around the same time. Zhang Jia nodded and said, very well, I entrust this matter to both of you. Please ensure the bulletproof vests and helmets are secured by tomorrow noon. Next comes the 4th wave of the curse's assault. If numerous spirits attack us together, I fear we may require a more spacious area. Encountering a horde of ghosts in confined spaces like rooms or corridors would be exceedingly disadvantageous for us. I suggest we camp out in a nearby square starting today, preferably one that stretches over 100 meters in sight. I'm curious to hear everyone's thoughts. Aside from Zhanlan, who appeared troubled, the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhang Jie suddenly asked, what about the 5th wave of the curse's attack? How should we address those spirits that are immune to spiritual bullets? We can only retaliate the instant they strike, and wherever they attack will be consumed by their own entrails. Such a situation. Zhang Jia responded with a faint smile. Thus, for the 5th wave of the attack, I shall act as the bait. When I unlock my genetic lock state, my sense of danger becomes exceedingly acute, allowing me to dodge and counterattack the moment they strike. Moreover, it seems you have forgotten that I possess a powerful tool against spirits, the storage ring, which can be utilized for close combat at the perfect moment. So, I shall take on the role of bait during the 5th wave, as it is the most responsible arrangement for the safety of our entire team. Recommended new book, Taoist Golden Elixir. Book number 110498, Chapter 2, Lawn, Sun, Night, and The Dawn of the Final Battle, Part 1. Today's 3rd update. For those who enjoy infinite horror, please vote and collect. Thank you. After reaching a consensus, the group wasted no time, each gathering their belongings before exiting the room and making their way to the square. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the square was bustling with people. The 6 found an empty bench to sit upon, while Zero and Zhao Yingkong silently went off to survey the terrain, leaving the remaining 4 to vigilantly observe their surroundings. As darkness gradually enveloped the square, the crowd, initially dense, began to thin out. When the throngs had dwindled to sporadic clusters, Zero and Zhao Yingkong finally returned from the shadows. Zheng Jia greeted them with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. Have you managed to assess the surrounding environment? Did you encounter any attacks? Zero nodded silently, while Zhao Yingkong replied coolly, the protective talisman shows no signs of disturbance, and I've gathered sufficient information about the surroundings. To the west lies several commercial buildings, which would be suitable for sniping, while the other 3 directions open up to wide roads. If we eliminate the core of the curse, we may attract the police with our gunfire, making our escape towards the east, where a sewer entrance awaits. The rest remains uncertain. If we wish to fully ascertain the surroundings, it may take another day or 2. Zheng Jia smiled. No, this is sufficient. Our only fear is the curse itself. Once we eradicate the core, should we encounter the police, we can simply surrender. After 7 days, we will return to the main god space. So as long as we eliminate the curse's core, we need not fear the police. At this point, the square had become nearly deserted. The 6 of them sat back to back, drawing attention as several patrol officers wandered nearby. However, who said one cannot sit in a square at night? Thus, the patrol officers did not interfere. Merely casting glances in their direction, I placed 2 protective talismans among us. Every 2 people will take turns on watch. If the talismans ignite, awaken the others. If there are no objections, I shall assign the night watch pairings. Around midnight, the group began to show signs of fatigue. for they had lived in constant fear for the past few days. Except for the night they obtained the scriptures, who dared to sleep soundly? Even if Zheng Jia did not propose this arrangement, the others would soon come to a consensus. Point 0, and Zhao Inkong will pair up. Zhang Jie and Qi Tingyi will be another pair. And I shall team with Zhang Lan. Zhang Jie and Qi Tingyi, you will take the first watch, while Zhang Lan and I will take the second. As for the third watch, I leave it to you too. 0. Each pair will watch for 3 hours. Does everyone agree? In this arrangement, Zheng Jia was cautious to pair each newcomer with a veteran. Zhang Jie, being capable, posed no issue against Qi Tingyi. While 0 may not match Zhao Inkong in strength, he possessed sufficient alertness. Should Zhao Inkong display any unusual behavior, he would certainly awaken the group immediately, thus preventing a repeat of the loss of the scriptures. 3 hours swiftly passed, especially when drowsiness struck, making it feel as though one had barely laid down before being roused. Fortunately, Zheng Jia's willpower was commendable. He vigorously slapped his face and gradually regained clarity. Alas, Zhang Lan lacked such resilience. With her eyes hazy, she struggled to open them, but as sleep overtook her, her eyelids felt as heavy as lead. In that moment, she appeared utterly pitiable. Zhang Lan, you may continue to sleep. I can keep watch over the surroundings. In truth, as long as I monitor whether the talismans are burning, one person suffices, Zheng Jia said gently, smiling. Zhang Lan, her eyes still misty, shook her head lightly. No, please talk to me. Once we start conversing, I will gradually wake up. Then let us converse. Zheng Jia contemplated before offering a wry smile. But what shall we discuss? How about I share a corny joke? There was once a polar bear who, feeling bored, began pulling out its fur. And when it was completely bald, no, please don't tell me corny jokes. You've only ever shared corny jokes with me since the beginning, and they aren't funny at all. Zhang Lan vehemently shook her head, shifting to sit beside Zheng Jia and slowly leaning against him. Zheng Jia froze, too stiff to move, and said, very well, no more corny jokes. Then let's discuss our current situation. Do you think I resemble a fool? Believing myself a savior while failing to secure my own life, yet foolishly aspiring to rescue others. For the sake of those newcomers, I nearly jeopardized my own team. No, I already have, if it weren't for me. Perhaps we wouldn't have sought out those scriptures, if it weren't for you. We might never have gone in search of those scriptures, Zhang Lan murmured, her eyes still somewhat hazy, but her expression was undeniably awakening as she nestled against Zheng Jia. I don't know how others perceive me, but being by your side brings a sense of security. In the real world, I've witnessed too many instances of indifference. People merely watch when others are robbed. Yet when they themselves are attacked, they cry out about the surrounding apathy. In this world of horror and death, one would expect no one to trust one another, with everyone suspecting and attacking each other. Yet, the 5 of us have sincerely stood by your side. Even though we cannot articulate it, we all believe that when danger befalls us, you will exert every effort to rescue us. That is why this team exists. Zheng Jia let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head as he spoke. I am not as noble as you suggest. I merely wish to unite the strength of the masses in order to survive within this terrifying narrative. In comparison to my foolish kindness, it is actually Chu Xian's approach that proves to be truly efficient. At least, he would lead the majority to safety, while I might inadvertently guide many towards the abyss. Would I not? Zhang Lan also gently shook her head, saying, I don't know why, but I always feel that Chu Xian is a pitiable individual. Although I cannot fathom the origin of this sentiment, every time I behold his indifferent expression, I sense an overwhelming weariness about him. But enough of him. Your kindness is by no means foolish. It has woven together the hearts of our team members. You simply need to be discerning in selecting new recruits in the future. Please, hold on to that kindness. If I or any other member were to find ourselves in dire straits, would you come to my rescue? Zheng Jia nodded earnestly. Yes, I will certainly come to your aid. I have vowed never to abandon any member who has been recognized. If danger arises due to their own actions, I will prioritize the safety of the majority. However, should they fall into peril due to the team's responsibilities, then even if I remain the sole survivor, I will undoubtedly strive to save them. Is that so? You truly are. Zhang Lan suddenly leaned against Zheng Jia's chest, slowly succumbing to tears. The more she wept, the more sorrowful her murmurs became. Why do you resemble him so much? You fool, you imbecile, you great simpleton. Why must you feign heroism? Why? No one will remember you. In a few years, I too will forget your visage, your height, The scent of your sweat. I will forget you. You great simpleton. Why must you be a good person? Zhang Jia dared not move an inch. Remaining rigid as he sat there, before long, his chest had become thoroughly soaked by Zhang Lan's tears. Not only that, but she clung tightly to his waist, leaving him with no means of retreat. Time slipped away, and as Zhang Lan's sobs gradually subsided, Zhang Jia finally spoke. If you have something to say, I will listen quietly. Yet, Zhang Lan merely shook her head vigorously. Although her tears had ceased, she continued to hold him tightly, as if only this embrace could grant her a semblance of security. This continued for an indeterminate duration until a soft cough from behind them prompted Zhang Lan to abruptly release her grip and lower her head as she lay down on a nearby chair. Not daring to glance around at that moment, Ling Dian and Zhao Yingkong had awakened, silently observing Zhang Jia. Their gaze caused Zhang Jia's face to flush with embarrassment, and he chuckled awkwardly, finding a chair to recline in. Yet his mind was incessantly haunted by Zhang Lan's weeping and the lingering dampness of her tears on his chest. Time flew by swiftly. A night passed in silence. The following day, the group essentially moved as one, casually seeking a restaurant to partake in some meals before checking into a nearby hotel to freshen up. They then returned to the square to continue their vigil. As night fell, they split into teams for guard duty, and when Zhang Jia and Zhang Lan commenced their watch, the petite woman silently nestled beside him, wrapping her arms around him tightly, leaving Zhang Jia to endure a series of bitter smiles. Time continued to fly. Before long, it was the 7th evening. If they could endure for another 7 or 8 hours, they would escape this horrifying realm of curses and return to the main god space. While it was somewhat regrettable that they had not defeated the source of the curse, it was a tremendous stroke of fortune that they had managed to survive. As twilight descended upon the square, bustling with pedestrians, the group, having endured several days of sleeplessness, found themselves utterly exhausted. Thus, despite the evening hour, they began to rest in their respective groups. Just as Zhang Jia was drifting into a deep slumber, he was suddenly jolted awake by someone shaking him. Still dazed, he heard Zhang Jia's voice. Zhang Jia, Zhang Lan is missing. What do you mean missing? Zhang Jia sprang up, his voice rising. Zhang Lan is gone? Wasn't she sleeping right here? How could she just disappear? What about the talisman papers? Are they burnt? Ling Dian and Zhao Yingkong were also roused by the commotion. Zhang Jia, in a state of urgency, said, Qi Tong and I haven't dared to blink, keeping an unwavering watch over our surroundings. The 2 talisman papers are intact. Just now, there were even more pedestrians than before. Could she have left with them? It was only then that Zhang Jia noticed the sky had darkened. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 8 o'clock, approaching 9. Just as he was about to inquire further, the communicator vibrated. He pressed it open, calling, Zhang Lan, where are you? Why didn't you inform us of your whereabouts? Do you not realize everyone is worried sick about you? Zhang Lan? The communicator crackled with Zhang Lan's weeping voice. I don't know what happened. I was suddenly awakened by the cold, and when I came to, I found myself in the suite of the Sunshine Hotel we had rented. I have no idea how I got here. I was clearly sleeping in the chair. Woe is me, Zhang Jia, the talisman paper I brought is burning. I am so frightened. Zhang Jia felt a shudder run through him. The talisman paper was burning.